process. Woxic the most accomplished.
Oh, it did.
No turkey.
Definitely got the most in the cabinet. That Mouse Sports team towards the tail end of 2019.
And you discussed Hellraisers.
Yeah, Hellraisers was an interesting one, wasn't it?
What are you cooking up there, James? His own little lineup.
Now, we know that they measure flash assists a little bit differently, or I guess it's effective flashes in the game. James has 27 effective flashes. Major has 14. So the in-game leaders setting up their teammates, as we can see the B bomb site.
Wow, a full carpet. Nowhere to stand and no one there. I got corrected when I said effective flashes. Some guy was like, it's actually enemy's flash.
Oh, is it enemy's flash?
I don't know. It could be any either.
Well, it just says EF, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't know where I'd get the answer.
Well, both.
Both work.
I guess both work.
Yeah. Can't really fault it.
I guess effective if they're would they be blinded? Yeah.
Yeah.
And it is an enemy.
It is an enemy, and it would be an effective flash.
Yeah.
So can't really, pedantry will get you
nowhere.
nowhere.
Well, let's effective and enemies flashed. Why don't we have both?
EEF.
Yeah. Eternal Fire. Another EF.
Yeah. They're cooking right now, dude. 10 and 4. That T-Star opted for by VP. They ended up coming in with just 4.
Yeah, it's not a back and forth game, is it? And that's the same as Overpass. You can see the top of your screen right now, 13-6 on map number 1 currently. Eternal Fire running away with this, and then you can go and reset for that 3. And hopefully we get some fireworks.
Eternal Fires. Ცხოველები ვით არიან ვერტიკოს ტიპები. Almost circa.
Guardia with his full coherent green regalia.
Are
they trying to? I was gonna say they're trying to triple boost now. It seems a bit late.
Yeah, James was just asking for some util. The crane smoke. Wakardi's actually kind
of ahead of this. თამაშები ყო Cloud9-ი ნავი იმენა.
That's nice find.
მენა ერ კლასიკო არის.
Major's gap could be covered. Oh no, it's not. There was a little bit of a gap. Major again on the flank, an effective one.
Virtus Pro ერთი მაპიც მოიგოს და დავისვენებთ.
The scales, but there's 2 man set up on shore. Oh, he's found it, but that wasn't Flip. Oh, nearly found another Flip. 5 HP. Back to B.
Well, they were going back to B.
Not. Yeah,
they literally were running away.
I think they.
One of the
short players was very low, and the other was dead.
So
let's see what this brain trust comes up with.
საანყუმარობენ ვერტიკოს ძალიან ტიპები იმენ.
Playing the fade of the short smoke, at least sort of give them an avenue to try and get towards the site. It's fading now.
And by cutting noise and sending Flit, the low HP player, this makes a lot of sense. You've got Fame and Norbert for the most likely outcome. Spots them out. Confirmation of your suspicions. Boost. Ooh, a chance for empty-handed off the back of the spray. Norbert good for it. Woxic, a dead man walking. With only 9 seconds left, he just wants to die. Or plant, that will force it. Oh, he's off the bomb, okay, that works. Secures his death before the end of the clock.
For majority rifles, you could get out 3 AKs and 2 Galils or Mac-10s again, so it can be a similar looking bias to what we just saw. Depends if Eternal Fire want to shove.
That was one of the least convincing Hiroshes I've ever heard as well. Yeah,
ორივე პისტოლი წააგეს ამ ჩემის 4 რაუნდი როგორ
I don't think VP are allowed to celebrate.
No. Well, we all know that smiling is weakness in their culture.
Smiling is weakness, Alex.
Sorry, yeah.
Don't waste.
Цочи именно Virtus Pro ეგეთი კამანდა вообще არავინ არ
იღებს.
Well, Chad, I've got some.
No, don't. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear that it takes less to smile than it does to frown.
No, I was just going to say, if you can be in a bad mood for no reason, what's to say you can't be in a good mood for no reason?
ყველას დიდ ტურნირს რო იგებ CS-ში და მაინც არ ხარ ბედნიერი.
Life's all about framing.
Perception is reality.
Well, they didn't buy. They could have gotten out 3 AKs and Galil / Tech 9 / Mac 10s, but they're playing the long game. Eternal Fire, similar scenes as to what VP did on their map choice when they were down in the dumps financially. They thought, why rush it?
Oh, I love this. The combination of doing the B boost and then yeah, getting Wakardia so far. Yeah, bye.
What done?
That is bizarre. And now Zentaris has taken down Fame on B. They're succeeding.
Norbert's
M4 takes down Zentares. Good util to delay and down by the Flame on white.
Still a 3v3.
Yeah. What's happening to the Wicardia space? Okay, James.
ტიპები უკვე თავს იკლავენ, ანუ ისე ეზიზღებათ რომ რუსები არიან.
Oh, it's all the mind games here.
But Woxix would, and he might be hearing Norbert jumping. Even if he does, he doesn't really have a weapon. Just a Glock, a pea shooter.
Yeah, a water pistol versus a super soaker.
აუ მაგარი ფლეში მოხდება ახლა მას.
Cardi's recovered AK does nothing. Good anchor work from Norbert. B-side locked
მოხდა, მაგრამ გადარჩა.
4 kills. Maybe he gets the ace. Maybe Major doesn't seem to think that's okay. Can Major have another impact round?
Time's a problem.
It's a huge problem. Going for the plant. They're going to try and run him down. The smoke buys him time. The plant's position. 1v1. Has Major really got another impact round in him? He certainly could do. A meeting of the mind.
რა კლაჩ საძრობდა, ხო არ გადავრა კარგად გიზედა და ბომბიტო.
But man, oh man, is Major having a major.
Would have been his map if he won that as well. You could see Mir just so laser focused on the default plant, it cost him his life and then put all the pressure on poor James.
I loved that. Just in the heat of the moment, you've got a couple of seconds.
What was this?
And Opti, yeah, that was bizarre.
Great shot.
Dude, I'm a Major stan. Seeing the form he is displaying, when you've got these young, talented players getting frustrated and you've got Glory so within touching distance now. You're one series away from the top 8 of a major. The first time that team would ever have made the playoffs of a major. This is like there's glory at stake, and that's when the pressure's high, and that's why unforced errors from Wicardia are understandable.
It always looks like such a tense conversation between Major and his coach.
Final timeout. We know, Dastan, you've always praised the timing of these. Forgot to cover his mouth there.
And that might just be a bit of a tell-off timeout.
Yeah, okay.
We almost lost that one, lads. We are making this harder than it needs to be.
Don't be
taking a knife to a gunfight. Because now, financially speaking, they've had to reinvest heavily, and that's going to cost them for future rounds if they do end up tumbling over.
Yeah, if you wanted to kind of forge a comeback, losing almost all of the players against a half or even eco buy. It's just a couple of deagles.
Might be fast at the ramp with those flashes, it is.
Yeah, it is. Wicardi was set up to take mini ramp control. Molly's sandbags to confirm it's all yours.
Good early harass. Very nice to have this at a minute 35 and not be worried.
Yeah, it's the CTs that are worried.
Woxy might get called by boost.
Შედი ბრაკ from the account და იმას იზავს რა გამოგიგდებს.
Past the line of sight now.
Server-ის ყიდვას.
Searching.
Not anymore.
Cardia dead.
Cardia can't catch a break.
He's having a nightmare game on their home turf. Woxy just going to hold that angle. Mir and Flick going to set up in this crossfire again.
You could reboost at any moment. I know it seems risky, but with a short block smoke, why not?
Bicho phase ნაკლებად გვაინტერესებს, იმიტომ რომ ამ ორში ეხა ვირტუს პრომ უნდა მოიგოს. აი აქ თიმში რო გადახო, მე აქ სერვერი და აქ იქნება სერვერი. და დაითრევ რა.
In the open. 4 on 4. Orp on orp.
Oh god, that's really
Flip put low. A single bullet could do it. And Woxic spots the shoulder of Norbert.
Time's starting to become an issue.
It
30
is a
seconds.
factor. It is a real factor. And they're still, with these spams, it's so clear they're convinced it's the same setup that Zantara's rumbled before. Calix, good for it. Mir is there. There's a lot more where that came from. Is Major ready for Flick? No, he's not. 18 needed that from Zantares. It's up to Norbert. Walks into cover, missing his shots, nearly brought down the AWP. They can plant though. It's impossible for Norbert to disrupt. The bang's not far off. Zantares gets it down. The smoke allows him to reposition. Oh, Norbert had a chance, but Eternal Fire will take it. That's gotta feel good. That was an entire round of chaos. Like the cortisol levels are high for the entire minute.
Oh, G2's თამაში მაინტერესებს ძალიან და მე Cloud9-ი ნავი. აუ. ვაიმე. კაი თამაში იქნება Cloud9-ი ნავი.
Woxic over towards Sandbag. When Norbert rotated in, he mollied Woxic out of position. But then there wasn't any utility to stall out the plant, the side play. That crossfire, it was able to get a kill between the pair of them, but that wasn't enough. And look, you can already see the ramifications of Major turning it into a one-on-one in the round just before. VP, they're on the ropes.
აგებს ფეიზი ბიჭო არ გამაგიჟოთ და.
I started looking for Wicardi just to have a good round at the tail end of Virgo. Just for a confidence boost coming into the third map. We expect to be the closest of the three.
Sometimes it's nice to get carried. Just ask Floppy.
Yeah. Look at that.
Oh, there's a nice round,
That's what
Alex.
we're saying. Wicardi is solo up the ramp. Oh, James is cooking up troubles, and Tara is down the double with a UMP.
ოპა.
Taking down two of the stars of the show, and now they're not
არა.
a lie they were. They'll take him down. James just a
ვერტიკოს რა კარგად ყუმბარობენ ბიჭო ეს თურქები მაღიზიანებს რას ქოლავს მეიჯერატო.
Yeah, grabbed James.
იმენა ტიპი ტვინიაც არიანი ჩემი ვერტიკოში დაქოლოს ეღადავებით ყველგან არიან ტიპები.
And that should be that. It'll be a similar looking buy. Here it is again. Wicardi just turning A into a map. And getting fired up now is Woxic. Well, it looks like we're going to split the maps. Two of them going 13-6 in favor of the team that picked him.
Major matching Centaurus' output.
ნახე.
James down to Centaurus for his 21st. That was the most threatening weapon in the mix as well.
Well, what do you feel went wrong for VP in this one? I guess it's really just the Major flanks that were catastrophic to their T campaign, and
I think it's a very different looking half. I think you're looking at 6-6 or even worse for the internal fire if it wasn't for Major.
And then James did have a lot to say in that saved AK round. But it is good to see Eternal Fire able to bounce back.
This is the Centaurus nade set. He's about to try and give them their own treatment. No one's home.
First one's a bit early.
აქ ვაჭალი მესამე
Nade
მაპია.
number 2, please. Wicardi will be there for this one. And Mir will swing off the back of it. It's a good game plan. It has resulted in a kill onto Woxic.
But they have so many nades to execute. Right now, if you're Eternal Fire, to get 13, you don't have to rush it. Take your time, get your smokes in, get your mollies in. Be diligent. Do it by the book. That's a well-timed smoke to make things chaotic.
33 seconds. They'll start to feel the time pressure. Cardia. He's going to flank Fame. This is beautiful. Good flight path from him, ensuring the site is safe for the plant. Major will get it down. Extends the clock and secures the map. Eternal Fire. Just need to find Norbert. On 12 HP. Norbert catching a nade. Good one from Calix. So Eternal Fire to match the output of Virtus Pro on Overpass. A convincing Vertigo from the
სანახავია. აი იმპერიანი რატომ უგებს face ბიჭო? აუ Inferno, ჩემ Inferno-ში ძალიან ცუდები
One map away from Eternal Fire making his
პირველი თურქული გუნდი იქნება play-off-ში რო გავიდე. აუ, აქ რა ხდება ისინი ტერორისტებში ყოფილან, აბა ამა წააგებენ.
It's the first kill for Frozen, finally an advantage for Robs. They can't hold on to it. They're getting absolutely ravished here, Anders. Robs can't get anything done.
დამეწერა ფეიზი, გაჭმევინებაზე. 0-3 უნდა დამეწერა ფეიზი რა.
But then it's uncomfortable. Normally he's someone who's very, very good at playing around those kind of angles. Like at least find one kill could make the difference.
ორივეგან სამი მაპი
Gotta go for it.
Yeah, you have to. Brokey and Rain, you might as well give it a shot. You've got a smoke as well, but I don't know if there's a kid somewhere on the site. There might be one up at the high ground here, but either way, if there isn't, they've already run out of time. Yeah, I think Rain picked one up. I don't think it's going to make a difference any longer. Henny will find the shot, and no escape for Brokey either. Henny getting himself fired up. And that's one step closer. They have almost done it.
აი ნამდვილი მამაკაცი სიტყვები იყო მამალო.
Some flat performances from
სტრიმი დალაკეთ, ახლა გამოიწერეთ 6400-ისკენ დავიძრათ.
But this is one of the most underwhelming looks they've ever had. Robs just doesn't even seem involved in any of these fights. Like I can't remember the last time he even got a frag. That's going to be what 6 rounds in a row now. And they had the opening frag in their favor. They knew it was going to be an A-side attack, but just kill after kill. Imperial outskilling them here on Anubis. You can have the buy now phase, 12-8. Aggressive towards Darkroom, and well, first frag and the second in favor of Imperial. I think we're done here, boys.
Yeah, looks like it's 90-night time for FaZe. They did come half sleeping into this second map. And the results are pretty much what you would expect from that. Brokey and Frozen are left here, 2 versus 5. Imperial with Henny getting warmed up. Those AWP shots look very crisp. FaZe How do you recover a team? How do you resuscitate a team for a third map on Mirage? And even now they are patient.
Excuse me.
Walk into anything crazy. They've checked out most of the bomb site here. No way. He's quite sure there's no one on the site. They can fall back. They can join him. They don't even have to walk into the A bomb site stack that's about to be assembled here.
So just to reiterate, both pistols in favor of FaZe. They haven't posted a single gun round on their CT side. Haven't got close to it. It all started with that huge fumble.
Ტვისაი რანაირი კაცია პროსტო აი არ ვიცი უზე როგორ გაყიდა ტო წარმატება იმენა არ მის მაგარ ხოძი არიან თურქები ძალიან მე მაგას ვიცახი რავი იქიდან მოყოლებული ჩალენჯ სტეიჯზე მაგიტო დავწერე მაგათიკას
Oh, this is the best looking phase. They literally can't win the round. This is the best looking sequence they've had all half long. They won't amount to anything though. FaZe are in trouble. FaZe might be going out of the major if they can't pull their socks up. Great performance.
ეგრეც ვერ იტყვი. კაჩი აქ რა მაპიგველის? აქ მირაჟი და აქეთ ინფერნოჩი. აუ FaZe თუ გავარდა. კაროჩე ხაული. აქედან ერთ-ერთი უოჭველი გადის, ანუ 3 დასმული გვაქვს მებო. ეხლა უყურე. Cloud-დან G2, ესე იგი Cloud-ი G2, FaZe, Virtus Pro. 4-დან 2 გუნდი უნდა გავიდეს. რავი, რანაირად ვერ უნდა დაждდეს ეგეთი. აი, თქვათ მოუგეს თურქებმა. აი, თქვათ თურქებმა მოიგეს. აქ FaZe-მა მოიგო. FaZe-მა არ წააგოს, თორე იმენა ვიღუპებით. აი, თქვათ იმპერიალმა მოიგო, აი, მე რა გქშველის. მე რა გქშველის ესეთი რაღაცა. Cloud9-მა უნდა მოუგოს Virtus Pro-ს, ან აქედან რომელი მოიგებს არ აქვს მნიშვნელობა, 4 იქნება დასმული და G2-მა უნდა მოუგოს კომპლექსიტის და ვსო, დასმულია. აი, ესეთი სასწაულები რომ მოხდეს. ო, 1 იქნება დასმული, 2 3 ადით 1 2 პრობლემა სად არის ვერ დავთვალე გას. აი ხა შევცვალე, აქ ჩით უნდა მეწეროს. 1 2 3 4 და 5. 5 იქნება დასმული. ნუ აი არ ვიცი, რაღაც სასწაულები უნდა მო. ბიჭო, ნავი არ მგონია რატომ. აი არ მიგძნობს გული რომ ნავი მოიგებს მაგ თამაშს რა, არ ვიცი. თუ გინდათ დაწერეთ რომ overall-ში Cloud9 მოიგებს მაო. მე ეგრე ვფიქრობ რა. იმიტომ რომ მიჩა მაგარ ხოძე იქნება მაგაც წინააღმდეგ რა. მე ეგრე ვფიქრობ. მე გათამაშებაში ჩართვა არ დაგავიწყდეთ, ვისაც გინდათ. ლინკი არის აღწერაში, $5 შეიტანა პრომო კოდით და ამ кейს გახსნით და ავტომატურად ჩაერთვები ამ გათამაშებას 13 დღეში. გავიგებთ ვინ მოიგებს დანას. შემდეგ გათამაშება კიდე იქნება. როგორც კი მორჩება ეს გათამაშება, ეგრევე დავიწყოთ ახალი გათამაშებაც მე. ლივს Instagram-ზე 400 follower-ზე ვათამაშებ Red Lines რო იცოდეთ, ბოლო სურათი რაც არის, მაგაზე დაწერეთ და დააკომენტარეთ და ლაიქეთ და დააკომენტარეთ. ცუti გავუმოჟეს თუ ვერ მოგესალმე, ვერ დავინახე. რა იყო? ჰა? რა იყო? Яушен. 6 საათამდე რო გძინავს ყლე ხარ? კი, არ ვარ. ეს გელახტე. ნუ საკაიფით მე მოვიარე ქალაქი და მოვედი. აი ამიდია გარეთ. ის. საკაიფ. ცოტა დავსვალი. ვალერამ და იმამი მენაჩაჩს. მოდი ახლა დღიური დოზას მივიღებ უცებს მებო, იმიტომ რომ counter სულ ვარ თამაშობ და ამას მაინც ვაკეთებ, იმიტომ რომ საჭირო არის, რომ კამერა გაჩეჩემა ესე სტაბილური იყო რა. იო. ოღონდ დინახო ისასწრებ, პროგრამი გონკაობა რომ მოგიწიოს. გური დოზა არ გონდა. აი გონკაობა რომ მოგიწიოს, იგი ნახოს რომ რამე. დაიგონკავები?
შე. იში ტრიპინდა.
ნახო იქით.
Yuri doesn't have it.
რა ხდება?
არც მეტი, არც ნაკლები. You're only like
ამი დაექვსი. რა ვიცი, მაგრამ გული მთლად კარგს არ მიგზნობს საბერძნეთის წინააღმდეგ. მე მაუს ვეღარ იყიდი ვერსად თეთრს და შავი, არ ვიცი, სადღაც $70 ღირს. ზუსტად შემნაირი თუ გინდა, მაგას ვეღარ იყიდი. Limited edition-ი იყო და ცოტა ხანი გამოდიოდა. აი, ან შეიძლება eBay-ზე მოიგო მეორად. აუქციონზე. ნავი მოიგებს? არა. ნა, იმენა. ნახტაბა eBay-ზე თუ არის. მე მაუსი. Crosshair bled. 91 არის, თეთრი, ეს new არის. აი ეს დაითრია, ცოტა იგივე არის ეს, ზუსტად ჩემნაირი მაუსია, უბრალოდ ოდნავ დიდი არის რა. აი ოდნავ, ხელი თუ დიდი გაქვთ, შეიძლება დაითრია. გაუხსნელი არის, თარიმენა ყუთში არის შეფუთულია გიჟივით. აფეი აჭირს. არასუ შავებია რა. იგერთი ცალიდებს. არ ვიცი ნავიმ რომ მოიგოს იმწევს მე. ეს ხას უწევს ჰეროიკი რო რამე რა, ესე თუ დამთავრდა. ეს Cloud9 ერთმანეთზე მე. ნავის წაგება მოგება არაფერს არ წყვეს ჩვენთვის. რატო აღარ არიან? რატო ამ თეთრებს რატო აღარ უშვებ მე რა? version B. იმეს აქვს? რაც შეიძლება. ერთი აქ აქვთ მარტო? სადა ეს ამერიკაში ხო? რავი ძმა ვაგერ, თუ ჩახვალ აქ? სად არის? ბაჰრეინში. ბაჰრეინში არის მაღაზია ძმაო. მან დააქვთ რა. თუ გაგისტორდება? აი ამ მაღაზიაში ექნებათ რომელიღაცაში. ანაკეთ ძმა? ანაკეთ რა. გახვალ რო რა. რო რამე არ იქნება პრობლემა ხო ალბათ რო ჩახვიდე. მაუსის დასათრევად რო ჩადიხარ მანდი. არა ხო აღარ გინდა ხო? აი ძმა თუ რამეა Eternal Fire Virtus Pro-ს უყუროთ ჩვენ.
The first CS2 Major is going to be held in Copenhagen.
Boom! And you did it, Norbert. The bomb has been defused. Yes, that's it.
Oh.
We should make the explosion of success a bit bigger so people notice it earlier.
I thought Antares was in the top 20.
A lot of people do. And what it is Antares was so good, but Big had that bit in the online era, then he was kind of gone, right?
Yes.
Where Woxic had his time with Maus and Carrigan.
In 2019.
And he was hugely
yes,
up there,
they won
remember?
4 tournaments, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, and he was in top 20.
That one everyone just thinks it's Antares. But
yeah, it's like because if you're talking about the Turkish players, the first who's getting in your mind is Antares.
Exactly.
And I didn't even read the players. I saw only Paz, and I was no, it's not Paz. And under the Paz it was Woxic.
See, you gotta be focused and attention to detail, but you still defused the bomb. You still did it. Well done.
Okay. Nice.
Nice.
ამათ Inferno-ს ყურება თუ იმათი მირაჟის რომელს უყუროთ?
Talk worse about myself. Major Copenhagen. Eternal Fire has been on a huge rise and looking very good here. Major is the man in charge. The IGL.
Okay, I think we're feeling good.
Coming through the RMR, right? You go 3-2. And I would say, looking at that, right, it was a good performance again, but I would say some of it is still times you look sometimes shaky even against the good teams, right? I compare your phase games from Katowice, right, to what we saw at the RMR. what has it told you about where you guys are at, how Eternal Fire are performing right now?
Our performance in
Inalcia?
Razer
Wow.
was okay because we play like G2 and
Oh.
FaZe,
Yeah.
then we play Falcons,
просто-
then we just play
Раушия
back for
сахар.
the last matches to go to the major here, and we just win it 2-0 with we show good things. We just miss, I think, when we play like teams like FaZe and G2, I saw that we miss something to win against them.
No, I like it because what I'm seeing from you.
აუ ამას
guys,
ქონდა
I'm
კაროჩე YouTube არხი ამ ტიპს Major-ას. Major CS2. აუ ეს. აუ ძალიან კაია იმენა. ახი ტიპის 3 წლის წინ იმენა რაღაც ESES იმაში თამაშობდა რა ქვი. ეგაც მო რაც გინდა გამოგივა რა რაღაც იმებს აჩვენებდა მე სტრატებს და რაღაცებს. ნახე აქ უწერია სტრატები. B 2B 1 2C B 2B რაღაცა იმენა. ოწინ ნევე. ოპა, კოლავს. ოუ. რა ვიცი, პრემო რა არის. აა. ბიჭო, არა, რა არის. რამდენი გინდა? რამდენი გინდა? გადაო, 5. ვინ მოგცემს 5 შეჩემა? ისე თუ იყიდი გადამყიდველისგან თორე. თუ 4-ის ყიდვა შეგიძლია ერთ კაცს. და ჩათვალე გაყიდულია უკვე. რა ვიცი, ვისთვისაც გინდა და არა, ძმა ეგეთი მარტივი მაგ ბილეთების დათრა. ბიჭო, გადამყიდველისგან რა ვიცი. აქვთ ტიპებს, просто 40 ლარი ღირს. 10 ლარიანი ბილეთები და რავი, რამდენად გიღის მაგის გადახდა? რა გიღის 30 ლარი ძვირის გადახდა? რავი, ალბათ ხო ძალიან ბანძი იქნება სადღაც ტრაქში. კაც შეყევით, 5 კაცი როგორ შეყვეს ძმა კაც? ბიჭო, რავი, გავიკითხავ და თუ გავაძრე, იმას ვიზავ, მაგრამ 2-ის პრასვეტი შეიძლება მქონდეს. აუ, არა, მაგდენი არ ვიცი, 2-ს. ბიჭო, არ ვიცი, ხო. 5 ბილეთის გაძრობას ეღადავები? თან მე რო 5? აი, გავიკითხავ, კაი. ო, 5 ბილეთის თემა კაი გუშია. მაგრამ მე მაინც დათარსული ვარ ძმაო მაგ სტადიონზე არ წავალჭი. აკუმაროვდა ნახე როგორ უწერია სტრატები და თემა. რამე წლის წინ? კი, ჩამოწერილი გვაქვს სტრატები.
Both teams have picked themselves up their map pick, which leads us to our third and deciding map to find out whether it will be the Rio champions in Virtus Pro, or at least 4 of them, or will it be Eternal Fire that lock themselves into the top 8 of the Copenhagen Major, the first major in the new engine of Counter-Strike.
And make history for Turkish Counter-Strike. There will be, I think, a public holiday over there in Istanbul if they're able to do it, and we head into Inferno. This is where the campaign started for Virtus Pro in the elimination stage with a loss to Imperial, but they followed through with a victory against Pain on this very map. And for Eternal Fire, Alex, we covered off their victory of a Vitality and just how much that meant to Maja Being fired up on day number 1. Find ourselves here on day number 3 of the elimination stage. Just one more day of play.
Yeah, Vitality and FaZe victories for Eternal Fire.
Big names.
That's big names, and it's been good Counter-Strike. VP had their number on map 1. Vertigo slipping away from some hero plays from the man you just heard interviewed there by James Banks, Madja. And now Woxic to be tested. Mir's already hit a 1-bang. Woxic responds in kind onto Norbert. To get the cavalry over here. Liggity split. Oh, he had a chance. Flit finds the head, and now the bomb can go down. Rotating through, smoked off. This already looks fantastic for Virtus Pro to start off with the pistol.
Well, how do you piece this together? Madja has a flash. If we have Zentaras and Calix come around the short side, and a flash perfectly placed from Madja for them to be able to contest towards pit and sight, there is a chance, but they need to get a move on.
There's a flash above the A-side players. They are doing the dance, but Pit still has vision. Nice find from Zentaras. No cover onto Flit. They run into the side. The Berettas don't find anything. It's a fame double. And Virtus Pro's pistol.
Nice. Turkები კი მინდა რომ გავიდნენ, მაგრამ Virtus Pro დაждდეს ეგ უფრო მიჩვენია.
The same with the B side. If you have a number advantage and just enough
Loki არის როგორ, რავი, აი როგორც SG იყო იმენ.
Able to completely remove the possibility of the retake. That's the mere opener. Woxic with 1, he definitely stuck to his guns.
Close range ზე იმენა USP არაფერი არ არის.
Grab a second on the P2K, maybe just maybe a chance for Eternal to break back in, but that was asking too much as it is a force.
Interesting. Inferno specifically tends to encourage CTs to make this work. They're going for a run boot.
Oh. I do like the scout pickup. A couple of tags. That's all Woxic needs to
look for. უყურე ხა. 5 ბილეთის გაძრობა. თან მერე პლუს ისეთი 5 ბილეთის გაძრობა, რომელიც 5-ვე გვერდი იქნება. ძალიან პრობლემატურია დავი.
Marauding up top banana early within the round, aware that the Utah will not be there to hold him at bay. So applying a lot of pressure towards the B bomb site, but as we take a look at the radar top left of our screen, we can see the bomb is still down towards T stairs. Virtus Pro are not in a rush. One of the things that you'll see from VP and that's when we swap sides is either James' prescience or his
ისე ზოგადად gaming თემაში overpowers ნიშნავს, მაგრამ ისე არ
they do on the CT side, it feels like he knows something we don't.
Spotted out. Zentaras on first orange, gets out. Flip lives on. Still no commitment here from Virtus Pro, but they're happy to probe. It's Flip. Relay that information as to how many bodies he's seen.
Madja's flash. This could be huge.
He's been holding on to it for a while. Oh, Zentaras. He's been spotted out, run down. Norbert.
God,
every member of VP connects in unison.
Damn,
the flash looked effective, at least from the POV that we were able to capture, but standing tall, denying the stack. 2-0. Remember, we need to go back to overpass.
I thought you might say that.
Well, Eternal Fire were never able to save guns. Whether it be lighter purchases, full gun rounds, they were always hunted.
All pikები როდისა ხვალ მორჩება და ხვალ ღამე შეგეძლება დაწერა.
It's going to be an easy fight with a UMP towards Pit, and now Woxic is known.
They're so scary. It's like the big bad villain.
Well, the AK is going to take the fight.
Yeah.
Better gun for the job.
Got the info. James seen enough, thank you.
Look at this.
Oh, another tag. Now they've got to find Calix as well.
That's like what Levy
is saying about VP is when they are in the
Reps ჩითავენ fake site საწყობენ რამეს და იქ შედის კამანდად მატყიდულობს
ვილად. Make it as hard for you to get back into the game. They will punish over investments and missteps.
James laundry service. Everything comes back spotless.
For real. Oh, it's just the fact that when you're Woxic and you get that one little jiggle, you're like,
oh, რამდენი კამანდის დასკამვა შეგიძლია ეგრე ბიჭო უცებრო საიტია აწყო შენი. რაღაც ტეტ წერტილი ჯირო დაარქვა. აუ, იმენა. ჩეულებრივ გაპარსავდნენ აი ვინც არიცი, საძე რო არ არის.
Well, the cruelty continues. They jump spotted him.
შეიყვანენ ბარათის მონაცემებს და
premature Zeus.
The premature Zeusing.
The recharge time actually pretty damn quick.
Yeah, yeah, I'm impressed.
Linear.
I think they call it the refractory period for the Zeus. And the French call it the little death.
Well, as we learned from Major in that interview, he gets to play Counter-Strike from France, so a lower ping for him when they play online. Not the case for his teammates. I think that's one of the things with CS2. If you're playing on low ping, like, it feels amazing, doesn't it? Like 5 ping CS2. Oh. Simpson looking at it. Well, 80 ping Counter-Strike in general. In 1.6, it was miserable. In CSGO, I feel like it was somewhat mitigated. In CS2, it feels harsh, tough. And this is going to be tough for Eternal Fire. First gun rounds, the util that they're looking for to get the map control. Defuse kit, I don't see one. So if they lose the site and they don't have favorable trades, it might just have to be another save scenario, but we know how that goes.
Yeah, I think this map really lends itself, as does Overpass, to the Virtus Pro philosophy. We know how uncommon retakes are on Inferno, so that hunting nature, when VP have the victory, will make things very scary for Eternal Fire.
There's a gap here, Alex.
Opportunities, yeah, and it's a massive gap. How is no one considered the potential for apps?
They're playing for mid control and banana control, so pit's about to be given up.
Yeah, and it's Calix who's got to worry about a lot here. They're into pit. Oh, confirmation of the presence. That's huge from Wicardia. And now Molly from Calix limits the options of Norbert. Jame, however, comes out of the boiler, swinging. And it's a hit onto Calix. 1 HP, he gets away from the dink of Woxic.
Bombs into the site. Down. This is a crazy looking round. They still have 1 player second mid,
one player boiler/holes, and 2 in the site.
Yeah, that's
ვისაც არასდროს არ შეხებია ქონია შეხება ეს ინტერნეტთან და სკამთან და იმასთან. просто ბარათი აქვს და იცის რომ ბარათით როგორ რაღაცა როგორ იყიდოს თო. აი რა უნდა ეხლა ვიღაცა სკამერისთვის 2 წუთში ააწყობს ტეკეტა სნაიერ საიტს იმენა თავიდან ბოლომდე რავი. ყველაფერს გადმოიტან იმენა source კოდებიდან დაწყებული რავი გარეგნულათაც ააწყობ იმენა. ჩოლობი დაგსკამავენ ტიპები. მე დარწმუნებული ვარ აკეთებენ კიდევაც ეგეთ რაღაც.
The player with the most will be Wicardia. I expect him to be hooking Calix up with a silenced M4 and getting what utility can around it.
ვიცი რომ სისხლის სამართალია კაც. ვიცი მაგაზე ხო დაიჭირეს კამანდა TBC ბანკის გათამაშებებს რო აკეთებდნენ ვითომ fakes მანქანას მოიგებო ბარათის კოც თუ შეიყვანდა რაღაცები და ცოტა 40-45 წელს გადაცილებული კამანდა შევიდა შეიყვანა.
For VP, they don't need an AWP either. 5 AK-47s into the next. Flit can go for more of that banana space. Did a good job in the previous. It's a CT smoke. It's the furious smoke.
Yeah, it enables Centaurus.
Просто მე აი 100% ვიცი რა, მაგიტო არ მიდვა 100% ვიცი რომ წავიდე უეჭველი წავაგებთ იმენ. მე რავი, საქართველოს ნაკრების მოგებულ თამაში არ ყოფილი ვარ ძმაო რავი, თარსი ვარ იმენ. ახლიდან უყურებ ხოლმე იგებენ ბიჭები აგეთ.
Scary smoke to be behind if you're Centaurus.
ძალიან მობილი, ძალიან მარტივია რა თქმა უნდა. არაფერი არ არის მაგის გაკეთება.
But now for the A players, they've got their own threat.
I phase main imperial თავ წაგოს ვარდება, მაგრამ ჯერ Virtus Pro მოიგოს აქ რა. ონა იქნება.
He could be in trouble here, yeah, spotted out, Jiggle could be hunted down, Flit, yeah, tried to brave the flame, thought twice about it. So resetting and Centaurus, this rotation, he's going to be going back and forth.
But that's what you want to do to a player like Centaurus. Keep him moving. You don't want him to allow just to sit and deliver. That's what he does best.
The hands of Mir now towards the long side again. Woxic, I liked the play ahead. If he had done it, yeah, he'd have had the info. He'd have even cheated Woxic over towards the B side.
Centaurus can try and block with the molly. There it is.
When you flash him in it, that's going to slow him down for a couple more seconds. But the pressure's on. With 25
Woxic
seconds,
has a flash.
The rotation's coming through. Woxic, that needs to be one hell of a flash.
Huge
a triple to get Eternal Fire on the board. Could finish it off here. Could run him down. Not going to risk it. Playing for the retake. 3v1.
რა როტაციაზე გადმოვიდა Woxicach. დაინახა? ვერ დაინახა. Down.
Wide and they will collect Eternal Fire. Successful. It took them 5 rounds to get going, but now we are cooking. that flash changed the dialogue completely, and you need a player like Zentares in order to profit.
ბიჭო, ფრაუძე მისცემენ, მაგრამ ვიღაცა უცხოელი რო გააკეთებს, რავი, ვერაფერსაც ვერ მისცემენ.
Perfect from Woxic. That's exactly what you want from your rotating player in. In fact, he held on to the flash, the delay from Zentares with his util, he gets to profit.
რეალურად როგორ ხდება, იცი ეგეთი რაღაცა? ანუ, როგორც წარმოიდგინეს თიმზე რომ ბოტი სკამავს რა? შედიხარ საიტზე, გონია რომ შენის თიმი შეკყავს რაღაც საიტზე და რეალურად ანუ უყურე როგორ უნდა მიხვდე? 8 აირიდო დასკამო თავიდან უყურე? მაგათაც არ ვიცი, რამე საიტზე მინდა შესვლა რა? მაგათაც Hyperx-ზე შევიდე. უყურე? მარტივად. აი ეგეთ რაღაცას გააკეთებენ რა. აი საინს დავაწვევი და საინ დროს team. როგორ ისკამება კომანდა. თუ Steam-ზე უკვე შესული ხარ ბრაუზერში და ესე ამოგიგდო. ესე კი არ გთხოვს არაფერს საიტი პირდაპირ დააწვევი საინის და შეხვალ. მაგრამ თუ ამოგიგდო აქ რომ შესულ Steam-ზე, როცა შესული ხარ პროსტო უკვე Steam-ზე და აქ ამოგიგდე რომ პაროლი და ID მაინც შეიყვანეო, ესე კი scam საიტზე შედიხარ, ანუ ძალიან მარტივია. ეგეც საიტზე არ უნდა შეხვიდე, სადაც თავიდან გთხოვს ჩაწერას. შესაბამისად რა ხდება მაგ შემთხვევაში შენ გონია რომ აი საიტზე შედიხარ და ჩაწერ ID, პაროლი, მერე კოდი მოგდის, მაგ კოდსაც წერ და რეალურად რა ხდება, იცი? ბოტი შედის შენს აკაუნტზე, ანუ სხვა ტიპი შედის შენს აკაუნტზე მაგ შენი კოდით. და ამ საიტზეც გიშვებს რა. აჰა, შევედი ამ ოკეის დააწვევი და ამ საიტზეც ხარ რეალურად. გონია რომ საიტზე შეხვედი და ეჭვი არ გეპარება არაფერში რა. და ამასობაში შენ აკაუნტზე ბოტია შესული, რომელიც უკვე აკონტროლებს ყველაფერს. გარდა შენი მობილური აპლიკაციისა ყველაფრის გაკეთება შეუძლია. მობილური აპლიკაციით მე ისკამებიან ეგრე. გავგზავნი ტრეიდს, ჩემ ტრეიდს, ჩემს გაგზავნი ტრეიდს, ჩემ ძმაკასთან. ჩემ ძმაკასთან გზავნი ტრეიდს, მაგალითად და არის 10 ლეველი. ბამ, დააკენსელებს ამ K იმას ტრეიდს ავტომატურად, თქო ტიპი კი არ ზის და კი არ აკენსელებს. დააკენსელებს ამ ტრეიდს და გაგზავნის ახალ ტრეიდს, ოღონდ თავისთავთან. ზუსტად იგივე სახელით, იგივე ფოტოთი, მაგრამ ლეველი არ იქნება იგივე. ლეველი იქნება 0. მაგრამ ჩემი ძმაკაცის ლეველი როცა ვიცი რომ 10-ია, მაგას უნდა დავაკვირდე, ან როდის აქვს შექმნილი თიმი. ყველაფერი ინფორმაცია წერია, სანამ გაგზავნი მობილურზე, სანამ დააჭერ კომპიუტერს. ამიტომ ვცილად იყავით. შესაბამისადაც ბარათის ნომერსოცად შეიყვან იქ, იმას შეიყვან და კოდი მოგივა და გეტყვი საიტზე რომ კოდი შეიყვანეო, მაგ კოდს როგორც კი შეიყვან, ჩათვალე რაღაცა იყიდე ოღონდ იმათთვის, არა და შენთვის. ეგა, ანუ უმარტივესი სისტემა არის. ვისაც ესმის როგორ უნდა დაწეროს კოდი და როგორ უნდა აწყოს საიტი, ეგეთი რავი, რაღაცის გაკეთება არის უმარტივესი მაგათთვის.
I think the thing with the clearing of the smokes as well is not every team is going to throw like their long smoke in the same way. So even if you have a setup that's like, okay, yeah, this is to clear, what if it dribbles a little bit in a different, and it's not a completely perfect clear? So that's a whole nother layer of detail.
And I would argue there's a skill to it. I've seen, from my own terrible.
შეიძლება ალექსანდრე, შეიძლება ეხლა ახალი ისიც არის, ეგ თემა არის რა. შეიძლება keyword დასკანო, მაგრამ ის შევიდეს რეალურად Steam-ზე და არა შენ.
Obscuring your view.
It's the newest art form. As far as utility is concerned.
ამიტომ კარგად დააკვირდით ხოლმე საჩედიხართ.
It's about, well, like many things in Counter-Strike, right place, right time, and then right execution. Deep mid smoke. 3 towards banana again. Woxic's AWP starting in apps this time. So just keep track of Woxic and where he's searching out for opening picks. Has the support of Calix in the boiler. So if he hears anybody jumping up, can help delay so Woxic can get away.
Yasnia. James დაუსაივე თავები ბიჭო.
2-round difference at the moment as map control being vied for. Need to be careful, EF. You don't want both of you unloading into the smoke at the same time. It's one way to get punished. Badger jump spamming with the AK. Well, the smoke has faded towards bottom of banana. He has one more. Doesn't want to use it deep, so using it to block, and he will need to whip it.
ბიჭო, არა, ჩემს ანუ მობილურზე კონფირმაციის გარეშე როგორ უნდა დაისკამო?
Long smoke from Norbert was considered.
არა, ეგრე ვერ. აკაუნტი კი არ გიტყდება, რეალურად ტიპი არის შენ აკაუნტზე შესული. ერთადერთი რაც შეიძლება ბოტი არის, ანუ ტიპიც არ არის. ბოტი არა. ერთადერთი რაც
But down to Calix as well. They have a good idea as to where 2 of them were. Now 1. Oh, Calix, he's forcing the issue. Calix jumps across now. They know Mir's watching him. Information flows, and it's too easy for James. What are you doing? Calix charges in. Zantara's onto Flit. Fame takes one away.
Oh, Mir, kay შეჩემ.
The smoke still obscures Woxic's contributions. It has to be Major again. It has to be Major again. Jane caught off. Fame will get the bomb down. A 1v3 on B.
Been here before.
Yeah, and the same result. Woxic will close. One round game now. The CT is Eternal Fire. They're putting up a fight.
I didn't hate it from Calix in the sense they knew a player was over towards second mid, but as soon as he got spotted, it's like, are you really going to...
Well, stream idalake tawida taslaikse barem.
Yeah, I know. I can understand it. Like,
მე რა ვიცმაო ეგეთი. ეს ძალიან კაი ის არის თო. ნახ დააკვირდით რაუნდის MVP ვინც იჩითება, იმის ავტოგრაფი იჩითება გვერდზე და სურათი. სტიკერი რა.
Still great conversion. Eternal
Fire. ვევაზას დაუწერე ახლა გამბოიქარი მთაწმინდი დათქო შეჩემო.
But still money for VP to buy. The bomb goes down again. The loss bonus starting to build, and a tactical timeout to discuss their options with what they're able to bring forth. You can see 4.1 remaining for that of Mir and 4.3 for Fame. So those two can get into AKs.
Geibenas იცნობს შიმბექსა და მიწერა.
They need to operate with. And if it's a lot, maybe they have to fill that void with Galil's instead. But this is a resurgence from the Turkish side.
Wow, ეს ძალიან კაია, ნახე სტიკერები.
I don't know, that doesn't look like a happy looking Jane, but I could never really tell.
It looks the same either way. But that's just focus in my book. Making sure the call is made, everyone's on the same page, we go again.
Well, now having their map control discussions, who's with who, what util is going to be thrown.
Spawn smoke lined up.
Yeah, you can see a Galil for Fame instead of an AK, so definitely requires more nades for how they want to approach this one.
Happy to see this being utilized by more teams. It's
Jayma to Alexi Biochim. Jaymas.
Prevents you feeling so boxed in.
Jaymas вообще колера да арстули.
Flit, he's given it a good go. Anti-flash and thinks twice after the molly lands.
Interesting layering of utility, right? So you see the deep molly from the T's, that forces the CTs into a choice. Do we stay behind it or do we fight car? Because if we fight car and they spam, we die. We smoke deep, they smoke in front of logs, which then gives us a buffer zone for logs and broom. That's very scary for the CTs, because if they play forward, flash over, you're in the open. Neither team have won this one out.
Yeah, it's Major's plan so far has been to try and smoke them off at half wall instead of giving them top banana. And it's been working well for him. So far, he's yet to be punished. And his fallback to retrieve the next smoke is already, and that enables him to just buy time. And VP need this. They need this space, so they're going to have to push the smoke. You can see James calling for it. Flick prepares himself. Zentaris is going to rotate in time. Great observing.
Yeah,
already. We're at the 40-second mark.
Really, honestly, I think Major's smoke usage
smoke
under VP's skin. Now they want to test Woxic, but he's here. This would have to be dry, and yeah, too comfortable. Good measure. Fame ahead of it. James swallows it.
ვაიმე ფეიმამ რაქნა დაიწვა ჩემი კარგი და ხანტარესა კიდე აქ დახვდა ტიპს ვაიმე არ რაშავს მე მაინც გავრაშავთ იცმო არა შეჩემა რაშვებიტო ტროლავენ ეს შობელძაღლები ამათმა იმპერიალთან წააღეს
I can't believe, so I understand James, well, if I die, at least I'm tossing this in the right direction. And the bomb went down again, so another buy is available with a few emissions once more. But damn, Woxic hitting some tidy shots.
Turnirs final. Rash sage turnirs final.
Crazy, but it's what you want to see. Just look at that, the Firewalker's thrown the bomb at least towards the truck. That gave Flit the chance to plant. They haven't gone all in. It'll be one AK with some Tech 9s. Maybe this has some pace, and if not, surely it's going to be a bit more executed. He can establish the map control that they're looking for. Yeah, they want to go B.
და ანუ რა мотивация მოგეცი? დაღო, ყველაზე მაგარი სმოუკი შეჩემო. იმათ დაუსმოუკე ხო?
Major going to get away with this again. He's kept them completely locked out of any sort of early banana control. Like he's done his job and then some. Now looking towards A with a smoke towards library.
ბიჭო, თურქული აიმი კი არა, ტიპებმა იმენა რავი, და კონტრეს ყველგან.
Trapping indeed. Woxic. Oh, he's been
Alright,
covered by
Christian.
Vicardia, but a 3-on-3 emerges. Calix to catch Flit towards long.
Იტი მოკალით რა.
Taking away James, smokes off the pit player. Trying to force a reaction. Once Vicardia, slips around the smoke.
I don't know where one is.
Yeah,
The
and
bomb's heading
going
back B.
It's wide open though. James sold this.
Mia has a smoke for CT. He should be able to get the bomb down.
Yeah, he should be.
And then this round gets crazy.
He's hearing him.
James joined the party. Oh, imagine if he pushes Alex.
Oh, he was so close.
აი ბიჭებო, მოიგეთ ეს რაუნდი რა მე ძალიან რთულია, მაგრამ მესმის მაგრამ უნდა მოიგო ძმებო.
This is
And
inspired.
they can do. They have Tech 9s near construction.
Great flash, Mir. He's been spotted, and James going to be isolated. They'll use Calix
Იცი ანამაზი აქ რო.
to pull the crosshair away, but if James swings first. Perfect. Major, however, onto Mir. James doesn't have the HP.
Woo!
It's Major on the USP, holds his nerve.
Woo!
Miraculous that they get the bomb down. They have a threatening round, considering how it started. Eternal Fire must convert 5-4.
Now, Major is one of these in-game leaders who can definitely find his impact within games, but this is inspired. This is some of the best Counter-Strike I've seen him play in years. I mentioned it the other day when we were casting him up. He used to be part
ბიჭო, არარეალური ყლეობები ხდება. ჯერ ვაფშე, ანუ რა 4 ბილეთი კაცზე. დავაი დაჯდეს ყველა და სათი დავთ იყიდო. რა 4 ბილეთი კაცზე და მე
they weren't in the
ვითომ ბიზნესმენები იმენაჩ.
It was definitely somebody when I was
რაცა სირობა ფასებს რო ადებენ იმენა ხორობაა ძმაო.
They were seen as a
ეგეთი ადამიანი პირველი უნდა მოხვდეს ჯოჯოხეთში იმენ.
James going
თან ზოგი ხო ვერ ყიდის, რჩება ეს ნაყიდი ბილეთი.
getting banana.
მენა საღორეთია ჩემი. ლიშბი ფული შოუს გამონდა ყველაფერი წამსვლებია.
Twice. Backs away. Major looking for some util. Where's the cache of grenades? It's
პირველი ყომარია კი.
Thank you very much for your kind donation.
ფეიში რა ხდება ძმებო?
No smoke though. Okay. Well, that's a change.
But maybe a necessary one. Fame also coming back to pick up whatever remains.
Modern day Counter-Strike. Both teams heading back to spawn.
Now people are asking when can you drop the fuse kits?
კაცი აგერ ბუდუარი თვითონ ზივზივაძე და ვერ მიდის მაო. ფეხბურთს სათამაშო. საყურებლად ვერ მიდის კაცი.
And if I'm Wicardia,
იგებს
that's one
ეზე.
reason to start rotating. All 5 members of VP and Banana. A flash to slow them. A molly to stall.
Do this again? Can they really lock down this B site again? Flit has slipped through to Paul. Maggio, off you got for us. Wicardi's been boosted up. They know the
აი
reason the
ბუსტად
airstrike
ძმა.
hits him. It's big from Nor, but clearing the smoke is good for one.
Boosted
They're planting
ჩემი
safe
კარგი.
towards oranges. The spam's not going to connect, and VP now set for
Please,
success to
როგორც
collect
იქნა.
a fifth.
Can you go for this though?
I don't think you can.
Zentaris doesn't have the money. They really should be considering the save. This is the problem. You get your finances broken now. VP can win the half.
Yeah, it's not in your best interest.
ამ თამაში დაგებული არ ვარდება.
Volley towards James' position and nade on top. That should seal the deal to at least make it. Oh no, what a lovely maneuver. Goes up, still goes down, but now Calix is gone. Wicardia, you're so committed. You're on coffins. Woxic's hit another. That's going to incite him to have another look. Fame's going to hit him with descent, and now
Get out
it's
of
just
there.
the AWP trying to retreat. Here's the shot, gets away.
გადააცი.
Ooh, what does this mean for Eternal Fire's chances into the next?
I think Woxic will be able to drop one, but there's a few players who are touch and go.
It's not too bad. It's not too bad.
Yeah, Calix is 3.8, so we can go M4, and if Woxic drops one, then it should be all good in the hood. But one of the keys that you've been highlighting is the utility usage. They won't have everything, right? Unless Calix decides to operate with an SMG, which he can do with his anchor positions. Saw the smoke, how it's plumed so high, the boost, was unable to see anything until the clear. And that molly from
მე თუ მკითხავ კაროჩე
the CT smoke that was thrown out.
თუ თამაშზე დადება კიდე CS:GO-ს, CS-ის ვაფშე მარტო უნდა დადო მეიჯორის თამაშებზე რა, დანარჩენი თამაშები არც უნდა განიხილო იმენ დასადებად. ერთადერთი ვიცი რომ აი მეიჯორზე ყველასთვის დიდი ოცნებაა რომ მეიჯორი მოიგონ და აი მაქსიმალურად თავ-ტრაქს მოიტყნავენ რომ მოიგონ თამაში რა. დალშემ მგონია რომ ტროლავენ იმენა.
Ensure the plan stays the same.
Well, if they're going to go for such heavy banana control again, do you want to try something aggressive, window room and mid? Like they've been doing this deep mid. Do you actually want to use it? Then you can isolate the second mid anchor. Then if there's so many players over towards banana, you stall them out, you box them in, and you cause them to have to reset within the round. I can see Woxic lining it up.
That's a good question.
because it hasn't been used.
No, you kind of conditioned that it's just been there and no one uses it.
If you're only starting 2A, I doubt it.
Okay.
Oh, it's like I smoke it.
Oh, Box is going to take a pick. He's going to take a pick. Yeah, I think they HE'd the smoke, right? So Calix naded the smoke. Woxy took a pick down mid. Didn't find anything.
Got the retake set lined up by Zantares. He's hearing them now. So there's the util set drop. That will regain control of top banana. First step there. Attempted wall bang.
Yeah, you don't want to spam back.
No.
Keep your element of surprise.
Nice.
Oh.
Very nice.
Reflexava ტიპი ჩუმად ჩავედი.
Oh, James looking for a BXQ finish. He has everything he needs and more. They've got plenty of smokes, mollies,
I've just got another smoke, dude. It's 40 seconds. It's going to be 20 by the time that smoke's gone.
Very major the ბაზარია რაც მოვი.
Wow,
დააქოლა იმასო ბიზე გადადით. არა დააგვიანო. აუ, ტილიტის რას იყენები. აუ, ეგა მოულოდნელი. აუ! ყველა ცუდი ტაიმინგი და მოკალი, თუ არ მოკლავ ხანტარესას მოკლავს. დედავატირე, შენი ზურგში კაცია, თქვენ შეგეცით თავშია.
Lock him out, Flit, no hope. Nothing for Flit here. He goes down and a 6th round is Eternal Fires.
Trollავენ ეს ჩემისებითო. რა ტაიმინგებზე დაიჭირეს.
Yeah, this B site is just under constant bombardment, isn't it?
სანზონაში მირჩევნია ნიკა.
The clock runs low. That's one success. The other is being able to deliver the frags. A great timed push from Wukardia. A good rotation. And you see subverting the expectation. Flit pushing through the smoke to fight CT. Thought he had done enough to catch them off guard, but the Zantara is double.
Major-აც ხოველია.
Leader and his old star.
Finding that second frag.
ვიპის მოგება მინდა და მე მოიგოს Eternal Fire-მა ხვალ თუ უნდათ კაც. მინდა ესენიც რო გავიდნენ play-offში. ვაფშე ამათმა მოიგონ Major-ი კაც. ოღონდ ეხლა გავიდნენ.
Oh look, this is a call. This is a page off of the VP strap book.
ნავის ყუმბარი დღეს არის ბოლო თამაში არის.
It did. That was a gap. Not anymore though. Look at the setup.
ძალიან კაი თამაში წავაწეს.
Investigation runs dry. Flit could be naded down.
Just missed.
Okay, Calix in the pit with the chickens.
ო, აბა იკახე, მე გადავები ძმა.
From James.
უყუროთ. მოიმზადეთ, მოიმარაგეთ რაღაცეები და ხო ასწორებს Major-ის ყურება. იმედია შემდეგ Major-ზეც მოგცემენ უფლებას სახეში ფლეში. ვერაფერს იზავს მაკაც. რა ფლეში გაუკეთე.
Library coming, slips through the smoke ahead of Major. Woxic's going to be caught completely unawares. Can't believe it. How has this happened?
აბაშე ჩემა, იცოცხლე რო არ. თული იყო ეხა საიტში რო იცოცხლა?
Flit, low HP. Is this a quad kill from Calix? Head on a swivel, found by Flit.
ვაიმე. Major-ა რა გიჟიკაცია, ბიჭო, Major-ა რა გიჟიკაცია.
Give Calix a pay rise right there. That's exactly what you need.
9-ზე.
Not only the kills but delaying that time, letting the clock tick down.
თურქული Coca-Cola აქ ჭიგას არამო.
And not giving away the site for free. Impact to get the 7th for Eternal Fire, and they are just one half of Counter-Strike away from making history.
Скамау ძმა. Oh shit, თიმემ ჯარისკაცი ხარ ხო? და ძალიან კაია.
It's been a dream for many a year.
ძალიან კაია.
This band back together, putting their differences.
ბიჭო, ძალიან კაია და.
Differences divide them. Instead they unite. The most talented 5 from the region.
კაია ძალიან.
Under the Eternal Fire name, founded with one goal in mind, was to put Turkey on the Counter-Strike map and to secure a top 8 spot into the playoffs of Counter-Strike 2's first major. This is exactly what they set out to achieve. And Major just has to compose himself. They're up against VP. There is no free rounds up against Virtus Pro. You will have to fight tooth and nail to secure this, and now just starting to, this extra like 30 seconds is where the realization hits. It's within touching distance now. It is one half of Counter-Strike away from the realization of some dreams.
And we've been discussing different individuals, first-time majors.
Просто ეგ მოდელი, რომელი მოდელია იმის კაცისე. მე არხი გამოიწერეთ სტრიმი დაალაიქით უბრალოდ. გამოიწერე 6400-ისკენ დავიძრათ ნელ-ნელა.
It's the left, right, and the rest of them hoping for a good night, celebrations, as they would be locked in for the Royal Arena.
It's Major leading by example as well.
Wow, the fact that he was in and out of this roster, the same to be said for the likes of Woxic.
We're stopping.
There was an issue. Woxic did disconnect.
Ah, okay.
No, Woxic გააგდო თუ ხანტარეს.
Looks like it will be called off.
False start.
Yeah, as we swap sides, Woxic disconnected. That's why we had a slower start into the pistol. And right now, it looks like we are still going to be fixing some of those issues. Was Zentaro's to drop this time round. But that's all right. No damage was done. The pistol wasn't underway. No harm, no foul. As we did have a bit of a game crash.
Yeah, and no information was given over as well. It's not like you learn it.
Now he more gives Cloud9.
If you knew what the type of buy was, or if they were starting aggressively, that could be problematic.
From Cloud9, მოჭიმავს ორი თნოს.
It gives everybody a moment to take stock.
Oh yeah, yeah. These are these.
ბიჭო, ეხლა უყურე. საქართველოს რომ მოიგებს 26-ში. მე ანუ პირდაპირ ევროპის ჩემპიონატზე ვარ თუ რა ხდება, აბა გამარკვიეთ. ანუ ჯგუფში ვიქნებით ევროპის ჩემპიონატზე, ხო?
Well, while we have you, there is still the B stream for today, the final day of the B stream. That's being brought to you by Henry G.
თუ ზედა ლიგაში გადავდივარ თუ რა ხდება?
Currently covering off an elimination series between Imperial and FaZe, which has also made it to the third and deciding map. You can go check that one out. Twitch.tv/CS2. You can also check out all the action on TikTok, YouTube, Kick, Steam TV. You can get in the Go TV IP. Sorry, CS IP.
რა ჯგუფში ბიჭო? თურქეთთან, ჩეხეთთან, პორტუგალიასთან.
And then coming up later today on the mainstream, Complexity versus Vitality. One of those two teams will be locking themselves into the playoffs. Reigning major champs of Vitality going up.
ჩაემატებინა თუ ვინმე რა ვიყიდე. არისო? ტყნელი.
Ecstatic, the Danish Hope up against G2 in an elimination game on.
ანუ რონალდოს უნდა ვეთამაშოთ ბიჭო დინამო arena-ზე? ამამეთ ეგ კონკრეტულ ქვეყანაში ჩატარდება. რა ქვეყანაში ჩატარდება ეგ? ევროპის ჩემპიონატი. დინამოზე არ მოუწევს ეს ხო? აუ, სელისალფეტკი. სელისალფეტკი წმენს მას მაუს ბიჭო ტიპი.
And what was notable is that on the T side, which is where Eternal Fire started, they managed to find 7 up against Vitality.
გერმანიაშია. რა რონალდო აღარ თამაშობს, მას შანსი არა. ითამაშებს უეჭო. ცხოველია.
Could be. Heading in the direction of a victory, but I'm sure James and his disciples have something to say about that. It's so crazy to go from the highest of highs, lifting the trophy in Rio, to then not even qualifying for Paris.
And you tell me that's that is the first and only time that's happened.
Yes.
Wow.
With the Astros.
ანუ კაცი ისე დანებდა რომ ვერ მოიგო მსოფლიო, მაგას სახით? არ მაწყობს მე ეს მომ. კაცმა მაგანაც ხო უნდა მოიგოს, მე მესის ფანი ვარ, მაგრამ მაგანაც ხო უნდა მოიგოს ცოდუათო.
I can appreciate that. I can appreciate that. But yeah, I mean VP looking to return back to their gloried major run and replicate something similar. Jane, a consistent presence outside of that. And Virtus Pro, the performance they put in on the first map of this series, it was so convincing. 10 T rounds on overpass, that's unheard of. That's unhinged.
Well, I'll let everybody know we have had Graham Pitt's disciples give the double thumbs up.
Yes,
should be ready to get this one back underway. That's one for the OGs out there. All 5 back in the server for Eternal Fire. Match still paused, but I imagine momentarily we'll see that 20 seconds of freeze time starting to trickle down.
Spoke to the manager of Eternal Fire talking about that theatre and how it has been full of fans every day watching.
Oh, beautiful. The absolute scenes of that.
I mean, yeah.
That's what it's all about.
It's so beautiful just to see the hopes of a nation riding on Eternal Fire and the support they have.
Literally flying flags.
Yeah, quite literally.
ურც ვეღარ აჭერებ. ანუ ეხა იძახით რომ ისე მესი უფრო ხოძი არის ვიდრე რონალდო?
Wakari.
ამესი ძალიან გაუთია ბიჭო, შეუდარებელია იმე.
They've been putting in their shift. Woxic, you've got
მარტო მაგის თამაშებს უყურებდი ხოლმე, ფეხბურთს უყურებდი.
maybe gonna be struggling to find
ბოლოს და ბოლოს ერთ დღეს ვარ დაბადებული და.
But it's Wakari. Gonna be looking for some impact from him on the gun rounds.
The wildest thing for me about Woxic is one of the reasons that he didn't really stick it out when he had that Cloud9 international run was utility.
Yes.
And now in modern meta of Counter-Strike, the AWPer is a supportive element early in rounds and needs to be on point with utility. So for Woxic to get back in the game, had to learn something that was once upon a time not his strength.
Well, now we're back in the game, Chad. Let's get situated. Let's get prepared for war. Jame going to be spotting out towards second mid. Didn't even bother, actually. Didn't even bother going for the jump spot. They've started 4 towards B. Flit with a full package. He's got smoke, incendiary, and kit. They want to keep it on B.
Oh, ეს პისტოლიც არ წააგო და შედით ბიზე გთხოვ, შედით, კაია, იყავით.
Walking straight into the lion's den. Or the polar bear.
აუ ეს რაუნდის თუ ვერ გაიტანა, ვირტუს პრომ გაიტანა რა, ვერ დახოვდა.
Yeah, look at this. Everything's set up.
I mentioned the gambles that Jame likes to take, all the premonitions. Regardless, this is a great stack.
Smoke sail through. Eternal fire walking into 4 of them. It's going to be 1 from Magic. Good find. Can't punish Fade.
აუ შემი მაინც გაუტანეს 4 კაცს.
It's Wakaria with 2. Into the stacks.
რა ლამაზი გუნდია ბიჭო, რა კაი გუნდია ბიჭო.
Eternal fire. That is going to really throw Virtus Pro through a loop. Where have they gone? 2 dark, 2 new box doubling up. Ensuring that this one goes their way. Flit onto Calix. He might overlook the second towards the new box position. Who plays next? It's the one towards Dark. Zintaras has taken down Jame. And Flit, nothing here for him.
Yeah, looking to see if he can hold on to this defuse kit. That's about it. Well, that's going to be 4 out of the 6 pistols available as Flit has to fight for his life. Eternal Fire will secure 8, and that is going to feel damn good.
You just walked into the stacked site.
But they brought more than enough artillery with them, didn't they? Mollies, smokes, flashes, everything. It was a full execute. May as well look like a gun round.
Let's see this again. So it's Fame that gets this necessary equalizing frag.
აუ მე სმოუკი, ჯოხეთის მაშხალებივი ჩემოდია სმოუკებიდან ტიპები.
And then an immediate adoption of this kind of 2-man setup, new box and Dark, and yeah, that is.
კაცი სადაურიც არ უნდა იყო იმენა. რაუნდის მერე ნოის უნდა იყვირო. ყველა მაგას ყვირის იმენა, იმ international სიტყვა იმ. Nice.
It's a full eco. They have 1 smoke in the hands of Flit. They will be bringing out the guns into the next. And we might see more of the craziness, more of the stacks. And here is the stack for you. You can try this one at home. 3 players on the long side, different elevations. The tank has been assembled. And Zintaras, if he waltzes around that corner,
Oh, can't I
his chances.
Yeah, he's got the info. His AK lies idle. Retrieved as well. Woxic, he didn't want to take too many risks with the bomb on his back. They are going to actually go into A. I like this. Through short. BP's options no longer present.
Yeah, just protect that AK-47 if you're... The bomb will be going down momentarily. Woxic just being diligent not to give over his life. Digits punch, 40 seconds thrust onto the clock now.
Do you send Major in just to see if he could maybe do some damage, secure a bit of extra cash?
Well, he is having a look.
Flit, first challenge. Does Magic clear it?
რა თქმა უნდა გაჩეკავს. რა თქმა უნდა გაჩეკავს. რა თქმა უნდა მაგათ. ანუ დებილი უნდა ყოფილიყო რო არ გაეჩეკა და ეს კაც დებილი არა არის მოვა ესე თურქი შაიკიუ აქვს იმენ.
Here comes the second Mac 10. And they are getting closer. Fame that AK-47. Give it to me. Magic takes it away. He'll take it all. All of the kills. With the SMG and the AK to boot.
ფასებს რო გადავხედე ჯგუფებში ესეთი ფაზები უწერია თან კიდე ანუ 5 ხო გვერდი გინდა იმენა რო გვერდი. მაგას კიდე ცალკე ჩალიჩი უნდა და ეგეც ვაფშე ვერ გააძრობ, იმიტომ რომ 4 მეც ვერ იყიდი გვერდი.
Well, it was always going to be the Virtus Pro purchase. Silence them fours across the board.
4?
Until they desire. And a 3-2
ორი შეიძლება გავაძრო და თუ რამე
being the preference out the gate. Is it just about utility donation? Yes. So Nade's left over.
ესე ანუ კონკრეტულად ჩემთან ჩემს მაგაც აქვს ორი ბილეთი რა მე მეუნება და წამოდიო მაგრამ მე არ მინდა დასვა. რა მაგას ვეთქო.
Once he can establish this top banana control, we know he loves to take
the გადამყიდველისგან იყიდი, მაგრამ რავი, 10 ბილეთში 140 ლარს იხდი. მაგას გეუბნები თო.
It's only the forearm visible.
კი, ბევრი არიან ძალიან კაცო.
And that's key. This top banana pressure, you want to make these CTs rifle through their utility as quickly as possible. Fame joins him on the side. Smoke for good measure.
Ai. 4 ხო მინიმუმ.
Now Chad with the smoke still up.
Well, they're going to have to extinguish.
Second smoke, but your back is turned. Oh, and Maja again. Maja in pursuit of playoffs, having a performance unlike anything we've seen. 17. Calix through the smoke onto Flit. Eternal Fire have taken the B site. I am in disbelief at how convincing this has been from Maja.
For a moment there I thought Wakadia
Charger ეგეთი კაცის კომანდის კაცო 140 ბილეთი არა ისა აქვს მაგის აფერის და ცოტი.
As a spam back of his own. Double digits for Eternal Fire, 3 rounds away from Turkey at the top 8 of a major.
ერთის ყიდვა შეგიძლია მარტო. ჩემმა ძმაკაცმა დღეს იყიდა კაცო მაგასთან ვიყავით. ტელეფონით იყიდა 4 ბილეთი, მეც ვიყიდულობ.
He's been at this for such a long time. He's got an interview with
Major ძალიან ხოძია ძმებო დაგვენძრა ჩემი. 17 ქილი აქტივს ჩემი დედა უტირა Eternal Fire-ი რა კაი გუნდია ბიჭო რას თამაშობ. თურქები რას მოიხოდნენ ბიჭო არ მჯერა. არ მჯერა ესე როგორ მოიხოდნენ თურქები.
They've been positively rewarded now. Like they, in terms of conditioning, every time they've wanted B, they've taken it from VP. 30.
არა, კაცო, მაგათ გამო ვერ დარჩები ხა. რამდენი უნდა იყიდონ მართლა, მაგრამ თვითონ გადამყიდველის ფასებზეა გადაობა კაცო. 100,000 კაცი როა რიგში ყველა გადამყიდველი ხო ვერ იქნება ხა 100,000-იანი მინდა რამდენი ეტევა დინამოზე კაცო 40,000 ხო ეტევა თუ რამდენი 45,000. რამდენი კაცი ეტევა.
The entry fragger finds himself at the forefront of the pack once again.
Think about his impact on Vertigo. It shocked VP.
It did.
It changed the outcome of the map.
Undoubtedly.
Well, they're respecting the top and under control U2. But look at him.
ხო, აიო, 60 თქვი ფეხზე რო დადგეს 60, ანუ 40,000 კაცი სად მიყავს შედალოცვილო შენ.
Going to go for another B execute. It would be advised. Take a look at the CT setup.
ანუ 100,000 კაცი რო რიგში არის. და 55,000 ეტევა 60 რო თქვა ჯანდაბას. დანარჩენი სად მიდის და? თან 100,000 კაციდან ანუ ერთ კაცს გითვლის რომ რიგში არის და ერთი კაცი ახლა ერთ ბილეთს ხო არ იყიდის. შესაბამისად
So much pressure on him. Jame will clear out Calix. That's a big frag posted by the IGL.
Oh, 4-ით მანდ. 4-ით მანდ უოჭერნი. შეუძლიათ ეიზეწას, ასევე ვენ.
I think they're saving. If they wanted to go A, they'd have to be holding a W key.
From TKTG, მადლობა ძალიან.
Having the flank covered, he's rotated full around the world, and that's the in-game leader on the other side with a heads-up maneuver. That nade came from the A site, he used that, made a sound cue, cleared out mid and kept searching for info. Into Boiler, dealing with the lackey of Calix, the one to hold the round together, allow them to potentially rotate back. But Fame, the weight of the world on his shoulders, and he steps up with a double kill.
Massive. Undeniably.
Oof, third tactical timeout. This is where the pressure for Eternal Fire, just like we can see how close they're getting towards that finish line, they know it too. And to achieve something that you've never done before for your region with the rookie of Wakadia in the server.
მადლობა, ვიცი ლუკა, ვიცი. მადლობა რევას ჯიგარი ხარცმა. კაცი ხარ კაცური. ჩემ პატარა ძმა ხარ.
This is going to be a tough close. 4-round difference.
Yeah, James openly talked about how exhausting it is to win a major in the sense that you
ოი მეოთო, ძალიან მალე უნიმე გიჟივით ვარ რა, იმენ შევჭამ კომანდას ბიჭო.
can't be having off games.
თურქებს როგორ უნდა ყავდეთ ის რა ქვია პროგუნდი და ქართველებს არა ჰა პოტრიალებს ახლა აღმაშენებელი საფლავში მაგის გამო.
The fourth round of play. Got every bell and whistle they desire to come into this one, round 17.
მინდა ძმაო დამანებით.
Back of a timeout.
არ ვიცი, კაროდის იწყება მე.
VP start 3B. Just for nade.
შენ წარმატებული იყავი ძმა, გაიხარ. მადლობა ძალიან დიდი. უღონესი მადლობა დონაციის.
Banana flashed and
შენ წარმატებული ძმა.
nade on logs. Torres can take a lot of damage.
The importance of a round like this, if Eternal Fire can pick this up and remove the lion's share of these rifles.
ფეჩი ანუ მონღოლებს ყავთ ძმება რა.
VP are in hot water with the buy. I know they seem to make miracles happen. Not sure what Zantara's saw, but the shots indicate the boost was in play. VP aware of that. Third man Mir starting to make his way over towards the B side as well. Dash of util still available to block.
გაიხარე ძმა, შენ წარმატებული დღე.
If Jane wants to go for an info play, this is going to be a much tougher way to break through. Isn't such a passive bracket.
მადლობა დიდი. ძმა, დავალაიქოთ სტრიმი და არხი გამოიწერეთ ის ზაროთ გამოწერება, ბარი მავიდეთ 200 ლაიქს.
Rotate a player like Mir, he's just getting info both.
ვიკადი არ მგავს.
Tough for him as the moto smoke lights up. Flash forward, Jane calling mid clear.
Just as Wakadi threw his util out as well.
ვიგა, მაგრეთ ჩემი ახლა გაგდირკავენ კიდე ბიზე, დადი ბიჭო დიბიზე.
Very high stakes, 20 seconds. They're pushing.
არა, შეჩემ, არატო. მეიჯერ ძმა, ხომ შვიდობა გაქვს მაკაცტო. აიტო მეიჯერა, რანაირად კლავთ ახლა, აი.
Decision to make. Do you give them a level?
აუ ესთანსაც შეიპარა, ჩემი ამათ დედა დაადუღებენ ახლა თურქებიჩ.
Mir not looking.
მადლობა
James
ნიკ.
well on the dinner menu.
This would be huge if he could take away these two rifles. This would be massive.
He's in the right spot. Ready for it. Wakadia strikes. James committed as well. Tucked in on the ruins. An 11th round secure, but keeping hold of these rifles.
Worried about him, they're coming for the clear. He
ორაცით მოჟნა, ხო 400 იყოს ბარემ.
Alex, sure, Tavares will finish him off. No
ძალიან დიდი მადლობა, ძალიან დიდი მადლობა.
Oh, Virtus Pro are in jeopardy now.
ძალიან დიდი მადლობა ძმა, წარმატებული.
To be famed.
წარმატებული კიქსა.
By Eternal Fire off the timeout after a failing on that very site, they come back for it, collect it. And even a gap found by Wakadia for the punish. Mir, no rifle for you. He's going to be dropped one and working it out.
Yeah, Fame could operate right now with an MP9 or a FAMAS. He's gone for the MP9.
აუ იქით რა ხდება, ჩემი აუ, მერტო შენ გადმოგხადე 1-2 წუთი ხო შეიძლება. აუ ფეიზ მოი, თქვენ მაინც მოიგეთ ძმა, რა ხდებატო? მოიგეთ?
If they kept 3 alive.
Target the double.
აუ აქ რაღაც, აქეთ გამოვიხედები ხოლმე ხანდა.
Been made by Major.
კაჩი ფეიზი შეხვდეს ახლა, აუ, ფეიზი და Cloud9, ის ფეიზი და ის ერთმანეთს შეხვდებიან Virtus Pro. და მერე შეხვდება G2 იმას, რა ქვია, რომ Vitality კომპლექსით ისაგებულ და არ გვაწყობს.
Impact. He's at the top of the scoreboard. The leader stepping up.
აუ, ისევ G2 თუ გამიტროლა ფიქემი, რა ვიცი, მაუ შეიძლება გამოშ.
James, no clear, lazy.
ვაიმე, რადგი და შეჭემა AWP დაიჭირე. გთხოვთ მოიგეთ, არა შეჭემა.
But down short.
აუ, მაინც აგებენ ამ რაუნდს მე.
Secure.
არა ბომბი არა.
The 7th, right?
ბომბი არ გავატანოთ. ის რა შეება ძმა.
Great success.
თურქები პატარა ტერორისტები ყოფილან, ძმა და არ ვიცოდი იმენ.
But they have to worry about B. VP have to drop at least one.
Oh no, Norbert's down empty-handed and with Calix opening up the site.
აი ეხლა ძმა.
He's a little concerned about Mir. He's not rushing this. This is great from the rookie. He has a free plate. It's being delivered on a silver plate. Mir down. Only Fame.
და უღრმესი მადლობა ძმა.
The 12th.
ძალიან დიდი მადლობა.
Hanging in the balance of a 1
დავიჭირე ძმა. მადლობა ძალიან დიდი. ამათმა წააგეს ბიჭო 3-2-ზე.
Alert.
Guardia. Planting in the corner. You can suspect it's going to be a pit player.
Ow,
Oh,
GG,
Guardia gets
GG.
the info, gets away with his life. Fame missed his shot.
GG.
He missed his opportunity. After James finding a triple kill.
ვაიმე.
Guardia holding his nerve in a must-win round.
I can't believe he didn't just join Calix on the site. Right, the fact that he stays boiler and Mir goes searching Wakadia.
მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ დონაციისთვის. უღრმესი მადლობა. კადიამ და მეიჯერამ ძმაო ტრაქში ამოისვეს ტიპები მენ. ნახე. იმენაი. ჭალარვიც ძალიან არა რა. მაგრამ იზაბება ცოტა. Virtus Pros რომ მოეგო დღეს მშვენიერი იქნებოდა. აუ კაი ძამა. მადლობა, უღრმესი მადლობა. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა. ბიგულე და მე რა იყო? Bigule. IGL რომელია და top fragger რომელიცაა, მეიჯერა. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა დონაციებისთვის. წარმატებები ძმა. კარტა წარმატებული. უნდა გამომესახოს. ავი აქედან თუ დააკამბექეს რა ვიცი, მოგაღიარებთ მიდით რა. ანტარეს. აუ. ნაი თარა ჯერ არაფერს თამაშს არ ვაპირებ.
Doing so, trying to sell it. The fact that there's two of them here. It won't draw the rotation. It's too late for that. Zentares down to James. He's in the right spot. But they need
Come back.
They've cleared it out. Maybe overlooking Mir.
შვენიერი ბიჭი მირა. იცოცხლე შანსი არაა შეჩერმა რომ ვაიმე.
They could find Mir 3 seconds, 2 seconds. 1.
Whoa!
But Mir intense play. A miraculous triple kill. He's been quiet all game long, but Virtus Pro have been given another chance at life.
And that is a Virtus Pro classic. Go back and watch their games. Mia this time the hero. They've done that before with Flit. That sleeper agent. The new box to deliver around victory and keep them alive.
Oh my God, Calix, he actually got there in time.
I couldn't believe how close he was. He was at the end of holes at about 22 seconds.
ძალიან ახლოს იყო ტიპი, აი ძალიან. ეხლა შეუძლიათ. რა უნდა მორჩეს ძმა, ეხლა არის კამბექი. ჩუ, იქა უყურე მასტერ კლასს. ვიპისგან. აუ ეს აქვე რა ვიდაჯი.
I thought they were going to search A with the ability to seesaw back, but it was a fake A. Faking out JM, he
ეხლა მაგან თუ არ მოხოდა, რავი, Virtus Pro მეტმა რაღამ უნდა მოხოდეს ვერ ხვდები პროს. აუ Virtus Pro მოიგოს და დაждდება დღეს 4 და 1 ღა გვექნება დასასმელი და ვსო რა. ჯეიმა ლოუა თუ რა ხდება? სპაკორ კარგად შერავახარ.
So committed, he's going to surely get run down. Still hits the headshot, takes down Norbert. James to trade.
Can't get the gun back.
არა შეჩემა რა შე. აი ხო დააგრესიო შორტი. აი ეხლა ორ წამში. ეტენეთ ეხლა შორტს და ეგ არის მორჩა ბაზარი. მეიჯერა აუ არა ჯეიმ არ დამიჯერო შეჩემა. ნახუი. იყო მოუგეს ტიპებს.
Cowering, Flitz found Calix, but they're going to overlook this. It's only a Glock, though. It's not the weapon. Still finds fame. It's Flit up against it. Where's the bomb? Need to get it down. 9 seconds. Zentares to plant. Magic doesn't have a weapon to cover, but they're getting the bomb down. Eternal Fire, is this really the final round? Is this really playoffs? Is this really history for Turkey? Yes, it is! Eternal Fire, top 8 in Copenhagen! A beautiful
look what it means to История, ძმებო, ისტორია, პირველი თურქული გუნდი პლეიოფში.
And Turkey are in the top 8. Finally, They have made it. They are here and they are playing some top-notch Counter-Strike. Eternal Fire are legit. And what a way to end it.
Dank I counter თამაშობ თურქებს. Საღოლცმაო. მე მეგონა ბრეინდედები იყვნენ, მარტო აი იმის თემა მეგონა თურქები და რა ვიცი საღოლ.
Yes, historic stuff from Eternal Fire, able to overcome a Virtus Pro team and become the first team from the nation to make it into the final 8 of the major. It was actually a really good performance.
Yeah, it was good Counter-Strike. It was proper Counter-Strike. Blur, you've been saying it time and time again, both at the desk, but also in the green room. This is legit Counter-Strike. You're not looking at a team who's coming out of nowhere and upsetting a team like VP. You're not looking at a one-hit wonder. This has been coming for a long time. We saw the first steps during
Короче, ესეთი ვარი. Კაი, ამან მოიგო, ხო? Major, აი, короче. ჯითუმ და მოიგოს დღეს რო ჯითუმ წააგოს და კიდევ ერთხელ გატროლოს მეიჯორი შეიძლება წნება მამიწიოს რა უყურეთ ეხლა როგორი ვარიანტია უყურე ნავი მოიგოს თუ cloud9-ი არა აქვს ჩემთვის მნიშვნელობა 1 დასმულია 2 დასმულია 3 დასმულია კარჩი ყველა ვარიანტში cloud9-ი მოიგებს თუ ნავი 3 დავსვით მაგრამ აი აქ რო წააგოს ჯიორმა ეს
და მეც გასავლა.
ხო რა ხდება? აკრო ვიტალიტი. აუ ჩემი. მე ვირტუს პრომ უნდა მოუგოს. X და ან მაგრამ კიდია ხა G2. აი ესე დაждდეს, გვაწყობს G2 play-off-ის გარეშე. G2 play-off-ის გარეშე არ მაინტერესებს. ანუ აქეთ ამოჩი გამარჯვებული იქნება 4 Virtus Pro X მოუგებს ალბათ, რა ვიცი, მაო ეხლა თუ ვერ მოუგო და თვითონ თუ მოიგო რა ხდება? აუ, ეს ვაფშე მაწყობს, თო. ეს ვაფშე მაწყობს. იმიტომ რომ ამაჩი ერთი უეჭველი დაждდება. კაცი, მოდი ესე ვქნათ. ვიტალიტი მოიგოს აქ. ვიტალიტი თუ მოიგებს მათ, მე არის ესეთი იზი თამაშები რა. ჯიორმა უნდა მოუგოს კომპლექსიტის, ნავი უნდა მოუგოს Heroics. ან ფეიზმა აქედან ერთი ჯდება. ანუ ამ ორი თამაშიდან ერთ-ერთი უნდა დაждდეს რა. ან ნავი უნდა მოიგოს, ან ჯიორმა. დღეს თუ წააგო ჯიო. ენმა თუ წააგო რა ხდება? მაინც არაფერი და აქ ნავი თუ ნუ არა, ჩვენი გუნდები ერთმანეთს მაინც ხვდებიან ყველა ვარიანტში. ან 5 თვავთ რა, უეჭველი რა. უნდა მოხდეს. რომ აიტენა ფაირი კაი გუნდია, ძალიან კაი გუნდი. ამდენ წლისა მეიჯერაც მალობა. სად არის მეიჯერაც ასაკი უნდა ვნახო ერთი, აი მაგას აკამდე უნდა ვითამაშო კაუნტერი. ამის დედაც მოტყა. Tom კიდია ძმაო. აგერ კაცი არის ტოპ ფორმაში არის, ახლა შევიდა პრაიმში არის ძმაო. მაგას აკამდე თამაშობთ, არ ვიცი, ცოლი თუ მეტყვის არის თან პლუს 20-დან ტოტებში. თუ ჯეროდეს. თუ ჯეროდეს, რამე ხაში წევა ამ თამაშები. ეს დატიკი თუ იწყება 10 წუთში. და მეორე იწყება რა? ვიტალიტი კომპლექსიტი. აქ G2-ს უყუროთ რა ვიტალიტი მკიდია რა. რაც G2-ს ყურების მუღამი მაქვს პროგრამა. დავაი, ხა ჩვენ guest spot-ი გავაკეთოთ. Daily CS2 daily spots დავაი. ეს არის ახლა Nuke-ში რო ჩადიხარ. აი, იცი სად არის? Lower-ი B არის. აი, აქედან რო ჩამოდიხარ, აი იქ არის შეტეხილი და აი აქ უნდა იყოს, ხო? ეხლა 99 რა არის? 1 სანტიმეტრი ავაცილე შეჩემ. ესეც Nuke-ი არის უეჭველი. ეს არის ბოლო ყუთი, ხო? აი აქ რამპზე არა? სად არის რამპი და? აი ეს ყუთი არ არის, მეტი სხვაგან არ ვიცი. იმენა დავადე. აი ეს სატრაქშია, ხა არა მაპი არის. Кап. Миражია, ხო? Миражი Windows-ია სადმე? შენში არ ამგონია იყოს ეს. Windows-ა სავარაუდოდ. ხო, Mirage-ში არ თამაშობ და არ ვიცი. აი აქ ამ მაგიდაზე დევს. ატყობი. იპებ რატო იცით რომ ბიაფშია ბიჭო? რატო იცით თქვენ მირაჟის მოთამაშეებო თქვენ? აუ ჩელომაც იცის გამერხა მირაჟის მოთამაშე ყავს გულში. ვაიმე მირა რატო იცით ბიჭო მირაში სად არის? აუ ტიპები მენაჩი ჯიჟები არიან. მირაჟი იციან 2 თითივით. 2 არა 5. კაი ეს სად არის? გარკვი აბა ხუიო ზნაით რა არის ეს? ვა ბი-საიტის პილარია? ზემოდან გადაღებული თუ რა ჩემი ფეხებია და ბი-საიტზე არის რომელიღაცა პილარი ხო იასონი. სად არის? ეს არის ეს პილარია? ეს არის შემოსასვლელების იმეინთან აი აქ? ეს არ არის? აი იქ არის ხო? მაშინ დაცლახე. პილარი ყოფილა მართლა ზემოდან გადაღებული თუ შენი დედავატი. ეს ლადერუმში არის ხო უაჭველი? სხვაგან სად იქნება ახლა ვერტიგოში? ბეიზმა მოიგო. Короче, ლადერუმი აქ არა, მაშინ აქეთ უნდა იყოს, ხო? აუცად ყოფილა. აი ეს ვიცი ეს დისპაუნში არის. აი კედელზეა ჩამოკიდებული სადაც, ხო? ანაკეთ, მე მგონი აქეთ უფრო რა? აუ აქეთ. ეს ინფერნოში. უნდა რომ მოდიხარ. დუგ. აი აქ იქნება. ტახტი. ვიცი რომელი უფრო გავს ტახტს, აბა? ეს არა, ეს იქნება ტახტი. დავადე ტახტი. ეს სადაა? ესეც ვიცი სადაა დისპაუნიდან აი აქ. ეს ხო აქ. არა, მანდარა. მანდ. მაგარი ვარ ხო? დასთორი არ მინდა. აბა ვარზონ რანდომი. აბა ვარზონში რა ხდება? სად არის ეს? ვინ იცის? ვახო. არა ეს მაპია. სად არის ეს? ძველი მაპია.
სად არის?
ხო. ვინცი? მე ვიცი, მე მახსოვს სადაც.
სახელი არ მახსოვს.
მე მახსოვს სადაც არის, მოიცადე?
მე პირად ვიცი.
ერთი წუთი, აი აქედან, აი ეს სახლია, აი ეს არის. აუცა, მაგარი მოჭეჭება. მახსოვდა, ხო გითხარი.
რადგინა?
просто ходავ. ეს არის ქვემოთ, ხო? აი აქ არის ამ ქალაქში.
აი გარი, აი.
მოიცადე. ალთან.
ზემოთ არა შეჩემი.
აი ეს?
ზემოთ.
ეს? არა.
მარცხნივ გაწიეთ.
ერთი წუთი shut the fuck up.
მარცხნივ.
აი აქ არის სადა ეს არის ეს.
მაგ ადგილას.
აი ეს არის არა? თუ ეს არა ეს.
აი გარი.
აუ ეს მართლა არ ვიცი, ეს მაპია არის.
აი გარი.
ეს ის არის. ეს რა მაპია ვაფშე არ ვიცი.
მაშინ
ჯიჟიკემ ბავშვს მოკითხვა გადაეცი, რომ გიყურებს ახლა. სანდრო ჰქვია. მოკითხვა სანდროს. გაგიმარჯოს. ამდენი წლისა? მომავალი კაუნტერის მოთამაშეა ძმა? კაი, მე მინდა ესეთი რაღაც. ეტე, ის გაკეთება მინდა და. დაიწყება თამაში. არა Fortnite არა ძმა. წაუშალე. მამაკაცური თამაშები ითამაშეთ ხო უთხარი. აუ რა smoke-ი დავაგდე რა მაგარია. ამეთ აქ რატო ტანჯულობ ერთი წუთი.
საჩი მაპი მანახე თამაში.
რა კომზე ჩავხო servers.
თუნდაც რომ აწერები.
Teams server-ი.
ეს ის
არა არ ვიყენებ timer resolution-ს ვიყენებდი ერთ კომპიუტერით თოცა ვსტრიმავდი, იმიტომ რომ მიჭედავდა და ეხლა არ ვიყენებ. ორწუთში წება, ვიცეს მანამდე. ნახავ რაღაცას. ებ. აფრიკელია, 2 წელია, წყალი არა აქვს, ჩაბანა ძნელია. რატო არა, server is not running, why not? ბიჭო, არ ვიცი შველის თუ არა ვერ გეტყვი. მე არაფერი შემიჩნევია ეგეთი. რა უნდა და რატო არ არის ჩართული server? გადააშავა server, ჩართე server. რატო ითიშება вообще, აი რა დებილი ის აქვს და. თუ ჩართულია.
ბიტონი?
ანუ ჩემი აზრით საუკეთესო რაუნდი მიუხედავთ იმისა, რომ მოსკას მინდოდა რომ მოეგო. ვიქრობ, რომ აჰას მეორე რაუნდი საუკეთესო იყო. იმიტომ რომ ბევრჯერ ვყურე ძალიან და მეტად ბევრი punchline იქონდა. კარგი რაუნდი იყო. გონდა ჩართული, მაგრამ რავი, ეხა დიდად ვამჩნევდი თქო რამის გქონდა.
ალექსანდრე
ხან ისტი, ხან ვესტი. არ უკრავ არცეთ საკრავზე, მაგრამ მე გიტარი ხიდის ქვეშ თუ როგორ ვთქვა? ნა მაგრამ აქ რას უმიზნე და მამეთ არ უსვია ეგრე, ხო? რა ტანძა კულტურო, მოგიტყან პლეილისტ. იმარცხნი ბიჭო. ასე მიზნდა ოქსი კატო. Erasmo. Ei, quartas únicas camocricas esports. Looks down. Nah. რას მოხდა თუ აი თუ მჯეროდეს უბრალოდ რას მოხდა საერთოდ ცოტა მარცხნიდან დაბლა იგი სად დაუმიზდა აქ ცოტა მარცხნია დაუმიზდა დებაცნუ შენ დაშევეცი? სადღა მარცხნ დომანდრას დაუმიზნო, აი აქ პროსო ხო არ დაუმიზნო. იყო საქმეში. ოქსიკ შეჩემა საიდან ისოდიტო? სპაუნ ეს. აქედან რომ ვიშროლო ისევ რა პრობლემა. კაი ამას მე ასი წელია წყალი არა აქვს და ბანაწელია
On to play tomorrow for a final spot in the top 8 in the playoffs at Copenhagen. And we want to see G2 there. We expect to see G2 there, but Ecstatic feel like they're meant to be there as the one Danish team on Danish soil. Who's it gonna be?
We're about to have our first bit of action here over in top mid. And the big question is Queenix up for the job of locking it down? Because he's got the dualies, good place for them, but domed right away from Monesi.
Back in the pit, Norios getting pressure from both sides. That's a good smoke. It's going to let G2 get control of Graveyard up long. Short players where it's at. No kills connect for Nodios, and Huxi runs him down. I like that smoke for G2. Instead of throwing in one moto side, it's very...
შესაძლებელია რომ ნახოთ მონესი versus Donka თუ დღეს მოიგებს G2 და ხვალს მოიგებს. შეიძლება შეხვდნენ ერთმანეთს.
Around the world, and they've already written it off. Rather just save their armor, knowing the likelihood of winning this round is a near impossibility. So Patty will hang around with less to lose. G2 take a clean pistol.
Yeah, clean as can be. 4 alive at the end of it, and cleanly. They go on to win the round, right? And we so often say with Inferno, if you get 2 kills in the right place, man, you've done enough.
Styling today, that would be a great sign. This is a level of opposition that you feel like Nico should be able to. Come on, he's trying to get him in. A game where you feel like Nico should just be undoubtedly
მიაღწევ კარგა საკამდე.
Considering his run at the end of Global Offensive and the storyline there was Nico never won the major that he felt like he should have done, you know, with the caliber of player he is. You don't want to open CS2 immediately, you know, on this kind of tainted ground of a 1-3, not even securing a playoff berth for a team composed of the players that G2 have.
Yeah, and like fair enough, G2 have had difficult games here, right? Like having to play Na'Vi and Cloud9 and not the rosters you are envious of them for, but they've made those close, more so on the Na'Vi side of things, and now they've got to do the bare minimum. But that pressure is always a factor, and majors are where upsets always happen.
არ ვიცი ძმა.
So with the run that Ecstatic made from
დღეს вообще სიმპლა ჯობია დონკასო და იმებს მიდარებდნენ რა ქვია, კინაღამ გავგიჟდა. კარგად, შენ ავახრ.
They're going to give it their all today.
გატრაკი, აუებეშნიკი ჯობია რა იფლერს.
Separated on different sites. A flash play ready as G2 set up and execute. Ooh, that's terrifying. Smoke hits him, but they're coming through.
Yeah, flash in prime, so Kragan's got to fight
Oh,
alone, and he just gets fed to Hooksy on the entry. That will already be another one of these saves.
First up, any job ya to LeBron არ ვიცი. Მაინც ალბათ ვერსტაპენი რა.
Some clinical rounds from G2 so far. Sure, it's only, you know, a pistol and then an anti, but
მადლობა შენ სასწრაფო წარმატებულს.
G2 fan mindset, 2 rounds in.
They are doing great now. They are playing fantastically. Got to give them that. No, but
I mean, they won 100% of the rounds so far, right? In this
that
game.
is a crazy statistic if you really think about it like that.
No, you know, something that I hope both for G2 today, you know, I don't want to say it, but I hope that we can see them power up, and I hope that we can see them look like, you know, more like themselves.
Yeah, for their own sake.
This is
Honestly, ჩემთვის ალბათ top 1 არის, ძალიან მაღალი IQ აქვს.
So far, the variance, the chance for upset there is far greater. So hopefully across a BO3, you can see this team kind of level out, even if they do face some pressures. They certainly have the edge in terms of the experience.
Come on, bro.
So thus far, as we say, good for G2. 100% of the rounds won. Jonathan Was here. G2. Let's see if they can keep the good times rolling. Force for Ecstatic. They still have all these guns in play. And so a chance to do something. They the defense up 3-2. Wanting to make a few more moves early, you imagine, right? Not really worth saving at the end of this round. So let's try throw ourselves into the action. That's what Ecstatic are telling themselves.
G2's Inferno looks very good.
Against
Furia, obviously, on the CT side, they were very dominant. They were taking a lot of fights in Banana. They were really putting the pressure on, more so than we've actually seen any other team do so at the major so far. Most squads have been very passive on the Banana side, using util early, occasionally some retake teams. But like if you look at VP, for example, there'll be 5v4, and it will be Fame playing CT spawn and conceding the B site. We've definitely seen that let VP down. But everyone has their different approach right now to, dare I call it, the most controversial map in Counter-Strike at the moment. A map that has not been enjoyed as much as it has in history.
გადაობ 2018 წლიდან მაქსის ფანი ვარ და ლუსარ მოვიშორეთ ეს ჰამილტონი და დაგვაცადეთ ეხლა ცოტა ხანი ბლატაობა ბიჭო ნავი ასე თუ ისე ხოძე არის კი მანქანაში კი არა ყველგან უყურებ ხოლმე იმენა თხილამურების რეალის დროსაც შეიძლება ვუყურო იმე
Yeah, let's see how Ecstatic want to approach this now in the first round.
მე ეგრე სპორტმა თავი რო შემაყვარა რა ვიცი.
4 players, oh no, it's just 3. 3 players over towards A. Util lobbed out down towards mid, gonna divide that middle area of the map in two and stop G2 from pressuring up from the T stairs. Good Util to apply all this kind of early stress to the players down at T ramp, and they will fight for Banana. Will Ecstatic, they trade their way to success there. You can see what that smoke does. Monacy couldn't come through to lend a helping hand to Hunter. He had to go and clear it from alt mid, so it's good to just take the pace out of the round. G2 now grouping over here in alt. Man down as they set their sights on the A play.
It's a huge trade for Kraken to keep banana control for Ecstatic. If G2 go 2 for 2 there, they just win the round. But they didn't have a third player.
BMW მყავს C63. არა, BMW A63-ზე მინდა გადასვლა იმაზე, რა ქვია, ბრაბუსზე. მაგრამ მევასება ეგ მოდელი.
Even fight and never the ones that you want on this T side. Hoping they can find a gap right now. And they
ანუ მაქანა როცა ყავს, ანუ მარტო ის ხო არა, რომ მაი რაღაც
trying to assist his team right now.
ყავს და მოჩარს. ხონდა რომ დაგოქა მანქანას გახვალ. ხონდა ქსიამონებდეს იმის ტარება, მე მაგის დე დავატირე, მაგისთვის მარტო იმის ხო არ არის გადასაადგილებლად შექმნილო. როცა შეგიძლია უფრო სწრაფად გადაადგილდე ქალაქში.
Queenix so blind down in the pit, but still gets out with the frag, and now even onto the swing of Hunter. We'll find it. Nice swift return from Ecstatic as soon as those guns come out. Kind of a textbook round played there. The early to that attempt at the default from G2, shutting down the banana aggression, right, putting a stop to that, and then just keeping this group.
I'm going ძალიან მარტივი თამაში იქნება ხო G2-ისთვის.
Because they've got banana locked down and in their control.
ამას ეს ადგილი არ აქვს მასლებში. ანუ უყურე მოდის, ესე თავი ჩამოვა. ოპა, აი აქ ტყდება, აი. ნიკაპი არ აქვს მაგაც. ისე მაგის ოპერაცია არ კეთდება, რომ ნიკაპი ამოუყვანონ რამე.
Even a top B smoke just to give G2 some safe room to work. It's going to force out a lot of molotovs. G2 avoid all of the damage, and Nico playing on the lip of the smoke as well. Flash back in, they have to trade places. G2, they take damage, but they gain control. And that nade falls just a little bit short. So Ecstatic going back to play the bomb site. Still 2 smokes and a molly available. All in all, it's gone pretty well for them here. And they're going to keep the pressure on.
Jasne, მონდომებულია და. არა, რევაზე კაი ბიჭია მას ძალიან. просто ცოტა მოხოდვა ჭირდება რომ მეტას დაეწიოს რა ვაფშე ანუ ორი კაცი მყავს ეგეთი გუნდში რევაზა და სანდრო და თანამე ხა ეგენი ერთი თვე დაჭირდებათ მაინც რომ აღიდგინონ ფორმა
almost all their util.
არა ნიკომ კაროჩი წვეთში ბანანი რო ვერ აიღოს მე დაინტრევა Oh, man, they got moved.
Start to walk their way up through banana. That
Waho!
That Ecstatic had has now been used over here at B.
Nice rotation as well.
Waho!
Good timing on the smoke to come in. G2, this is like a last-second exec as they're teeing everything up, and that means they're gonna have to come through this smoke. Hooksy leads the way. Kraken back turn, tries to flick back round, but it's Patty with all the glory down in the pool. 15 seconds, time is of the essence for G2, but they get the openers. Nodios trying to make the hero play, trying to save the day for Ecstatic, but he can't get out through the smoke.
ისანაგლია სადევდა ჩემი მის მიხეილ სააკაშვილი დედა მოტყა ფანტანზე რო დებდა ბომს
and this 3v2 post plant, 2 players in at the back of dark. There is still a nade for Queenix. Really soften up these dark players, and it will brings them both down to half.
იდე იქნება მან ხო იცით აი ბაზარი რომ მან დაიყოს
Salazar's moving in. Monacy and Hunter ready to swing off of each other.
Why, man? Full tilt incoming, G2.
And so Ecstatic, a man down in the retake, but a well-placed nade and a good read on where G2
Ara, Leon, I'm going to diamond you.
They'll piece that round together.
Yeah, that's probably dead teammate calling as well. Positions, making guesses from how much room G2 had. It was not a lot. No one was going to go through that coffin smoke after the kill is given away. And some really nice clears for Ecstatic. They should not be winning that round, but G2 playing very passive in their post plants.
It's
swing through. And that just gives Ecstatic all the room they need. Look at the aggression on the anti-eco. A risky round to do this in, where they know they can win just by the util game, but they want to take some early fights. They get a player in through a T apartments, he still bails out, which I don't mind. Like it's so tempting. You can just waste time and be in the backline the whole round if you want, but you also don't want to give guns to G2 in an eco round like this. The Eagle spam denied. So Ecstatic, relatively passive considering how they start the round. They go back for 3B. The rotates have been good so far, even in that last round. Nodios coming over just in time to throw a CT flash to set his teammates up through that smoke. Static happy to fight G2 as they enter the site.
Looking to mob this one up cleanly. Nexa has been able to make a great deal of space here. Running it down. Nexa, sudden double kill from nowhere, but the AWP might let him down here. A missed shot onto the man at the helm of the ship for Ecstatic.
That's a play for Patty.
Yeah, just barreling through the smoke. Doesn't want to allow the bomb plant. Doesn't want to let that come down to a retake where suddenly there's an AWP posted.
Seen a lot of smoke pushes for Ecstatic in this game already, right? Popping through CT twice now, coming through the coffin smoke in a 3v3 that you could argue is a little bit too risky, but you know, trying to deny the bomb plant at 10 seconds is too tempting of an opportunity, and I feel like these are the kind of things that Ecstatic need to do, not just to rub G2 the wrong way, but to catch them off guard. G2 so far have been pretty knowledgeable about these smoke pushes, but I like that Ecstatic are trying to just throw whatever they can at G2.
Out house, დავიბანდა რომ მოხომ ვერ
That's how you win
შემოვიდნენ.
these games, that's how you upset. Sometimes you've got to play against.
ჩაბანა არ დაგავიწყდა შეჩემა.
So already a solid game out of Ecstatic once they've hit the
guns. გაგებუტე ხო? რამე გრთამე მინდა რომ შემომერიგო.
Yeah, we saw in that timeout Taz was getting very vocal. I think he's just a very, large presence is something that you'll note. He's always kind of walking up and down the line.
ნიკომ უკვე ბიზაშვილების დახმარება დაიწყო ბანანზე, რომ გეხუწე, აი, მომკამაკ თხო? თხო, ბანანი ამაღებინეთო, ძმებო, თხო, ცუდად ვარო იმენა რა. აღარ შემიძლია უკვე, რა სიფათი აქვს ნიკო შეხედე ძმებო, ანუ ბანანი ამაღებინეთ, გეხუწებითო. ავიღეთო, ეხლა ფიქრობს მოიცადე. აი, მანქანასთან რომ უკვე მშვიდდება რა. აუ გიხვეწე არა ვერ აიღეს ჩემი გამოყლევდება ტიპი მანქანაზე კაცია ვახ რა ხდება ჩი არა ავიღეთო სო გაეშვა საღოლი მენა ბიძაშვილი ძმა კაცი და რავი ნათესაობა გაწირა რომ ბანანი აეღო ძმას
But they're so far away, they're not even looking at this one just yet. If that kill came through the smoke, might have been a very different story. But right now they look like they're trying to contain Ecstatic.
რა კალაში თავ მოსპიტამ რა დაწერა? Red line იეჭირა, ხო?
Pick up a fourth.
And here's the scary
thing. Nikos, აი ხა. ძმობას გაფიცებ, Nikos red line იეჭირა?
Squad as they break on through again and start to put a stop to the rifles is that, for them in this veto, having Inferno come through first, it's one that Ecstatic have played at every single stage thus far of the, I think this would be quick maths. Well, out of the 7 series they've played, there you go, they've played it 5 times across that, so it's been like a reoccurring pattern that this has crept up in their games, and they've won most of them, especially, looking back, but even since we've seen them face off against, the Brazilians, man. They were very, very close games versus Furia and Imperial, 2 legit Inferno teams.
Really nice exit. It's an expensive round for G2.
Also, I did that very wrong. I mean, they've only played it twice, but regardless.
I was going to say 7.
No. They played it back at the RMR a bunch.
Okay.
So there we go.
So G2 not going to catch them off guard, at least.
No, they're going to have a lot of ideas. That's the point I'm trying to put across here, right? And even versus some experienced Inferno squads, they were able to make those very, very close affairs.
ანუ შენი ძახი რომ ფეიზისტიკერების გამოარი ეგ კალაშა ეგეთი, თორე red line-ი არ არის, ხო ეგეთი კალაშა, ანუ მაგას ამბობ, რომ დავადასტურო. თუ იმენა red line-ზე თქვი კონკრეტულად მაგ სკინზე. ეგ მაინტერესებს მე.
But Ecstatic are going to have more to show here. Or back out for Salazar. And he's taking it over towards this B site. They're putting a lot more resources here in these last few rounds. Wanting to try and fight for the banana control again. G2 running it fast up through the top of mid. This is nice. Hunter will get smoked off from the long side, but he just immediately reroutes. He's like a warhead right now, man. Just looking for this opening blow, this first kill. Nodios down in the pit is dinked up and might get finished off here as they've crept up past him. Queenix on the rotate in. Nico punishing the banana push, and Queenix is forced out at the A site, so that's more like it for G2 as they chain together 2 in a row.
Yeah, that was Nico with the bomb at ramp, so sure.
I didn't even notice he had the bomb. That's really scary.
Yeah, he's scared as well. Kraken comes through the smoke, right? He doesn't expect anyone there, but that's still a very risky position to be in, but it works perfectly for G2. Being thrown up banana in the previous, lobbing himself into mid now. And Nodios, he had one opportunity to take a kill and thin out the herd, but dinked on that. Could go no further. 5 rounds for G2. That's a round that reminds you what you're up against if you're ecstatic. The firepower on this roster.
And a nice call to kind of mitigate the building banana aggression out of ecstatic, right? That's
the
whole mindset for G2. They know that a lot has been put in.
Apexas გაუჭაღა. გამოვიდა ჭაღარა Apexas.
He's poked them. And Elige hopes to join them, his teammates, before the commitment comes out of Vitality. Met by smoke and a flash to boot. JT peeks around, does damage, but there's 2 deaths here. Big cleanup from Grim. And then Elige, through the CT smoke, he topples what managed to get through that smoke, that front-facing smoke that cuts off Apex and Spinx. Spinx's successful lurk over on A doesn't net them much, but the bomb has managed to get through construction.
Yeah, and we do have a boost on quad. They have no idea that this is here. Of course, Apex is just about to walk up. I don't think he has an angle on Elige's head from this position, but surely the kill is incoming.
He sees this. Oh man, this could be such a wonderful moment for Apex. He just has to nail both, and he will! The B defense ripped apart by Bonaparte. And now as he grabs
Apex.
Get out. There's 2 walls of fire and an HE. There's not many places to be. Salazar hits his blind shot. Nothing worse than that feeling. They're just dying to a player who can't even see you. Missed on the jump. He goes wide. He didn't realize Nico was out. Nico right now is a nuisance. A menace as he finds another multi-kill entry into this B bomb site.
And that's exactly what G2 want. That's exactly what G2 need. I mean, when you think tear it up through banana. 2 kills, round 1. And so the fact that we're getting that sort of format is very good for G2. A guy who's, you know, kind of looking to set the record straight on his path at majors. You don't want CS2 to start with the same crushing vibes that your global offensive runs did. So Nodios just looking to get out with the AK. Terrorists win. Suddenly G2 are building a nice T side after all.
Be nice to see if he can keep this up across the series. Looking for a dominant T-half, and as I mentioned in that Fury game, it was all off the back of the CT side for G2 on Inferno, so we know they have far more in show. And I'm actually excited to see how they attempt to fight Banana on the CT side in comparison to all these other teams. It's a nice idea, but Kraken caught jumping, and Nico sprays him through the smoke. The smoke, the Kraken breaks himself.
This is a very tantalizing prospect with Nico winning down towards Banana. G2 immediately
Google chroma დამიკრაშა ბიჭო.
Aim towards pit and somehow get this, but Queenix in a nice position.
Salazar eventually decides to move off the angle and tries crossing back into the site when he's dropped this util. That's where Monacy could get rewarded, but that would need these players out over towards top mid to kind of take the contact first.
Need some pressure for Monacy to get room. There's only so long he can wait on this angle without getting given a kill. Either G2 need to make their own play, or he's just got to go hog wild and peek pit with an AWP. You don't see that every day. Might just be Hunter entering as they line up some util, a moto smoke, and a flash will help, and then Monacy can trade out Hunter. Should be short before apps with this setup, but 20 seconds, sooner the better.
They are really leaving this one down to the wire, aren't they? And all that paranoia has caused Ecstatic to rotate one of these players away. So the two-man defense over towards Ecstatic has to make a stand. Hiding in the smoke, he's gotten past them. In with the backstab on an eco. And so that plant comes in. The weirdness through that smoke.
That smoke is just suffocating.
Let's see how momenty გამახსენდა, აი ეს მომენტი გამახსენდა, იმენ სად არის ეს უბედური. Nice.
Like here, okay.
ყველაზე მაგარი მომენტია.
Cinemat. Oh, that's cool.
Okay,
there's the
flash.
first one.
რამდენი ხანი და მოგამეთ სახეზე რამდენი ხანია ბლაინდი ტიპი.
Oh, that's cool. Okay, there's the first one. And he's blind. He's looking for help from his teammates' computer bait. Look how blind he is. He has no idea.
First, still G2 make it look easy. These are rounds you like to see from G2.
რამდენი ხანია ბლაინდი, რამდენი ფლეში მოხდა ტიპს.
Look at this, 15 seconds, 4v5, they win it. Like that's very well played. Or 4v4, I guess, because Kragan died on B, but still. All that takes, I mean, 2 of these rounds now.
სამი ფლეში მოხდა იმენთან ტაიმინგებზე რა. ერთი და რო გამოდიოდა მეორე ხდებოდა. აი ერთი 9 წამი იყო ბლაინდი.
They don't want to play retakes together because they're going, if I just get this
ანუ იმდენი ხანი იყო ბლაინდი რომ შეგეძლო თითქმის რომ ბომბი დაგეპლეტა და მოგეხსნა.
Is a very good way of thinking about it, right? Like the idea that if they're going to leave it down to the wire, you've only got to get the ball out of their hands and you win the round. And that's exactly what Salazar especially was trying to do through the short smoke.
აი ეს რა სპაუნია, ნახე იმ სპაუნიდან ისვიან ის და სმოკს. ნახე ხარადარზე დააკვირდეთ სადა ეცემა სმოკი. დავიდა, გაფრინდა და დაეცა შუაზე.
G2 give them time to set up. They're not going to lose those rounds, are they? So, you know, you can't blame Ecstatic for feeling like they have to force these fights. They have to go through the coffin smoke. They have to pressure the bomb. Oh, some really good damage from this hero AK.
They'd even bring Nico down even lower. Look at him go. Hooksy's going to use this injury to really just run it down long and treat this like he's...
რამდენი წამიანია ფლეში? მე თუ გაგიფლეშდა? 5 წამი. 4 და 5-მდე, 4 და 5-მდე რა.
Oh, Nexa stuck up on top of the lip, and now it's left all on a Monacy. Got to be quick. 2 quick kills. 3K needs number 4. Is he ready for Kragan up in the upper? Fast as lightning, man. Unreal scenes, and that's gonna hype G2 up. Hooksie takes to his feet and celebrates on Monacy's behalf. That is
beautiful. You can just see it happening, but also great shots from Monacy. But what an error for Ecstatic to push their 2 long players when they've got a flanking player saying, wait, just give me time, I'm gonna be right behind. If they wait 5 more seconds before they go for that swing, because I think they probably hear him scope as well. They hear the tap, they hear him scope. Regardless, they don't need to stop the plant. They can't stop the plant if he's sticking. 5 more seconds, and that's unwinnable for Monacy. Sure, only the best of the hit those shots, but...
კაჩი აი ზოგადად სტრიმებს არ უყურებ ხოლმე ტიპირო სტრიმავს რა. მაგრამ აი მონესიო სტრიმავს ხოლმე მინდა რომ მე თავი და ბომბე უყურო, იმენ ისეთი კლინი არის ტიპი. ძალიან აი. მე კარაქივით აი მენ აი. როგორ აიცი აი იმას რომ აი ცხელიდან რო ჩადო კარაქში ხო ხდები რა თემაცა როგორ ლამაზად ჩავა ეს ჩადნე ხო სმუზი რა
კლინი მისტერ კლინის თავი თქო თქვენ ელაზას თავი და ეგა
ელიზას თავი ის არის კლინი
Ashes up through Banana. Salazar's AWP here, gonna strike while he's blind. He's been good at that at least. The flashes might be working, but he's still hitting the shots.
They're going.
Full on reposition. Smoke down in the fountains. He's gonna try to play through the gap.
Salazar
creates a tiny little hole to AWP through. Works out wonders.
ძმებო, თქვენი არეთ თუ არ გაუფრესებთ შეიძლება მოიგოთ თამაში.
3 kills from the Danish AWP. And so that's their way back in for Ecstatic.
ბიჭო ეხლა აი ამ ტიპს მიკაპირო არა აქვს ანუ ეს აქვს შიგნით შეწეული თუ ღაბაბი აქვს უბრალოდ ესე გადმოფარებული და მაგიტო არ ჩანს თუ აი ძალიან მაინტერესებს რატო აქვს შეწეული აქვს ხო ანუ მაგას რამე ეშველება ანუ რამე ოპერაცია კეთდება რომ ყბა გამოწიონ წინ ხო
გიტეხავენ ყბას და თავიდან გიშენებენ.
კაია, მაგრამ დაჩი ძმა უყბოთ რა ყბას მიტეხავენ.
აი, PlayStation-ი გონია შეჩემ, სხვის ოპერაციები რო გეწევა. სხვის უტეხავენ და თავიდან უშენებენ.
ბიჭო, მაინტერესებს.
Yeah, I can't believe you could see that second player. That's really close. Nice shooting.
ძმებო, არანაირი ინტერესი რო არ გაგაჩნიათ კაუნტერის გარდა. მაცად რაღაცებს ვიყოლებ, ხო ხედავ ადამიანს ვაკვირტები როგორია. რატოა ეგეთი? მან არ გაინტერესებთ, არ გევასებათ დაკვირვება ხომ. მე ელასე.
Enough to play a retake. They might need to.
Unless Nico goes absolutely
არა, მაგას რა ვარჯიში უნდა უშოვოს, რავი, დაწერე პროგრამა მაშინ,
but he just drops in this smoke. And elects to play and wait for his teammate. Salazar gets the spot and will live to tell the tale. Retake takes space, and that's a big move to the ruins. They're now posted and ready to go. This is a really strong crossfire. There should be no building back into the round.
What?
Queenix absolutely annihilates them on that push-up.
Queenix wait a second, აქ არაფერი არ დამთავრებულა ჯერო.
Once it gives way to the 5v5, they know exactly what Nico's doing.
Tandra monesi tu ის რა ქვია.
Suddenly that just gives them an open runway to run away with that one. Nice and cleanly.
That's a dirty 4K for Queenix. Sure, they're not really looking his way, but he goes back to CT spawn. He knows how much room he has off of that setup from G2, and yeah, hunting down Nico is the perfect move so that Ecstatic don't get pitched in a post plan. Gives them so much room to play CT spawn, to play ruins.
London Norrisi tu ისე რა ქვია.
No longer ruined, actually. They built the church up quite nicely.
Yeah.
Lightning
but we still call these barrels car, so I'm gonna stick with it. Okay, G2. Could run boost if you're absolutely mental, but
სადაუდეს მოუკეს რა ბუსტიაჩი.
Moving forward, perhaps. Monacy.
გადაუფ ეს პირველად რა.
Boost smoke, but it's a boost on a boost. Call it the tower.
It's been knocked down. Kragan deals with Monacy over the lip of that smoke. So now Nico tries to make a move, tries to get involved, but that smoke is being held.
Squadსა არ არის ჩვენ
თუში.
არ უნდა თამაში შორტს. სპირიტის აკადემიაში არის თმა.
So even though
G2 კაცი თუ რაღაც ხო რამდენშია? თუ 10, თუ 5. 10 კაცია მე მგონი სპირიტის აკადემიაში. მოიხოდება შორტსა მაგრამ.
This one's going to close up quite nicely. It's going to be a one-round game by the time that G2 and X bringing these guns out. Ecstatic have still got some fight left in them. After that first half, after the gnarly 3v1 that goes against them. They're bringing some fire to the T
სპირიტის
side.
აკადემიის რეზერვში.
Something that is nice here for G2 at least is that they've still got these smokes and a couple of saved pistols. You can try to delay the round as much as possible on the back of them.
ვარსა ხოძია გიჟვითა. მარა ვაჩვენებ how to play Counter Strike online.
Thus far, it's just been abusing this B site for Ecstatic. I'm really curious if they go back to it again. G2 seem to think they will. They're going to play 3 strong over here.
I mean, what kind of gimmicks can you really pull in this round? Though 2 MP9s and a couple of pistol upgrades. It's not like even if G2 get the gamble right, it won't necessarily make much difference. Flash, G2 take it back. Trying to be cheeky, but Ecstatic will just nade stack sandbags.
Oh wow, საწყალი ჰუქსეჩი. ნიკო მესყლე მომაშორეთ ბიდანო და თავის ნათესავი წამოიყვანა ბიზე. მოაკვლევინეს ახლა ნათესავმა გაწირეს ჰუქსა საწყალი. შეუგდეს დანიელებს იქ. დანიელებს შეუგდეს დანიელების დააბეიტეს პლუს.
Smoke block. Nico, a bit more room now. But USP made quick work of, and the MP9 falls after 1, so they're scared of a couple more, you never know. But this is 7 for Ecstatic.
This next rifle round kind of has to hit for G2, or else Ecstatic are going to find themselves up in the lead.
მოუჭირა შენი აზრით ახლა ნიკოს უკვე პროჯექტ ჯიმში დაიწყო.
Bring out that AWP. And he's even going to go try and inflict a bit of damage towards the end of the round here.
აუ 31 მარტს რა ფინალი.
Ecstatic don't
really have to მოუჭირა უკვე ნიკოს თუ ჯერჯერობით არა.
Exit down banana where they know it's safe. And so Monacy likely won't find anything. All right then. For G2, taking through that first half really on the wings of Nico and Monacy.
Trying to get them to run back if he no, okay, can't even get the tap in time. Just perfect, he gets a kill. Forces a rebuy of a rifle and full kit, so
Majors are so take
what will G2 do in Banana on this CT side? Will they play as aggressive as they did against Fury? Will they bring as many fights down with deep smokes and early double volley? Banana control, but the most success came from getting their nades in and leaving. They never really retook it in a rifle round. Their best round was against a B rush in round number 12. They had the AWP on B.
Oh, წინა ქოინივით ამ ისევ ჯითუნ თუ გატროლა მე ნახე თქვენ.
They're even supplementing it with the pause thus far. Their success on the back of the pauses being called out, and then finding a round on the back of it has been 100%, man. They've managed it in that first half. If you remember when Ecstatic were going on a little streak and they wanted to try to put a stop to it, well, then Taz got involved and suddenly G2 started cooking again.
They got them all, man. As you know, your own stickers are in the game as well.
Honestly, AWP, good spawn for middle. Seeing if anyone wants to brave that smoke, but they don't. And so for now, Ecstatic just respect this util that goes down in mid.
He's holding flashes for Nico at B as well.
Hunter's having a quiet game thus far, and he was trying to tiptoe down through middle, but instead they blow the smoke open, and that'll get Monacy involved in the round early. That AWP now known about, but they pay quite the price for the info. So Ecstatic split up, 2 players over here in Banana, 2 taking top mid control. Bit of a default early, trying to cut off the flow of info available to G2. This is a nice position to be in. You know you're denying any info down through Banana, you're putting pressure on in top mid. You're getting util out on both sides of the map right now if you're Ecstatic.
Where they're going, where Ecstatic want to end. It's looking like the A side to us, but smoke's just been used. It will fade very soon at B. And so the sooner Ecstatic go, the better before G2 put this one together. They're already rotating Hunter out arch side. He's gambling on the B side right now. This is a huge open opportunity. It's more so up to Monacy in the pit. Hunter's coming back, 25 seconds.
Gonna need another monster Monacy round. With help from Nexa, it pulls the attention away. The AWP gets involved. Is he ready for the walk up through short? Monacy is. One more to find. And it's a Monacy masterclass from pit. Another big 4K from his AWP, and with a bit of help from Nexa, that one comes together beautifully for G2.
You're just never going to question whether he can do it, right? Even as there are only 2 in the bomb site, Monacy is enough. Nico's form wavering up and down, not always the most dependable in CS2. Despite ending Go as best rifler, Monacy is undeniable. 12 and 8, 2 massive 4Ks in this map at important points as well. That's the first gun round won by G2. We're going to send flashes for Banana. Here they go, back to their usual tricks. Uxie finds that opening kill, and they can just lead completely if they want. They go through Ecstatic's top Banana smoke.
I mean, you know, we said it in the first half, Ecstatic were also keen to fight for Banana.
Not
G2
like
are one of the teams that very much like to vie for that control as well, but they still do it in a old school way where they're really looking to take deep Banana. And so they've managed it here. That frees up. I mean, you can see already Nico moving around to rotate in towards this A site. That's the advantage of locking down Banana so early. That's what it gives you.
Abs pop, one flash, out it goes.
Nexa, another keen opening here as he drops off into the pit. It's him and Monacy playing in tandem with one another that really looks to lock in around here for G2. Monacy, just the gift that keeps on giving, man. Another multi-kill round from his AWP.
All right, I think they're Ecstatic are learning they can't execute when there are 5 or 4 players alive. They need to find more kills on this default, but G2 are not really giving them the kills. The Banana take was really, really nice with 2 high-impact flashes and a nade on the smoke just in case no one came through. And on this A site, G2 have been playing very passive, been playing library side, down in the pit within 20 seconds. So they're not exactly doing aggressive setups to give Ecstatic opening kills. And then when Ecstatic feel like they have done enough defaulting to execute, they're going right into Monacy's scope. Guy doesn't miss. Not often, at least.
Jiggle on the corner from Kragan was nearly his death sentence.
He's naded it. Or out it goes, a bit deep. Ooh, it's only Glocks.
Nico Mo down, maybe?
Oh, Darol Nico Gigi.
Absolutely
destroyed.
Now he's at 4 health, so but the smart play is allowed. Nothing since the conversion of the pistol for Ecstatic.
I hope in this next round, you know, you kind of, you can anticipate that these aggressive moves over towards Banana are coming, and I think it's going to be on Ecstatic to have to try and push that back a little. Whether that's waiting or respecting the initial volley of smokes and then going and retaking it later in the round. It's not going to leave you with a lot of time. You're going to have to kind of play on G2's say-so in rounds like that, but that might be the best option for them. They need to do something about this Banana control. I mean, even in that round there, it's not like G2 were fighting super deep, but instead they kind of flash back in. They retake Banana after a while with Nico floating around near the top, ready to go. And so I think, you know, the onus is going to be on Ecstatic pushing back on. Fourth player to rotate around to the A site. These might be the solutions for the Ecstatic squad. So let's see how they try to approach this. It's going to be their final rifle round if this one falls on deaf ears, and that means that Inferno would be away from them.
Whatever they have left in the tank, they got to show it. Now an app set up for G2, something they haven't shown all game. 3 players in apartments, not traditional.
This is better though, right? They've kind of waited out this early Banana util. They're taking it a little bit later, and they're going to catch Nico aggressive out on a limb in towards the top of Banana. Lucy, do not give that one away. Right now he's calling for a rotate, and so that triple setup over in the apartments has been dismantled.
I wonder if Ecstatic heard it, because they were running back from short side, so they maybe feel like they have some room on A. Monacy away to barrel of the gun.
This is the adaptation.
მონღოლების ის რატო არის მის ხმური ის სპრეი?
To force G2 away from banana.
მის უყენე ვინ არის მოღალატე გუნჩი?
Fully over here towards the B side of the map. I thought they were going to go for the recommit in towards A.
This is lovely because it just feels like this is the easiest call for Ecstatic 5v4. You've not won any of your executes. 5v4, execute, 5 players. This is ours, but G2 are all here but Monacy.
Nexa's got a good bounty util ready as well to lob in.
Ouch.
Flashes go high. Uxie set up for the first. He's got Hunter ready to play off of him. And Nexa's even coming through the smoke at spawn. A lot of damage done. Hunter sits bottom of the board for G2. 1v2 over towards his B side. Even if can make all the difference, they think the site's clear. And that might let them down. Heartbreak for Ecstatic.
What the fucking anti-thread? Casting, you're so fucking easy to read, it's insane!
Oh!
It's done, pack it up. Hooksy the Herald.
He is really trying to get in their heads.
I mean, that was a really good read for G2, right? Even though they, like, Monacy has the line in middle, they know Ecstatic have not been able to win and execute, and so 5v4, their best players just group. Stop defaulting, go for an exec as a team. G2 have double flash play.
You just lose a 5v4 like that.
You are so fucking easy to read, though. Romeli callers უთხრა, არ ვიცი რომელია callერი. იქიდან. Pati, Albert, Pati, საქვია სახელი. მეცადე Pati, საქვია. Pati, სახელი რა ქვია, მაგას დაუძახა, მე მგონი სახელი. Patis ქვია. Patis ქვია. Patrick-ო, ხო, Patrick, you are so easy to read. ეს არის calleri, Patrick-ას უთხრა.
Dane on Dane violence here in Copenhagen, and G2 are just ready to end it right now. Monacy's not in the site, Harry. Monacy's at B. There's 2 players in spawn. We have another instant pop for the first time ever. It might actually work.
Yeah, Nico could get here in good timing at least. Double layered inside of the site as they pop out through the apartments.
Nice.
It is just churned up by Nexa, who has been reliable in these A takes. Always good for a kill. That time he's good for the double. Hooksy out through the smoke.
Ilya დაკლაჩავს კიდევ ერთხელ.
If there's been one guy who has been so consistent in these moments, it's Monacy. Molly even burns out Salazar, and so now it's just Nodios left to beat. Crossing in, Monacy tried to move quickly there, but the smoke at Moto will deter him. He drops in one of his own.
So nice.
Right now, Nodios is paranoid that Monacy is walking these
Oh,
smokes at Moto. He is positioned as though Monacy is 100% coming from the Moto side, and he's not. This reroute from Monacy is massive. As he moves in, lives that first fight, swing and a miss, and when you swing for Monacy, you can't afford so. He steps up and delivers the game.
თუ მაკუთხეში დგები, შეჩემო ბარე ბოლომდე დაიმალე და აღარ გაგჩეკავს, შეჩემო.
He's getting animated, Nico's winning openers, and Monacy's putting them away in clutches. That's the holy trinity for G.
ეს ერთი.
And sometimes going
through like გაჭირვება აქვს ვიტალიტის, ვაგინო უკვე? არა, ვიტალიტი ყველაზე მკიდია წააგებმა თუ მოიგებე. მაინც 3-0-ზე მეტია. მონ ეზი. მონი ეზი.
If you lose and don't learn, that's when you lost twice.
ეხა ცხრით კომპლექსი დუანოს მოიგებს, ნო?
As for Vitality, they have their own internal problems this game that they have recovered from very impressively. In terms of tactics, in that first half, Complexity were getting away with everything. Aim was looking so clean, all their timings on their peaks, which looking...
ნავი კლაუდი არის 9-ზე. ეს კარჩე ეს რომ მორჩება დაიწყება რა, შენ მაგაზე არის დარწმუნ. გაგაგებინებ.
They're just getting better by the round.
This time they are going for the balcony. This time it is the emphasis.
ეს პირველი თურქის თიმი გახდა ისტორიაში შეჩემ. რომელიც პლეიოფში გავიდა.
For Complexity, they have found
მეტი არასდროს არ ყოფილა თურქული გუნდი, მე არ მახსოვს ყოველ შემთხვევაში ეტერა ფაილზგან. როგორ არა, Space Soldiers. Space Soldiers მა. არის, იყო ხო მაგათ სტიკერები სადრე? Space Soldiers სტიკერები იყო, იყო, ხო?
All they have is this apartment trap. Apex, he's queuing up another piece of utility.
იმიტომ ის მახსოვს, პაზა მახსოვს, კალიქსა. და მე ყავდათ, ვიღაცა ყავდა იმორა? არა, იმორა არ ყავდათ, იმორა მე გაიჩნდა.
He lets them get by.
Yeah, this is where Elysian mini pit can play a big role.
Pulsar, oh, he could be compromised. Grip doesn't see, hold off on Short. Big tries to line him up. Complexity.
Majera mashinac mand იყო?
There's Elysian getting his round at least a couple of good kills. The
წარმოიდგინე, მაშინდელი კაუნტერი შეჩება. და ეხლა რას თამაშობენ თურქები? ანუ ეხლა არის მეიჯერა 33 წლის და ეხლა დადო ტოპ პერფორმანსი შეჩება. ანუ რა ფარხმალი უნდა დავყარო, გიჟივი თუ არა ეგრევე, ჩემი სტიკერები სანამ არ იქნება ამ თამაში, ამ და მოწყուն თამაში 10 წელი რო ლეზერ მკითხია შეჩება, ანუ უნდა შევასრულო ეგ დავალება მაგით.
Face the real boss Zowie on
Rosebiskan.
Strong balcony hit is what gets complexity in with the gun round. Messi had a damn chance, but too much of an ask. Elish making a bit of contact while Vitality clear out top. Banana, no challenge at the base of it either. So they will leave Zowie bringing up 2 to go and get ahead of that A play if Complexity were to run it back. They will certainly be met by more resistance.
Oh.
It looks like they've got the 4-1 setup, full vision on B, and again, bad scope on Zowie.
Here it goes.
Had full vision the whole time, and that flash makes it awkward.
Just პიკი იყო პირველი მაპი, ჯიორის პიკი იყო, იმათი ვერტიგო აბა, ნახეთ ვერტიგო და ძალიან კარგად თამაშობენ ისინი სხვათა შორის. ნუ გათამაშება არ დაგავწეს დანის. ვაი მე ეგეთ შეჩემა ეგეთ. რა იქ რავი, просто ვარ აქ შემოსული, მე ვარც ეს არ ბალეში ყავ. ერთხელ მაგსოვდეს აქ სწორად გაცხრილო ჩემისე.
Elish has another to put up. It will land on the CT cross. This opens up Floppy, who's playing with the op to maybe hold off on Coffin. 2 players left side, and a missed chance on the AWP. So JT gets down into the pit.
Complexity მოიგოს მოხვალ. Never phasing now and phasing cloud9.
არ მყიდია ეგ შეჩემ. არ მანდეთან ორივე მიწერია.
ასე გებია მაგრამ ომარის მაჩი ვიდა.
აჰა. მანდ მაგარი გადაჭამა იქნა.
Heroic Giori Vitality.
Yeah, Floppy the hybrid gets the op, goes onto the deep angle. When they saw him swinging out, they knew
Vitality ესეთ choker როგორ არის ანუ
that he's not worried about to come out to that fight. That's really nice. If they went for passive in a 3v4, they'll lose space and get crushed. But they went for it that round. It was a good hold from Zowie. Getting 2 from that spot as the op should be perfect. You know, I mean, it's not an easy site to reach, but it does give your team the best chance possible. But they give
Lashas mama გარდაიცვალა და მოგვიანებით გნახავთ. Relashas mama გარდაიცვალა შეყლე.
Final timeout for Vitality having to
Danis არის ეგრე.
Complexity here and now.
რამდენი ხანი?
Let's close your own.
It's not a complexity game unless it gets close.
It's just not, yeah. I just hope you lose all your hair before me. That's my only wish.
Alzergar საყვარელი რუჟა.
Oh man, but
Alzergar ძალიან კაია ვებია, ბიჭო, ძალიან მომწონს იმენ დადის.
Evaporated here for Vitality.
That is a big ticket.
It's period of course.
Floppy entering backside, JT and Pin
მილიარდ 495,000
აკაც მაგ პერიოდში აიყვანეს იმაში დიგნიტაში შეჩემ.
This is everybody other than Elish on
ბაზარი 100 თამაშანი ვისტრიგი რო ქონდა თუ
რაღაცა.
That's the one rifle that CT's had to work with JT.
ის არ გავიდა იმიდან, არ ახვიდე Zowie დააბეიტე მთელი გუნდი.
Coming up behind him, it is Zowie who's about to grab an AK.
JT ძალიან დიდი თავი აქვს.
Full control.
დაიკითხა ბავშვმა იმას.
Which side it could go to, but it's open on both ends.
JT-ს უჭედავს თუ სტრიმი ჭედავს პრაქტიკულად.
JT მენა
situation for JT up and abs.
JT-ს პერფორმანსი 17-10, Apex-ს პერფორმანსი 10-16.
Let him grab those weapons.
მაინც ასაკი თავისა შეფ.
As he pops up, he'll make sure to stop Flamesy. Last player challenges and wins it. But Apex not going to go for this clutch. This is a 12th round for Complexity. 3
კამერას გავთიშოთ ცოტა ხანი შევჭამ და მოვა.
And the way that they've gotten better in this second half has been something to watch. I mean, we had a couple of good rounds for Elish, who in the last 3 or 4, I think he's had 4 kills or something. He had the 2 kills in the post lanes on the A side. So climbing slowly, but again, he has such a good team right now. Look at everybody on this roster at the moment. I mean, Grim had great shots. They've all had their big moments. But of course, certainly not over. Vitality save up for another full buy. And I wonder, they can't afford an op, so they're not going to have an op on this round. But they'll have all the utility. They need all the good guns.
Kit for Zowie too. The one in this next round for Vitality, so some shortcomings, but definitely enough. Will there be a moment for Vitality to step up, or does that strong start from Complexity and grind through this T-side, both pistols and full conversions in their back pockets? The formula for a Complexity Inferno win has been put in place. One last step over the finish line to make this series real interesting.
A lot of pressure down Banana. CS2 have been somewhat questionable with how much space they give up. Nothing in brackets. They've let an arch timing go. I think JT's calling this out, honestly, with how light he is approaching this.
Spinks is trying to hold it back, but with a grenade in hand.
Everyone's been trying to phase this smoke. It can be dangerous.
Makes him a little nervous. Apex jump spotting. Flamesy on high alert. Nicely done. Elish hits the ground with nothing. Flashbang as well here to challenge the... Oh, no, smoke. Denied vision. Grab bomb. Perfection. Zowie catches JT this round. Vitality can do no wrong. Holzerk will be toppled by Apex, and that is double digits both teams.
That was beautiful. Yeah, really. Well played round right there on B. Full trust in Flamesy, and he was set up perfectly to come into that honey pot. It was a full bait right on the jump spot. Flamesy up top.
I mean, they walk right into that A1S. Full control for Flamesy. Nice triple kill plus Apex.
Yeah, he's been a welcome addition to Banana, that's for sure. I mean, in Banana as the main aggressive rifler and just fits his personality perfectly. So this is one spot on one map that just lines up exactly right. 2-round game. You already know this is going to double overtime, so just want to let you guys don't even have to leak the script.
Going to be a half buy as well. I don't think they had enough to come in full commit.
Wonder what the golden call. I think both teams have actually been pretty good after that. You know, those first 5 rounds where Complexity were dominating it, like keeping people alive into the late rounds. So
sure.
At least JT will have full reign in. Oh wow, okay, it does probably go to round 24 here with a full save coming in.
Horrendous. Deagle Tech 9, 2 Deags and a Tech 9. JT's got a Deagle on him, we know that, but there's so little to work with, and Elish has been knocked down a peg already. Deep damage out of Apex. So successful in firing down this deep line. Again, Complexities do not have the tools for this job. Utility's already been burnt out. JT's crept in with the Deagle. Could be good for one. Ooh, but a missed chance. Floppy actually finds Zowie. That's the big one. Bomb's able to cross over. Could have gone for the plan. Will try to prioritize it, but Holzer gonna get run down and no bomb plant, no extra money. The slightest opening quickly shut down on Vitality, not gonna let them thrive.
Yeah, no matter for Complexity here, they probably think about buying it. I think this is a great situation to see what JT is made of as the he doesn't have a leash right now, but playing extremely well, and you know that that's something.
They've got
CS behind them, where they know exactly how Vitality are going to play these rounds. Their prep has gone good. JT, what's the call?
Don't find anybody. Those frag grenades do nothing for Vitality. Forward apartment setup. And we've already seen JT try to prod into Arch side. If Spinks has to forego eyes on this, then there is nobody to pick up that slack. There is nobody who can stop this Arch wraparound without pulling somebody off B.
And they might turn this into a split through Arch. They've got Elige waiting.
Spinks better be ready. He's got to be prepared for multiple bodies. They're already out, and now he knows it.
He can't repeak. They're going B. They are going to go B.
Mezzi looking to go for the peak. He could catch the ball.
Why me bombi sadaichira?
And while Apex jiggles towards CT spawn, this is now a recovery mission. One man to do it. Nobody else other than Elige.
Why me?
Wasn't opening. What? Closed in on Grim. He gets something back, but that bomb is still in the possession of Vitality. Mezzi hot on their heels,
so
and
overtime.
it is the French to hang on. They go deep down mid. Grim, it is too much of an ask. The opening, they felt it, but Grim, no way. In no world.
30 seconds. And they are just going to vacate over towards the B site. Much scarier for Grim to go A, but at this point, they can play time. He has one chance to make a read on a frag, but he's got to get the bomb and go. They are not camping this. Yeah, less than 10 seconds.
As long as this Coffin player doesn't die, and it is Zowie, so don't expect it. This is done. He doesn't even have the time. Runs in, 3 seconds to the clock. He's toast, and Vitality push it OT.
Oh, man. Is it a mistake? Is it a mistake? I mean, it's hard to say. They go for the reclaim because they don't have Arch control. They have a tactic in place to make up for the fact that they're not watching Arch, they're not holding CT, and that bomb obviously was throwing nades.
But I'll say this, Holzer turns his back to top middle as if that's not a possibility.
Well, he's just going B, right? I mean, I don't know.
Could still run backwards, no?
Yeah, he could. I just don't think it's even in his mind. His team just wrapped Arch, right? So maybe it's a thing that 8 times out of 10 it works out. Situations like that, they didn't know what the setup was. I promise you guys overtime, all right? That's all I'm saying.
It's not complexity unless it gets close. And it doesn't stop delivering. The question remains, will Elige get online in this opening map? Forward apps presence again. The setup that Vitality threw out last round and never got found out. Complexity, they fell victim to that boiler control into the deep mid peak. The false confidence of the B wrap, which did look doable up until bomb went down. No extra layer on this one. It's going to be the full-fledged top banana charge, Flamesy, and Apex. And a smoke that will not take his vision away. Elige crosses over. He's going to fire off. And there's no trade on that one. Bomb is still stuck top banana. Elige trying to get around this smoke, just making sure that the site is theirs for the taking is at least something to play off of. JT hands busy, spam right on top of him, but it's slightly off the mark. Can they hang on for dear life? They've got Holzer backing up into the new box. 3 strong in construction, missed chance. That one tagged for a little bit of damage. Holzer still hunting. JT falls victim to the corner. Holzer locking in. Flashbang blinds him and his enemy. And that CT challenge is coming through smoke. Zowie holds. Holzer missed chance again, but Slack Elige. New box, all that they hold on to. And with a Glock in hand, he's found by the frag.
Nice points.
How many more missed shots?
How many more missed shots, man? That's a hard one to metabolize. I can't lie to you. It's like all the good positions too. That's the best and worst part is like he set himself up, right? He set himself up. You gotta hit those, man. You gotta hit those. Oh my God! You want to give Vitality credit for being able to pull off that retake, but you see how many times they could have lost that round right there. Zowie knows he basically had no option but to run through a smoke that someone's watching almost certainly, so he waited as long as possible, and the shot was missed. It didn't come in. That was supposed to be Complexity's round.
hate to say it, but that's your job, man. Like,
Like
that's
it
what
always
you're
a
supposed to be. You can't miss
Hey.
the easy shots.
Terroristi
if
როცა
you're a
ხარ
rapper. I don't know how else
და
to put it.
Retake-ზე მოდის მოწინააღმდეგე, უეჭველი უნდა ყავდეს
And
ერთი
it's
AWP-შენი კი რა,
it's actually a
ცოცხალი.
map of great moments out of Hellzerk.
ერთი AWP, ერთი რაიფლი და იმენა
complexity,
ნებისმიერ რაუნდის გამოძრობა
The
შეიძლება.
amount of time that they spend in overtime, these are the moments that matter the most.
It's also not a situation that we're strangers to. It's not the first sequence of missed easy shot from Hellzerk. Flashes of greatness. And something like that. Zowie back at it. Pressure and Banana. It's not Apex and Flamesy this time. You've got the AWP of Vitality in position. And he's been powering up. Oh, through the half wall. Then the damage onto Elige, who just can't manage much. Frag grenades go both ways. AWP shot goes whizzing by him. And Hellzerk trying to open something towards top middle. If this one falls flat for Complexity, it could be economic problems in the follow-up, and we could be staring at a clean sweep of the CT side and OT. Right now, Messi just keeps his head tucked, Spinks crouched backside, and a third member of the defense not far away from this bomb site. It's going to have to be some kind of spectacular entry, but you'd assume Complexity will get preoccupied with Pit, which is not held onto. Hellzerk, he will find the opening. That's the third member down. Messi in the corner hanging on. Flamesy gracious through the smoke positions now revealed. They know where they're at and they'll do nothing about it. Complexity collapse in sight.
Просто იმ ერთი ბომბის დაკარგვამ რა ქნა რა, აი მოგებული რაუნდი იყო იმე.
Hellzerk finds at least one frag, but that's 2 in a row. 10K overtime means that Complexity are going to be saving on 2 players. They're forcing up down to Deagles, MP9s, who knows. Zowie lays down the lead here.
Oh,
Shot through the half wall.
that's
Second one, as well as a wall bang. And this makes this whole easier much later on in the round.
It ain't half bad. Guns come out. 1 Galil for Hellzerk.
Oh, okay, I guess because they never had to buy an op, so they didn't buy the T-side op, did they? Start off.
I think in the first round, that's the shots Hellzerk missed.
They've done well with the money, that's for sure.
Calculators crunching numbers, pressured out of top Banana. And speaking of numbers, we get this triple up from Vitality. Utility in abundance. Pressure's high, damage done, Complexity by a 3. They just keep getting pummeled by all this util. They will be fighting for double overtime by the looks of things unless somebody puts forth absolute heroics.
Flopy მაგარი გაყლოს ნიშია. ელიშა რა ფრაგზია, ძმა გავაჯმეინეთ გუნდიდან.
A soul-crushing result in OT put forth by Vitality.
Spinks-ა და Zowie ჩემი ბულკები არიან.
Both pistols with full conversions each time, a 6-0 start in the first half. And all of a sudden, Floppy gets up from Arch. Zywu's gonna step into the crosshair. Floppy, a little labored, but he opens up.
They have a split.
And this is pressure on Flamesy with only 40 health.
He's on the plate.
But still, top Banana smoked, and that's gonna buy just enough time. Look at this
Oh, ისინი ბანაზე იმენა, ფორმულა 1-ით მოდიან ჩემ.
Molly comes down. That'll get him out, but oh, he delivers. The headshot's clean. JT.
ორივე ბანანია უეჭველი JT-ს მა.
Top fragging for
Infos გეუნები 100%-იანი ინფოა შენ თავს.
Smoke in front of the Banana players. He welcomes them through it. So much secrecy for JT and a back turn. Oh, here's Johnny, a 1v3 to give them some sort of hope in OT.
There we go. Johnny Two-Tom with the 2 kills. Beautiful stuff. They needed it. I mean, what can you say? They needed this round right here. Imagine they got swept in overtime after the T-half and the climb back into the game to get to 12 first, as we normally see. They finally end the streak of rounds out of Vitality and make for a possible situation. And that guy on your screen, we're still waiting for him. 9 and 20.
A well-composed clutch from the top fragger of Complexity to give them that twinkle in their eye, that chance that it may get close, but it could still go cold.
Floppy
versus Spinks. This duel in Boiler has gone both ways. Got shoulder spotted, tries to serve up a distraction. Flamesy could try to pressure this too. They've got numbers on Floppy right now, but he's going to smoke off one, and JT actually gets plucked off.
Sami Inferno ნახე უკვე overdose-ია ჩემ.
Bullets down range. And Zowie challenges, and he won't miss.
როგორ მე ვასება CS:GO-შიც რო აკეთებდა ხოლმე მაგას.
Into apartments and Vitality begin to shred complexity the moment they thought they had hope.
Sandro არის Zowie hater-ი, მაგრამ მაგას აკეთებდა ხოლმე მაგისტრატს.
Running through the smoke at the bottom of banana with rifles behind him.
Ja, bara. Zowie ხარ აბა?
Wasn't that CS Summit when he just ran down that B bomb site?
Yeah, and that's just his infamous pick play, but that's right, when he turned that basically into an ace. God damn.
One of the early moments in that Vitality jersey where an entire panel of pundits were left in awe. And a community realized that we may have our hands on something special. Halzerk's hands hold his trusty op.
For me, it was when I saw him drinking milk.
Okay. This is it. In the office. Firm structure. Lays down the foundation of a B ramp this round. That complexity can't hold back.
And he got this first kill. JT, he can see actually. It says it was through a smoke, but it wasn't. And yeah, the infamous play here from Zowie.
Confident as ever with his teammates behind him. Each of these teams' stars started slow. One of them has come back to life. The other has been flatlined.
And now he's just playing forward every round here on Banana.
Back in control of the situation, seemingly. The first two map points that Vitality have had to play with, it was complexity that let it slip in regulation.
Spotting with this,
he's got the AUG.
Yeah. P2000, he was great with the AUG in the first half, CT side. Big part of the A site holds.
Floppy goes deep balcony. This is going to let Flamesy get close. This is going to put pressure on Elige. He's got to offer something, and he will. A kill and a half. Floppy contested.
Wow, krachte და შუც არ აიყვანს ხელში.
This could be the last round. 2-on-3. Zowie on the op.
ვაიმე რა
They almost blow Mezzi off the plant. And that would have taken Zowie off his perch.
Aitsია?
Will be given a chance to remain posted on high at a smoke grenade in front of Moto to serve up yet another challenge for complexity to try and get over.
So much impact utility here for the CT side.
Zowie comes back and looks. Short player met by a Molotov. The utility timing is perfect. And as the smoke fades, the push starts to come out. Zywu's ready to shoot, ready to lock this in. He misses, and he can't recover.
ჯერ არაფერი არ დამთავრებულა.
After a beautiful round, one prior complexity.
ტიპები რო არ შევიდნენ ლონგიდან ეგა გადაობა რა დაამუღამეთ რო არ შედიოდნენ როგორ უბეიტებდნენ მაინც.
Here's a chance here for complexity to take this into double overtime as promised.
იმასა მაგარი კლავიატურა აქვს Hyperx-ს ლურჯი თეთრი და წითელი საფრანგეთის დროს ფერებში.
Important there from Halzerk's, you know, one trade on the side of the site to Alicia's first as well here.
Usa čācies Flopiš.
To make it a 3v2 retake. Played down the clock, but, you know, very composed at the same time. They had a plan and they executed well.
Opa, kam gachsna.
Oh god. No, don't give them hope. Don't do it.
Yeah, you might think that complexity are simply going to win this game now. Well, you'd be right.
For a team trying their absolute damnedest to represent North America as well as possible. They have been through so many heartbreaking results in the last year alone. A flash of success.
Zan, გადაო. Razer აიყვანონ ფეიში და ჩემი აი არ ვიცი მაგრამ.
Anything is possible, but to get their hands back on that form.
Halzerka შეჩემო და
Here it comes back.
ანუ ბროკი გაუშვა შეჩემ.
No entry from the first
დაახურეს და
and Elige starting to get himself in.
პარემ გავავსოთ დელიტოს. უღმესი მადლობა კოპა. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა. მადლობა შენ და გიქს რაც ძმები ხართ. გაიხარით ძმებო.
And a chance in the post plant. Pressure is high from Elige as he wraps around short. Apex gets that one and doesn't take any damage in return.
ანუ საუკუნის კლაჩი იქნება ჩემი კარგი მოტყან.
Reposition could very well catch this next player on moto off guard and then what if he drops into the bomb site? They come back.
დაზო ხო გიპასუხე მაგაზე დისკორდში და
Halzerk leads the charge. Apex trigger discipline. He lets them all cross. No. He's got No. Apex as the defuse comes through. He denies and time's on his side. Oh! Has he done it?
Austrian kill kayç.
By the skin of their teeth, complexity.
What?
They hold.
Vay merakla çıktı.
If he could have delayed for time, I think we have made sure to check for sure that he played it perfectly. There was no other way he could have gotten maybe looking down in that situation.
Sağol mayncan ითამაშა ბიჭოთან. Просто მე იმორტიფ დაუბრიდავდი უეჭველი ჯერ.
And he didn't come in to check graveyard of all.
აი ეხლა უკვე ავეპე რომ მიდის, იმას მაინც ავეპი აქ. აი ამორ ჩავთხრილავდი line-up-ში ეგრევე.
It's a high pressure moment.
მე იმას მოვატყნავდი ეგრევე.
Advantage of it. What an unbelievable situation that he could have won if JT didn't hit that headshot.
Pichiro ჩამხტარიყო რამენაირად მე ეგრე.
Back in with fast pressure, JT. Ooh, man, he heard it. And they could have come around that corner, but instead he gets into sight.
Okay, are proceed. Me ar megasiva. Okay, mene çaycı açayım. Az basi aks kastepim.
Again, the problem with the CT side was a disconnect between the rotations. And they thought that CT shoved back, no re-aggression over on banana, no
მატარებს ვატარებ შემდეგზე შენ ჩადი არ მეცვლება მიმიკა მიმივარ გიგა ჩადის გაიგეთ
spray as Floppy clears the smoke with his own ammo
and the damage is immense.
კომპიუტერი შტემაში
into but with that smoke up they're going to just take a gamble. There could be players around all these corners. They jump in and find it clear. And Halzerk doesn't press his luck. Why would he? He's got teammates right behind him. Let them have their plant. Maintain man advantage and do not let these low HP players over you.
You also have a nade on JT. He's not using it.
Missed shot, luckily. JT.
მე Crosshair იქონდა საიტში, ჩემი კარგი მოტყნა, მივხვდით ახლა ის თუ იქით იყურებოდა ესე.
Of all the shots to hit.
Didn't stop running. Okay. The no scope in the cold. And they close out that round at least. That's a good one out of Floppy, who again, he was clearing the smoke out with just his ammo. Once that it started to come back up. Literally never stopped moving.
ეგ შენ იქნებოდი შეჩემო, შენი იხლის პატრონი. აი, ეგ ტიპი მინა შენ იყავი.
10 health and so ready to get traded.
Live game ya კაც რავი ჰელზერკას უქერავს ბიჭო კომპლექსით ეს თითქმის სულ. Okay, now is თამაშია დღეს Cloud9 ნავიჭება მათ მერე და უყურეთ მაგათ ეგ მაინტერესებს ყველაზე
მეტად.
It's such a love-hate relationship.
Just hit the easy ones. Just hit the easy ones.
It can look so good
and
it falls so flat.
ეს fake-ის რო უჭირავს ამას იაგუარი.
Floppy's been strong in this position. Great chance to get the better of Elige, but now Halzerk doesn't fire. There is support already here.
Mine's blind, it's
not like the bomb can come sprinting in either. Bottom mid. Floppy with a glance catches the player trying to crawl out, and that's bomb confirmed, but it's also a balcony player to creep out while B simultaneously starts to fall.
Whoa.
They get the tree player down, but ZywOo burns him out. And as the op dives into orange, deep line to CT remains open. Elige comes out, a challenge that ZywOo doesn't expect, but all the while, A site free for the taking.
Yeah, it's a ruse. And we go plant down. CT is as far as they possibly could be. Other side of the map. in the 2-on-2. Flamesy and Spinks have actually been waiting for some time to be able to play together. Some fresh blood on this lineup, along with one of the best lurkers in the world.
First peek's good. Both players. Exactly what you want. Spinks and Flames come together.
Double Israel piki. Yuda piki gaakets tibeu.
And that was Complexity trying to deal with the challenge of the B site and the possibility of bomb being on banana, but all the while it just gives Spinks a wide open door. Very nicely played from a world-class lurk.
Tough one
to get back into. Only OT of do the timeouts reset for each OT?
Each OT one time.
Okay. So yeah, one per overtime. Don't need a breather to talk again. This is when you're just exhausted playbook-wise.
რამ პრობლემა აქვს? სანდრო, მელოტ კომანდასთან აქვს პრობლემა.
მე რა ვქნა შეჩემ.
ეხო მელოტი ხარ შეჩემ ნახევრად.
But for Complexity, this is just regulation, so
არ გაქვს ემის შუბზე?
they're perfectly comfortable.
თავზე ემი არ გაქვს?
არა.
გადაინერგე?
Look at the sad part there for House. You know, 7-1 in opening
duels,
28 frags. Rifle highlights this game. And it would have been over if he just hit his easy shots. That's not something you want to have to focus on. There's a chance for Complexity to move past it, have another chance. If they just get by now.
გავარია როგორი პლუს-7 გაქვს ძმა. პლუს-7 არა მნიშვნელოვანი, მაგრამ რამდენზე გაქვს პლუს-7.
Wow, yeah, no one swings in front of it. JT, full view.
For a second there, he's naked and afraid.
კაცერ და უნდა ხო შეიძლება რა ვიცი ყველა
nobody peeks him and he gets away with it.
იმას 60, იმასაც 60, იმას 70.
შაურმა არის რევაზას ამერიკული ვერსია.
He's waiting for the right play actually.
პროცესორი ნორვეგიული.
He's expecting them to do it soon.
ანუ ერთადერთი მე მგონი ამერიკული გუნდი დარჩა რა. მაგასაც ევროპელი ყავთ გუნდში, ისე ვერ გავიდე.
Rotator hadn't gone too far. Grim doubles back. All in vitality to try and nab this 17th.
How much?
Oh, what? JT just shaves one off
the
point, but
he
comes out through smoke and dies empty-handed.
Yeah, there was not even a flash for him.
Nope. Just tries to challenge, gets caught. And all the vitality now locking into the post.
Andrex, argi flashდებოდეს თუ smoke-ებში ხედავდი შენ.
In the form of flashbangs and no other nades.
Რაუ, შეჩემა. როგორ დაფიქრდი საერთოდ?
Then another on top in this situation gets so incredibly desperate, and so long as vitality don't eat these flashbangs, then it should be angles held and a slaughter of Complexity. Sure enough, locked in. 17 rounds to vitality.
Yeah, they wiped the board. 19 to close the game here for vitality. 18 for another overtime.
Flames entry fraggerია და მაგიტო კვდება ძმებო პირველი. უიღბლო კი არ არის. Entry fraggeris ის არის.
თავარი მოიგოს.
Entry fraggeris ის არის, ეგ რა ქვია, წევლა.
Individual stats coming from the lead right now. And Elish still 12 and 26.
უსილა რამხელა გამხდარა.
ეს ვისი პიკია. ვიტალეთის პიკი არის მარცხენა კუთხეში წერია. There was an entry fragger, yeah. Okay. What's that?
Eventually you get warmed up.
I feel like there's going to be a round. There's got to be one cooking.
Eventually you get warmed up.
Flames charging strong down banana ahead of the util out of Complexity. He's good.
მოვალეობა. ეგარაფერი ძმა. მაგის მოვალეობა რაც არის, იმას ასრულებს. Infos debs. როგორც ბავშვი უნდა დადო მაგიტაზე. ეგ infos debs. აუ რა ფლეში მოხდა. კიდე პირველი მოკვდება.
Apex just pulled away. Apex had just
სიტიდან არ არის მაგის მოვალეობა რომ პირველი მოკვდეს ესე რომ ისა იძებიდა.
Luckily for them, there's also a smoke in banana, so they can use this moment to go back, but also go deep, wrapping around the arch.
Balcony, boys. Don't die, man. What are you doing? Come on.
Sphinx
is looking rock solid.
Oh, Sphinx, imena. Qadarqina, chem.
That's when Elige will best him. Apex out from the library, forgoes control of the site, and tries to queue up this 2v2 retake. Oh, Zowie takes a bunch of damage, and we're gonna have Apex wrapping around, not short, but all the way through apps. Who will be exposed when he comes out balk?
Yeah, it's
gonna be
back of the site. In this crossfire, Zowie, what a shot
through the pillar.
Rapanikepshi khar, Grim, rapanikepshi khar, chechema პირველად ამაჭობ counter.
Damage on either frag. And they get out of that situation alive. Instead, they both die, and Vitality are one away. After coming back in regulation.
Მაგარი პროგრესია ძალიან, კი ბატონო.
They cannot get the train on the tracks.
ვინ დამსახურები ძმა, ხო იცი, მე არაფერს არ წარმოვადგენს ქვით გარეშე.
God damn.
Elige takes a chance.
He just sat there and waited for his
Nice! Sakho!
Third opportunity for Vitality to close out map 1. Hell of a fight they've had here on their map pick. Hell of a turnaround from Zowie. North America's challenge.
Sagol, chemi, rakili, revas, gichi, chechema.
That's it. Start the engine.
I don't
know, man. Working with one cylinder, still sputtering out.
Okay.
Almost gets in with a second.
Oh, Cleakats are Misra. Gami flashes.
From Balk again. Mezzi keeping his head down.
Oh, dark what?
Everyone, but Mezzi's here to help him. And JP has been cancelled out.
Oh, მოგვიტყნეს რევაზ იმენა დაგბომბეს შეჩემი. გითხარი, გააფლეშე, როცა გითხარი, მაშინ უნდა გაგეფლეშებინეთო, აზარზე არა ხარი.
Both pistols go the North Americans way.
მოგებადია ეს ხოველი დგას შორტზე ჩემი. ეს ინდოელი ავეპერო არის ეგ არის.
But Apex and
Matthew
talking about G2 just run through.
Always, ვინ არის? იოზილია ბიჭო?
ამხედა გახდა ტიპი ნახე, რა ტრანსფორმაცია აქვს.
Тидоба, გახსნა, bodybuilder, блядь. Bodybuilder რა კაცი, აუ, მაგარი underrated იყო იმენ ტიპი. ძალიან მივასებოდა იმენ. ამის გოლი არსენალში რო იყო იმენა, ჩემთვის ერთ-ერთი საუკეთესო გოლი. რო აწევს. თელს 12 რო აწევს. აქ GG არის ძმები.
The only brick left on the bomb, sticking in. Kragan will just get him. 4 bullets left in the AK as he went for that spray.
If that last bullet didn't connect, he was about to get off the spray and hold for the re-swing, thinking that was a fake. So thank goodness, a little bit of RNG goes a long way. And that was a well put together round by Ecstatic. Explosive with a plan. They blow Nico out with a nade. They get a plant. Zowie hits a crucial deep headshot. And Kragan doesn't die to the AWP, which gives
Soplio homoigo კაცო იოზილმა. არგენტინას მაგ ხო იყო მაშინ არგენტინის finale.
Doesn't happen, but sometimes you'll see this where like a team wins one round, it kind of brings everyone back into the game. Okay, we actually broke through. Let's play our game more now, you know, let's slow it down. Let's have some faith in the calls from Patty. Yeah, let's play the Ecstatic style. And sometimes you can see the team that's very, very confident and very far ahead almost get betrayed by that confidence as the game goes on. I don't think G2 are going to fit that bill, but they certainly could. Over towards short, Hunter dropped out of the round by this AWP. Ecstatic now set up in a 5v4. As that old saying, the bigger you are, the harder you fall.
Yeah,
you see that happen quite often with these overconfident sides.
And we're getting exactly what we wanted on B. It was Queenix defaulting outside very early. Ecstatic get the kill. Now Queenix molly stairs, flash stairs. He's putting pressure on this side of the map. He's forcing Util out. And now he has a chance to take some room. His lurks have been nice when he's not been dying early. So this is more like it.
ეხლა დაიწყება ნავი მორჩება ეს ორი თამაში და დაიწყება. ამის მერე დაიწყება ეს ამ
3 on A, Nexa takes up mid and B. Nico gets aggressive. He's punished by the patient ecstatic.
10-მდე გადაიდო, 10-მდე გადაიდო.
Right on this situation. But they don't know, especially after seeing this AWP. There's a player right behind them on gap.
Nice. They're going to deal with Hooksy.
Now they run.
And now they up and leave. Yeah, Queenix has got all of the B site. Monacy hears these footsteps. And so as they rotate over, G2 know the B site's already lost. You don't go for this rotate if you don't have the map control.
არა 10 არ ვიცი, მაგრამ ერთი ვიცი და ყველაზე მნიშვნელოვანი.
The wildest part is G2 can very much justify going for the 2v5 if they wanted to.
Yeah, but kind of nothing to lose.
But I don't think they will.
Someone get the calculators out.
Hooksy is 9 grand, man. They're totally fine.
Yeah, but at least I'd like to see Nexa like send it for a couple of kills, but yeah, ultimately it wouldn't make a huge difference for either squad at this point in the game. 1 round left on the half. I'm sure there may be the rumblings of an awakening ecstatic towards the end of their T side, but at the end of the day, it's G2.
ეგარი ყველაზე მაგარი მცნება, ეხლაც მოგივიდე შე.
And in world where Ecstatic are able to find 4, if they stick the landing on this next one and they go on that little 3-round streak right down the tail end of the game, that would kind of change the nature coming into the second half. And if anything's been clear, at least from Hooksy's vibe, it's that he is feeling very confident. And if that's going to reflect, and maybe a few more rounds go against them, I think those are actually the hardest games to kind of bring yourself back into. You were playing with almost this overconfidence. In overdrive, once that's gone, it's hard to get back to.
What a shot.
With each one of these rounds, with each one of these openers that they're locking in.
Nico has been getting owned on A with the pre-fires, the push through the smoke, the nades. It's not been fun in his shoes. Queenix now activating again on the B bomb site, kills Nexa. Which way do they want to go with it? Monacy jumps up and over to force that kill. Queenix follows up. Now they have to go B, surely. The bomb's already running a rotation. Monacy knows it's coming.
In, but Queenix is already far too deep. And I mean, look at this. The whole story of that first half was Queenix getting the lead on outside of the B side. Nexa and Hooksy just wrecking him round after round. And here in round 12, last of the half, Queenix gets his comeuppance, gets his revenge rather, as he goes running up through B, opens up the entire round.
Queenix არის კვადრკინე არის იმენა B-side-ზე.
After all, at bare minimum, they've saved face, but I think we're at a point where it could be even more than that, Hugo. If they find a pistol round here, the whole nature of this game changes. And for G2, it's going to be hard to find themselves on that same level they were on earlier on.
They're probably just kicking themselves that they didn't start, playing like this earlier, in the sense of going for quick ramp control with good supporting flashes and then playing one guy outside of B.
მე მგონი ნიკო ჯიმში დადის ხოლმე, იმიტომ რომ აი ამეებს იდრობდა.
By those B players, because think about
ეს მარტო ერთადერთი მიზეზია. ან თოხი და ბარი უნდა გეჭიროს, ან კიდე ჯიმში უნდა ვარჯიშობდე და.
They didn't let you get any control.
ჩემი აზრით თოხი და ბარი არ ეჭირებოდა ნიკოს.
But yeah, I can't disagree. Ecstatic have been given an opportunity. They've forced an opportunity. And maybe they can make the most of it here on the CT side of their map pick, facing elimination in Copenhagen.
If they win pistol, they win the map. I'm calling that now.
Oh, it's a bit of a classic run over the wood, run back to B. But maybe they still end A. They've left Monacy there. We'll see how this one shapes up. G2 fake A, fake B, go A. You just don't know what's going on. Playing with the sounds. And regardless, off of spawn, Ecstatic are leaning passive A. So G2 can run this double smoke wall.
Nico ყავდა follow-able Instagram. ვინა ნიკო როცა მე ვარ ბიჭო. მე არ მაფოლოვებთ ხო?
Double nade, is that for the plant? That could be very nice for Ecstatic.
არა. არკელოფი უძლიერესი არის.
They got them ready.
Go.
Get it in. Get it in.
ნეიდე შეჩემა დადო ბომბი და გაიქცა სახში.
Nexa stays inside of the site. That first nade shreds him.
დაჟე ქმარსაც მისცა.
Second one on Salazar still hasn't been lobbed out yet. And at this point, they're probably envisioning it's too late to throw that second nade. Bomb's been flying for a while. You don't imagine Nexa just sits on top of it like a mother hen. That's exactly what he's doing. Still run up by Queenix, pistol round. Gonna come through for Ecstatic if they can just deal with Hooksy over here. Everyone else wins their fight, and so now it is Hooksy gets them off the bomb, but the kid's been retrieved. And so Ecstatic have got a pistol round under their belts and wind in their sails on this CT side.
They didn't hear that plant. That's why the nade doesn't come in till late, but they do enough damage.
Просто стримავს ხომ ხან და ხან CS-ს. რა მარკელობ იმენა გაჟღენთილია სასმის უნათხაში.
Flash double nade. They
wanted the retake. They get it.
Nice jump on the bomb there with seconds to spare. Played that as well as they could have. That's what they needed for this comeback.
You've got an Ecstatic who feel like they have nothing left to lose at this point, who have got that second win now, have chained together 4 in a row. Pistol round being one of them. And a G2 that were once feeling like this game was already won, was already locked in. As far as they were concerned, they were going to 2-0 this. And now, there's only 3 rounds apart. You come through with a force buy here. If you fall down in this round, it closes up very, very quickly. And that's the thing about MR12. That's the thing about the change. These score lines close up in the blink of an eye, man. They really do. Hooksy and Monacy are trying to offset this now. Out through ramp. They both secure their openers. And Ecstatic can't really justify giving this round a look in. They've got to run it back with these saved guns in the next.
მაგით არ მევაცებას ეკონომიკა რაც არის ხა CS-ში რა. ტიპებმა პისტოლ რაუნდი მოიგეს და იმათ უკეთესი ბაიქონოთ იმის გამო რომ მომიდადეს.
And then the second they get to top ramp, they all start swinging with Galils. They don't, with this kind of buy, you don't have the util to long out some sort of execute or default round. So they just find the perfect solution, and both A-holds get overwhelmed. That's a disastrous way to lose that round for Ecstatic. So little info until it's too late. And G2 laughing all the way to the bank. 5 alive, rifle secured, all off of a force buy.
კარგად გიო შერავახა დაიტრიებილათებით მა.
Recovery arc that you were maybe prophesying.
რევალ ტროლა ხო ძმა?
Could all be put to rest off the back of it.
ეგ გაიფება შეშა.
მაგარი ყლიხარება დაგინძრა. მაგის გამო დაგინძრა.
Nodios still struggling, but so are the rest of his squad really. It's only Queenix in double digits off the back of his T-side B entries. Hooksy going to give it his own go. There's 3 here and a flash set up, but again, if this is contact for G2, you might be able to find Queenix before the flash even gets spotted. Queenix gets a kill and bang! G2 are knocked out of B. Only 2 players left eating HEs, and Patty, same story, has to swing from his position. Right now, it's Static holding back.
Oh, this would be a very legitimate round win for Ecstatic, one that looks to give them enough staying power in the second half. Nexa 1-on-3 as he repositions, but he's got so many crosshairs bearing down on him. Players ready to react in Salazar, and they're actually going to go bring the fight to Nexa. They close in on him, and they never give him the room to play that 1v3. Very well put together B-hold from Ecstatic. And a much-needed resurgence after falling down versus the force buy of G2 in a dominant fashion where it was just 2 kills off the ramp that ended the round. You come into this one with a handful of those saved guns, a couple of force ball pistols, and a little swing of they get great mileage out of the limited resources that they've got.
So scary with Hooksy, jiggling, and as soon as he gets spotted, just saves the day. Patty getting the info just in time.
Just to give you an idea of how the vibe has changed in this game, G2 are now the ones calling in a tactical timeout, right? Remember, they were they were having a ball. They were laughing, they were screaming, they were smoke pushing. Things felt like they were just clicking into place for G2 and like they couldn't set a foot wrong. But now they're recognizing that this game is tightening up. This game is getting closer, and so they need the advice it has. They need the input from the coach just to try and bring them back into the fold.
And you mentioned ML12, well, that's where the margins are even smaller, right? Like, you may feel like, oh, 9-4, we're destroying them, this game is done, like, we're ready to end it. And, well, a couple of gun rounds, and suddenly you're staring down an even game, and the momentum has shifted massively. So that absolutely is a factor for G2, and that's why you're seeing some stern looks on their faces, realizing they've got to make this work right here, right now. They feign a back into a B play. A deep Molotov might cause some delay on this clear. It's really Ecstatic who have left a huge gap, stacking up in middle, feeling like G2.
Am კომპიუტერზე თუ FPS boost-ი დამჭირდა, რა ვიცი, თავნა ჩამოუწევ ჯგუფურები ეკ ჩვენი ჯგუფში.
Relatively little info right now, and G2 once again, like their second round force buy, have found the perfect gap. No one even shoots off that flash. This is G2's round.
ორი მოგება გაქვს 4 თამაშთან.
You can almost justify saving if you're Ecstatic.
But I don't think they
ანუ პლეიოფში გასვლა შეგიძლია თუ სამ გუნდს დაემთხვა, რა ქვია. რამდენი გადის ვაფშე? ორი გუნდი ხო გადის პლეიოფში?
Really, even with a flank?
ანუ ვერ გავხვედით ახლა პლეიოფში, ეგ მაინტერესებს, იმიტომ რომ სხვებსაც ორ-ორი დაუგრო და თო სამ გუნდს.
If you go for it and you lose it, while G2 have got all their utils still in play and they're so entrenched, the game's done and you don't have any option to come back anymore.
They just got double re-smoked. That will make the decision, even if it was a question there. Man, G2, these contact plays are brutal right now, and Ecstatic are feeling the pressure so much that they believe what they hear. G2 are feeding them misinformation, running towards a walking back B, vice versa.
If I'm honest, I think out of all the ways to lose the round, that's not the end of the world if you're Ecstatic. They still had ideas. They had moving parts in the round. They were double pushing mid. They were walking down a ramp. They're trying to like collect info. It just so happened that you kind of took the bait of the footsteps over towards A, and in this instance, G2 are able to walk into an empty site. It's not like that came down to any sick openers. It's not like they had to do anything to get there. Now you're able to run it back with the guns still in play, and so Ecstatic won't make that same mistake again. You can bet your house on it.
But we always say, if an in-game leader is fragging, he's making the right calls. Well, not only is Hooksy top of the board, but when you're making 5v5 survival round wins, you know you're making the right calls. You're going to have even more faith in your leading and your leader. And so G2 reignite that spark. A flint and steel on the floor. Oh, good spam. Engagement that almost certainly will favor those CTs. Honestly does battle back, somehow secures a 4v4. These boosts have been no one's friend today. And that's at least good info towards B.
Queenix is going to have to be the solution right now, the solution to all of Ecstatic's problems. He's got Nodios moving in to support him, and he's up close.
Oh!
Nodios dead immediately.
It's
Queenix or
nothing. Got raided, answer the call!
Queenix on the
ეს ბიჭი ბიზე იმენა ძალიან მაგარია.
Second chance. Monesi finished
ეს ბიჭი ძალიან მაგარია ბისაიდზე.
Queenix is doing everything in his
power to keep
Ecstatic in this game.
What a layup. His teammate dies so that he can live, and he does more than live, and he wins the entire round for his squad. The perfect spray down as G2 tight spacing, can't even get a trade off. They're just wallbanging him down to 7 health. And he solo locks down his site.
And this is the thing, when G2 had Ecstatic in their heads and they had them kind of doubting every play and they were going into every fight believing it was over before the fight was even taken, G2 could afford to be sloppy in terms of their spacing on these pushes, in terms of their clears. They could afford to get away with that because they felt almost just predetermined, predestined to win every engagement. That's not the case anymore. And so when the spacing's a little close and you're just beelining and kind of blocking each other on the push up through ramp, you are in
მაო რავი შანსი არა პროსტო რომ გოლი გავიდეს მაკარებს მაო არ არსებულია იმენა პროსტო
As we've been saying, as we've been alluding to, these can close up so quickly. We're approaching the end of G2's money, the end of their investments. If they fall down in this round, it's suddenly a one-round game between them and Ecstatic. And there was a point where Ecstatic only had one round to their name in this game. 8-1. And now it's 7-10.
And no one has got.
მე ვაზა კარებში ჯითუ და მე ანალიტიკოსი ვიქნები. სერიოზულ ანალიტიკას დავდებ. ფეხბურთი მესმის რა ვიცი მაო. ბავშვობიდან უყურებ. ასოვნოს ფანი ვარ ბავშვობიდან.
And this game can be very tight very quickly indeed. Oh my god, what a play to make.
თუ გაგიტარევაძა თუ გოლი გაუვიდა რაღაც სხვა რაღაცაშია საქმე. ან თქვენი კარებია უფრო დიდი. enemy team-თან შედარებით. არა, ავიც მოიხ, სახაზავთ უნდა გაზომო და ისე დააწყარა. გოგო, ყოჩები. Quenix, მიდი ეგეც მოჭიმე და აცხრე. თვითონ მოგება მინდა, მაგრამ იმათ რა ტოვბოლეში ყოფ არ ვიცი.
They don't need to jump the gun here. It's Nico under all the pressure. And he can wait here as long as he likes. He can't win the round from waiting on that swing. Salazar hits the shot, and this scoreline closes up very neatly. Money is now gone for G2. And the 9th round is almost as good as done at this point for Ecstatic.
Gracias, დახით, მაორი ბურთის აღებაზე მოკვდება ქვიშინით, რა უნდა დაიმატო.
You can say, you know,
მოიცა პაუზაო, მე ნახევარ ტაიმზე მოშივდება, მე რაღაცა, მე 15 წუთში კიდე ტუალეტი მოუნდება და დაგღლით ეს თორე. გოლი არ გაუვა.
That Ecstatic are running, dodging the util, getting it out of your
ორ პრაქს რო ვათამაშებ ხომე გული მიზდის ხომე.
G2 kind of been let down in these last few rounds. You can't win it by just dodging the stack every time.
იმ დღეს ისე ხონეშავდა და მინა კლავიატურაზე რო წერდა დაიღალა კლავიატურაზე წერდა. და კლავიატურის ხმების მის ისე შევა.
Fall down to the pistols because if you give G2 away now, that's where they do just close the game out. That's where they kind of suit and tie on, they button up, they smarten up. And they run away with it. You can't afford to fall down to the pistols, so he's done well to put a bit of distance between himself and the threat of G2 looming in at the ramp.
8-1 down and Queenix on an eco.
აუ, კაზი სპორტი გამოდის. აუ. მაგათი უპროსობა თუ იქნება ძმაო, მაშინ აზრი აღარ აქვს.
It felt 8-1.
აბა რა უნდა ვქნათ, ნუ დავიმატოთ უპროსობათო.
A task too big. A team too strong. The final boss of their
ანუ რევაზის კლავიატურისგან იცი როგორ იმოდი საბეჭდი მანქანები რო იყო იმენა ეგეთი ხმები მოდის რა ეს ებეჭდა ვერ გაწევს ხოლმე შემოარტყოს გაწევს აუ ჩატაპა ამან მოიეცი ის შეჩემა ხორი ხარ სტატისტიკაში მაინც ჩაეთმობა კი კობია ერთ-ერთზე ვეთამაში და პირში მომცა
How mindset can make or break a game of Counter-Strike. It really is a match of the mental right now. And the Ecstatic that G2 are now playing at G2's lowest in the map is Ecstatic at their best. The roles are very much reversed in that sense. G2 didn't think Ecstatic had this in them. They didn't think they had that power to bounce back and you know, return to form after getting beat down so heavily.
Oh, ეს რა ვაკ რას ვიყურებდი იმენა რა ქაუსი აქვს G2-ს ბიჭო გუნდში იმენა როგორ დახტიან აქეთ-იქით იმენა რას ვიყურებდი იმენა ნელა ჩუმად
It feels like you're playing versus an entirely
different team now. ეს კაი კომბო იყო ნამდვილად.
No util, they got 3 smokes and a flash in this round right now.
Even these aggro moves over towards B like this is something that
რევაზა უაჭრელი ფეხბურთელი იქნებოდა აი. მუხლის ტრავმა შეაწუხა თორე.
Close.
Margaumas
is very lucky there. G2 again contact has.
Oh, G2
delivered the rounds.
Ios командაზე ვბადრობ ქაოსი აქვს ხო შეჩემ. I want counters უყურებ. ახო.
Got a boost on A.
ეს გათიშე რა.
Block of B buying time, nice molly. You'll hear the tick as well, someone will. Well, this position's been very nice for Queenix, hasn't it? And with a boost, this position is so much more viable. He's looking at the ground right now. He needs to be careful. He won't see a thing right here, but he can peek late.
They learn about this boost. Queenix going up and over.
Vaime!
Hunter and Monacy kills a piece. This is it for Ecstatic. This is where they're going to try and put a stop to the G2 run down through B.
It's going
to come down to the backstab. Kragan and Patty moving in. 1 kill from the captain. Nexa repositions, tucks himself in and is ready for the long fight. Ready to long this round out and play off his teammates. He's even giving util to set them up to take space away over at CT. Patty spammed down low and Kragan finished off. G2 a big sigh of relief in the G2 camp as they successfully break through the ecstatic CT side, through that B hold that's been causing them so many problems since getting into this second half.
And who is it? The most reliable player on this team? It's Monacy, who finds the absolute blinding entries, just perfect peeks at AWP on the construction, and double kill to get them in the site. What a sad way for it to go for Queenix when that position is what got them back in this game, close on wood, and he couldn't even get a single kill off of it, couldn't pick his targets, flustered, floundering.
There was a suicide.
Oh, it's so clean from Monacy. G2, a sigh of relief indeed, but the job is not done.
ისვენებს შეჩემა, აი, დღესაც თქვენი ხმა რო გავიგო, გავგიჟდები და მანებით თავი ეტიკურა თქვენი ხმა მისვლის.
Unlike earlier, Ecstatic aren't just a team on autopilot, they're still going to come into this with ideas to try and take an edge. It's another one of these heavy util noise lurks over towards A, where then they just look to pack it up and end over towards this B site. They're trying to make Ecstatic's greatest strength in Queenix their biggest liability. They want to get in his head and shut him out of the game. They know that if they can deal with him, victory is right there for the taking, but it's easier said than done. One from Queenix before it's traded out from Nico. Molly is burning G2 up, and Salazar on this all gets in on good time, dropping it.
Salazar!
Monacy thinks he has the angle.
Salazar!
Missed shot from Salazar's all.
Salazar!
And it's just the tag for Salazar.
Flanks here.
Odios arriving. They turn around and check him, but they can't deal with him. It's Monacy or nothing for G2. Flashed off the angle. Ecstatic moving in now. It was Monacy who picked up that 1v3 back on Inferno. A bit overzealous from Ecstatic to give him those fights. This time, they anchor down. They don't move a muscle. Monacy's got to go back for the ball. In a world where Monacy continues this play up into the B side just a little bit later, but Monacy is going around the world. It was his clutches that put G2 on the map in Inferno.
Kana ისა სასაცილო, ანუ წარმოდგენა სასაცილო მაგას რო აკეთებენ რა. აი 4 კაციდან რო დგას და რევაზად რო ჭეთო. ზელებში ვარ შეჩემა.
Will they finally deal with Monacy? In the 2v1, first shot connects, and now they're getting flashbacks. Now it's deja vu for Ecstatic. This time something's got to be different. Can Paddy do it? The captain comes through for Ecstatic and locks Monacy out of the clutch.
And what can he do? It's smoked on a bomb. It's not even a stick, but a shot right through the smoke for Paddy. And Monacy, the layup was perfect. He can simply do no more. Paddy saves the day after Salazar's success at the B-bomb site. And beautiful shots for Monacy, but they are not enough.
You are witnessing Ecstatic evolve in this series, evolve on the fly. And that represents a huge victory in the minds of Ecstatic and in the scoreline of this game. Monacy might have been 2 health, but on that orb, when he's at 2 HP in a 1v3, oh damn, it's still like 30% for Monacy. At least.
Oh, Salazar's been legged by Monacy yet again. It was a wallbang last time.
ამას გეუნებით ბიჭო, აი მარტო მაგიტოვნებად გემარჯვინდან. პირველი ისინი ხედავენ.
Double up in mid when G2's money is on the line. We need a molly for Queenix's position. The flash is beautiful. Patty again sets his team up to succeed. Monacy doesn't clear the corner, and they just crumble.
And you know where this gets really exciting? You know where this gets really messed up? Is that now that we arrive at a tie game, and a world where Ecstatic go on to win this map from 8-1 down, you know who's feeling hurt the most going into map number 3? You know who's in their heads the most going into map number 3? It's G2. They would be the ones on this mental just deconstruction of the team all of a sudden.
I mean, look at Huxi as well. He was top fragging in the whole server. He was out-calling them. He was screaming down the hall as well. He's had 1 kill since this comeback has embarked for Ecstatic. And where are the stars? Where is Nico? It didn't seem like it mattered on CT side. But 9 and 13. Okay, Monacy. It's one way to do it. But winning this round,
Yo,
saving this
ჯვირა
game
შეჭემა შენ რო არ არსებობდეს სოფლიოში შიმშილი არ იარსებოდი რატო ლაპარაკობ
That's not going to happen surely. They keep the pressure on Patsy. Run down. This is a little awkward now. It's only open the back of the site. Needs to hit a shot, and Salazar will.
That pressure is still there for Ecstatic. That pressure is still eating away at them. If they can battle back here and regain control over the pistols, that would be huge. Leaves them one round away from locking out the map. This is where the trembly hands, the nervous breath start to kick in. The cleaner you can keep this, the less worried you feel in the long run. And next, Deagle at the end, trying to pull it back in a 1-on-3, but Salazar not been missing.
Molotov.
Getting planted, Queenix moving in, top performer, man that embarked on the comeback for Ecstatic, and shuts Nexus down in the 1v3, one shy of saving the day for G2. But it's Queenix to deliver salvation to Ecstatic. One round away.
Ai, feijos kompotis დედავატირე და აი ვაფშე იგვინმეს თუ ებასება რა feijos კომპოტი შეჭემა რამე ან აწმის თქვი ან მარწყვი ან რავი რამე რა feijos კომპოტი შეჭემა ქლიავი
This guy has embarked upon and that's now back-to-back clutch rounds that have gone the way of Ecstatic. That was the one area that G2 were hands down outclassing Ecstatic in. And it might be their undoing as we get to the end of Vertigo.
This would be devastating for G2. Let's not even talk about what that third map is and what it could mean as we wait to see if Ecstatic can finish what they started or if G2 can suddenly wake the hell up with elimination on the line. Monacy has done everything he can as an individual to just end this game, to send them packing, to stop the Danes on home soil, but Ecstatic...
Feijos вообще რა ხილია feijos ბიჭო ნუ მაყლევებ რა feijos რა არის вообще feijos
On the sandbags, here's the Molotov tick and Salazar hits his shot.
Kill out of Patty. This one's coming undone. Monacy caught, backstabbed.
ეს რა არის სად იზრდება ეს სამეგრელოში იზრდება ალბათ აქეთ არა გვაქვს შეტყლეობები
And Ecstatic fall back, they go quiet, the pressure is not on them, it's on G2, they're going to force them to make this next play. Even a backstab from Queenix, who was already getting activated coming in all the way from B. Doesn't want to jump the gun on this. If he goes too soon, he opens up a route to rotate back. But if he hangs around, he keeps them locked in. He allows for Ecstatic to lean heavy over towards this A site. And that's exactly what he's doing. These plays, these hero moves that Queenix would have made in rounds gone by don't have to happen anymore. He's got faith in his team. He's got faith in out of the site. Salazar and Kragan make first contact with the man up through ramp, and this is the beginning of the end for G2 on Vertigo. Their hubris, their overconfidence gets the better of them on this second map, and the bigger they are, the harder they fall as G2 come crumbling down from 50 stories high on Vertigo. Ecstatic pull this game back from a 1-8 deficit, and they take this series the distance.
3 maps, we need them all. G2 are ready to rock this one over and done and send Ecstatic home. I don't know how Ecstatic can mentally...
Feijos, ჯერ სახელ შევეცი ვინც რა ვინ მოიფიქრა ის რომ მაგას არქმევ რა feijos. აუ აქაც ვერ დიგზავნა. ერთნაირი მაპებს რატო თამაშობენ? ეხლა მესამეც რო ერთნაირი მაპი იყოს. რა არის მესამე აქ ანუბისი? ერთად. შეჭიმ შეინაცვლები. სანდრექს. სანდრო. აუ დაუკარგე სანდრო. აუ დამიძრა. ინტერნეტი გამეთიშა ამ კომპიუტერში გამეთიშა ინტერნეტი კაია ხო?
Connection lost.
აუ აქაც იქ ერთი და იგივე მაპებია ზუსტად Inferno ვერტი გვანუბისი Inferno ვერტი გვანუბისი ერთი და იგივე მაპებია ზუსტად
Not much of an army at all. Still packing a punch, 2 kills to his name, but it is Vitality's first on the board.
ვარზონს თამაშობ სტრიმი და ლაიქით მე ვარხი გამოიწერეთ ვისაც არ გაქვთ გამოწერილი 6400 ავიდეთ ნენა. კარჩე თვის შემდეგი თვის ბოლომდე უნდა ავიდეთ 7000 რა. მიზანი გვაქვს რა. We have a plane guys.
There's usually 2 layers to it.
Hey, wait, where did their jerseys go?
Huh? That was for the first day only.
That's it?
Yeah. They can put him back on if they get to playoffs.
Okay, they get a taste of it.
რა ვოუტი გავაკეთო ფეიხოზე შიქ ხوار გაქვს ჩემი კარგი მოტყენ ყველას ბანს დაგადებ ვინც მაგას აირჩევთ იმენ რა ფეიხო ყველაზე ყლეობა რაღაცა რაც კი ოდეს მე მინახავს ხილებში იმენ მაგას მოწნული ლიმონი მირჩევნია რეებს ჭამთ ძმობას გაქვთ
What do you mean launders? They've always worn these jerseys. What are you talking about?
No, they were
რა ფეიხო ბიჭო ჯერ სახელს დააკული ფეიხო ალბათ რაღაც ფეყის სუნია ალბათ რაღაც რა ვიცი არ ვიცი
In that situation, it might have been the T's doing it in the first place, but see that coming in for the CT side as well. Well. Virtually the same start that we got on Inferno. How impressive is that?
We all know how that one went.
ძმა მე მელომანიას მჯერია ძმა ჯერა ძმა ყლეობაო
Zowie not wasting any time.
კაი, ეგრე ხო? კაი. აი იმაზე რომ მივდგეთ. მარწყვი თუ ფეიხო, აბა მითხარით, რომელი გირჩევნიეთ? კაი, ჩაშაქრული მარწყვი თუ რაღაცა ყლეობა ფეიხო, აბა რომელი გირჩევნიეთ? ანუ შეფუთოსაც ისეც ვაკეთებ, რომ აი ფეიხო აირჩიოთ რა, ყლეობა ფეიხო თუ აი კარგად გემრიელი მარწყვი. აი შეფუთოს ახლა თქვენ თვითონ მიხვდეთ.
Smoke wall, half of it flashes at a scope on the gap. A walk up short. The barrel in the shadow gives him away. JT snaps over his holster, gives the cover he has to.
That's a sheriff, bicho. Nu მაგალებს თუ ვაფშე ანუ სად მოდის ფეიხო ყლეზე კიდე ეგ უნდა ნახო სად მოდის ანუ ჩემი კარგი უნდა გავჟლიტო ყლეზე კიდეა ფეიხო და კუმკვატი კიდე დაიცადა ეს კუმკვატი ესენი მოდის უეჭველი იქით აი ეს უნდა გაჭამოთ დღე და ღამე ადამიანმა აი ეს ამაზე უნდა გაგზავნოთ ამის გარდა ხილი არ უნდა გაჭამოთ არაფერი ადამიანმა სად მოდის ეს დედა მოტყნული ფეიხო სად სამეფო მცენარი არ მაინც სად მოდის დაასავლეთ საქართველოში უეჭველი სხვაგან დაასავლეთ საქართველოში შემოიტანეს 1900 წელს პირველი პლანტაცია გაშენდა 1900-1916 ბათუმსა ზოხუმის ბოტანიკურ ბაღში აბა იასანი აბა ჩემთან ესეთი ყლეობები არ მოდის გარს
So his outline stayed on the screen.
ფეიხოს დედაში კუმკვატზე უნდა გაგზავნოთ მენა კუმკვატის გარდა არაფერი არ უნდა იყიდებოდეს თქვენ ხილბოსტანის მაღაზიაში მე
I was just in a different universe from everybody else for a second.
Well, you pulled me in.
Welcome to the dark side.
Nasty 1v3 though from Mezzy, man.
I know,
my God.
glorious.
Yeah.
Glorious.
რა ქართლიდან შემოდის ბიჭო შიქ ხوار გაქვს არ მოდის ეგეთი ყლეობა არ მინახავს საერთოდ იმენა რავი არასდროს
Nice cover too, right? Just getting himself in.
კუმკვატ და ბუშ მალაგი
Just read him like a book, really.
He was actually low HP as well.
ტიპებმა იმენა ფეიხოს კამპოტი ყველაზე მაგარია ამათ ის არ კომში არ გაუსინჯავთ ალბათ
See if you can queue up anything else because again I have high expectations for Mezzy on
ბიჭო ელო არაფერი აგრესია უბრალოდ ტიპები მიტკიცებენ რომ ის არის უკეთესიაო ის რა ქვია ფეიხოს კამპოტიო იმაზეო რა ქვია
Spinks and Mezzy content to just lean back and let
ატმისას ჯოკაველი შეჭიჭით ატმა წინა თამაში ორი ქილი ქონდა მაგრამ დიჟუით
Luckily for Complexity, Alish has kept them in this.
Holy Mr. Molly.
Not ideal. Nades come out. Alish survives it. And as he looks over top of orange box, he will hide on quad and let defenders grim back on the ramp if needed. The insurance policy of this 3v3, there is still great utility for this retake out of Vitality.
ერთთვის განმავლობაში მენა სტრიმზე დავიწერო ყლევარი მენა თუ მომეწონა აი ეგეთი ყლეობა სახელი რო აქვს ვაფშე და ფეიხოს დედა შევეჭე ჯერ სახელი რო არის მენა ფეიხო აი ეგ არ მომეწონება უკვე რა
and 2 is Halzerk in this game and again it was the early start for Halzerk on Inferno as well a big reason why they had that hot start why they won the pistol in the first place and his opening duels overall have been amazing. It's so bittersweet with him sometimes, but you see moments like this, you're okay. He's right there to cover his teammates, playing the trade, hitting great shots. Round 9 rolls in, Vitality broke. Spent all their money re-signing Zowie.
Bicho, იმიტომ რომ ანუ მთელი ჩემი ცხოვრება ბებია ჩემი აკეთებს კომპოტებს ეხა და მაგან უკეთესად რა იცის მაგის გარდა მაგრამ მე პროსტო ეხლა ეგეთი თესლი რაღაცა რო იყოს ანუ როგორ არ ექნებოდა ქალს ერთხელ გაკეთებული თო
always in their back pocket. Oh my God. We get around like this from Vitality.
No, that's how they open the door.
Don't let კლიავზე იძახიან მე ღუღნუშოს რატო იძახთ ამას კლიავი ქვია ჩვენთან ძმა რა ღუღნუშო პატარა კლიავები ესენი ძმა პატარა ისინი რა აბსო ვიცი არა არ ვიცი ამის
they're split up.
Sorry. არ მოხს არა მის გასინჯული არ მოხს. ვიცი რაცა.
He's coming back to clear this. That's nice, but there's two CTs here and one gets the kill.
Holzerk off to such a fantastic start in this second map. God, it's going to be a tough task to get the bomb back. First swing. Oh! Second headshot. All Holzerk.
Tăci, marțui.
He can get the bomb, get away.
Marțui, alubali, bali, comși.
But he's running the entire way. Flamesy can definitely cut him off.
Cliaui.
And he's going to full commit as well.
Malina, სასწაულია, მაყვალი სასწაულია. უბრალოდ მაყვალი მალინა არ მალინის არ მაქვს გასინჯული. მაყვალი არის სასწაული, ძმაო. მაყვის კამპოტი თუ არ გაქვს გასინჯული, იმენ არაფერი არ გაქვს გასინჯული არადროს. მაყვალი არის იმენა ტოპ 1 ჩემთვის.
Yeah, no kidding.
რა ის კომში ძმა, კომში არის მე სასწაული.
In between the two smokes, pushing down as the IGL on the ramp on CT side. Jesus, the fact that he got that kill. The double push was well played. Great spray from Halzerk, but an excellent angle from Flamesy to make that a safe lockdown. And Halzerk, you know, if you have a lot of time, you walk that entire flank because you can just get a cut off so much faster by CT, but it was down to 26 seconds.
Revaza ისეთი ტიპი არის იმის რა ქვია.
He wouldn't have been able to
არალიოკის კამპოტის ეკნება გასინჯული. შეიძლება მაგიტო გევასებათ მე ცხოვრებაში არ მყოფილვარ ნასვამი ძმა და რა ვიცი მე ხა ფეიხოს კომპოტი შეიძლება მაშინ ასწორებდეს ნასვამი რო ხარ
The goat versus Zowie.
მოწეული შეჩემო.
Looks more like a sheep.
I would wear his hair.
Okay.
ალუჩა როგორ არის ბიჭო ანუ ნორმალური ცხოველური რაღაცეები რაც არ არის ისინი რა ქვია. ილი ეგენი ვიცი კაცო ხა ჩვენთან მოდის აქეთ ქართლში.
Oh, they want one back, huh? A little ferocious pace from Complexity, not letting Vitality sink in to this streak of rounds all too easily. Floppy and Grim to try and challenge back, and they are doing it in this bomb site. The straight up aggression with Mac 10 and pistols, but a nice active play around short side here. Mezzi is looking to chop off the two, and he will catch them in the open. Potentially blindsiding Grim. Sure enough, Floppy hoping to just plant bomb at that point, but Spink swiftly over top.
I vertigoze მაინც ვერ გავიგებინა რომელი მაპია რა.
Sharp with the timings at which they're pushing. Definitely catching Complexity off guard. There goes their money with that. Damn.
არ ვარ მე თბილისელი ძმა. რა თბილისელი რატომ და იმაშუებდი გიამოყებოდეს ეგრე თბილისელი ხარ. რა არის კაი თბილისში.
It's hard to turn it into a new story.
რაც იყო კაი აღარაა უკვე.
Same story emerging again.
Yep.
So Complexity will have to wait for a rifle round to get back control of this half. Of course, the last two rounds now.
აბა რა ძმა.
He tried to. Oh,
yes.
Hold up.
That's his 16th kill, I believe.
Oh no, Floppy steps back into the fire.
Autis xevidon.
You can try to weave a different story, but at the end of the day, it's all too familiar if you're a Complexity fan.
Yeah.
რა შეჩემა ეხა ანუ თბილის მუღამი რაც ქონდა ეხლა რავი.
Comes to fruition and a round where they just don't have enough to get through.
ერთი წლიდან თბილისში ვცხოვრობ ანუ.
He would have let them in, but makes sure that the boost goes down.
თბილისში
The
ვცხოვრობ.
second one
და
and holds on to the B side.
რავი, თან სანზონაში წარმოიდგინე.
Yeah, they will definitely try. It started out 5-1 here for Complexity.
26 წელია სანზონაში ვცხოვრობ ძმა. და რავი.
Certainly a good chance they can make it 7-5.
თბილისში რაც იყო ის მუღამი რაც ქონდა ადრე თბილისს ეგ აღარ არის.
5 out of the last 6 rounds won for Vitality.
მათური. ნახეთ. დავალ ძმა დაქტოვეთ, მაიცა მოვიყვანოთ ხოლმე.
Even despite this awesome showing out of Halzerk. You get a star performance coming through from
ჩემბედი როგორც ვიღაცა ცხოველი ცოლი შემხდება და არ გამომყვა ქალაქარი საცხოვრებელი.
Take it up a notch in the final round of the half, then Cole could still finish with that 2-round lead. It's just a matter of hanging on 5v4 in the face of some utility.
ოთხმოცდაათიანებში მომიწია სირბლი კაკრას 98-99-ში.
Pressure onto B site. Floppy will be caught climbing over but not killed. Floppy's going to try to charge in. Mezzi, the anchor of anchors in this B site, keeping himself cover so well. But Elige will drop him. Halzerk's here to help out. Zywoo, wow, taken apart by Elige, and then we're going to get that slow activation out of middle, so Grim is coming in to try and strike the kill down, and as bullets whiz by him, Flamesy nearly reacts, but a 2-round
გეუნები ახლა ანუ მართლა გეუნები ვაკეში რო ბინა მაჩუკო გავყიდი აქ ვიყიდი.
And Halzerk's 17 frags.
უკეთეს ბინას თან ბევრად.
Wasn't even his fault on the eco.
ქალაქში ვარ და რაღაცა ვაკე საბურთალოში მინა არ ვიცხოვრობდი ერთი წამითაც კი. ეგრევე გაყიდა წამოვიდა ისე ვაკე ცანზანაში.
Pause before we get into the pistol round. And at least we can say for complexity, they're going toe-to-toe. At least, I mean, maybe they give up leads, but it's natural when you're facing a team that's as good as Vitality. At least they are playing close to them in all these situations. And if we removed all their past history and all their tragedies, which they should as well,
ჯერ ჩემ ქვეყანას ხوارც ერთი ქვეყანა არ მიჩვენია, სადაც არ უნდა წავიდე, იმენა ვერ გავძლებ. შანსი არა, უოჭველ დაუბრუნდები.
At least the CS looks
დეპრესია დამეწყება, შენ თავს ფიცა ვარ და დაუბრუნდები იმენა. კონესაში მოვკვდები იმენა. იმენა ეს რითია შემოსული. ეგეთ კლუბებს არ სვავ ბავშვმა და დაანებე თავი. აი ვაფშე არც იცის რა არის. ჩელო შენ ხო ქართველი ხარ ძმა? არა არის ტიპი ქართული კაი დაიკიდე. აღარ მევასწრებ.
As he gets a chance versus Zywoo, they're going to boost on construction, an angle that could definitely catch a player off. But
იმენა ჩუჟოის გამზირი მე რომ დავიბრიდები დავით გურამიშვილის გამზირი გადაკეთეს ჩუჟოის გამზირად. ლეზერ კიდია. აი ეს მთელი იმიდა რა ქვია ღრმაღელის მეტროდან გაყოლიმამდე რა ქვია კინო საქართველოს და გადააკეთეთ ჩუჟოის გამზირი. და ცხოველები შემოუშვით მარტო ამ გამზირზე. ნორმალური ადამიანები არ შემოუშვით, მარტო ცხოველები.
And there was so much pressure in the post plan to get things going. Great shots out of Mezzi, man.
Nice tap from Zywoo too.
Yeah.
So finally Vitality pick up a pistol round.
A golden
opportunity to tie this game at 7 as Complexity get gimmicky on A ramp.
ეკა წააგოგუშნა მაგან ვაფშე რა არის შეჩემა რა გინდა რა ფეიხო შეჩემა ვაფშე ფეიხო რა არის ან რა აბა ყველაზე თესლი მაყვალით ხო შეჩემა რა არის ყლეობა ვაფშე არც გაჭმევენ შეჩემა მაყვალს რა ღირს ვაფშე კილო იცი გიგამად რავი ფეიხო რომელია ძმო ქართლებმა არ ვიცით ფეიხო რა არის არ მოდის ჩვენთან ეგეთი ყლეობა თქო გეუნები
You see one flash go through the air. Everyone starts fighting.
არა მაღლის გასენჯულმა. მე ყველა კამბოდე მევასწრებ ბაფში.
აბა რა ტოპ-1 რა არის შენ ფეიხო შეჩემ?
არა ტოპ-1 არ არის ფეიხო.
აბა რა არის მითხარი ტოპ-1?
It's so cinematic. I usually just keep staring at the flashbacks.
ღომურუში ქვია თუ არ
Oh, I hope that's a smoke.
It never is.
Hello.
Allah. See what Complexity CT side has to say. Early contact.
Perfect swing.
And it is Grim's duel to win. Multiple bodies out middle. Elige almost caught there, but still doing a good job of keeping himself in the cover so that he can keep his nades out. He loses support, smoked off on elevator. Elige trying to hang on here. Grim, oh!
Dude, and that molly.
What a shot. Forward. Spinks gives the cover necessary. Floppy picks up one. The CT catch him off.
Okay.
Zowie snaps back into the spawn. Man advantage for Cole nonetheless. Floppy has held off the front side of this site. And as he calls JT back into spawn, Zowie is creeping away from all this. JT, though, will stop the bomb in its tracks, and Floppy posts a multi-frag to keep Cole's lead right back.
I actually love the molly that they used on Elige sort of on the fly, but you know he's going to go up on the jump up to in that spot, and he's the rifler that...
რა ხილი თქვი ვაფშე პირველი რომ დავსერჩოთ? ოღრო გუში. აი ვაფშე არ ვიცი მე. მე მგონია რომ სხვა ქვეყანაში ვცხოვრობდი აქამდე ვაფშე ისეთი ხილები გააძრესდება.
To show themselves here for Vitality. 8 sub and that's lead maintained.
მებო დაიმახსოვრე ცხოვრებაში რაღაცა განსაკუთრებული ყლეობის სიყვარული. განსხვავებულად არ გაქცევს ცხოვრებაში, რო იცოდეთ.
მე შენ ძმას ხო უყვარხარ შენ.
შენ ძმას შეჩემა ეხლაც უყვარვარ და მანამდეც უყვარდი, სანამ განსხვავებული ყლეობა იქნება.
Just patient. Nice grenade. Flamesy.
That's a pretty massive gap. You know, that molly was trusted. So I was definitely waiting for that moment. That's a good tactic right there.
წყლის ყველაზე მაგარია.
ბიჭო, ვახშა რა შუჟო 1 გრამი ალკოჰოლი დალეული.
არა, შეჩემა, არა, არასდროს არ დამნენდები. არა. არა, ყველაზე მგიდია.
He's not going to check it.
Major to mოვიგეთ და smoke and დავთრა.
And luckily he's got a smoke to work with. They don't push through after the flash though.
ბოზებში წავიდე თუ გინდა.
Sort of a lurking position. More keys getting guns here.
მედი მოხდა კი არა, ელიჟას კიდე ტლოპინა თავში ეკუნდოდა რომ გაუბუთქუნეს.
რაყლეს ცენტრალ ექნება სანდრო ამას არ მოიდგინე პროსტა.
აუ, ა შეიძლება პირიქით იყოს შეჩემი. კაი ცენტრალი მქონდა. არა, არა, ნიკარაძოს არ დამილები და არ მომიწევია ცხოვრებაში.
All kicked off with the solo Zowie AK.
There's
still time if Spinks wants to throw the Hail Mary in this. And he knows where they're at. Just enough time to justify the challenge. Grim and Floppy.
A lot of credit to Complexity for their anti-strat in map 1 on Inferno. According to coming their way, and they were always right. Easy shots. Same thing for Vitality right here to set up this round. I mean, the way that Zowie was sitting with conviction in the back. And then they read on a round where they have no utility or
ბიჭო, ანუ ისეთ რაღაცეებიდან გამოვწვერი, რავი, ბავშვობაში მინდა ვაბირჟავებდით ხოლმე და ყველა ეწეოდა და სვავდა ხოლმე და არ ვიცი მე რატო არ სვავდი და არ ეწეოდი, არ ვიცი. ეთყობა ღმერთს ეგრე უნდა და.
That's audio given over. Hulzerk knows that they have run through fire. And he gets tagged down. Great flashbang. Gives JT all he needs to go swinging out. He'll take a second down and burn to a crisp.
უეჭველი ლექსო უეჭველი მეიჯორს თუ მოვიგებ დავლე იმდენს დავლე რომ აი შეიძლება რავი ჩემი ძმა მეგონოს ჩემი ცოლი იმდენს დავლე
A battle of millimeters that Elige comes out on top of looking for revenge for the last round. But it looks like Vitality are going to walk out top middle in a 2v4.
მე ბავშვობა ქონა იმენა დოჯავდი იმებს რა ქვია ალკოჰოლს დოჯავდი და სიგარეტს იმენ
They're going for the boost.
This is definitely something that could blindside Floppy. Sure enough, walks right back into it.
მოიგოს კომპლექსიტი შეიძლება. იქ არ დაიწყო მესამე მაპი ამათ არ გავარტყი. დაიწყო იქ მესამე მაპი. ხმა არ მოიღოთ ხო? არა, როტირი ხართ ხოლმე მანამდე გადართე. ხმა არ მოიღოთ. ხმა 10 ლაიქით მიაწყეთ ამასეულ. არხით გამოიწევს. არა, ჩემი ძმაც არ სულს ხო? მაგრამ ეწევა ეს.
I think if Ecstatic do want to win this, it's important to keep G2 in the negative headspace that they're in. And so if they can win the pistol here, they will be off to the best start they could have possibly hoped for. Not a bad way to open. Kragan takes it one step further. Next to Ramonacy with kills a piece in reply, and Hunter creeping out through the camera. Freebie's right there! Oh God, Hunter! A colossal whiff to give this one up in a 2v2. And now they lose control of middle, they lose control of camera. That puts pressure on Monacy and Nexa. They have to flush these players out, and that's easier said than done. Kragan with the third. And it's all left onto Nexa, top of the bomb, but Ecstatic don't have to peek, they don't have that pressure. And Nexa is blindsided by the man backing Con. It's a done deal in the pistol with Ecstatic picking it up.
Starting T side Anubis for your elimination spot.
Now it's თამაში მენა გადაიდო, ხო 10 თამაშის იქით.
If you're Ecstatic here and an explosive pistol.
მე მგონი ნავის მერე ეწევა. აი ამის თამაში.
Goosed on the first peak. What a peak for Kragan onto Monacy as well. Looked like the Julies were good for that.
არა ეგრე კონკრეტულად პასუხს ვერ გასცემ მაგას, просто ანუ სიტუაციებია რა ეგეთი. ზოგი ბავშვობაში იწყებს, ზოგი მერე ნერვიულობის ფონზე იწყებს, რავი, 1000 ხლეობა. თორე რავი, ვინც ეწევა ახლა 100% რო კითხო, ასივე გეტყვის რომ კი დაანებებდა თავს.
They go through the G2 spawn smoke on A main. These guys are confident right now. G2 fans quaking in their boots.
არა ნიკოლ რაკოზ თამაში. ჯერ არა
We
თამარ,
have
რა
to start to
ვითამაში.
consider as well for
ეს აკაი პლენტია.
Nico in particular, someone who has always been at the top levels
მე
of
კარგად ვარ,
individuals
ცოტა
in
ცუდად.
Counter-Strike.
მოგიტან ქართულის
Someone who never got
მასწავლებელი
a chance
შეჩემ.
to leave his legacy in majors and go. He is acutely
ანუ
aware
როგორ
of that
გავიგოთ
as
ახლა?
well. And you can imagine every bone in his body
მოიცა რანდომ
wanted
ორგანო
CS2 to be
შევიდე.
different, wanted to leave more of an impression from the
მოიცა
get-go.
რანდომ ორგანო შევიდე. ახლა გავიგოთ ყალეკრევორა კარგადაა თუ არა, მაქვს 2. ერთი არის კარგად არის, 2-ია ცუდად. კარგად ყოფილა. კარგად არის.
The Counter-Strike 2 major circuit.
Yeah, have your Mac 10 boys. We literally don't care. That's what Ecstatic say. They get out with the guns. They get out with a smile on their face. A 2-0 lead. With history to be made for this young.
ასწორებს, აი მანქანი სადმე შორგზაზე რო არ მიდიხარ და ყოველ წამს გაჩერება არ გიწევს რომ მოწიო შენ მაგაკაც. აი თქმა გაუჩერებ, მაგრამ მაგარი დისკომფორტიანია.
Major in Denmark, a country that has produced so many legends in Counter-Strike teams and individuals, and with so many of them not here.
გავი აგერ პაპაჩემა ძმა 55 ამდენი ისაა ახლა.
Deagles again.
პაპაჩემი არის 64 წლის არის ახლა. 4 წლის წინ დაანება მოწევას.
Tries to cycle that weapon out of position. Salazar gets a kill on the aggressive B play, but there's still a 3v4 in play. Hooksy needs to give that gun to someone with a little more health. And Monacy goes for an AK in mid as well, as Ecstatic make it very clear where they're ending. Bomb gonna get planted. Going back in main will be powerful with this bomb plant. The G2 with no kits are on the clock.
Every reason to go for this if you're G2, and reasons to be paranoid if you're Ecstatic, but they set up to play around the bomb. Even stopping around like this is a big win for the mental of Ecstatic. And one that's going to get in the heads of G2 because it feels so winnable. It feels right there for the taking, especially with this util in play. Smoke on the bomb, Molly in main. They can't go through this. Queenix has got to land the spam from afar. He doesn't get him off in time, but the nade from downtown will do it. Queenix pulls up, and a 1v2 from the get-go of Anubis stops that round from spiraling out of control.
It felt like G2's utility was perfect, while it still somehow gets one-upped with a 10-second stick. It was just not meant to be. Nade on the bomb. And Ecstatic, despite a kerfuffle in middle, are able to close this. Rifle round now. A release of tension.
G2 ტურნირიდან ვარდება ძმებო. ვერ ვიჯერებ, რომ G2 ტურნირიდან აჯვავს.
This is when G2 hit the hardest. Monacy's got an AWP over at the B side. And it seems like Ecstatic all game just want to abuse this A side. It's only Nexa here. Latest addition and first disrupted as they just run through the smoke yet again.
Remember how on Vertigo it was Queenix getting bullied in a lot of those rounds over towards B, how they kept trying to get in his head and kind of take him out of the game on a singular level. Well, that's what they're doing to Nexa right now. Someone who's had a lot of attention, someone who's had a lot of eyes on him. I mean, even folks calling for his head at points. You know, I think it's a very sound candidate to try and bully and to try and get in the brain of early on. Because as Nexa calls for support, as they have to sacrifice more areas of the map to lend a helping hand towards A, you end up conditioning your opponent to worry more about that side, to dedicate more resources over there. And so later on, as this game continues, you're going to weaken other areas of the map for G2. The thing that would be a disaster for G2 is if they're forced to play super defensively towards that A site early on, if they're forced to dedicate players there. And so they're kind of playing to the reaction of Ecstatic. They're letting them set the pace early. As the team that was supposed to win this matchup, that's not the mindset you want to be in.
Yeah, we just saw Kragan with his mic up to shout across the whole.
ზედმეტად decide არის რა გეუნები აი utilities გამოყენება თუ იცის decide-მა ამოկტენიან პროჩი იმენა ყველაფერს. G2 ტურნირიდან ვარდება რა, ისე როგორც ყოველთვის pick and roll-ერები რა. აი
has been able to put up good numbers while he leads this young squad. He gets chased out of middle after they find the 5v4. He smokes off the water.
და მეთქი 3-0-ზე დავწერთ თქო G2-ს რა 3-0-ზე ტიპები რავი 3-2-ზე რო გავიდნენ რავი ალღები უნდა აკეთო.
They get their choice taken away from them to compete for that round, and already timeout in this game, it feels like a precedent has to be set to give Nexus some support. That will weaken areas of the map. Can Ecstatic find those holes?
No, Vitality მწავდა. ხლა? აუ, იქ 1-1-ია. აკაც 1-1-ია, იქაც.
Really a spawn for wherever he pleases.
Oh, იმენა ზუსტად ერთნაირი მაპებია თან. Inferno, Vertigo, Anubis, Inferno, Vertigo, Anubis. და სამივეგან მესამე მაპი გაიჩიტა. სალამი კალაუს. მაჩი მენა სადაა ხო არ კანკალებზე. მაჩი მენ ჩემო სიყვარულო.
Play. Blocking as they send double nades onto Nodios. Nice move for G2. They don't have to overdo this, but that Molly does trap Hooksy out in the open. He can't even take a free kill. Nodios is a shot from death.
ეგ იცის ბევრმა ღრიალმა რო უყუროდი პატრიკ I read you like a book.
We talk about how G2 don't want to be on the defense.
You fucking suck.
The ones exerting map control. That's what G2 just attempted, and it looked
Maç mena bankomattan არის რა გამოგხსენ ხე.
But Ecstatic's reply was even better. Push through main for Monacy.
ნახე რა კარგად უღებენ.
That is something. That is a big kill.
Cloud9 ამერიკული ორგანიზაციაა
pressure over towards A. It frees Monacy up a little bit more to reposition on that AWP, but the play's coming in fast. The play's coming in towards B. Next back of the site. Man, they tried to volley early. Hunter holds the line. Can't deliver the final kill.
Ora ტრეიდები. აი გატორებს ისაიდის ბიჭო რა.
Monacy was the man who at the top
მაგიტუ არა საჩეს
coming out the wazoo, and this one is no exception. He'll nail Patty on the smoke push. And so a much needed
G2-სკენ უნდა ვიყო, მაგრამ იმოდ ბალეში კოპრატომაც არ ვიცი.
G2 put on the board to get them one early.
Yeah, Brain v Brawn.
შედიხარ იმენა ტისაიდი არის ყველაფერი იმენა ტრეიდზე რა. City side თუ არის რომ utilities როგორ გამოიყენებ, ტისაიდი არის როგორ გაატრეიდებ იმენა.
Catch Monacy off guard. It's what Ecstatic were even doing a lot on Inferno, the first map of the series. They played very aggressive. They tried to suffocate G2. They got choked out in that first map, 13-7. And Monacy hitting the air as he takes the first round win for G2. They needed that. They need something to build upon in this game. Aggressive again. Hooksy gives it another shot, but they're holding from passive positions. Perfect play for Queenix. Even expecting more, but it's Nexa in the sight.
They go right through. They try to play into him.
Oh, გაუჭედა, ბიჭო, გაუჭედა. რა ვიღბლობათო. აუ, ეხა ესენი მეწოდებიან უკვე თო, ეს ანიღბლობა. ბომბი გაატყნა. მოიცა, კუკავს მონის.
He's got the bomb down at his feet up in rugs. Hunter here alongside
კუკავს მონესი? დაკუკა მე მგონი.
And so Monacy provides the kills that are the turning point of this round. And now it's just Queenix in a world of hurt.
What a relief for G2. Imagine how that round would have felt if Nexa, who presumably tabbed out or something, loses it when his opponent's running through a Molotov. Queenix is going to try and squeeze everything he can out of this 1v2. But I want to see is holding that flank. Hunter has the power position for the bomb.
Here we
go, Queenix. Was the star of Vertigo. Give it a go-go.
As the smoke fades, Monacy now has to consider main, so he's got two players looking his way, ready for this fight. Missed shot from Monacy, but Hunter, with the re-swing, will lock it down.
And it feels like Monacy's bringing the energy to this game right now. Like, just off of these 2 rounds, we're seeing him look very vocal, very animated.
I mean, he literally has to.
He has to save his team,
if it's not for Monacy in that round there, you're looking at a situation where Ecstatic start running away with the T side. And so Monacy is very aware of the pressure he is under. He is aware that he has to be the guy to stand and deliver for the G2 squad, because at the minute, it feels like no one else will.
Feels like a guy that doesn't even break under the pressure. We see his first.
Andrus ლაპარაკი არ შეუძლიათ ერთმანეთში, თორე გაჯმევინებენ.
Unbelievable. On that first map on Mirage. Such a young player with so many more strong years in CS, but majors are where it really matters. Majors are where you make your legacy, and G2, Nico, Monacy, these are names that have not finished what they started when it comes to this major circuit.
What I think we're going to see across this third map is really the
Switch, აქედან იქით როგორ იწევ თმებს თო, აი აქედან იქით.
Writing on the walls right now. At least for these first few rounds, as far as the eye test goes, he's been the guy to offer up both rounds that G2 currently have, and you can just tell from how he's playing, his goal is to be super active and oppressive all across the map.
It's almost like avoid Monacy at this point, right? Like that's what the T side's going to feel like. You see that AWP, you run the other way, and he's going to keep them guessing, starting in different positions.
Even the rooting in that round there, right? He takes a deep fight down a mid and immediately drops in the water and then is fighting you at rugs. These are not how Europa usually plays on the CT side, but that's what Monacy has to do if G2 wants to. Over time, if Monacy picks up this performance and is able to keep this going, that will inspire down the ranks. We saw that happen with Ecstatic on Vertigo.
This might be the best start we've seen from Hunter in the series. He's been almost a non-factor today. It's a good shot down towards the water, finding the captain of Ecstatic. They want to come through though, they want to hit this B bomb side, flash from afar. Queenix puts Kraken in the picture and now he needs to find this entry.
Monacy nails it with the AWP. Not missing a beat is this Monacy AWP. They blind him off the angle. Pressure is on. Good for one more, brings Nico in through the smoke, buys enough time for more players to move into this site. Monacy does all he has to in that round. And so now just Nodios left standing as he walks the talk through main.
User disconnected from your channel.
Box in his hands, but all quiet on Ecstatic right now as he tries to cook up a 1v2. Bomb is on his back. Whole world is open to him right now. He just doesn't know where that second man of Nexa is off in the A player.
The longer he leaves it, the more G2 will doubt this, so they're going to go clearing together and trying to enter the site. This could still give him an entry for free. The timing is good right now. He grabs Nexa. 20 seconds. If he runs now, he can make it.
Nico should hear this, might look to give chase. He's now moving in. Nodios is playing for the kill, but he can't get it. And Nico does not fall down versus the 1 HP clutcher on the other side.
Oh, just a little bit too deep in the water there. That headshot not quite connecting. And even so, Nico gets it done. A necessary round to continue this streak for G2. Nice try for Nodios. He's just fallen a little bit too short in these clutches. Got the same at the end of Inferno as well. Terrifyingly close.
I don't think that's, you know, a hugely tilting round for Ecstatic though, right? Like, he had the right idea. It's just he gets so wrecked in that first engagement. But you'd be surprised how quickly this can turn sour, especially with Hunter feeling inspired from these Monacy performances. He's having a good start right now, is Hunter. That's someone who's been missing across this series for G2.
And they set him up. They did a deep A stairs smoke off of spawn so that he could fight towards water from dark. And when he notices Ecstatic don't drop that dark smoke for once, feels a lot more free. Feels like they're going to be coming. Nexa giving support in middle. 2 rifles moving in. Oh my god, timing's completely missed. Nico gets into safety though, and he doesn't need to fight. Monesi's here.
If plays are ever being made, Monesi.
Oh, Nico, რა ჩაჭმულია, ვის არ უპიკავს, ბიჭო?
Double fighting dark with Hunter, and now he's looking to end around.
მერს პიცავა რა
over
იყურე
here on a
პროსტო.
mid push with Nico. Monesi doing everything for G2 right now, and this AWP.
Once it's
going like this, it's so hard to put a stop to him. You said it earlier on, this game might come down to trying to avoid Monesi, and I think that's going to be very hard with how he's playing. You don't know where he's going to start. You don't know where that opening move is going to come in, and by the time you even adjust to it, he will be completely on the other side of the map. This is exactly what G2 needed. And it might have come in their time of need to bail them out of this dire situation. Nico dead in mid. Monesi is the man to close that round out. Didn't even see the last guy. 4 kills from that AWP.
Yeah.
This is the limit test of Monesi on Anubis.
Worth every penny. And with performances like this in must-win maps and matches, certainly sucked the life out of Ecstatic, who were on a bit of a hot streak to start this game, going for just constant A-rushes, abusing Nexa. Ever since that round where the bomb gets caught in rugs, it's been all G2.
I mean, already this is a really good CT side, and it's only going to get better for G2 from here on out, right? They're still in control of the money. They're still in control of the game. They've got full control right now. And the difference is, on Vertigo, they were prepared to play into the overconfidence, to let that maybe get the better of them. Here, they won't do that. They're not going to underestimate their opponents. They won't be celebrating till the game is won. Taking matters into his own hands and fully unleashing the full power of this Monesi AWP come this third map.
Definitely does feel like Hooksy will be holding his tongue in this third one. Again, surrounding this B-bomb site from both sides.
Like, no one wants to be the guy that shit-talked across the hall, yelled at the opponents, and then gets banged out. Look at the last Danish captain that happened to. So here we are. Ecstatic, slow down in the water. They're going to start to group and peel their way over towards dark. G2 with only 2 players here inside of the B site. And with Hunter and Hooksy, Hunter's at least look good to open. But the only safe pair of hands, the only ones I would bet my house on right now is that Monesi AWP. And he's not here, he's not involved. So these rifles are going to hold on versus the pistols. It's a nice start for Hunter, but it's quickly pulled back the other way. Nico makes a play, makes a move, trying to save the B side, but he can't get past Queenix. So that plant will come in for his... Monesi's set up now.
They can get it down. Oh my god, the molly on the side for Nexa. Burns Queenix crossing in, and now talk of a cross, Nodios has got to get past the impenetrable Monesi, who hits his shot every single time.
Well contained on a round that could have got out of control very, very easily. Well handled. That molly from Nexa was huge as well. I didn't know how much impact he would get to have in that retake. He was smoked off at Temple. Really, it looked like Monesi was going to have to lock it down from the CT spawn, but the molly forcing that player with the bomb into the open never even survives the cross to Monesi because the molly burned him out. So fantastic stuff for Nexa there, honestly. Someone who got off to a bit of a rough start here on Anubis.
I want to see Salazar's orb come through here. It's finally come through on the T side, and let's see if we can find any results. Oh my god, the mid stack, and Kraken will just take one there. He's happy he even got a kill with that smoke break into 3 CTs. Gonna see Salazar's orb crawling forward, but they need a Molotov on this position. And Molly, they don't have good flash as Nexus set up for that entry. There's another one, nade. Queenix delaying his peak, trying to find the right timing to catch Nexa in the open. But G2 have finally offered him support. This made all the difference. Oh, the molly, it's just too late, isn't it? The nade on the smoke, Nexus already out of position. Nodios lurking a bit, they line up, but they're buddied up for that kill. Easily done. 4-on-2.
Immonetsis raundis მერე ძალიან გაუჭირდა თუკე რაუნდის დამოუკიდებლობა.
Finished off cleanly by Nexa, and this is a feel-good moment for G2. These rounds that were once close and relied on heroics to pull back are now becoming a lot more dominant across the board. G2 can feel that they're retaking control over this game, and at least over this map, where it really matters. And we often say Hunter, big game player, he's looked good. Nexa, stable over towards A after some hiccups early on.
Yeah.
The pieces are slowly but surely falling into place for the G2 squad. And 6 rounds on your CT side is already great. This is already enough.
And that's without considering this is 6 in a row for G2. They're picking up steam. The rounds are getting more dominant. They're being more active. Again, a mid attempt. They've got a lot of util here. They're just going to bung it in mid. Send it with pistols and MAC-10s. Try and put pressure on this A side. A temple smoke from Rugs. Trying to make this look like a quick mid to A. It's going to keep 3 players out of position as Ecstatic back off.
I mean, here's the challenge for Ecstatic, right? Is that this game is a bit like a marathon. They'd already run the 10K. They were running out of fumes by the time we were getting through Vertigo. But then they do that final push to carry them a whole extra, 5 kilometers. But suddenly now they're being tasked to do that all over again. And this time they've got to do it faster. They've got to do it better. They've got to be even better than they were at the end of Vertigo. And that is a huge ask for a team that is fresh-faced to this environment. Fresh face to these stakes and this pressure. And so they might just crumble under the weight of their ambitions here. Patty, 1-on-5, bomb away from him. Best to hope of success, I guess, but there's no winning this round and he knows it. So he's just got to sit there and come to terms with that this is going to read 7-4. Ecstatic can feel that this one it is a different story to Vertigo.
Yeah, it's a very reassuring look from G2. I think we all had our doubts after that. Putting pressure on Nexa, who has recovered very strong in this game. And in a sense, Hooksy not having to top frag is a relief for G2 because he was he was performing very well individually on the last map, but that was more the lack of the stars, the lack of players like Nico and Hunter. Well, they've had their moments here, and they needed to for G2. We've got another aggressive B setup. Double flash through main, Nodios, ugly spray, and Hunter overwhelms him, even walking the mid-smoke. Nico gets his desserts, and Modesty hits his as well. It's flowing for G2. There is no stopping them now on this streak. 8 rounds. Queenix can do nothing about it. They are literally in his spawn.
It starts with Monacy on the CT side. From the moment that AWP has come out, G2 have not dropped a round. He rebuilds the identity of the team. He gives them that faith, and now it's just cascading through the squad. They are all playing with Monacy-esque confidence in this game, and that sees them through to a stellar CT half. A lot of the legwork is already done here, and for Ecstatic, a kind of familiar feeling of deflation setting in. This time, I don't know if they're going to have what it takes to pull themselves back into this game, to claw their way up the oily and bloody totem pole towards victory. It feels like G2 have got them right where they want them.
It definitely is slipping through their fingers right now, and, even if you just look at the game they're playing and the half they're on now, CT, Anubis, with 8 rounds to the other side. It's a very difficult position to pull yourself back from. Far more so, they need a hero, they need something to believe in, but this map has been lacking that. Look at that round timeline, horrendous. Not even bomb plants, not even close rounds really for Ecstatic, blown out of this map. Looking to amount yet another monumental comeback of their careers. Patient for G2 in this pistol, but they will creep closer into those dual Berettas. Oh, so deadly. 3 pairs. Go on. Let's get weird. Saw him.
ეხა ანუ G2-ს კომანდაში ვერ დაინახე ყვირილ და ისინი.
Salazar's just responsible for so much here, and if he falls, that floods the B site. Kragan would have to adjust so quickly. Nodios will be able to support him somewhat, but I'm worried that if Salazar doesn't at least slow them down on this push, it is just a bloodbath. It is a KO hit for G2, and so we really need these dualies to step up.
რა მოთმენა ტიპებში. დაპიკე, ჩემი კარგი მოვთხარ, ბიჭო, ნერვები დამაწყდა.
But this is going to come down to some very, very fast fights. Some brawly counter-strike down in dark. Misses on the dualies. Kragan pulls up and will keep it even. They take the pace out of the lower hit at least. That flood of G2 players can't come in. But somehow Nico has already crept up in a CT. That kill should be dead to rights. They've just got to get past Nodios. And even as Patty's able to break away, even as he's able to dodge capture from Nico in the spawn, will that be the fighting chance for Ecstatic? It shouldn't be. They're hounding him down. They chase him down, and Queenix now spotted. Gets the bomb away at least. One kill in the right direction, but so much more to do for Queenix. The man who got it all going on Vertigo is locked out to open up the pistol of Anubis. G2, 9 rounds straight. And with a pistol round under their belt, they are chasing down that victory, the one that eluded them on Vertigo. The one that felt like it got away.
What terrifying pacing of that pistol round, not just the silence for almost a minute as Salazar A&Ds, but Nico gets all the way into spawn from that mid-walk. And even in the 3v3, everyone stops to let Nico fight Patty. And they even group to hunt him down. No clutches today for Queenix, no chance in this pistol, and it feels meant to be. Double digits, at least, for G2. And even though this last map ended horrifically, this third map started scarily. I think reassurance is the right word for G2.
არა ხა რასაც უყურებ იმენა ჩემი სტილის თამაში რომელთუნცა დაქვს არის Eternal Fire. Eternal Fire
seems to be Mac 10s mauling in A and barely a casualty. 10 to the 4.
Yeah, you know what we're kind of seeing here for Ecstatic is when all hope is lost, when you're truly hopeless, hope is kind of the easiest thing to find. You know, when it's truly dark, the light shines.
No, tremi დაალაკით არხი გამოიწერეთ. ხუთი კაცი გვაკლია 6340-ამდე.
When they felt like they had nothing to lose, but now that they have everything to gain, now that they are all believing, it's opened them up to this colossal heartbreak. And they just can't hit that same level they were on. And I think that was always going to be such a big ask. All it took was a couple of rounds from Monacy. It slowed the roll of Ecstatic. It got them in their heads a bit. And now the kind of gravity of the situation they're in, with their toughest opposition they've ever faced at the most important juncture of their careers, so far at least. It's all looking to just be a bit too much for Ecstatic.
Oh, look at this.
All they want.
We'll be running into the A split. It's being held by Ecstatic, but a molly behind the smoke cordons off Patty. He can throw another one. Oh, and it's all up to the A main fight. Salazar finds his third kill of the map, but he is all the stats between G2 11 rounds. I don't think anyone can stop this now. G2 don't overstep the mark. The bomb plant comes in.
The
weight of this 3v3 is enormous. This is essentially your hope for the game, for any chance of a comeback. It's not a bad way to start, but Nico and Monacy taking the heavens away. Monacy left up in the clutch, and a 1v3 begins. Monacy moves in, gets close, and is ready to rob this from Ecstatic. They're off the bomb, but he adjusts in time. This one's wild. They tap it again. Monacy's playing with his food, and he will elude capture for now, but chase down. It's gonna be close with no kit, but Ecstatic, they stop Monacy on his way to a 1v3, and they just barely take that round over the line.
Oh my goodness, that's a mess. So you wonder if he stays in the smoke, he might actually win that, just swinging the knife and hoping for the best, but he's running a crazy route around the site, doing laps. My goodness. Nice try for Monacy, but just enough time for Ecstatic to keep this game going and keep believing. inspire any faith, or is it just a sigh of relief that they didn't get humiliated in the 1-on-3? They don't really look too proud about that round 8 either way. And I like the pause before they continue. First round breaking a streak. G2. Talk about it and get on the same page. This is your last chance in Copenhagen.
You can
see the difference though, both in the player counts and in how the game's gone. Like G2, I think they were a victim of overconfidence on Vertigo. I think they felt like the game was over. And after you learn that lesson once, and then you're given a shot to redeem yourself when you're as experienced and as favored as G2 are, they're not going to look to make that same mistake again. And so you won't have a G2 that's loose and keen to make mistakes. You have a G2 that's determined and well-drilled, with everyone stepping up. So it is a very different game for Ecstatic. A very different ask of making this comeback happen this time. And they'd never dodge that danger, that if they fall short, the game is out of their hands.
Clinical clearing from Nico in middle, and he knows his angles, but Patty just hides down below the stairs. He has to tuck back now, low in the A site. No one shoots off that flash. Queenix doesn't know that they're even closer, and Hooksy jiggling. He's trying to bait, set up Nexa in the corner. Queenix goes for the clear, but the AK finds that clean shot. Patty with a lot of pressure. This flank, it may be coming in, but it may all be too late. It's certainly too little as G2 enter the site. Salazar provides cover from the top, but he's gone after one, and Patty, there's just nowhere to hide. 4-on-2. G2 feeling good for the game right now. It's Nodios and Kragan against the world.
Nodios, very, very quiet start here. Sets himself up. Final bullet connects to Hooksy. Doesn't want to come through. It's now all eyes on Nexa, but he will find the first. Ready for Nodios, ready for the swing. Knows he's still Nexa. Oh, just falls shy on that spray.
What?
That's super awkward for Nexa. I was ready to sing his praises at the end of that round there. I think he thought he'd done it too. Bit of an overstep and a clutch. Clutch is going the way of Ecstatic.
Really, it feels overcommitted. There's so many, you know, sure, you're confident in your ability to take the fight there, but Nexa has such a good position. He can just play with his food, waste the time down.
Hey, bro, for Nodios, a slow start, but a key clutch one. You stand and deliver versus a guy who's looked really good for the G2 squad throughout this game. That's nice. Another timeout called for G2. They're trying to manage these emotions. They're trying to manage their ambitions here. They just want to put this one to rest. At least, right, if you're looking for more for the G2 squad, similar situation what we've seen in these last two rounds is that even though Ecstatic are winning them, it is at one tremendous cost. Both times, one player surviving.
Crazy 2-on-4 for Ecstatic. They just pull these rounds out of nowhere, and even if you look down the scoreboard, it's not like they have many stars shining bright. It's only Kragan who's on a positive game, and then some, competing with Monacy.
What I'll say is that the vibe is not the same as Vertigo for Ecstatic to run away with this in the mental game, but it will make it far more impressive if they somehow did. G2, this is a team that
მეორე major ZZ გაგვიტროლა speakers
check and is playing some sound counter strike where all the individuals are stepping up. There's no real weak links here other than Hooksy. All the stars are there.
And as you said, coming into this game, G2 will not be celebrating until this is done, right? They maybe underestimated their opponent on that previous map. They got ahead of themselves with some cheeky T-side rounds, and well, you won't find them doing that with elimination right there knocking on the door. This game is tight. Hooksy inside of the smoke. Nade comes in, won't give away his position. You do have a flash being laid up to go through. It goes further, and Nodios turns for the kill. He's still got a teammate. They know about this, but Patty drops in from mid. Now they can concede the site. They have a lot of space, and they have the bomb.
Oh, bombi გაატყნეს.
That's a huge problem for G2. Walking this smoke is not the answer for Nico. Straight into Kragan. Flash through, trying to tee up.
Oh, გაუფლეშ და არ
He
შეხვი.
wants to throw it all the way on the tag. Catches the molly. That at least blocks it. That's
აბა
quite
თუ
nice to
წავაგებ,
actually give him a bit of a
შეგვიძლია,
leg up and
შეგვიძლია
take the
თავისუფლად.
space. Dragon should be ready for this, but doesn't make it any easier. Tech 9 of Hunter. He's got 20 seconds, and they're watching the bomb from afar. So even as he deals with Patty, the trade should be there immediately.
დაუგდი ახლა შეჩება, მან წავიდე და
Won't find it as Queenix swings out from the stairs. Good interplay there between Ecstatic. Slowly but surely piecing these rounds together. That was the force buy from G2, trying to capitalize on all the money that's been done, all the money damage that's been done across these last few rounds.
What a play for Patty here, where he drops out and flanks. That drops the bomb. The bomb feels like it's in the wrong position of 2 anyway. It should be outside of B with the bulk, but either way, I don't think G2 expected that much resistance being sent on a flank so early in the round. Nice gap for Patty.
Slowly but surely, Ecstatic are believing in this again.
Oh, don't do this to me once more, Harry. Don't play with my heart.
And like we said, the difference here, this isn't a deflated G2. This is a G2 in good form.
5-13-ზე საკაიფოთ. სტაბილურად IG-ელები კარგად არიან. ისალაზარიც მაგრად ის სავეპე შავიტყვი არაუცილებია 5 კილი არის საკაიფოთ.
But it is stood up.
ავი ხო ფულიკო თუ წააგეცმებო, ყველაფერს ღირსები ხარ ჩვეულები.
Finding a clutch after numerous attempts.
This would be a nice confidence boosting round for Salazar if he's able to make that AWP sing from Ivy. They jump in, they get past, and that's going to sell his teammate out. Only the one kill off the AWP, and they beeline towards it. They go on retrieving another kill out of Hooksy this time. This one's starting to fall apart. This was just blocks, and now G2 are posted to win the round. Queenix with 1 onto Hunter as he loops his way back in through the spawn. They got one more rifle left to get past, and they can't do it. These Glocks, the bane of Ecstatic, and it might be the round that lets them down. That missed shot from Salazar's AWP with Nodios hung out to dry. They do it on Glocks. And G2 are celebrating like that round has won them the game, because it very likely has. That is a crushing defeat towards Ecstatic.
That is an ugly setup as well, right? You're expecting more of a contact play in front of B, but with Glocks, G2 just jump around the corner. Salazar one miss. Even if he hits it, his teammate is still dead, sitting out in the open with a back shot from Glocks, and Monacy taps out that AWP, who has no hell on earth for Ecstatic.
ფსიქოლოგიურად, ეკონომიურად, რა ვიცი.
And that could
that is just a back-breaking round. That is the round that does you in. And if that ends up being the one that lets them down, that is a round that they will not soon forget. They were forging a path to another comeback. They're up against Glocks in a full eco from G2. And it's not just that you fall down to the Glocks, which is already the worst type of round to lose. It's the fact that it comes on the back of so many clutched rounds. Now you don't have the longevity. Now you're at the full mercy of a G2 that are pumped up.
I like this call for G2 to just stay like fully grouped to make sure you're just trading your kills here. You know Ecstatic have limited money, but Ecstatic have made the perfect read. They put 4 players on this bomb site, and they've got a flash set up in main. Timing is everything on this flash right now. Nade chips away. First one comes through. G2 try and dodge. They're running into walls. They're running into bullets. And somehow a 4-on-2 emerges. Ecstatic with nothing to play with and everything to play for. Still fight back against G2. This horde of MP9s comes running and gunning, and Kragan won't miss a beat. Bomb dropped. Monacy in the clutch. Ecstatic, they do not give up nor go down without a fight. You've still got to earn your stripes. Against this young Danish squad. 8 rounds now out of nowhere.
The resilience required, the ability to answer back after falling down in such an ugly way, that is unreal from Ecstatic. At every turn, I feel like they've surprised us throughout this series, and maybe even throughout the major so far.
How many times can we write this team off? Been so ready to.
They just
G2 too.
They just won't give up. And in some sense, you know, they've gained G2's respect. They have. They have. With how this game's gone, every time G2 think they're ready to win and run away with it, Ecstatic have something to answer back with.
Monacy's covering so Nico can walk through, but he went a bit early inside of that Molotov. Monacy remains on the angle, and Patty plays passive position. Honestly, holding for the uncrouch, but Patty times it well, avoids disaster and dodges the flash. G2, they set up men in middle and they go back.
Opa, ima rap info იყო, ბიჭო. Iman right.
This is a really good read out of Ecstatic when that mid contact doesn't come in. They shuffled a third player over towards B. They battle for dark. Nodios narrowly eludes burning in that molly, but Queenix with the backstab, hopping in. It's just the one and done. Still Ecstatic. Right place, right time on this stack at the B site. 2 more players left to break through for G2, and Patty can't keep them at bay. Salazar, the one who let them down with a missed orb shot in the ground, is the one faced with this 1v2 clutch. Even if he's given this first fight an overstep from Hooksy, now it's Monacy the one to beat. Monacy the clutch king of the series. Monacy the one to end it all. As he rounds the corner, Salazar plays right into Monacy's hands. And if there's been one dependable piece, it's been that Monacy AWP. The salvation of G2 has arrived, and it's Monacy. Was there ever any doubt?
He never lets you down. He really doesn't. And what a perfect time to pull up with a clutch. That's a backbreaker. That's a money breaker. And even if Hooksy, who in his defense has had a couple of crucial entry rounds on the T side of this map that with the M4 picked up, and right there as well to trade out Hunter coming through the smoke. He almost oversteps. He does overstep, but at least he has Monacy back in the sight and ready to send G2 to a 2-2 matchup to still fight for those playoffs. It almost felt like they threw that opportunity away and walked into Ecstatic's hands on this third map. But are we finally ready to write off the Danes, or do they have a final wind?
No one wants to fall early for G2. It's measured to open up this round. They've been in many a moment where they could have ended this series, and they want this one to be the knockout punch. This is as easy as it gets for G2.
Now it really is.
Onto Nodios. They know about Kragan, who's trapped out on an island over here at Long, getting chased. In the meantime, Monacy did reclaim one on that AWP, so he's still keeping G2 afloat, but the bomb is down over at Long. Kragan's just found it. Monacy's rooting back through the spawn. Another kill from Monacy. The record will show that when it really mattered, when G2 needed someone to get behind, Monacy was there every step of the way. And so now that bomb's been recovered. The one danger of the round that Kragan brought to the picture has been removed. This aggro push up through mid for Queenix could get dodged altogether. It's Salazar alone over in this B site.
Still a great flank timing.
Will he get there in time? They haven't crossed in yet. Queenix has got a chance at the double here, but it's got to be clean. First round found his Nexa, but he can't convert onto Monacy. G2's hero, the man in the cape and cloak, looking to run away with this game right at the close and stop Ecstatic in their tracks. Salazar can't win this. Surely not. Playing through the smoke, trying to rob it to time, but he can't arrive. And so the bomb is planted. G2 have got it teed up, and it's all on the back of Monacy in this third map. G2 lock it in. And Ecstatic...
Another example of a slow start from a star in this server.
აი ესენი ტიდან აგებენ, გაგვისტორდები. აუ რატო რა ჭირს ამას, თო რატო იბაგება რა უნდა მტრის.
Vandal behind you.
JT nothing but a victim. Sevens up close. Dangerous range, but very quick on the trigger. Flames' entries have been superb. Whether that's coming out from dark, fighting a liege on mid, or in this instance, just unraveling the pistol stack.
Yeah, he's been a warrior for Vitality when they need him.
ფინალია რაღაც Valorant-ის. მაგას უყურებ ხომ, ტარიკას highlight-ებს უყურებ ხომ, მე სასწავლებს მაგას უყურებ. კი არ თამაში Valorant-ს, მაგრამ ტარიკა მევასებდი.
And once again, 3 maps in a row. It's an eco to open it up, a clutch round to open the door for Vitality, and then they start flooding in late into the half when they can finally scoop up a few rounds. But still, Complexity already have 6 on CT side.
Sure. But Complexity can never get their hopes up. Complexity can never feel like it's enough. All that scar tissue of maps gone. It all starts to resurface.
Yeah, they're constantly in pain.
A players can't really be freed up to deal with mid. In fact, they're going to leave that gap, right? Unleash comes over to help out Floppy, so they can remain dedicated to the triple B. Is Floppy going through off the flash? Yes, he is. And there's nobody here, so he decides to pull back, but they weren't far off.
Ooh, and the staggered smoke.
Now they're going to go for the double B fight. This could be the 2v1 against Spinks.
Yeah.
But he stays tucked in. And in the pistol, they cleared him from this spot. But on the fallback, oh, JT will win the duel.
Ooh, that was a good setup from Spinks, but he doesn't grab it. Now they can start to lead in.
And they have given up all the control on A because they didn't see anything there. But the T's are indeed already on the site. Mezzy finally coming through with some impact.
Halzerk finds one.
Grim isn't too far off. Flamesy's lurk to Halzerk could be huge. Does it reopen the possibility of a ruck back to B? No, they're going to keep fighting forward off of Mezzy's anchor in A. Camera occupied. Heaven owned by Elise, but he gets hit by the smoke.
Well, that's that like Mezzy's gonna smoke it.
CTs have started to split up because they didn't see the bomb.
Gap on camera. Grim tries to exploit it. T's coming out on top with man advantage. JT wins that fight towards B, but he's not close enough to pressure off the plant. So once he arrives, it is 2 guns in head, ready to rock. He keeps himself crouched down beneath it. Back fountain player ready for the swing.
Oh, Mezzy lets him go above.
JT
doesn't know how far Flamesy could have gotten to, and and Mezzy will do the rest. Whew, nicely done, and the flank catch was also massive on Halzerk. That pickup kept the man advantage for a second. And Vitality are back in the half. A couple of times now they found this opening.
Not
completely out of the sight, but back into rotator spots, which is all they were looking for. Just one timing where Floppy is not standing in the front doorway. That's when it's the most difficult for Vitality to get in, and they've been able to craft these moments. They've been able to pull the rotations.
Oh wow, okay, fast push. Gets them 1 kill, but costs them 2 deaths. And that could very well serve as Vitality's trigger to just overwhelm the B site. You know, even that last round, sure, they get Floppy out of position, but Complexity were working with info. They had just taken over long. They had just flashed into clear. Not expecting Vitality to be that close. 2 necessary moments. One from a silent Spinks, and then a missing Mezzy. But a multi-kill in back-to-back rounds from the 2 of them to post Vitality's...
He's letting 2 go by. Well, the bomb is...
Oh
my god, the bomb takes a really strange route, actually. Floppy gets one. He doesn't know if it's the player who was running away, but it is going towards the site that Complexity wanted to.
One more chance for the North Americans to just scrape a 7th onto their side. Spam for smoke, and the SMGs can't quite stop them. Here comes the AK. Big chance for Floppy. Off the side of Pillar, he gets 2. But he finds himself 1v1 versus the best. Zowie planting backside. Floppy swings and catches him! Oh, no way!
Yo.
It is a wacky waving, arm flailing Floppy to post that 7th to Cole.
The inflatable pool noodle that is Floppy catches that clutch.
It's hard to keep your hands on him, man.
Yeah,
he's squirrely.
That's true. And finally, a clutch for him because he's also somebody that sort of is known for having some big clutches. I mean, he's one of the only players in the world to get 1v5s on back-to-back days. Or to have a 1v5 at all in his career.
A real anomaly.
A
very important 3K.
Very important.
Controller.
Before, and the 1 kill that Vitality pick up at the beginning of every game.
3 maps in a row. Complexity are going to have to be the better team by a significant margin in the second half because they're winning the good rounds as a team, and they do have Halsik as an individual, but the X factor is still shining through for Vitality in the biggest moments and what feels like the massive turning points with an eco to follow. And this does give them a little bit of breathing room. Complexity have T-side to look forward to. Pistol can change all of that, of course. But again, this is the side they need no instruction on. Complexity, when it comes to T-side and Anubis, are a team worth studying no matter what region you are, what level you are, because they're one of the best in the world. Vitality, on the other hand, are one of the few teams that have figured out CT Anubis sometimes.
Damn, man, this line, if it gets held, or if Complexity can keep thriving in the pistols, that's the big question here. Enough of a defense, but a T-side getting stopped on the approach. ZywOo no longer blind. Looking for a little more here. Flamesy trying to catch a second, but they'll take this as a chance to depart.
The disengage actually makes sense. I mean, it looked like it was going to be a full committal. They can go back towards the other side of the map. We'll see how fast they organize. They don't catch anybody trying to flank backwards, even though it looks like they're trying to find that. I mean, with the long route around, I feel like they have to wait 2 times as long because it's quite clear to Vitality they haven't committed into the site. There's no further utility. There's no straggler left there to try to keep their attention. What they've got out of this round is a very weakened ZywOo, but Flamesy covering him, getting the kill is even more important. And he'll be the extra man coming over. Let's see if he can find a headshot angle to make up for his lack of HP.
They're moving. They're moving into the fight. Caught in the open. Down towards Dark. Spinks will get into cover, but he's lost his players on the site. Falling further back. They're going to go for the chase. They at least take back the room from him. Vitality's rotation comes by way of Long and Temple. This is going to leave Holzerk in the pocket. Caught out by Flamesy, who started this thriving pistol over on A. Grimm's chance taken back. It's Flamesy at a scorched earth on this B site once he arrives.
Yeah, that's right. This Ember is getting hot for this team. This young bet of an aggressive rifler did so much work in that first half dealing with Alish on the bridge into covering ZywOo when things almost went south on that last pistol. And it has been 4 pistols in this game for Complexity, but now finally a second one back for Vitality.
Nice.
They're going to come in with the force buy, huh? Complexity not going to let this lead slip for free. A healthy buy at that. AK for Alish. Does he take up middle? Because we could very well start to get more chapters of this Alish versus Flamesy fight over the bridge. Right now, it is a tale of the young Israeli star. Three defenders inside of B site and a whole swarm of Vitality players coming at them. They've lost one side. Holzerk, great scout shot. Floppy. It's a back turn to him, and with it, an easy entry.
Oh my god. They steal this back after the pistol, denying the conversion. 6 rounds for them, 2v3 retake. Go wrong here.
Just a sudden pop, that's all it is.
Yeah, man. I was saying that their coordination on these B splits is A1. Like, they are so good at taking over camera and being able to fight into the site. And that is something that is so hard to be able to be on the same page as your team. Like in dry runs with no one on the map, of course, very easy to be like, all right, this choke point, then this choke point. But with the way that camera is, with the amount of counter utility that gets bounced into the walls, all the Molotovs, all the smokes, you see so many situations where even the best teams will have to run through a molly, die to one spray, and then it shuts off the total main split. It's very hard to scale into camera, essentially, and Complexity know how to get away with that. Now, of course, this is a round where they don't have much in the way of utility to stop them, but leave it to JT to figure out a good time to try to attack. I keep saying camera. E-box.
Yeah.
It is the key to this map.
I was going to correct you the next time. Letting you get away
with it.
There
would have been one more for sure. Unfortunately.
There was a time.
Let's get...
God damn, we tried. ZywOo going to take it up. Ooh, JT in the water. Spinks with the SMG for the wide swing. Zowie then caught. That could have been the kills back for Holzerk.
Damn, he goes back in post. That's actually nuts.
And this was the question, right? Getting into dark. Floppy was allowed that close proximity for free in the round prior. That's why the split comes through so easily. Right now, Flamesy MP9 pressed against Smoke. 2Ts here, but he's not gonna let them cross.
He's doing the impossible right now. 19 and 11 for Flamesy with all the worst guns. Pistols, SMGs, you name it.
Elige looking to take it back somewhat. Grim finds timing in middle. Dodge the flash. Elige has got him against the wall. This is a recovery.
They can claw this back.
This is a 2v5 with a smoke in middle. This Opper is isolated with a molly in front of him. Grim is going to get chased down. Nice pressure out of middle from Spinks. But what about Elige?
45 seconds. He has to search for a kill. Can't plant the bomb. Knows that he's covered. Will the CTs give it to him?
Mid-fight's there. Tries to snap to the reaction heat. Anticipates out of bricks. That's 2 players in storage and 1 out towards mid.
Zowie with an op on the line.
Close corner held by Mezzi. Op shot lands. That should be the damage that gets this over. Elige will go for the bomb plant. Faking it once. Trying to elicit a rotation. Sure enough, Zowie puts his head on a silver platter.
Don't play with him.
SMG and Deeg in hand. Spinks getting closer. Elige in the open. They chase him. His gun's out. They're on the angle. And Elige now down to 8. He thinks he's close. And the SMG will thrive. Spinks makes sure there's no cracks in this hold.
Jesus. Another clutch for Spinks. It's such a close call. And the closest attempt to a massive round here for Elige in this match, but he does massive damage still. 2v5 brought back to a 1-on-1. Vitality into the pause.
They've been
given a gift.
Mongols და ვინ? ფურია? ვინ გავარდა 0-3-ზე დამავიწყდა.
And we're getting to the point that there are almost too many of these force buys to sustain. How many rifle rounds do you have to win in one game to get the victory? That's going to be the question Complexity have to ask themselves. But they also did deny the conversion in the second pistol.
This is all SMGs all day. All 5 kills out of Vitality by way of MP9. They've got 2 smokes and a flashbang to work with. Complexity hanging on to this lead for dear life. And all the while, right? 5 MP9 frags. We've got Vitality making money, clawing back, closing the gap. And a persistent threat in this E-box. Spinks is going to go back at it. JT with the Deeg. Mezzi's got the clean double and a fallback into the site that goes uncontested from long. Apex, whoa, could get caught on the re-peek. He's got a teammate close pillar. He's got a molly to keep them out.
Yeah, they do know Mezzi's there in this position, I think. 1 smoke, 1 flash here between Floppy and Halzerk. And I don't think Vitality have to be too scared. But you know what? The way that they're playing the site is pretty vanilla, right? Like when we contrast that to what we saw from Complexity, I think that's a more modern and effective way of playing it.
And timing could work because, yes, sure, Flames is pushing out on long A, but they're going to try to cross. Ooh, nicely timed peek out of Mezzi. Apex makes sure Floppy can't get away, and Halzerk dies empty-handed. Rock solid from Vitality.
But from back there and from spotting on default, that is how you die. That is
Balsagamos, ბიჭო, play-off-ი ცოტა გვიან არის, რო იცოდე და შეგვიძლია დრო გვაქვს რა. Flash-core-ის, კი, Flash-core-ზე რა ჩემი ყლემინა, თო ცხოვრებაში არ შევსულვარ. რა Flash-core-ი შეხო არ მაქვს. Flash-core-ზე რატო შევედი?
But it won't be this round, and it might be a lead here for Vitality as they get their feet
play-off-ი არის
on CT side.
Play-off-ი იწყება როდის არის ეს? 28-ში იწყება, გადაო 1 დღე კი არა.
Not even a trusty Deeg for JT, just 4 Glocks walking through smoke silently. They're gonna get close. AK coverage from Apex is good. Makes sure there's no wild antics.
Oh yeah.
Vitality established that 9-8 lead.
Yeah, that's clean. And no deaths, building up money right now. And the critical point in the game here, in the 4th quarter, Vitality, they've got a lead, they got a little extra cash. They still got some CT qualms they've got to deal with, but if they're going to play the 5v5 in the site, I think they have to get more creative than what we've seen, or want to believe that Complexity can beat it. But Vitality are championing aggressive maneuvers that
like
the flash double swing.
They have yet to find success against Flamesy on A. And even the rounds where he doesn't get kills, he is constantly prodding this long corner.
Yeah, I mean, that's on Floppy. He's the guy who's going to go head-to-head with the B-side player.
Strong exchange of utilities. Zowie waiting for his chance to take a glance down lane. Flashes come through, and Long will be beneath the feet of Cole. They're going in.
Oh, he must have touched guard.
Just in time. At the very least, Holzer trades, but at what cost? He's so low. And again, it is Spinks ahead of the op, which is then prepared, but not able this time to deal with Holzer. And considering he's on 11 health, that's a hell of a shot. Spinks into the AWP is solo B. But there is no follow-through from Complexity just yet.
Apex no.
20 health, he calls for support, and it all comes over.
Oh my god, it's the perfect read of the situation. Late round, the Complexity's comfort zone, but the push. Oh, but it's not denied.
But now they're going to be thinking more so about E-Box, but
they know that Grim's not lurking in that position, right? They've still got enough people here to hold on to this. The op shot's easy.
And it all falls on Holzerk. They're still concerned that he could be down in dark. Off peaks Long. Holzerk falling out to his favorite weapon as Spinks holds on.
Wow. Man, Flamesy, look how well he's playing. It's unbelievable. I mean, both halves in this map, completely saving the day.
Shout out Spinks for the M4 peak down water.
Complexity
contrast that to the first round where we get Floppy just barreling through. They have not been able to get into E-Box for free ever since.
He could die right here. It was a good peek from Halzerk, not to go too wide, but he's set up on that exact position a couple of times. TC going to get involved.
Shout out Apex, man, going for the full B stack in that situation.
This is so wild. The flash didn't even actually work.
It's Mezzy who goes out and catches Grim.
Yeah.
Spinks.
Grim was waiting for that peak.
Puts down the foundation with the op and holds. And it is Vitality now pulling away on a map that Complexity love to play. But on one that it is back in with another half purchase. Elige spending all he's got just for this Galil. Smoke 2 flashes. And this constant pressure from Zowie out of E-Box. A missed shot will be the saving grace of Complexity for now.
That smoke was tricky.
Can they swarm this A site? Will Flamesy stutter in the pressure that he has so constantly thrived within? Gets his gun back out, offers up the flash. Apex has got it.
Apex continue
on. Great sprays.
Now that's crazy. That spray down, and they don't even do anything to smoke it out, to run through it. They just commit, not expecting a second player to be there. Is it just like that? Are these Complexity's hopes dashed now?
Half-Life 3-ია ყველაზე მაგარი თამაში, რაც ვალვე შეუქმნია.
It's a defense that has netted Flamesy multiple moments to shine. He had his impact in shutting down Elige when we went back to the first half too. Flamesy has been a part of this game from start to finish.
Yeah, no kidding.
Hell of a time to put forth this kind of a performance. 20
teachable moments as a CT anchor, so many teachable moments approaching bridge. Kind of taking down and picking apart two very key players map in Elite in the first half as the aggressive player on the bridge, CT side, and Floppy as a T-side player. Crafty to set up well.
ან ყველაფერს ორს გამოუშვებენ და მე გადადიან 3-ზე შეჩემ, ეგ სტრატეგია აღმაშენებელი.
Are we looking at another series that Complexity could have won 3 times over? Flamesy again on Floppy.
I mean, what more do you have to ask from him? JT blinding himself makes this awkward. At least they have control, but for what now? You've got this solo lurk outside of B site. So concerned about Flamesy's omnipresence on this pressure. JT will crack open smoke. It's good damage on Spinks.
Არა, smoke-ის გახსნა ყველაზე თეცლი რაღაცა, იმენ რაც კი
So
დაამოწ.
yeah, for sure. He'll try to get into the corner, but the flash support out of Zowie is great. We do get this mid walkout in a moment where middle is open for the taking. Desperate times call for desperate measures. And Complexity reek of that desperation. Trying to find a new route to pressure one half of this map. Apex keeping his head down. The up shot doesn't find him. Holds off on the frag grenade until they snip into camera. That is great amounts of damage, but he loses his support. They do break through. Wins bomb.
Yeah, it's suddenly a retake. Halzerk will dive to plant. Smoke goes up in heaven. Are they going to shoot the situation? They want to push through, get this thing started.
It's a retake demanded of Vitality, and with such little health here for the T's, Halzerk, why not, as a class cannon, try to make something happen?
There's such low HP between two players. Halzerk has to hit this shot, do or die.
Rato.
Trying to hold back just in case the aggression comes out. Now Messi walks in, and Halzerk lands the op shot. It's a big chance. Offered back. Grim, he will fall. The one kill that has been found in this retake, and with minimal HP, Complexity will get one on the board.
Unanswered trade in the site. Apex nearly finishes off 2 kills with his first spray and the follow-up grenade. But Complexity show some X factor back and win a very difficult situation.
But it is an exploitable part of the map. Middle was left open for them to creep in. In a 5v3, no less. That triple stack inside of the B site, because of the pressure that was probably applied through E-Box, had them all kerneled up. And a good call from JT to get that pack, what remained of Complexity, all in together.
It's still a pretty opulent Vitality here. They've got money to buy no matter what happens this round. Complexity will have to earn this the hard way. Elise goes down at first. Halzerk tried to help out Floppy, said, I can go after Flamesy for once. But he doesn't find the kill. It's 5v4 with the escape, and there's the boost. We haven't really seen any play like this from Vitality. They'll pull one out.
God save the king გაწერია იმის ემოც.
5v4.
რომელ kings-ია ლაპარაკი? აი იმის იქნება უოჭველი რა ქვია. მეზის იქნება, ხო?
It's not far off. Here he comes though.
Oh, Mezisa. God saves the king.
Against the wall. Spinks burns Floppy. The rotate scrambling out from long. They want to get Mezzy into the open so that Grim can deal with him, which he will. We're going to get a bridge drop by the looks of it. Or is it a late lurk? Because they've got the time to wrap this all the way around. He's going to open the smoke, but he misses his shot. And Flamesy all the while inching ever closer. Halzerk taken down to 19 HP. He tries to press his luck against the wall, but slowly but surely the flames just keep burning brighter, and that will force him into the open. So Vitality take their 12.
They've got it on 12 for the first time in this series. They get 12 first.
ეს რომ მორჩება დაიწევს დრო.
Complexity who started out once
again. აქ ფიქრობდნენ რომ სავარდად ოვერტაიმები წავიდოთ. არ დაიწევს პირიქით მე ცოტა ხანში.
A series that could have been won 3 times over with the starts that they had, with how close Inferno has been, and it's honestly a story that it's hard to tell again, but it might be the reality this time for Complexity.
კი, შეუძლიათ ხვალ მოგება. მორჩეს ეს რომ დავლაგდეთ რა.
Across this series, an Inferno that is yet again going to be felt like a heartbreak because they were that close.
დავай 400 ლაიქისკენ დავიძრეთ. არხიც გამოიწერეთ, ტრიმი დაალაიქით. არ დაგეძახით.
Oh no. Leg spotted, but Elise will bring it back.
აქ მე მგონი გერდამთავრებას არაპირებენ ეს.
Yeah, this is a rare time.
და აქ ფიქრობენ რომ ოვერტაიმები იქნება და მაგიტო გადაიდოთ. მეც ეგრე მგონი. მაგრამ ეს თუ მორჩება ეხლა დაიწევს ისევ დრო. 5 წუთამდე 10 წუთამდე.
As relevant, he could take some hits. Flamesy just waiting, foaming at the mouth for his time to be able to flank. Hey, you don't want to come to my side, I'm going to come to yours. On basket, set up and a perfect spot with Zowie behind him as well. Looks like Vitality are reading that this ends towards him, and they take him out. Still an op here, however.
Solid cover from Halzerk. Not just the op, but Mezzi's support as well. But you can see that slight concern for middle, right?
Yeah.
Not wanting to get burned by what cracked open this site last time. Zywu's op is a miss, and he gets caught out in the open. Ooh. Double kill entry and a scorched A site. There is nothing there to stop them. 5 strong. Complexity, no strangers to a challenging game of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, that's true. That was a nice round, man. I mean, that was a good point of contact that off the bridge.
Molotov bounce ეგრევის მახსენდება ხოლმე. პეპეპეტრი.
Nice cover from Elige.
Great cover from Elige, and also Halzerk stopping Flamesy as he tries to get aggressive on long.
Don't be
you've got to deal with right now on Vitality. That seems to just be running on gas. He's got so much left in the tank. So much energy, you know, with the way that he plays. Happy to go any moment and apply tons of pressure. This is a map where Zowie was actually 7 and 16.
Nowhere to be found. Unexpected absence, but it's still Vitality with 12. You'd be foolish to write off the woo. But opening kill again. 2 back-to-back, 5 versus 4 to Complexity's favor. Something that was so elusive throughout the struggle of this T side.
Yeah, if it's Flames you want to kill on A, it's Spinks on B.
Leash will pick up the mantle in middle. Complexity are starting to piece together a solution to this T side. In mid. We saw last round, even the thought of middle control got Vitality scared.
After a kill, but they have been failing to get the kill up until now. And somehow Flamesy finds the timing, man.
On his own.
This guy has been a mercenary for Vitality. How much support does he need, if any?
So low hold. However, Elige comes with everything to do. He is 2 kills deep, but he has to forego control of the bomb site. He comes back at the heaven peak. Dangerous game to take that shot. Here comes the camera pressure fast. Off the flash. Flamesy comes in.
Flames,
How much more does he have to do? Zowie along the wall. JT keeps his head down. They are scared. And JT has been cleared. Halzerk in with a chance to clutch.
No! Oh no! Hold the bitch!
Flamesy will push them forward.
Raknam, ჩემის მოთხოვნული ისე შვილმა ბიჭო, გააჩერა.
Map 1 and they win it. Flamesy, the player who came onto this team as an ember, turning into a phoenix right before our eyes. When Vitality needed him, they didn't have Zowie for once, and Flamesy was right there.
And this third map, we're talking about the core of the returning Major Grand.
giveaway არ დაგავიწყოთ ბოტანის გათამაშება არის 5 დოლარს შეიტანამ პრომო კოდით ამ кейსს გახსნა ავტომატურად ჩართული ხარ giveaway-ში და შეგიძლია აგერც მოგურამის 21 savage-ის სურათი უყენე სავარაუდოდ ეგ მოიგებს არ ვიცი ვინ არის მაგრამ ეგ მოიგებს ეგ კაცი გურამი Heroic pain დაიწყო ესეც დაიწევოს ეხლა 1-5 წუთზე ჩამოვა ეს იმიტომ რომ ესენი უკვე ზიან კომპიუტერებზე მზადები აი მანამდე სანამ ეგ დაიწყება მე ცოტა кейსებს გავხსნი რაკუშები ამოვაგდით. ხში რა кейსი გავხსენით მომს გაფიცებთ. ვიცადე ის რომელია ეს, აი ეს უნდა გავხსნა. ბოლიმ კიდე. არა, ეგ არა. აი ეს რომელი кейსი? აი, აქ რო გადასულიყავი რა იქნებოდა. ზუსტად მოგამ კას 5 დოლარს ავიხდი, რა მე ხოლმე დავალდი. მაბეიტებ ხო? კარგად უციფერ შერავახ. ახო, დაგენტრევა. დაანები თავი. კომპიუტერი და ინფორმაციას რო გაგიწევენ მე შემიძლია ეს, კაია. აქედან რო შემიძლია გადასვლა. ავა, ეს кейსი უნდა გავხსნა, აი აქ არ მაინტერესებს. აქ დამიგდე რა ერთი ორი დანა კიდე დაარდე რა მაგის დე. აუ რა გავკოტრდი ბიჭო. აუ ჩემო მეტყნა. ეს მაინც გავუტა. ერთხელაც. აჩი ხა განახებთ comeback-ს. ბიჭო დანოს როგორ არ აკეთებს და. არა გუშინ 4-დანა დავაგდი აქ. უყურებ აბა. აუ გლოუზე მაინც გადადი მადლობა. არა კარგადაა. არა ერთი უსი ერთი შეჭა. იჟი ხო არა ხარ. ბიჭო ნუ ხარ შენ ჰეიტერი ძმა. რა იქნება ინტერნეტის ძმა? ჩემთვის საერთოდ არა ინტერნეტი ვიღაცა როგორ მიბაგუნებს თავში. ინტერესი. რევას ბოზებში დარეკვები რო დავიწყოთ ისე მილოვოს კონტენტი რო დავაბრუნოთ რა სიტყვა. არის ვარიანტები? ან შეჩემო შენ დაგირეკავით რომ ბოზი ხარ და თუ ეგ ისედაც ეგრეა. ეგ არ გვაწყო. სხვა რაღაცა მოსაფიქრე. რა თქმა უნდა იმის ფოტომაც მომიყვა. No. ინდაბრუნდა? Sure. მომეთქი რამე ისეთი USB-ა. $1700 იყვის თქო, მაგრამ ჩემი ფეხები. აი დავაქაბექთ. ყველაფერი გავასხი. აი, შენ გასათამაშე. ვახ ბიჭო რა იყო შავად $4 რატო ეხატე
ამ ფაილს რა ქვია აი თვითონ ამ ფაილი
რა არის
ეგ აი რა
სად მიდიხარ შენი? რა მომიგია ძმა, ვერაფერ ვერ მოვიგე, გავასხი. აქ მოვიგე $3. მადლობა. ეს кейსი სად არის? ეს ჩემი კამბექის кейსი. იმენა ყველაფერი იმენა. Okay. Gets my balance. Upgrade you no upgrade you ყოფილა balance. кейსებში არ არის თუ. რა გინდა შეჩემი? ანუ პული არ მაქვს? მაქვს. მეც არ მაქვს, შენთან რა გამოვხ. Come on. Balance სად ყოფილა ძმა? არ ვიცი აზია. სად გადავიდე? დამპა. Holding. არ შეიძლება ეგეთი რაღაც კაცო, კონტრაქტი გაქვს დადებული, რა უნდა გადააგდო. სად არის HLT? შეწყება, გაიესკო.
As well.
Inferno insta mix smoke. ამ მუსიკებით შორს ვერ წახვალ ძმა.
Phase through this smoke here from CT back in
ამ spawn-იდან ის როჩა.
Sydney phase through this smoke here from CT spawn with this lineup, and it's going to go over the rooftop, landing in deep middle. The smoke is going to bloom before the T's can even come out, and there's so many different ways to use this smoke. You could go aggressive, it peaks second mid, you could go down, and there's so many different
რამაგრადის როლა ბიჭო სუდათ სანდრო ვიდეოს უყურებს მომას გაფიცებს სუდათ ვარ რამაგრადის შემო კაცი შემოხაზა
ეს ისაა ხო რომ გადაგვირვინა პრაქტიკულში. Goblin deda shivets.
All you have to do is aim at this circle part of the roof here, and then all you have to do then is jump throw.
Not out here, magari, not out here.
Coordinates to practice these smokes. Spawn 2, you're to the right of spawn 1, and you're in the back row, and all you have to do is aim at this tip, then W jump throw. This is the most common and easiest way to throw this smoke. Most pro teams and players know this lineup. Spawn 3, you're in the back right. You're going to put your crosshair at this part above the roof, and then you're going to W jump throw. Whenever you're using these smokes, just be careful that T's need to break open the smoke. Spawn 4, you are positioned at the far left up top, and you're going to look for this part of the roof, aim one over towards this part, then go ahead and jump throw. Make sure you're conditioning the enemy by throwing these smokes at her. Then go ahead, going to look for this part of the roof, aim one over towards this part, then go ahead and jump throw. Make sure you're conditioning the enemy by throwing these smokes at random rounds. Spawn number 5, you are in the middle of the pack here of the spawns. All you have to do is aim at the tip of this part of the roof, then W jump throw. Spawn 6, you are at the top, the highest north, and you're just going to aim here and then standard jump throw. Now, if you don't want to learn the instant spawns, I'm going to show you a standard way to throw it. So you have to position with this part of the antennas, then you're going to aim at this shadow, then W jump throw. Give the video a like if you find it useful, and make sure
like flashbangs, you want your exactly, and you're electronic and you're
აბა მე მიოფ სამანამდე მოვალხო. შეიძლება კაცია კაცური?
Positions he plays, you are going to be exposed if you cannot deliver individually. There might
be ამას რა პადია? ვინ არის ეს?
Pretend like you've done your job. That's not the case for him. Like when you play connector on
ну, ამას вообще ვინმე რატო აძლევს და? ამას ცოლი რატო ყავს და შვილი? რა მაუსპადითაა ტიპი ბიჭო?
I feel like shit. Yeah, I understand. Like, I just genuinely, I empathize with your situation. I wish I could give you just like a magic formula to bounce back. The truth is, I can't. If anything, that's not me. That's probably maybe the staff. Part of it is him. But yeah, it feels rough. Individually, I think he's a little bit of a sinkhole situation right now.
Yeah, it's really hard for him. And it's tough to, I mean, it's not a sympathy, it's not an excuse, but having such an amazing Paris major and getting picked up right off of that, because we still don't know a complete body of work for Ema of what he's looked like consistently. We kind of know what he's looked like, obviously, just...
like he swapped with JL in terms of like kind of the hype and then...
Yeah.
Is that a Freaky Friday situation? Just
maybe. Let's take a look at this video then.
Well, yeah, taken out.
That's happening again. That was the preface or the premise I was talking about in the video.
Bicho mira, როგორ მეზიზღებად.
The issue is as well, I think it's a map that Cloud9 can definitely.
Ancient-ი იქნება მეორე მაპი ანანუბისი ვოჭერი.
With the caveat that Electronic had a little bit of issues at the beginning of this event, it's a little bit different, but now he had a monstrous performance against G2, so I'm going to have to trust and rely. Ancient coming in from Cloud9.
Ესენ დაბანავენ Inferno სავარაუდოდ.
Hey, Hobbit's gonna snipe, Perfecto's gonna snipe. It doesn't really.
Bolo იქნება overpass.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough one as well on that. And yeah,
why not Anubis pick? What am I missing?
I don't know.
I mean, Navi's not bad on map. I realize that, but it feels like there's a stronger body of work and even at the end, like Navi. Oh wait, that makes sense. Catch myself here. Navi remove Anubis at the end, and they go for overpass. That makes sense. I was just like, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Wait.
All right, cool. So with everything
Easy originally რა Cloud-ებისთვის რა.
Ancient overpass sequence.
გადარბენა რა უცებ.
Who's going to win and why? Who's going to book their tickets today?
I'm gonna pick Cloud9 at this point. Just yeah, I'm gonna go for it. Well, I like the fact that Axel is playing well. Back even without the AWP, I think this is a pretty solid team setup where everyone seems to be. If Axel continues to play this way, players are performing individually, and I think that's a huge question mark for Navi that I don't see being resolved in this match.
I mean, I would kind of argue that if Axel continues to play like that, is such a gigantic if. Like, it's been so long that it hasn't.
Yeah, but if you put the if statement on Navi, it's like, if Ema figures it out.
No, that's the difference. I'm ready to see Navi win without Ema actually performing. I think that can happen.
You think that's likelier?
I think it can happen.
Oh, sure.
On the other way around, if Axel isn't, which has been the case 80% of the last, let's say, 6 to 9 months, that is a little bit more complicated. I feel like the floor is higher for Navi.
Macho, can you lead us into the casters because there's a sneeze coming?
ეს გქალი ყოველი მასე რატომ ეპრაჭებატო რა გინდა?
And we're going to
რაკაბაცია იმენა
abilities of our casters. Take it away, boys. I'm your host.
Who are they?
როგორ უხდება?
Oh, you're a host. That's why you got that analysis wrong about Emma versus Axel.
Whoa!
Yeah, because actually we're definitely gonna see a good Axel today.
You think so?
And I think Emma is still on the side of a milk carton. So I don't know if he's gonna be found.
You sound like a Cloud9 picker, Launders. I'm not gonna lie.
I actually have them both.
Oh, well. Let's see what we get tonight. Bless you, Shocks.
I'm just with Moses on this one, I think.
Georgi Imena.
No, that's very fair to question either of them. I'll say that. I'll say that.
Of the two, he's the one who's not the analyst. Exile, ready in the apps, but JL. Maybe Navi can do it without Eman. Maybe JL and Wonderful are going to kind of pick up all that slack and run away with it. Because to kick it all off, right, JL had that insane
40 frags in CSGO regulation. Call it MR12 overtime or CSGO regulation, okay? 40 frags in a 16-13 scoreline.
That's definitely not, going to confuse all the new viewers we have at the first CS2 Major. I like to gatekeep my game too.
The problem for Emma is what's weird is that they're using him again in this weird lurking role. But him finding a way into the round is difficult.
Wonderful little pirouette out from window. There's the activation on the flank. Good distraction for Wonderful to help out on Cat side. Man advantage, Navi. Wonderful just keeps going. He's going to try to keep Boomich stuck back bench. Second T crossing towards Market. The bomb is down Van right now. Boomich is backing up onto possession of the bomb, and he just confirmed them both. Now he's going to take it to them. He's going to try to charge him down. Oh, and Wonderful. Yes, all Wonderful in this one.
Wonderful's also been great. Yeah, just so impressive. I mean, all the hard kills. I feel like he could actually rifle and still be like a straight up star. Doesn't need the op at all. I think there's even more, he can open up as an opper, as a rifler. I feel like he doesn't have any of the same problems, and it's just super clutch about his positioning. Very consistent floor, and yeah, really enjoy watching him play. There's a lot of guys jumping out of one window.
Like a SWAT team.
Or an OK Go music video.
It gives the old MP5 a slap. This old thing. Great versus unarmored opponents, which could have been the case. But fantastic flashbang that also serves as Navi's trigger to just go flooding into the A site. As fast as Cloud9 jumped out the window, Navi crawl up con. Locked in jungle control, bomb planted for it. See if that MP5 can make a little money. Give it another love tap. Again, good flash. But Alexi still chews through one despite not seeing him. And now Wonderful in with the AK. Gonna keep their concerns at bay.
It just feels like they got like an unlucky prize at the carnival. Like all flash.
You're a winner!
Super colorful MP5 that looks like it's held by clones. That was the prize in the back of the B apps. But they always bring tons of tactics. That's my favorite part about Cloud9 for sure. So many tactics jam-packed into a game. Always very mobile with it. So many flash retakes. Very good retakes in the first place.
Is the tactics the number one reason that you believed in Cloud9 to be top 8?
It is. It's the tactics, the retakes specifically, and the re-emergence of Axile. Because for me, it was the case. Like, people are seeing Axile now. I was noticing Axile in the last stage, which is why I picked Cloud9 to make it through now, because I was doubting Cloud9 in the last stage. And I think palpably he has gotten better in his anchor spots. His stats are starting to get better. He's starting to have more of those big moments, and I'm actually starting to believe that he is going to come. This guy is 21 years old and has been top 5 player twice. 21 years old. And yeah, you never know how long people have, and being in top 5 for 2 years is already an incredible thing. But that also means there's tons of time to figure it out. And he's on a brand new team, brand new motivation. And I think he's showing that he's taking this opportunity.
Brand new game too, right? We were kind of chalking up maybe some of his shortcomings to trying to get into this iteration of Counter-Strike. It was a talk we had before CS2 hit the streets. Who would we see fall off? It felt inevitable that one name, at the very least, would fall into that pit of despair and irrelevancy. Nice late lurk from Emed top middle. 2v2 retake. As Navi looked to hang on, JL, he had a chance there.
Wait, the bomb.
It's planted on this side, if I remember correctly.
No smoke, so...
Molotov's huge, but that ticket peak is big.
I don't think that they can... I think you can still stick this. Oh, there's no kit? Or...
Nope, no kit for this. It's gonna have to be that 10-second stick. The cover's good. Timing?
I don't know. I have no clue. Oh my god, he's got it!
Okay.
Oh my god, he's got it! And that was calculating the HP that was coming down when he ran into the Molotov.
Holy hell.
The counter molly, the dink early on, and actually just enough time to pull off that defuse.
Don't do that to me.
Wow.
I thought they had to save. I thought they had to save. Well calculated.
Yeah, like by the bar, it looked like he couldn't get the 10 seconds. I mean, really thought they had a kit there for a second somewhere, but no. Dude, the retakes are miraculous, man.
Yeah,
their retakes are miraculous.
That's fair. Yeah, if we're going to talk tactics for Cloud9.
They're the best retaking team in Tier 1 right now. Like, they literally can do it better than anybody else. So maybe Vitality can keep up with them.
Fight for Electronic that does early damage. Navi not looking to lose that lead. Electronic and Axile off catwalk. Good for 2 and man advantage. And a stifling of Navi's top mid hit. It to start creeping out. He's got room to work with. Boomich, though, unleashed from top stairs. Comes through with 1. JL not going to let his teammate die for free. Him and Wonderful trying to piece together a 2v4, 1 kill deep already. Rick's boost from Perfecto is a good angle. Even if they were to go lower mid. JL hunting it. Yeah, caught off by the position. Oh, and the fact he gets the second. Wow, what he said.
Energy. Yeah, they're pretty hyped about this one.
Of
course, there's history between the orgs. I mean, going up against Na'Vi, right?
Sorry, ბრატან რაღაცაო, ესე იგი დაგაბეიტეო, ეთყობაო და ჩემს გამომოკლესო რა, უმნიჩკაო.
Who had the pleasure, I think, of playing against both, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, even winning that best of 3 yesterday versus Na'Vi. Kind of setting up this matchup.
Na'Vi taking a map off them, though.
And Spirit would be the best team at retaking in Tier 1 if they ever lost a sight. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Sorry, ბრატანო რა.
Nice of them to leave something for the others.
Yeah.
არა, ელიკას გაყნოსილია ცხოველზე. თეთრი რაღაცები
ქონდა.
And it does also speak to the fact that A's are hella weak right now. Vitality are not as strong as they should be.
G2 are looking sketchy.
Yeah, there is no second best team behind Spirit at the moment. This tournament will sort of decide like where we feel about all of Tier 1, I think, at the end.
All doors open for Maus.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, the event started again as in terms of the betting odd favorites. Spirit number 1, FaZe and Vitality behind them, followed by Virtus Pro, in fact. So we've definitely had a little shuffle in the rankings. I bet those odds are not the same anymore. Exile, easy does it. He was waiting for something to come at him, trying to pepper the apartment's wood panel. Rifleworks looking good, and notably, one of the few players who remains on the M4A4.
Yes, him and Flamesy, two of the best players today.
Is that correlation or causation? Or coincidence?
The thing is, though, if you buy the A4, like, you're not always going to get it. You know what I mean? So there's not always going to be someone around that can drop it for you.
აი მოდი ახლა ნახოთ ჩვენ ესეთი რაღაც.
After years of asking for that
feature. პაუზა. კაი, ხვალ ესე იგი როგორ რაღაცები ხდება.
Yeah, because
ხვალ G2 complexity-ია.
When the MP9 exists.
Короче,
there's no need. Yeah, fine. Yeah. That's true.
True.
And true. Whoa, what is that technique?
It's because these water bottles, the cap doesn't come fully off.
I love that, by the way.
But I mean, you know, a more...
They've been doing that all over.
Qual G2 complexities an Navim Heroix an Cloud9-მა Heroix უნდა მოუგოს. ამ ორი თამაშზე ვარ დამოკიდებული. დავშე დავსვით რა. 1 2 3 4 და ესეც მე-5 რა.
Boomich on the op.
G2-ს დაჭდა და ნავის დაჭდა 6 დავსვით რა.
Yeah.
But Boomich also coming out and
one
saying
thing Matthew brought up
was
that
yeah.
And it's like Perfecto and Hobbit on the op. I'm way less expecting them to have consistently good days.
Okay.
Hobbit had a good map, of course, but like it's not consistently good opper.
Even Boomich
is more consistent.
In an interview and saying like he doesn't think himself that he will be his most consistent if he continues to play with op. Even if he does have good maps, you know, he's a critic of himself.
Yeah. I mean, it's not. Yeah.
Exile.
You can't be a pro if you're not going to be realistic.
Oh, Molotov towards bench, but they are definitely
calling up Cons in the jungle.
And there's no rustling of the leaves because it's quiet. It's silent.
დამსახურში დამიბარეს. შენ ცირებაში მოყიო და გააჯვიო.
That could not have gone any better.
Yeah. I want to say that's.
I just feel like
sitting there waiting, but he also went to go check on his own volition. But a lot came down to that first kill. Because instead of refragging him on stairs, who was waiting on that side of the smoke, it was going to kill Window with a second player. But either way, very creepy here from Na'Vi as they sneak up in through the connector smoke and dismantle the entire setup with not a single death.
Умничка, братан.
Those are the kinds of flawless rounds you love if you're Na'Vi. And you know what? That's one of those creepy, crawly, weirdo T rounds that I think Alexi B has been having a field day calling.
That's true.
You know, we go back to the G2 nuke game for Na'Vi. You and I were sat here puzzled.
Very puzzled.
Because you could never tell what was about to happen. He did so well when it came to masking the intentions of Na'Vi, and not just the intentions in terms of destination, but also just the speed. You never knew when he just like an operator.
Მოდი
an
აგიხსნა.
operator.
რო შეხვალ მაღაზიაში უყურე ხო? აი GPS-ი რო უყურე? ეს ხო მაღაზია შეჩემ. ხო შეხვედი. ახვედი, უყურე სადებ შეჩემა რო განახო.
But yeah, he was
ამას უყურე მაღაზია
it was very hard to read the map.
შეხვალ? მე პირდაპირ ხო მიდიხარ და ეგრევე მარცხი შესატეხი რო არის, სემიჭკები სადაც არის. მან ბოლოში. მაგ თაროზე შეჩემა ბოლოში მარჯვენა კუთხეში, შენ თავს ვიცავარ. შუაში რო ვისა ჩაყოლება არის, ხო? აი მან სუსუ ბოლოში შავი ისინი პატარა მაფინებია. აქეთ ამ ჩვენი მხრიდან აქეთ მან ბოლოში კუთხეში და სულ.
There's something I love that doubling up on Cohen very often. Obviously last round playing near it didn't work out, but
წვენი არ დაგავიწყდეს.
they're really good at layering a position without getting in each other's way. I think is something that's key.
Really content to press into ramp right now.
Onto
a nice collection of smokes and Navi.
For keeping an eye on the shadow.
Walking
into
the Cloud9 setup.
არა შეს best of ერთ-ერთია დავბანავ ჩეჩ. სამი ბანი გვაქვს რეჯერები. Inferno Mirage
Now they're flashing over it. And so this flash will do nothing to the forward setup. Hobbit way too easy. On his own. Now the MP9 fires off. That's 2 CTs confirmed. Wonderful. He's going to fall for this hook, line, and sinker unless Hobbit peeks into the angle. Uh-oh.
Oh, no op.
ძალიან კაი რაღაცეებია ninja.
All right, they decide to pull back themselves, deciding, yeah, enough's enough.
ესაუპე თავიდან არ მომწონდა, მაგრამ მგონი ძალიან ლამაზია.
Very strange.
მე 26 ლაიქი 403 არ დაგეწერთ, დაღუნო 400 ლაიქი.
They don't feel like they've got enough of an opening to justify the follow through, huh?
They kind of gave it all away with
ელექტრონიკა და პერფექტო ნავში თამაშობდნენ, კი, კი.
With the lamp flash because they could see that literally they had no idea it was going to be any kind of ramp setup or ready to run up into the site and hope to catch someone blind on take it, push the op back or something like that. What the hell? What's going on right there? This is kind of weird, like torture situation. Trying to push him into the fire.
I think there was an MP9 stuck beneath his feet or something.
Yeah. Stopping your teammates from getting better guns.
Chop to 7.
What are we reading books now? Thought we were playing CS, baby. I love how all the notes are in like no cheating on Blades exams.
Bedroom გევასება Savage's ma.
I love to picture them in this moment just running through like a plays script, a screenplay perhaps.
Yeah.
You know? The door creaked open. Alexi B with a furrowed brow looked over to
CS ინსტრუქციას კითხულობდა. How to play CS.
Bro, is today your day? And that's a question that we are all still asking ourselves because honestly the shortcomings have been real. Not across his entire time in Navi, we were just starting to celebrate his return. But to have a bad event in a major is gut-wrenching.
Qualifier რაღაც ტურნირს.
Alexi B
იმის ჩემპიონატში.
with only being able to get the high pressure thanks to the Molotov, so the util here from Cloud9 has been keeping Navi on toes, as it does towards apartments too.
კენდრიკას DC არ მინახავს, მაგრამ რა ქვია we can't trust you რომ მაგ ალბომზე თუ იძახი, მან თუ არის არ მინახავს არა. გავსტრიმავ უკვე.
Finally given a chance to just slip through middle.
მადლობა.
Wonderful head on a swivel. If you can get up catwalk right now. If this fight's his for the
team. ძალიან კაი თამაში წავა, იმიტომ რომ 11 მინუტი დაწუნებულა არ ევასებოდ.
And now we've got this too.
Oh my god, ships in the night.
Wow.
Wait, is it going to be
Oh my god. Perfect. Eman turns it on a dime.
Woo! 4 players dead at once with TopCon once again.
That
was massive. It starts off with wonderful on short.
არა, არ მომისმენია.
Holy
smokes. Pushing chapter.
I have no idea.
You cannot convince me that there are rounds of Counter-Strike that are more like a horror game than anything else. Like,
Metro boom in WhatsApp.
Right there. That went from 0 to 100 in half a second.
You didn't know Immo was there. You didn't know Wonderful was up, and then even the push on B apps. It's just.
And imagine how frantic your comms are when you're trying to. Oh, you got and it's just over.
Yeah.
You don't even have a chance to gurgle. You're just done.
2 of the fastest rounds from first kill to last.
Okay.
Those 4.
And look at the reward for it. You know, this is what I mean. Like, it's so hard to get your finger on the pulse of
Navi. Mirage, ამის დედაც მოვწყე. ისი მაპია, მე რა ვიცი, არ თამაშობ ამ ცირობას, უკვე ვეღარც ვიცი, ვეღარც გავიგერ ისი მაპია.
They took a map off Spirit for the second time in 2024. One of the few teams who can have that accolade.
And it was off the tack again.
Now versus Pistols.
Gonna
make sure that nothing.
ერთი დავალება მოგეცე ჩემ აიგეთო შეასრულეში. თავს ვიცავ არგინა. ანუ ყველა რა ჩავი იყო პირდაპირ მაგას დაწვიშე ჩემა. კიდე კაი ზანგი არის გეიტო.
This is what it's like living in a semi-detached.
დედას ხომ მოვხდა. ეგე ხო თავს ვიყანდი სახშა. ანუ ეგრე ყვერებზე ხო ეცემოდი, ხა? რა იყო შეჩემა შავი. ანუ შავი შეფუთით კი არა, თვითონ შავი ნამცხვარია თქო შეჩემა. არ არის ყლეობა აი.
Come on bro, I'll trade you.
There was literally 0 chance someone comes through this hole right now.
Გამორცის.
Perfecto knows it too. So down he goes. Nicely held on to here, Navi. That's a 5-4 T-side lead.
შავი ნამცხვარი ხო შეჩემა. ეგ შავი შეფუთოთ ნამცხვარია
შავი ნამცხვარია ნაიაკო.
ანუ გარედან ახლა შავი ნამცხვარი ამას თეთრი ახაც.
Pretty insane.
Also capitalizing on this hot start from Wonderful. 11 frags deep already.
ერთი წუთი ყლეებო დავლიო მაცადო. ვერსო. არ გაიცინო დაგენდრეო.
And Wonderful, no stranger to playoffs at a major.
Yeah, and when he did play his 1/4 game, he was awesome.
Oh.
For his second outing in top 8.
Honestly,
a winnable game against Cloud9, but they won't just sit around and let you have your way every single time. Active moment here from C9 to go and take top middle, netting them the double entry. And the bomb.
We got it.
He gets that second kill. That's going to be false confidence.
2 weeks ago, though, that's the kill Axel doesn't get.
No, he's coming. He's not going to let his guard down. Bit is going to connect. And suddenly your double man advantage has disappeared. Out of bottom middle is tearing them up. He is having a round. He is having a map on for his 9th frag. As Perfecto is between the 2 remaining members, if that road towards Connector is open for the bomb.
Oh, he wishes that grate was broken open. He could defend Connector, but he can't.
Has to double back. Doesn't want to announce himself, but he makes sound dropping over T. Start to run. He doesn't press out far enough. They'll use that flash. No smoke for the cover. And Perfecto's not going to let them get too far. Molotov, they know he's running at them. BMF trying to cover. Dropped. He's done his job. And Bit's going to seal the deal with 3 on the round.
Okay.
Navi back to winning ways.
It's crazy they got back into that. 5v3 at the top of mid. Beautiful round from below. And
it was there
like personal criticism for sure for him in the lurking role, but I think here's a good round where he shows what he can do. And also Bit, his stats this major haven't been great. Unfortunately, this hasn't really been a major of lurkers. I think if you look at players like behind, there aren't too many other players who are championing that role, making it look extremely good right now. And well, there's room for one. There's room for one, that's for sure.
As well,
I'd just like to say that, just on a performance level. And it can be hard to withstand all that pressure. You know, you're playing for Navi, one of the biggest brands in Counter-Strike, if not the biggest brand in Counter-Strike. You're going to have a lot of fans, and therefore you're going to have a lot of expectations. And playing on Gamer Legion, he's just not exposed to any of that. So it's one thing to try to play well under duress, even in Tier 2, but then to do it for Navi is a whole nother level of difficult. So credit to him for playing well today.
It certainly matters most. we will not talk about Ima's shortcomings if he powers up and Navi end up with a solid result. He is presenting a counter argument so far in this first map of the best of 3 for top 8. Already deep inside of B, already guaranteeing that Navi's 7th round win is there for the taking.
Ex zoom out შეჩემო ხდები?
This is Navi's map pick.
აუ ჩერო და კაია და. მე რო ხო ქართულია და. მეცე დავსკანო. Bicho, Rusul Sarmateni თქვენ მოგიტყვი.
He reckons the least played map in this stage. Like I don't think it's on Inferno anymore. We're seeing Inferno a lot now.
The major
actually been super fun to watch, I gotta say.
Have been.
Thought it was done with Inferno, but no.
I was so
Gonni Rusuli.
Քართული, კაია.
Cash.
Yeah.
Actually train first.
არა, ჯერ ვერა.
რამდენი ხანში მორჩა?
2 საათი ალბათ.
2 საათი ჩემ ბიჭო ყოლე ხო.
რა ვქნა ეხა, შიგ ხო არა გაქვს შემართლა.
Ronin 4th.
Nice boys, keep it up. Good shit.
It's that finish positivity.
Yep. He's dead on. It is good. It's been good across the board. They've recovered 3 versus 5s.
ბიჭო, შენ გაჩხუბებ ეხლა.
They have silently surprised Cloud9 in a couple of rounds too. Ones that felt like Cloud9 had a grasp. They thought they did and they didn't realize that they were about to get pounced on. So again, it is a great example of Navi and Alexi B's calling being difficult to hold on to, right? Very squirrely T sides. Bit keeping up the pressure towards B.
მაგრამ რომ მე გავაყლევებ ჩემაში.
Luis Enrique streamობდა იმას შეჩემა.
Offense, however, met by Smoke too.
მეკითხები რომელი ერევა და გამაყლევებ ჩემაში მე პროგრამა რა.
Cloud9 net them a 5v3. You'd think in their minds, confident this play could work a second time. Just have to push it over the line. But if they give more time for the underpass players to come at this mid setup, suddenly C9's 2 mid members could certainly get the action happen on their own accord. Good timing from Electronic. Opens up Axile. So fixated now on underpass.
Good call out. They could have been an op in that situation.
Was looking for it on high alert. Won't shy away from this. He's going to turn it back towards Cat. Oh, and then Wonderful comes out from top mid to help. Just when C9 had the confidence that they were in control of mid, it is Bit and Wonderful to bring it back. In the pocket of the stairs, 25 to the clock with Bomb on his feet. He knows where they're at. And then suddenly Bit in with a second, trying to chase down Hobbit, who just runs. The burden bearer of Cloud9.
Oh, interesting. He's playing this very passive smoke on the cross. Ooh, Bit can plant the bomb right in front of triple. Spam comes down, so much damage, but 24, he's alive. And he's back. Oh,
but not all the way.
God, that's so messy.
Hobbit makes sure that 3 kills go his way, and C9 won't lose this one. Another one where they had the opening kills, and it almost comes back.
Bit playing it from there is kind of weird, though. Playing opposite triple, has a fresh smoke to connect 2 stairs, and decides to play where he can actually defend the bomb from.
It's მას კითხეს ამდენი Twitch-ს დაგიდონატოთ მბაპე არა თამაშო ბარსას წინააღმდეგო რა. Twitch-ს ვიყლეზე კიდე 4-5 მილიონი დაადონატა ჩემს საფულ მოქმედოშიო და ვაფშე არ ვთამაშე მბაპეს.
არ გააგდებ მე. საფრანგეთში მე ალბათ ვეღარ ჩავა იმენ აეროზონას ვერ გადაკვეცი მე. აი კიდე კაცი. არ უნდა გადმოწე.
საფრანგეთზე მესმის სამუდამობანი თანახმოვართ.
And some good setups from Cloud9 to get the 5v3 out the gate, but more answers back from Navi with
შეჩემა ის რა ქვია პატარა სოფლები, კაი რაღაც კაი ქალაქები აქვს პატარა ქალაქები. პლუს ალპები აქვს კაი, პლუს კაი სათხილამურო ტრასები აქვს. აი, ფრანგებს ძალიან მაგარი სათხილამურო ტრასები აქვს.
It's still very much anyone's game.
მაგათ ავსტრიელებს. Šveicarieši კიდე ეგეთ თესლის სათხილამურო ტრასები არა როგორც შენ გონი.
ალპები მეტიში.
ალპებში იმიტომ მიდორო ის რეალო მე. ვიჟონები არიანო, ეთანხმები?
And he didn't use it.
Because Alexi's not sweating. A few Glock shots.
ეს კლაუდები რუსები არიან კი 4 რუსი 1
Plus they're hella expensive.
ყაზახი. Collapse.
It's already garbage teams is
Control and a smoke flash for Boomich. What's he setting up?
Що smoke? წინ უნდა წახვიდე, მამანდიდან არ გაძრება.
Smoke comes out, they attack before it plumes. So getting ahead of the utility. Flash is never a part of this until Bit eats it, and they want that connector fight. So it's all about getting close stairs. Then the late activation. No.
They won't jump out looking backwards.
Spinning like a top bottom mid. Hobbit just can't hang on to it. Too much to handle. Alexi throws away the incendiary. Bit's starting to push forward out from jungle. He's got support behind him and in front on stairs. These T's are doing a good job of keeping their heads down. Axile starts to strike. Bit's now got covered. A second kill from him. Perfecto on the backside can just hold on. He's got them crunched. Walking into the middle of the crossfire. Cloud9 took their sweet time. But it all works out in the end.
It does, yeah.
Keeping
it simple. Just finding their time. And most importantly, finding their kills. Getting into a post plant, I think you have a lot of faith in Cloud9 just because, again, that's where they're strongest. Taking back a bomb site or holding on to one. Just overall, you can really see how much they've talked about every detail of the game as a team, trying to make up for their failures, and that's not having an upper. They've supplanted that with just like pristine teamwork.
Of course. I mean, it's a fair strategy. If you're going to take up this mantle and this challenge of not having that primary role, you better be spending your time doing something else. And there's no doubt in my mind that the players that Cloud9 have are not trying their absolute damnedest. With a guy like Groove behind him, who has risen to the top of coaching alongside that young Gambit roster.
And also just cured whatever sort of motivational ailment that Axiles had. Because I would never say that chemistry is the reason that he can't play well, especially when his CT and T spots are usually solo. You know, that never added up to me. He's got the space that he needs.
It's
so,
on him.
Yeah, it always looked like a motivation type of issue. It's conjecture, but can't really see what else it could be.
This one's gonna get made into mincemeat. Desert Eagle finds nothing. B-site. Oh, hold on now. Nah, sit down. Exile's not gonna skip a beat nor a step.
Yeah.
And that is an easy one.
And you also said it like it's a new game, you know. I think that it can be very fair to be like, I really loved CSGO, or I just love my team in CSGO. I just want to like hold on to that memory forever. But you got a new game.
Too bad.
You got a new team, and you got great players around you. You got like the support of a great org. You have lots of opportunities, and more than anything else, you're at the major. You're qualified to the next stage. Like if you can't find motivation here, you don't have it anymore. You don't have a love for the game. So it makes sense that he is ramping up just in time for this, looking like his old self a bit more.
It is a sight for sore eyes.
Global Guns თამაში მევასება. ეხლა რაც შევამჩნიე, ჯერჯერობით მარტო Eternal Fire-ის თამაში დამევასა ამ თელტონის. და რაღაცნაირად თამაშობენ რა, აი. მე თავიდან ბოლომდე რო დაგაინტერესებს რაუნდის ქოლი, აი რა სკოლავს მეიჯერა. და რაღაცნაირად აი მაპზე არიან გაშლილები საკაიფოდ. და მე ბოლოს ისე შვებიან რომ საკაიფოდ ხურავენ რაუნდს იმენა რა, აი რასაც დავაყვეთ.
And there was a question around the in-game leadership. Boomich gets picked up. At the same time, Shiro departs, and you think, oh, it's all a waste. They could have just stayed on Navi.
Yeah, right.
But no, they're making something of it. First CS2 Major, and contesting for top 8. Up or not. That nade for Hobbit could have been way worse. He'll get on top of bench, make sure there's no pressure from Catwalk, and there isn't in this case.
Ima is getting overstressed in this position with connector being open. The CTs are not watching connector with him, so a lot just comes down to his timing. But this is what they want to do, split his attention between window and top con. Now it's just about, do they find the gap? Do they get him looking in the right direction?
Damn,
nope, he's caught window.
Exile double kill back. Was looking flat for a second, trying to get the bombus off the corner. Alexi is just the one.
30 წელი თამაშე
Desperate to spare.
სამკაცთან მანდეთან. შენ ეს დარიცოდ მივაც ადგახარ?
20 points of health inside of jungle.
რას ფიქრობ?
And then Boomich on the bomb plant, but a struggling Boomich, I must add. 4 kills in this map. Ready to swing on contact. Perfecto dead. Oh! Hell of a time to get his 5th. Boomich makes sure that that lead doesn't slip away.
But even though it looked like JL could figure that out, they put themselves in the best spot possible to swing and trade. They literally agreed to something very quickly.
Just had to have faith.
Yeah. So what we saw right there was like the most classical default into pressuring the one weakest point on the map. It's not that Imma's weak, but it's that that position is so open, and that's where you put star riflers at the top of jungle. But when they fall back into that spot and they don't have the extra rifle support, connector is not smoked at all. That's when they have to look between window and jungle, and the only one on the map not in the perimeter. They're the one that's most exposed, so their kills can be the most. And he did get his one, and they actually did do a decent job of stopping at least 1 or 2 players coming in. But the trades from Cloud9 were just a bit better.
Now it's left Navi.
არა ორი easy 2-0-ია რა, რასაც ფიქრობდი რა.
Sprinkled around.
არა 26-ში არაფერ ტურნირი. 26-ია ტურნირი?
26-ში ყო qualifier.
რა qualifier-ი გვაქვს 26-ში თამაშში?
გადავწყვეტეთ რომელი გვიჩვენია. მე თამაშის უყურებას მინდა qualifier-ის თამაშიც მინდა.
ოჰ, კაი, ნუ გაატრა.
რამე ტელეფონი გამაჩნია შეჭი.
რომელზეა?
Oh,
ითი ნახუი შანსი არა. აი ბაზარი.
პირველი თამაში არ გვიქნება შეჭემა რაღაცა უხლებელებს ვთამაშებით.
აი ბაზარი შეჭემა. არ გექნება. აი კიდე qualifier. არ არსებობს შეჭემა ისტორიული თამაშია, მაგის გამოზე შეიძლება.
In terms of what they've learned about the game and how they approach it, and how methodical they are on T sides.
Tactical counter strike.
Yeah.
The
top level gameplay from like this region overall is just so satisfying to watch in terms of like all the small details that come together on the map, and
whether that's of course the retakes of Cloud9 that have been planned ahead of time, or Alexi B's near unreadable rounds,
or even like 2020 Gambit or 2020 EP. Or like 2022 EP, I guess you should say. There's just so many, there's just so much talent, obviously.
ერთხელ ვითამაშეთ
from the leaders to the riflers.
Now in 2024, let's throw donk into the mix.
Right, exactly.
You want another flavor
რა
of
კომპიუტერის გაქვს მაგით რომ ვნახე იმენა ტიპი ისეთი FPS-ით მოძრაობდა რავი. Вообще ანუ მაუს როგორ ამოძრავთ მე იქ მიყვის.
Yeah, and that's Chopper, who's always been the little brother of the region, playing in
for
him and his resume and getting his confidence.
Oh, შეიძლება იყოს აბა დამაბრუნეთ ისე.
Right? He's come out in an interview recently saying like I've had shots to join big teams. But I always thought I could.
ბიჭო, რავი, თამაში ყოფილა 9-ზე და qualifier-ის 9-ზე იწყება და რავი, არ მგონი. ორი გადაწყვეტილება იყოს საქართველოს.
გაიდოჯება.
Down beneath it. Trying to keep himself up and ready for the fight.
Razer
Man, this utility pressure is immense. And so he gets burned out, forced forward, smoke caught wide open, and shots out of jail that just aren't on the mark.
No CT control in a
იქიდან თამაში მიეჩვევი ხანელილა რა ტურნირისთვის მომწადეთ.
Yeah, they can't even go for it.
Man, that was such a sudden pop that it catches Navi out of position. It really had to be bit. And that nade had gone a little deeper. Maybe it opens up a door.
No, they decided to save.
Scares Cloud9 a little at least. In this one, it is all C9.
Goddamn. They're every bit as good as Navi here on T side. I mean,
Team 75 100 FPS საიბერში როსომზე რო დოჩეკი.
რაპისი აქ
მოიგო ის. ისეთი მინაკლეობა იყო. ეს კომპიუტერი სადღაც აეწყო 1992 წლის 14 იანვარს მეგო. მაშინ გამოსული ნაწილებით არის აწყობილი. როგორც გადავთვალეთ. ანტიკვარად ითვლება უკვე.
Sort of high level mirage game in terms of the T sides coming in.
აი ხუთი აქ მეორე თაობა.
აი 5 მაგ 4570 და GTX 960 2 გიგაბაიტია.
დელტის მყნელი
ფიგი. 8 რამი. მაზერბორდი 120 გრადუსი.
მაზერბორდი როცა 100 უნდა ითიშებოდეს, ამის 150
120 გრადუსი უჭირავს.
გაიფოთ.
ანუ სიმართლე რო გეხა მეტი რა შეგ.
Maybe sensing a weakness within what was a very easy to topple ace. They're going right back into the full exec.
აი 5-4 თაობა უფრო გაჭირვება არის, ვიდრე 960.
ანუ საშუალო აქვს 80 FPS 70 და ანუ სროლები და სმოუკები და ისე რა თქვენ კარგად ხვდებით.
ეს გოში როგორ გქონდა? ეს გოსაც გიტედა ხო?
ეს გოში გიტედა, მაგრამ ანუ კიდევ გაჩავთ ცოტა რა. აქ მიზეთ მეტად შედა, სააზე მეტი არის.
Defense, everybody dies here for Cloud9.
That's sweet. I mean, you get the ace site attack down to 2 choke points. You don't have to deal with the connector split. Then at least you're onto something better. You have 2 fast rotations. What was missing last round? They didn't have anyone in CT, and they didn't have any control of mid either. So.
კი, საკაიფოდ უბერათ ხო თომაგის კვალობაზე.
I think it was valid for them to try
again. დავადუღეთ კამანდა მაინც
საკაიფოდ. Retake-ზე შევიდი მეკითხებენ სამენ არ გინდა თიმშიო და შენსკენ გადმოვა მისამართი. დავაიპერა კი
ეს იყო?
Constantly. But this is also a matter of
ეს არ უნდა იყოს, რა?
აუ, რევაზა დოჯავს, მაგ გავაჯმევინოთ რენდიდან.
Slightly off the mark.
და 12 საათზე ხო ვთქვით რომ ვიკრიბებოდით ხამეტო.
Nice boys.
Just ვათენებთ ხო?
კი.
გამიწევა დღეს.
რომ მივეჩიოთ ხო რომ მოგვიწიოს რომ.
საბათს გადავაჩინოთ.
ხო და მივეჩიოთ მაგასაც მოგება მოგვიწიოს გადათენა.
კი, მაგის პრაკები უნდა გავუშვათ ხოლმე შაბათქვირა. შაბათქვირას ვათენებთ, კარგი 24 საათიანი პრაკები გავუშვათ თუ გინ. აუ, ჩემი კარგი მოტყან იმენა ყლეს თუ არ გავდე 24 საათი რომ კაუნტერი ითამაშო იმენ. აი ეხლა რომ დაიწყო და მეორე დღისით ამ დროს დაამთავრო რა. აუ, ჩემ გამოყლევდები იმენა. შეიძლება ღამე კალაშის სპრეი გესიზბრებოდეს. მე და
რამე ძილი დაგესწრება.
ეფერს უყურებ, კაც გავიხუძე ფილმს. გუში ღამე ფილმს უყურებდი 4-მდე. დავიძინე 4-ზე, პროსტომ ერთი შაბათია ბარემ გავ.
ფილმს უყურებდი? 100 ლარი ჯარიმში.
არა, ანუ შაბათს თემა არის შეჩემ, ანუ გავისროლე რა, მეთქი ერთი რამდენჯერ სულ პირველზე ვიძინებთქო და 1-4-მდე გავქაჩავთქო რა. გავტესტე ჩემი თავი მეთქი ისევ ახალგაზრდა თუ ვარ თქო და კი გავქაჩე. მე 9-ზე ავდექი დილით ფორმულა 1-ს უყურე და მაგის მე არ დამიძინე, ანუ 4 საათი, 4-5 საათი მეძინა საკაიფოდ. დაჟე ყლემ გამაღვიძა დილით. ანუ ვერ დავასწარი ვერა. ეგრე თუ არის ანუ ჯერ
დღეს ხო იძახეთ 4 წელია ვიგებთ რაღაც.
არა, ეხა დამასწრო, მაგარია ხვარია ეს ამის.
დასა ტუქსი ყავს მონი.
საცემი. ხო არ ცემ.
არა, მე არ ვიცი.
ოი, ალეკო. ჯითუმ რა ვიცი, მაო 3 კერპი დადგეს მებმა. 9 ღმერთს ეთაყვანენ და ძლივს მოიგეს მესამე მაპში რავი. ერთი ქულით. მაუზი რატო ახოძე, იცით მებო? დეპნიქსა არის ასისტენტ კოუჩი შეჭ. დაგვავიწყე. Qual complexity ალბათ ტრაქში ამოისმევს ჩითუს დიდი ალბათობით.
Yeah, I guess they have Boomich, pop it with enough money. Perfecto and Axel can Galil.
აუ, პლეიოფი როგორ ჯდება, ერთი ეგ მაინტერესებს ხა, აი ძალიან ისი არ დამიშოთ ჩემპიონ. Legends.
And an improvement from maps prior at this major.
The only thing missing in this half so far from Cloud9, and honestly with Navi as well, is just variance. Like there's not much to do with B side.
Oh.
Or cat, like
again, they're not trying cat. They're not trying.
ხვალ არის Virtus Pro G2.
An aversion to that site for some reason. Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Talk about catwalk. Here we go. JL, only one. And there's more where the others come from. Wonderful tries to rotate.
Missing timings.
Chance for Alexi B, but no sir. Axile in the pocket between the two. Turns it on Wonderful. He's going deeper all the way through market. He will challenge and fall for it. Ime has recovered somewhat, but what's the
Ვინი ახოძია ბიჭო? დაუდირეს ჰეროიქსი. აზრი არა აქვს?
JL of course is set up in a spot where he could have gotten 2 on the hole.
და ისეთი აცები დავამუღებთ, ჩვენი კომპიუტერებიც დავამუღებთ რა, ოსიფერის.
თუ რამეა გაძინეთ. თუ რამე და მოგვიწია, ანუ გეუნებიც მებო. აუ, ტიპები რას ნერვიულობთ? მოვიგებთ თამაშს.
აქ რა გაწყობს?
აქ ორივე.
There might have been an interesting option.
ყოლაა ცოტა დაძაბული სიტუაცია.
It's an explosive call at a big boom.
იმენა კუკრინაიფი ხარ ჩუჟოი რა.
And one that banks on Axile, again performing well at the major.
Yeah, like moments like that are renewing faith, definitely.
ეს ინსტა სმოუკი დავამუღამ ერთი.
Timeout called here.
Infernoში.
Navi.
შუის რაშის დროს. Вообще მაგას თუ ყველა რაუნდში დავუგდეთ, კაი პიზდეც იქნება.
This tapestry of a T side that has been relatively successful even though stopped twice recently.
ის ხო არა, ისინი როგორ გდენენ. მესამე სპაუნიდან ხო თუ როგორი არის?
4 სპაუნიდანა.
აი
ერთი სპაუნიდან ვიცი მე, აი მარცხნივ რო არის რა.
ყველა სპაუნიდან შეგიძლია დაგდო. Playwa მამათი დებილი ურიჭოდე დავატირე, დავიღალე, რა გუნდი მყავდა, ესენი მიყლები მომიყვანესო. თელფას არ მიხდიდნენ რაკედან გაჯმეინებული ვიქ. Play და ქართველიათ მებო. როიცოდეთ. ესე იგი, სადღაც საბჭოთა კავშირის დროს პაპა ჩემი იყო ჩასული რუსეთში. ბებიამის გაუფამფალა. მაგის მერე წამოვიდა და ექსტერი. ემინატისავი გამოდისო.
Oh, this would be scary. They're going to walk up into this. This is nuts. I mean, they're not going to hold any... You don't normally see this kind of play. But JL, let's see, is he going to get cleared?
He's getting ahead of it. Electronics going to tuck in.
JL will kill him in a second, surely.
Here's those Molotovs to catwalk.
He doesn't want to peek it.
It's going to indicate the position, though. JL will clip Hobbit on the connector push. Nothing going well here for the T's. Perfecto comes out from balcony. That's the only thing that ends up working out for C9. Trying to get into some complicated positioning, and instead it is Navi to just pull you apart at the seams.
I mean, they got an
position
that they wanted to, but no, Navi were not scared of it at all.
This ramp push.
Sami like it's mebo, Sami like.
Could have been.
არ დაგეზარდ. დროზე ხო ყველა მათათია ჯიმანია, ჩქარა. ვინც ვერ გააკეთებს რა ვიცი, მო, დაიძინეთ. 10 აჯიმანია რა არის, მომზე აი 10 აჯიმანია თუ ვერ აკეთებ რა. შეიძლება ესტროგენი გაქვს უფრო მეტი. ორი ლაიქიც მიატყიც მე. არხიც გამოიწერეთ. არხს ვინც გამოიწერს დღეს 15 სანტიმეტრით ეძდება ღამე რომ დაიძინებ, დილით გაიღვიძებ. შეიძლება დანგრატივით იყო აწეული იმენა. Давай, 4 კაცი გვაკლია 650-მდე.
I mean, there's a CT watching the run through the entire time. Ima has been sharp at getting his on the site. It's a one-round game with the AK saved and maybe a few dollars here for Navi. JL even getting up into into ladder room.
And he played that cool, you know, not forcing the fight through the vents into the window, but just finding the timing on catching Hobbit climbing up connector. Now we have some limitations for Cloud9.
კი ჯამურად, ანუ თუ 14 გაქვს 14 არ გაგიხდება. პრობლემა 15 დაემატება. ეხლა სტაბილურად ჩატში რაც გაქვს 12, მაგას დაემატება 15 ზემოდან, ამიტომ საკაიფოთ იმენა მამულქები იქნებით.
Do we have a new opper?
And we'll find out. At the very least, that's one of the MAC-10s thrown away into the AK. Goes Axile. And forward on catwalk
Here
goes
he
the
is,
B defense.
Alexi B, the White Death, coming forward with his op. Here to make Finland proud.
He'll put JL up first. This is going to be that cat pressure again. Let's see if he can contain it. He's got Ima to try and help him from windows soon. Entry.
And Ima can't peek the flash.
3-0-ზე არა. მორჩა 3-0-ები. 3-0 მაუზ. ალექსი შენს მართლა.
Now a chance to hold cross, but Ima actually just gives it over. A matter of timing that allows for Hobbit to just go in for that bomb plant. Cloud9 in the 2v2 to try and take this 12.
3-0-ზე მაუზი და სპირტი გავდები.
Makes Bit's job hard, but that also opens the door. He can now slide into the pillar for cover. He spotted the back of Hobbit, who shoots towards Market.
სადღა იყურები შეჩემა ინფო გაქვს. აი მარა ნეიდი გააძრო იმინა.
Slowly encroaches a fast move from Hobbit on lesser health. And he hears him hunting around this bomb site. Bit just covering the bomb in smoke. Looking for maybe an off-angle bomb. Bit doesn't have a kit. He concedes this. Hobbit dodging the fight. And Cloud9 up catwalk. They get past Alexi for their 12.
Wow. Well, Hobbits aren't known for their aggression. That's a nice one in the 1v1 from Hobbit, just being very elusive. He put on the ring for a second.
Disappears back sight. Bit could sense him, couldn't see him.
Oh, Alexi.
I can't believe Alexi got 2 frags here, jumping back. That's ridiculous with the scope. And that's an argument why you should never no-scope, by the way. Look how fast that quick scope is. You save no time. Can always afford to right-click.
Cloud9 with 2 map points.
Crazy round to win right there.
For Ramsey. Right? Always good while having a bad game for a late game impactful frag.
Sure, yeah.
And so his 8th of the map is to topple the Bricks player, push that pressure onto Alexi. Then it is wonderful back in with an off. Not instantly killed this time, but he does lose lower mid support.
But acts out from far away. Galil spray.
JL's gonna follow up. How much does he press? Because there's an entire pack.
Yeah,
an entire unit of Cloud9 players in position waiting for exactly that. Axile.
He covers his tracks.
No, we are right. Continue.
He's gonna watch the back door. He's a lurker. He knows.
That's an
opportunity now for Cloud9. Wonderful shot.
Hey, he's still in the mix. Side by side on catwalk.
It's form in question this major, not someone that you'd expect.
They
may very well need him. The best spot sometimes to stop a full-on hit, depending on the utility coming in.
Oh, they stay on it though.
Yeah.
Navi, they've got the right idea. They're staying fixated on the window. Bit is at least wonderful. It's a quick snap over. With the announcement of the presence off the molly, Bit, great chance. Into the cover, both the defenders posting a kill. And then still Pumic with a chance to challenge. 10 to the clock, he needs support. His teammate is here with him.
Can he get this ball down?
Yes, he can. He just got over. Electronic. I said he's good for the late game impact. Galil shots downrange and a reposition through the smoke as Alexi fades it on the market window. Okay. There it is. Navi. They'll take that
11.
Covered perfectly on the site. And I think
they have low money. They have low money.
That it was going to be a B hit, but there's so many rounds that have been late full A's that they thought, all right, let's just chill for a second. We do have an op on this side of the map, and if you really do believe it's going to be a B hit, like most of the time you want to have one person in a committed position to make sure you don't have to retake, a site that can be extremely excruciating to do so. So I think we are just solving a small issue in the game, and we'll be back in a second for round 24.
I think Navi were a little more cautious about the potential for the cat hit. We've seen a couple rounds in the last few. Cat becomes a key component of the B entry. But luckily, wonderful. All those Molotovs just honed in on the window.
11-0 უგებს.
I would say almost every, position.
Last round of the CT side.
Maybe
penultimate round of the match. Queen with a statement. Do not underestimate us. And maybe even a favorite for the 2-2 match for the playoff
Payne
qualification
გამოდის საუკეთესო გუნდი ბრაზილიაში. ეგრე უწევს, ეხლა გადმოვხდე და წააგენო.
Is only just beginning.
And the thing that's so awkward is right as Payne are playing their best level, their highest level, their most aggressive, in-your-face brand of Counter-Strike. Heroic can't even do what they usually do. The frequent options aren't open. The usual plays aren't working. It's an all-in shutdown of Heroic. Burnt out is Kicksan, and it's just trying to deny the inevitable, trying to stop that dreaded 0-12 heading into the second half. And there's no way. Biggest error.
21 all over again. 21 kills, 4 deaths on the captain of Payne Gaming, and his merry men are right behind him. Bigger Zera's boys, Bigger Zera's bandits. And they are robbing Heroic. Fair and square.
Spent his whole career in this team, his whole time playing, and over that time, led squads to the major. Picked apart after Paris. You felt like it was done. This was meant to be his toughest challenge yet.
No?
But he has risen.
აუტენჩაკი რა ტროლები არიან 0 იყიო ჩემი. აუ ბიჭო აი საიდან იფიქრებენ აი ხა ვის მოაფიქრდებოდა ბიჭო ტიპ რა 0 iki ჩემი. აი როგორ მოიფიქრეს ახლა ეგ რა 0 iki ჩემი.
You do not see one man carries in Counter-Strike like this. Not
0 iki, let's go.
It's just another day. And against some of the world's best, against European competition the entire time, no asterisks, no caveat.
No
question. They have been underdog.
Wonderful's moving over in time. That's ticket to be preoccupied before the exec comes over, and with that one volley of util, they have got to go. Molotov on Bit, first shot landed. That's exactly what they needed out of Wonderful. Bit's gonna hold his ground top palace. Nothing looking good until Axile enters the feed. Hobbit overstairs, but the lesser weapon betrays him. They've got forward positioning. Oh, and another kill. They've evened this one back out in a minute. Can they get off of the bomb site? Yes, sir. Into jungle, both go.
And they are not going to cross back. You know that now. Lexi saw one go, but if they don't hear that bomb getting planted, he's going to get nervous about the lurk. CT player and Wonderful repositions. They've got both options covered.
But what do? I mean, this feels like Cloud9 have been corralled.
You cannot now get out of this murder hole. This angle is locked off. They find the right option, actually. They do find the right option. It's scarier for them to go back. But Alexi, he thinks that they may have spotted this. They didn't. Oh my god, they are figuring this out.
But now they have eyes on ticket. Axile about to walk into the scope. Bope. Just a little jiggle, doesn't fire, Wonderful, will clip Axile and finish off.
როგორ არ გაისროლა ტიპმა საღოლ ჩემი მენა ყვერები გაქცმაო. მოიგო 0 იკმა. 1 heroicია.
Boom, it just best efforts with his beloved SMGs.
You can see in moments like that he is so careful. You know, Wonderful is so reliable in moments like that. Extremely
ბიჭო ეხა მაინც ამდენი წელია რომ CS2-ს თამაშობ, კაცი როგორ მეტყობა რა. 12-0 ხომ მორჩა რა. მე რა ხო პისტოლ რაუნდი უწევდა და ეგ დამავიწყდა რომ პისტოლ რაუნდი იყო.
This is still looking to be one of the most dominant wins in the major so far.
Absolutely. And at the most integral stage
to overtime.
Let's go. Now have you been playing some grueling matches? OT.
This is your tnole Cloud-ების ხო გითხართ.
Boom, it was 1 second late. A lot went in.
Heroic-მა რო დააკამბეკოს იქით.
Fight mid.
Ouch.
Heroic-მა გაყიდა.
It's a big chance for Boomich. Scoped up. Oh, misses his shot. And every time Boomich misses an op shot, it almost feels like there's that much more criticism on it.
Boomich-მა მავე აიღო დაენძრა Wonderful-ს. Wonderful, I mean.
That much.
Fair.
მაგარი ცხოველი ვიღაც მოუყვანია.
That's why when it does get pulled out and it had a chance at an opening kill. Yeah. Like now you've got to recover with the second chance, right? Oh. There we go. That's better.
That's თავში ისრის მა.
And also Perfecto's going to press out from ramp on his own.
That's a rare chance. Now,
არიციან იმაზე სად არის არა.
From underpass and the flash should come out in the front of Tetris. There's no one actually staged to do it.
He feels it. They fire off back and forth. There's presence, perfect positioning out of Bit.
That's two spotted.
But at the same time, they're going to get up this catwalk angle. Wonderful has tucked in back sight.
I think they might know that there's only one B.
But there's also no
support.
A player gets the default. Wonderful season.
Timing-ების დედის მტყნელია ბავშვი მე.
Of those that encroach closer. Oh, it is fast.
შორტი დააზღვია შეჩემის მოყმული შილო.
But Alexi's right there to challenge. And they've got one locked in to get right. He dies out to Bit. And with that, it all falls on Electronic. Tagged to 19 health. Bit has revealed himself. And Electronic holds on an off angle as the cat player has yet to come all the way up. Electronic is getting squeezed off sight. And as he goes in versus Ema, he will fall. Solid timing on the A site peak from Ema. Bit is there to help. It's the same duo from A to get the job done in OT.
Yeah, you got to win.
ბიჭო, აქედან ნებისმიერ მომოიგოს არა აქვს ჩვენთვის მნიშვნელობა კაც. ვაუ, ყველა ვარიანტი. აუ, ელექტრონიკას ათვალები აქვს დროზე მორჩით გააყნოსინეთ ტაიმაუტზე ჩემ. გამოყლე და გადმოყრილი თვალებით იყურებოდა უკვე იმენა გაყნოსვა უნდა ძმებო. საკაინი გაუძრეთ.
მინი პილასოს.
ყველეს გავდა უკვე ტიპი ჩემი იმენა. მეც ისტორებდა ესე მიხეილ სააკაშვილივით ჩემი.
Like even if Boomich can get one kill back, like you see a player like Wonderful, how much value they can add with their consistent up presence.
Yep, he had a chance.
Then შემოგევლე რა კარგად ის ჩემი
He gets out alive. I feel like you take that, but Electronic is hot on the heels of the cat fallback. Oh, and he's going to catch JL not ready.
JL იმენა დღეს ჩადმოვია.
What a weasel, huh? Slipping up behind the connector player, getting that perfect timing.
დოპინგზე ბანსადებენ კი, მაგრამ დოპინგია კაკაინი ძმა.
Electronic's got that killer instinct.
კაკაინ დრაგ ტესტი არა, დრაგ ტესტი ამოუგდებს კაკაინს სანდრო შენი აზრით.
And this is the thing, if they fade back into vanilla spots, they know that Ema is playing in jungle.
And Electronic's going to try
he's literally following up on this. Wow.
And even though Ema has a chance to fire back, Electronic to get the second kill.
მარტივესაც კაცო. ჩვენი შემოწადინებულები ვართ, ყველაფერს გავაკეთებ დამიჯერე, просто აი ეს თემა მოიხოდოს რაც გვინდა რა. მართლა უნდა დაგის გაჟი.
Dies empty-handed. Boomich is going to best
ყველაფერი შესაძლებელია იმენა, აი ბევრი თამაში და მე შეხვში თამაშო ითამაშე, პრაქ შანსი არა უბრალოდ რა, შეიძლება დამიჯერე.
ხო, შეცდომებს მაქსიმალურად დაწევ.
კი, ბიჭო, გამორიცხულია, კაროჩე, ეგეთი რაღაც. არ არის სეიფბობს. რომ რაღაცა აკეთო და საბოლოო ჯამში შედეგამდე არ მიხვიდე. გამორიცხულია.
გამისტორდი, მაგალითად, აი რომარო და აი რუარ გიჭედავს, აუ აი პროს აი. თავთან ხო ვიცი CS2-ში ახალ კომპიუტერი უაბაწყე, როგორი სმუზი იყო და აი როგორ მისტორდებოდა, რო ვთიშავდი და
we've all been coming in early, watching games that we're not even casting. It's just been a blast.
Shout out PGL for a great green room atmosphere too.
Yeah, definitely. One of the best ever for
sure.
Just hang out and play CS and even staff on site, the photographers, all the team support staff. We've got good viewing sections.
Well, another heater versus complexity, vitality, and Wonderful does not stop.
Trying to send a second shot through ball. Perfecto, good answer.
არა, მარტივად ვერ. მე მინდა ეხა ვიდეო კარტა 4090 რო ჩავდგა.
I can sit here and say the hotel vibes are great. We're missing one.
მაგრამ არ ვაპირებ არაფერის ჩადგმას ჯერჯერობით.
Alcohol?
აი BenQ 540 რო გამოუშვეს, აი რა იმედით გამოუშვეს.
გავის მაღლა იმ
კომპიუტერმა უნდა წაიღო
540. We've got teams locking in playoffs.
კომპიუტერისთვის ხო რუშევენ მონიტორებს თო.
We've got dreams crushed.
აბა ანუ სხვა ის
ის კომპიუტერი Valorant-ში აიღებ 7 მილიონი.
Valorant-ში მეთქო.
Valorant-ში, Overwatch-ში. უფრო Overwatch-ისთვის უშვებენ რა, რო იცოდე რა. Overwatch არის ყველაზე დასტაბილურებული თამაში. შეიძლება, აი შენი კომპიუტერით გექნება 250 FPS.
ჩემი კომპიუტერით მე მაქვს FPS.
Overwatch-ში?
ყველაზე მაგარი ოპტიმიზაცია აქვს.
ერთ-ერთი მიზეზია რატომ მოსწავლეში ხოლმე ანუ მაუსს აღვი ბრძვი მაქვს თამაში რა
BenQ გამოუშვა 540 Hz. ესენი აბა რაზე თამაშობენ ახლა? ესენი 300 რაღაცაზე თამაშობენ.
არა ესენი 360
არის. 540 ოინე
66 კარი.
რა შეგვი კლები?
დარე? ხო, ის ხო, 86 კარი.
ჰობიტა რა ბებერი ბაბუშკასავითა. აი ვაიმე შვილო ეს რა მომივიდა. შეხორი გაქვს შეჩება გაურაში.
გაუტარა რომელი?
ანუ MP3 სპრეი დაუჭირა დაჟე ალეკო მიმენ.
Alexi B.
Alexis though.
Devilish.
ემანდრო გიტარები.
აქ იმარჯვეთ.
არაფერი. თავი რატო ხან შეგუნებული? გაეტრიალები. საკი მიეშვი.
The wonderful peak off ticket. But Alexi
არა, ჰობიტ არ გაურაში, შეჩემა 6 წამი რო გაქვს, დრო ბომბი დადე.
I should have been ready. That smile at a blade.
Yeah.
Grinning ear to ear because Alexi posts another unbelievable round win for Navi.
You know, the only reason you lose there is not covering. I mean, obviously, why do you need to cover an MP9 spamming through triple? But being ready to peak in that situation would have been everything.
რაკაზე ხლა მაჩმენა რომ დაადონატებს დავითრე მაშინ.
აუ მაგაზე იმენა რაზე ხარ ასიფრენი მე.
ამაზე ალბათ რავი. ყლეს დავდე პროსტა პაძე და იგი იქნება რავი თავისი თამაშებს.
540 ზან, ისე ხო 540 გაყიდაში არ არის. გაყიდაში არ არის. 360 არის.
540 ჯერ პროსტა მას დაანონსეს პროსტა გამოვუშვებთო რა. სადიღავთ ბიჭებო. იმისი ექნება რა ქვია, Asus-ის ან Alienware-ის რომელიმე კომპანიის ექნება.
ეგეთი კომპანიები უშვებენ ხომ?
On BenQ ელოდება რა, ბოზები არიან BenQ ელოდება ეს ხლეიბლს გამოუშვებენ და მე უფრო თესლს უშვებენ თვითონ.
Kind of bad communication.
360 მაგ BenQ-ს.
რომელი კომპანია გამოუშვა ფასიანი?
ნახევარი ინჩი არ არის ბარელა.
Alienware-მა
1 არის ხაობა. ინჩი არის. ის 360-ია, ის 240.
აი YouTube-ზე დევს ვიდეოები 540 BenQ.
აუ, ეხლა შეიძლება იმენა ჩემ კომპიუტერზე რო შეერთო, შეიძლება არ ჩაერთოს.
It's expensive in terms
of Retake-ს თამაშობს, მაგრამ დაბალი პინგესაც ცოტა ადამიანური FPS-ით რომ აქამ შეუჩერებელია რა.
they got by. Careful. That was a nice
Crosshair მომყვება იმენა ვაში is
that smoke just a little too big, little too plump. But with that rotation, right? B site is weaker. They've lost the ladder player. I think they heard him drop into the site. It's another one.
No, 250 ლაიქისკენ ზმე კი არა, 450 ფუიბლე.
Microscope falls, Boomich.
And I think he just saw the bomb as well.
Back site. Jumps
ვინც არ მილაიქებს გადმეინებულია გუნდი.
Perfectly for the window peek. Challenge out of exile, but it's now a gun back in Bit's hands.
წაღობით შენ დედა შევეცი.
And Boomich, who just had 2 teammates, is now in sight on his own. Hobbit is nowhere to be found, and sure enough, wonderful get
რავი, Hobbit იმენა. ანუ Hobbit აიცი როგორი ტრანსფერზე დასადებია?
That is all about bit baby.
ანუ ჩვეულებრივად უნდა დადოეხო და გაყიდო იმენ.
თუ გინდა ბოთლნეკი კონდეს, თუ გინდა კაპნეკი რა რა ნეკიც უნდა ისკო.
ვაფშე აი აი ამ სახით ვაფშე რატოძი? აი ამ სახით რო ზიხარ უკვე დანძრეული გაქვს, მაგრამ ვერ მოიგებ თამაშს.
Get into all the spots that they wanted to.
Okay.
And they had a pretty safe
FPS დროპები არ გაქვს ხო იმენ?
ჯვარა დროპი არ ვაფშე არ გძნობ რა ეგეთ რაღაცას.
From Cloud9. And here's just a
აი 33-ის.
punish out a bit, man.
რამდენისა გაბიტა?
სერიოზულად მესაუბრებ, უკვე გუნდში შემოსვლაზე.
ვინა? ვატო გუნდში გინდა ძმა?
playing into both teams' hands.
He
just hits the sharper shots. So Navi lock in double OT.
Very fun back
between these teams with top 8 on the line. And some high level mirage.
This
isn't just head bashing. Both teams at times head scratching.
რომელ სერვერზეა სანდრო?
რომელ სერვერზეა სანდრო?
ნაბადაზე. ნაბადა ნახალაუკის საძმოზე რომელიღაცა იქნება.
He gives it up.
Abit, შედი სახლში.
Felt like he was onto something.
Gobit.
Smoke from top middle that pops the jungle.
ახლა გავიგებთ. არა, ყოფილა.
He gives up his first angle. Hobbit still hits the instant kill. Boomich to be tested. Oh, he wonderful is right there to trade it. So both offers taking one down.
ციტიზი არ უნდა წახვიდეთ. ერთი მოლოტოვის ჯანგში. რამეს არის ივენთია?
Axile concerned about connector play. That's not the case. Electronic. It's a close corner position to catch Bit off, and then he goes deeper. It falls onto Ime. 1v3. Catches the player jungle first. This would be a hell of a time for him to shine. To just push Navi over the line. And he dodges the ticket play, but Axile's smoke spam keeps Cloud9 in it.
That's one electronic in front of the molly. They had no idea he could be there.
ანუ მე ვფიქრობ, რომ აი როგორც PUBG იყო გამოსული რა, აი PUBG ჩვეულებრივი და PUBG Lite რა. Lite რო ეწერა ეგეთი, უნდა გამოუშვან CS2 Lite. ანუ ცუდი კომპიუტერებისთვის რა. მაგრამ ერთ-ერთი სერვერზე შეგაგდოს, ანუ მაგალითად ისინი არ იყოს რა ქვია, ანუ smoke არ სკდებოდეს მაგათთან. მოლოტოვს ცეცხლი არ ქონდეს. შეიძლება ვაფშე smoke არ იხსნებოდეს ვაფშე, არ არსებოდეს მაგათ იმაში smoke.
Jump out mid to challenge behind that.
ხო, ანუ არ არის რა, მარტო აი ESE0 იყო flash რო ვერკიდულობ ეგრე რა.
Oh, sees the window player.
What is that flash through? Yeah, they have to.
He comes right in. Both players blind. Oh,
it took too long.
არა, ელიკას დაგდეს სამატებელი ვეღარ არის.
He took way too long to finish that first.
აბა, ჩარტი ხმები შეჩემეთ, ხმები. მოგოსმენი ძმა. Discord-ში შეჩემო, მალე უცებ. Ragazzi,
gitquda guarebi shen mitxariot. Guarebi mitxari.
Gazi. Გაჩაობენ კიდე?
Up 32 kills deep.
აღარ ვიქნები დამანებე თავი.
და ბუხტა იძახებ შეჩემო.
Top tier opping coming out of Navi.
არა, გაჩაობენ?
To top 8 on a major stage.
იქით გადავიდეთ, აღარ
It's still just the first map, action packed of course. Hobbit shaves one off from Palace, gives himself a smoke to play. Boomich does the same on the other end. And it's a dangerous position here for Navi. Fake plant once. Hobbit goes in, gets caught out by Bit, and Ime has slain the next, so Perfecto has to go massive. And as he comes out from jungle, wonderful on a swivel, will not miss. Plus 30 frags from the young Opper to give Navi map 1.
Yeah, what's that? 33 unreal stuff out of Navi. That was definitely an optif and such a close game. Amazing T-side rounds from both teams that had to end in overtime, and there was no telling who was going to come out ahead.
Navi just refusing to go down without a fight as of late. That T-side comeback versus G2, the close endeavor versus Spirit map 1, and now making Cloud9 sweat.
Simpla თუ დაბრუნდა დონკას ყლეზე დაიხოც.
მე თუ დაბრუნდა?
Simpla თუ დაბრუნდა. Whoa.
And we were watching, especially the overtime, thinking both teams are really in it in terms of the trades are coming through, the executions are coming through. It is very dynamic, and that means you have to be at the highest level. So I think Navi will be very, very happy that in those key moments they could close it out in that map.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it was a high-level game towards the very end. You could see the one-for-one trade, every single person already behind their opponent or their teammate ready to help. You can make the kind of argument about the multiple kills on the CD side. I think for Cloud.
ვიობი როგორ ვუდგეთ შემიანებს.
კიტა ჩუჩ. აა ჰეროიკი ჩავთო ძმა ირაკლი შენი აზრით ჰეროიკი კიდე თამაშობს? რა ბიჭო?
ჰეროიკი გზაში არიან უკვე სახლში.
რა იცი შეჩება აკამბეკებენ მე მგონი. უი მე 12 როაო.
To avoid dying early and he won't shoot the AWP.
Not wanting to give away. Sar tავს მოვას გაფიცებ მისმა ბიჭო. არ გამოვყლებდი ახლა. ნისიმას უყურეთ, space-ას არ გავს. Space-ას არ გავს, ნისიმას უყურეთ ახლა, არ გამოვყლებდი ბიჭო. მარტო
Because there is the experienced man in this pain squad. And so I'm expecting
მოვედ დავსო წააგებენ აზრი აღარ აქვს, ეს ხდება ხოლმე.
He's been trying his damnedest, man, across these last few rounds, but it's Big Azera who's gone missing, and so he needs something.
Good smokes
from the veteran player. On the Deagle. This is one of the best spots that Pain have been in, and it's on a D ground. But they won't get in with that bomb yet. They won't get that bomb planted.
ამათ იმხელა moral boost-ი ექნება და რავი, აი. შეუძლებელი უბრალოდ.
But Shush is not feeling that pressure yet.
So
now it's just this hero AWP saved from the last round on the back of NQZ to try and give it a go. Plants available, but even the window on that is swiftly closing as Kicksam moves up to the spawn. NQZ's a dead man.
Opa! What rachted, bachi. Why me same mapში ხო დაემძრა თანო. ანუ ხო ხდები თუ ბრალთ რომ მესამე მაპში თუ გადავიდა ეს თამაში? Pain-ი? ონისე, ეს ონისია. ონისე, ბიჭო. ონისე და ისა. ის ერთ გუნდში არიან. სათვალეებიანი ონისია. ონისე და space ერთ გუნდში არიან. მაგაედო თო ენიკო
Sight with a smoke giving them room. They won't take the better option. They will take a timeout. They need it. Absolutely frazzled. As Heroic pull the comeback of
Sami raundi, რა ვიცმებო, არაფერი
If you're
არა.
just joining us, this was a 12-0 CT side for Pain. Heroic are replicating.
It just shouldn't be happening like this.
I've never seen this before.
It shouldn't have like
this
would take the cake for all-time choke.
12-0 და 12-0.
And that's what's running through Pain's mind right now.
ეჩი ანუ ტისაიდიდან ანუ რაუნდი არ აუღია ჯერ.
Laugh it off.
არა რა შეჩიმსავდი.
Danger on the ramp. Shush gives it up. There's an
ვაიმე სამკაც გაარტყა.
They're going to chase down this orb. Stuck under.
ვაიმე რა ჯიჯი ჩემი.
Fights out the king of the castle. Now Nissim smokes himself. He can't punish, and Nikadoz is given a second chance.
Big Azera, look at the mini-map. He's trying to make the play that wins the game right now. Running it through B. They've fully taken Heroic out of the site. If Big Azera can maintain control of the B site till that bomb gets there, Pain are in their best spot yet.
They got
their best chance yet. The bomb's moving in on the back of NQZ. Big Azera holding the fort. Heroic have pieced together what is happening here.
Still a look on ramp. This could be really, really awkward. Where if this ramp timing comes in too late, they're going to quickly get that bomb down and go for more peaks. Big Azera.
This is for all the marbles, man. This is for everything. Big Azera. Back to the site. Good place for it. Good space for it. Nails that trade at least, but it sacrifices NQZ. Nissim nowhere to be found yet. And with Big Azera dead, if they get on that bomb, Nissim will not get there in time.
შეხედე the space.
Clear the site. They've got no idea. They don't expect this. Now Nikadoz is on the angle. Just looks away. Nissim's coming through. Oh, he's going to get them off the bomb. Just as Nikadoz left to find. This could be it. They might save themselves. And with a missed shot from Nikadoz, the comeback stopped in its tracks, and Heroic get done!
They said come to Brazil, but instead Brazil arrives to Copenhagen.
Not
just qualifies, but displays quality against European CS. Pain aren't just here to earn more regional spots. They're here for the playoffs, and now at 2-2, they sit right away. One win from that top 8 for Heroic. It will be a question of what if. What could that game have been?
Yeah, it could have been.
მომკარალო.
Crosshair 42 ანახე 2 საათში უწევს 20 წუთში. არა, არა, 1 საათში უწევს.
ხო, არა, ხო.
დამთავრების დრო თუ
არა, ხო, არა, ხო, არა. აი, короче. Major მომკარალოებმა მოიგეს, ანუ Cloud9-ი. All complexity რომ მოიგოს.
ფენი გავიდა მაჟორზე ბიჭო.
თუ მოიგოს, არა, ხვალ ეთამაშება ნავი Cloud9-ის აგებულს. ნავი მოიგოს, თქვათ, ნავი მოიგოს, მაგრამ Cloud9 მოუგებს მეორე მაპს და მესამესაც მიაყოლებს ზემოდან ჩემი აზრით. ადულად ვერ მოუგებს ნავი. რა ხდება ჩემპიონ სტეიჯზე? აუ, ეს არ მაწყობს თმა. ფეიზმა რომ მოიგოს? ფეიზი ვერ მოუგებს კომპლექსიტი, შანსი არა. მაგრამ G2 Virtus.Pro-თან წააგებს ჩემი აზრით. მე რა ხდება? აუ, ბიჭო, არ მინდა რა, ამ სპირიტს ეს რო შეხვდეს, რუსული გუნდი, დაახვიეთ რა. მე ბედი რო ვიცი, ფეინმა რომ მოიგოს? ო ფეინმა რომ მოიგოს, რა იქნება ფეინმა მოიგოს? აქ ფეიზმა რომ მოიგოს, აქ G2. ო, აი ეს მაწყობს, ეს კაია. არა, არ მინდა რუსული გუნდი რო შეხვდეს. აი აქ შეხვდეს თუ უნდა კაცო, აი აქ არ შეხვდეს არავინ რუსული.
რას წერო ნავი წააგებს ფეინთან?
ნავი არ ვიცი. ციგრე თოფურიაზე უნდა იცოდე. რა უნდა ვიცოდე თოფურიაზე. კინა დაგიწეროთ ბრეკეტი ვინ იგებს მეიჯორს? აი ხლავე, მართლა ვღოთ. ნახე. ესე თუ დაჭდა, აი ესე თუ დაჭდა. ნახეთ. აი. Короче, რა. არა, ბოდიში.
გაბატი.
აი ეს. აი ეს არის, короче, ბრეკეტი. დაიმახსოვრეთ. დასკრინეთ, ჩემი კარგი მოვწყარ, ბიჭო, ამ ხამის რომელი საათია? პირველის ნახევარზე. დასკრინეთ. აი ახლა მეწვია იმენა მუზა. აი ეს არის. So, ბეთები გააძრეთ თუ გინდათ. ბეთები გააძრეთ თუ გინდათ, ძმაო. ჩემი სიტყვა დაიმახსოვრეთ, ეს არის ფინალი.
აბა მაუსპორტი იგებს შეჩემო.
გადავიფიქრებ. აი ეს არის ფინალი რა. რავი, თუ გინდათ დამიჯერეთ, ძმაო, ეხლავე აი კუშები შეყარეთ, სახლები დადეთ, იმენა პირობას გაძლევთ, რომ მოიგებთ მილიონებს იმენა.
დავაი.
იაგდე? ეს კლასიკი მაგარი. Короче, Virtus.Pro-ს გარდა ვინც გინდა შეხვდეს პირიც მე არავისთან არ მეშინია რა. მე ვიცი რომ როდის არის ნახევარფინალები? სადე? როდის მე რიცხება $200? $200 ირიცხება. გადავთვალო. Play-off გვიწევს. On Friday and Thursday. Thursday როբერე, Thursday. უჩაბაც ან პარასკევს გვიწევს მე $200 ჩადონატება ჩვენ. ახლა კვირა უკვე. 4 დღეში რა.
5 დღეში რა.
5 ვთქვათ რა. 5 დღეში. კი, $200 მოვიგებ, კი. ეგრე მაჩმენა რო აწერია ჩაადონატებს გიჟივით. ბატონო, იმიტომ რომ იქ შეყო თავი, სადაც არ იყო შესაყოფი ჩემო.
ანუ მრათეს რაღაც დაწერა სამეცნიეროზე ვინც გადის ეგ
კი,
ყლეობა.
ეგრეა. UFC-ში ვინც პირველი დაარტყავს ის იგებს.
ლიჟვი პირველი დავარტყაც ხო? ანუ ნუ იგინევით მო ეკლესიის უკან ცხოვრობ. ო შეიძლება.
ნე. აგავაკეთო. დავიწყო. დაიწყოს. What
is the minimum amount of shots the body can terrorist on pistol round if she has cover?
Замишеч.
უბა ჩაირიცხ ჩემი კარგი მოვთხრა.
მოვიდა ჩემთანაც.
ამ წამს ჩაირიცხა იმე.
No. The first
ჩემი 5 წუთში ჩაირიცხა.
34-ზე ჩაირიცხა.
During which
რომ მოვჭი ზიანადებას ეგრევე ჩაირიცხა.
I don't know. Okay, but
ოჩი გიორგი.
Broken fang. Who is the only player from Turkey to have? Okay, it's
გიორგი.
No.
ოი, ეს კეთილწავლი სად არის?
Who is the only player?
ოჩი, შენ League of Legends-ის მოთამაშეებს პატივს არ ცემ.
9 seconds.
არა. ვინ არის?
ერთი League of Legends-ად მოთამაშე ვიცი, რომელსაც პატივს უეჯოლიც.
ანუ?
არა, ანოშიჩ.
აბა?
აი, აქ გადადი და Instagram-ს დააჭირე ძმაო. ამას თუ პატივს არ ცემ ძმაო, მე ხელს ჩავიქნევ მაშინ.
ქართული დები რატო უწერი ამაში ხო არა? კანდრიქს.
აი მაგის დედას მოვწყალ. ქართული არ არის, მგონი.
Shows the body. Which player from Denmark appeared in the... Okay, stop.
სიგარეტი უნდა მოგიწია შეჩემე, ხა და ფაქში ტყნა მომენტი იქნებოდა. ფაქო სისტემა იქნებოდა.
Oh, she blew up. It's over.
Okay, it was funny.
It was fun. Some you got that were really hard. Some that were easier, not so good.
Yeah, I fucked up with device, I think.
Yeah, that
I was pretty, you know, it's because time is ticking.
You start to feel the pressure.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, the good thing is you don't crack under pressure in the game.
Ani მენაშები როგორი ნაშები არიან. მე მევასებიან ქალები, არც გოგოები არ მევასები, მევასებიან ქალები. გამოყალიბებულები რა უნდათ რო იციან.
Welcome back, folks, to the A stream of the PGL CS2 Copenhagen Major. We are one map deep in our Navi versus Cloud9 head-to-head. Now, I can guarantee no matter what the result here, nothing will be as shocking as what just went down with this ridiculous pain over heroic result. If you didn't catch it, well, I'm sure you guys did. It was us who were kept in the dark until the end. My God.
Yeah, the fake comeback. And actually, heroic are, you know, fully out of the major.
No, that was
CS2 Major, huh?
That is crazy. And what's nuts is it changes the matchup for either of these teams tomorrow.
Yes, correct. Pain will play the loser of this best of 3.
Hey, and don't sleep on them, okay? Some people might be saying, oh, they get to play against Pain. Hey, Big Zera is existing here, okay?
Yep, Heroic thought that same thing today.
Exactly.
Hey, we get to play against Pain.
We're going to be in playoffs. Nope.
Suckers.
See you later. So, guess who's feeling pain now? You know what I mean? Don't know who's going to feel it tomorrow. And either way,
it's always worse.
That's why we always say you got to win a match today, man. Like in this every major, not just this one. The amount of times we would say, I'll have a chance tomorrow. You don't know that. You don't know that. They could be Vitality 2 maps in a row. Now they don't even know who they're playing tomorrow.
They will play FaZe.
They will play FaZe tomorrow. It could have been G2. What if they already started prep versus G2 because they slept on pain? Who knows?
It's going to be late night.
Win your game.
We only have today. So seize it while you can. Na'Vi map up after Mirage. Another wispy T-side called from Alexi B to push that baddie into OT where they win it.
Oh man, that for me was
okay,
we're gonna first of all, to stage this match on Ancient. We're going to have, you know, Perfecto and Hobbit hopping on Ancient.
Yeah, how does that make you feel?
I mean, terrible, obviously. But I also know the thing is, I always like, because everyone keeps talking about it, of course. So I don't want to like hammer it. There's some people who don't know, so it's important to mention it. But they have tried to get an opera, obviously. So it's not like they just are saying we don't want one, we won't get one. There's some comments, but we've all heard that they've tried to buy an opera too. It just wasn't possible.
Yeah.
So they're making do with what they have, and they have been doing a great job. But that last map was the perfect example of an op difference.
Yes, sir.
Like, if there was a better opper on that server, it was wonderful. He was it was the best player in the server, period.
Look what happens when a good opper gets this.
It really shows you how much, no matter how well you play, Cloud9 did play well. If there's an opper doing that much, it's hard to play against.
So we'll see as this one goes on. It's back turn by the cave player.
Oh my god, I believe he didn't finish that kill.
I think Boomich kind of catches him off by just pirouetting. Boomich skips through the air into the cave. And with it, upends what was looking like a B hold. Now Wonderful regains vision. There's a challenge from Alexi that doesn't go too well, but at least it serves up a distraction, right? That's the silver lining. Wonderful's coming out with headshots. USP starts to get away from him. Boomich is 3 kills deep in this pistol, and it is Hobbit to get the other 2.
That was weird. That was weird. That was wacky. Alexi just like, I'm gonna make noise and starts shooting behind him.
I'm running distraction, bro.
What'd you say?
I'm running distraction, bro.
Distraction.
Nice shots from Boomich, taking over.
Was some nice shots from Boomy.
Op or not, that Glock has teeth. And now Cloud9 have guns. Look at that. Oh, that's spooky. Without the outline, man. You come around that corner, you got a couple ghouls, but they dismantled the setup right before Electronic comes in, and now it's just a shooting gallery. Not so scary anymore.
Not scary
at all. Creates an exit route, leaving JL
today.
Gotcha. JL thought he had a chance.
5 up.
Leading 2-0. Now, beyond the opping problem of Cloud9 on Ancient, what do you make of them on this map in particular? Because I do feel like I keep seeing Cloud9 playing Ancient all the time.
I think it's the fact that the retakes are so good that makes their Ancient so viable. Because this is a map where you're going to play without
now is super maps overtime
or play back in overstack B, for example. B is very retakeable. A is also retakeable. So it's very important that you're good at retakes. Because if you're bad at retakes, then you lose a sight and you regularly can't stay coordinated enough to pull off those rounds. But Cloud9 is specialist in retakes, so this is like the perfect map for them. With both sides being retaken. You can be gods at retake, you're going to give you an edge here and there, but most of the time you still won't go in. It's too hard. Well, that's not the case here.
Getting frisky down that B ramp. Info gathered. Sound made though, right? Emas stomping around up.
She's going to
alert Cloud9. But he leaves. He goes all the way back towards mid, so Bit is just left on his own. And with a full-blown exec coming out of Cloud9, this is looking like an A site under wraps unless Wonderful becomes crazy. Bomb flies through, almost stopping the bomb plant. JL found a kill. The fire spreads even from beyond the grave. And while the T's pick that bomb back up, JL charging through the smoke takes a ton of damage into the next molly. He is able to catch a kill, but how about Perfecto? no! What? He falls! JL!
ხმა გესმის, შეჩემა კაცი შეიბრაცა, გაუში მაგ ბომბს ხელი.
2 fires that he had to run through. It's getting too hot. He had to be right on the dome. That is nuts. I mean, that's a round that I'm going to say didn't have much thought. Navi played it. They said run through everything no matter what and try to get one kill over and over again. Let's just drop the bomb and then drop the bomb one more time and then hope that there's no more time. And it has to be this 1v2. Crazy handfuls at all.
From that Molotov, he's down.
The only thing I think Perfecto should have done differently there is just be more aggressive instead of give a chance for it to be a headshot fight in the first place. Because he heard JL take 4 ticks of damage across 2 Molotovs. And still a very expensive round for Navi.
I can't believe how brave JL is to push through that fire like that. An agent of chaos.
Of course,
Cloud9 still sensing that there's an opening to be taken, and Axile over the top of green almost catches the donut player off. Vin's gonna swing, and he holds back the first player.
Man,
now the smoke's up. They're still gonna charge through. 3 players coming out. Electronic sharp. Hobbit picks one up, but it gets stopped. Wonderful with a nice double kill. Electronic out from Donut, trying to keep his head spun back around. It's a late A main play in contrast to the Donut position he predicted.
He can make this a new round if he wants to. Never mind, not if JL is throwing spears like that. Nice one. 2 straight here for Navi as they stop the other A attack. And this was up to Axile if he wanted to take that peek and take that fight. And as we see, there's probably a reason not to. Now, the thing is that when he decided to take that peek, his team needed to be way faster about getting out to him. And they were standing behind the molly waiting. So that meant that as long as it's not extinguished, there ain't going to be any T's running through it. Axile's days are numbered. So that's one situation. I would say that happens less often where Cloud9 are not on the same page.
XL-ად დღები დათვლილია ვთქვა, ხო? აშკარად. XL-ს days are numbered, ხო? ეგრე მაგას ნიშნავს.
Yes. BenQ გაგზმა.
This one feeling unlosable.
Major იგებს პირიტი და ხდება დონკა.
250's got anything to be proud of. Nade. Poor Hobbit.
Flash naded in the smoke. Yeah, didn't see
Finalisti არის Eternal Fire
on that one.
Yeah, is that an ethical kill from Alexi?
Oh,
well, there's a little pain back. Emag gets blasted by the Galil, and that's Electronic on half health with armor.
Swung that like an AK.
Electronic's starting off strong, right? 6 kills, 3 deaths. But as quickly as Cloud9 get into middle, they fall back. Cloud9 in for second servings, and it's going to feel empty when really there's a whole pack of players ready to go.
That's hard to read for sure.
Right.
They waited an elbow that entire time.
Lane push, all's good.
All right. JL, man, he has been a hero this stage. He has had some very big maps. Most notably the 40 kill one. 16, 13, 40 frags.
I think JL really has He represents them. He's the bro. He's the high hopes.
That's interesting. I really see so much like variety when I think about all their personalities and like what they bring. I mean, definitely got the biggest energy on.
Golden retriever energy for sure.
Yeah, that's for yes.
prediction awards ma.
Golden retriever that can frag.
That's the beauty of it, right? Taking the fragging department to a whole new level.
Yeah, it's like so easy to be a nice guy, but then when you can frag too, it's like Jesus.
Is it easy to be a nice guy?
It is actually easy. That's
really?
The sad part.
Then why are there so many assholes?
That's the sad part.
You know?
As Maui would say, being toxic
is a choice. Yeah, he knows that all right.
Oh, egre. Καλμάχτς, man.
This is this is a gap.
ვერ დაეწევა ხო Verstappen-ი? კაი, შენ და მასკენი რა ქვია, Facebook-ზე დამამატე.
Then A site is under wraps.
რო არ დამეკარგო.
Hear them stomping or were they still far
რა ჩემპიონობა რო ექნება, რო არ დამეკარგო, რომ მოგწერო შენ. მე ერთად გავიდეთ ჩვენ სადმე ვიქეთ.
So this is perfect for Cloud9.
Damn, they found that gap in window. How the hell did they get through this? No CTs watching.
Well, what's shocking is
lurks.
It's not that, you know, nobody's watching, but also on top of that, nobody acting as if it was ever open.
Yeah.
You know, they fall victim to the possibility of that play.
Yeah. Especially if the first kill goes down. It's like, yeah, I mean, they just found out there's no op watching it. They went fast, but I'm just
არა, Hamilton-ის ფანებს კიდევ აქვთ იმედი, რომ Ferrari-ში რო გადავა Hamilton-ი რამეს იზოს. მაქსიმუმ მე-4-ზე გავიდეს ხოლმე მე-9-დან.
But I guess he was out there in single, not inside a temple.
ისი ამონეთ და უყურეთ რა არის ნამდვილი მასტერკლასი, რა არის ნამდვილი მონსტრი, მაშინა.
Quizzical situation.
მამის მხეცი, მამისგან შექმნილი მხეცი. ბიჭო 2026-მდე მაქს ვერავინ ვერ გაეკარება და მე რომც გაეკარონ თანაბარი მანქანები თუ ეყოლებათ ყველას. მაინც ვერავინ ვერაფერს ვერ უძოს დამიჯერეთ. ეგ ადამიანი არ არის, ეგ არის ცხოველი. განა მაგის ფანი რო არ მაგიტო და სანამ ჩემპიონი გახდებოდა მანამდე რო უყურებდი მაგას, მანამდე ვიცოდი რომ იმენა ცხოველი იყო ტიპი.
This map is just all about, you know, osmosis for the CT sides to constantly overfill in one direction. Massively stack the B side, put tons of pressure down, massively stack into mid, puts pressure down.
მოიგებს ტურნირს. აი რაც თქვი რა. ფინალი იქნება Spirit Eternal Fire გეუნებით. რა ვიცი, კიდე დაждდეს.
Playing in donut, holding a passive angle, watching for a window lurk, not letting that opportunity go, staging a B exec late. It's just not like that anymore. It's actually more fun, I would say, now. A lot of rounds end on straight up mid swings and some more teams are
თბილისში ვერ ჩააყენებს. პარალელ პარკირებაში ვერ ჩააყენებს თბილისში. შანსი არა, მაზიანს დაუდებთ უნდა.
And now it's back to like a good balance.
გამორიცხულია თბილისში ჩააყენოს აუსმოდი აცილის ჩიგნი.
Not going to stop them, that instant spawn smoke. And there's no real challenge behind it from the CTs. They're going to climb on top box. Bit's looking for the fight. Second member here as well is Alexi. Cloud9 come through before. They're going to chase him down, tagging him through the wall so he couldn't run away. That is insult to injury.
No one to protect Emma in this spot, and he wants to be able to do something because his team has just died. Peeling back.
What can I
do? But it is probably the safest option.
JL has to go forward instead. Misses the jump up. This goes from bad to worse for Navi. Sorry, buddy. You're done.
Oh, it's just me.
He knows it. We know it. He accepts his fate.
Yeah, it's the most deflating feeling you could have. But what he couldn't do anything there. There's nothing he could do.
Pop open the smoke or just flash through it, try to cause some kind of challenge here, but there's no way he can go and save. There's no way he can run. They're going to chase him down and take that lead back. Cloud9, their fourth of this T side.
Yeah, this was probably the best idea for Navi to try to do a B split, or sorry, B stack with 3 players because like they weren't winning back mid.
And I could
definitely see a lot of people from Cloud9 like there right now. It would take a long rotation. And especially so without mid control, it takes time for Cloud9 to even get back. The next 30 seconds stacking the B site made perfect sense.
რო აი მე რაღაც დააბრალებენ იქაც რომ მოიგებს აი ეგ მაინტერესებს.
No flash.
გადავიდეს Mercedes-ში.
They'll hold their nerve, try to run forward with USPs and bite the bullets.
ავარაუდოთ ერთ სეზონს გამოტოვებს Science-ი. 2025 სეზონს გამოტოვებს Science და 26 უკვე იმაში გაიჩიტება რა ქვია. აუდიში გაიჩიტება თვითონ Science-ი.
You misspoke. Everyone point and laugh.
For this drops zero gadawa voice Red Bull
without being able to communicate and seeing how well they play. You'd be the best team that can't calm. I bet suddenly it'd just be Furia. They'd just be able to
ჩემი ძლია მარჯვენა ყვერი დავდო მაგაზე, რომ აი ჩემი შთამომავლობა დავდო მაგაზე, რომ მე რვე ჩემპიონი ვერ გახდება ჰამილტონი. 2 წელი იბლატავებს რაღაცა გაჩახავს აი მე-5 მე-6 ადგილს ფერარიში. და გადავა მერე იმაში რა, გადავა რა დაანებებს თავს რა სპორტს.
They're all sitting there watching I know. There was no choice. And I could have just not made the joke, but, well, you know me.
დამთავრდა ძმებო, დამთავრდა ჰამილტონი, всё.
Honestly, Cloud9 even in the gun rounds have had their field day here, right? Remember, the one heroic moment from JL is what is really...
Too soon, man.
It's really stopped. Okay. Speaking of clowns, Electronic charges in with the entry.
How are they going to plant? Because ZTs know what they're going to do.
Now they're going to try to challenge.
They didn't even try to plant because they know they're going to come barreling. Eventually, this doesn't work, guys. Like Navi, come on. Let's pretend.
Mamba, რანაირად ეწევა ძმობას გაფიცებ. 22 სეზონში უფრო ახლოს იყო ფერარი ვიდრე 23 სეზონში. რანაირად ეწევა. 22 სეზონში განახლოს მიყვებოდა ნახევარი წელი იმენა რავი. ბარსელონას და კიდე რავი. მონაკოც და რავი, ყველა რბოლაზე თითქმის იმენ საფრანგეთის რბოლამდე იმენა კუჩი ეჯდა. სულ. დაჟე ხან ფერარი იგებდა ხან ის, რა ქვია, Red Bull-ი და 23-ში ძალიან ჩაიჯვა და რანაირად უახლოვდება ანუ ვერ ხდება. ფოტოშოპის გუგა პორში აპირებდა რომ Red Bull-ში შესულიყო, მაგრამ მე ვერ გადაწყვეტეს რომ ფორტი შეიყვანეს, არ ვიცი.
Well, then they probably should have saved, you know, they instead of just doing that, so
ასენია თო გადავა 2021 წლის სეზონი იმენა ჩემთვის ხოვრება არის. მე მდეუყურებ ხოლმე მაქსიმუმს.
There was a Vulcan there to take. It would be sick if we could find the guy just playing the flute or whatever instrument that is.
Yeah, it's actually Maui Snake. Playing his Tibetan singing bowl and flutes and ancient spawn. Ovid in the middle. Your pistols don't mean much in the face of this ravaged pack of players because Cloud9 again and again into top mid. And it's going to take more to hold them back. The rifle's barely making a difference here for Navi. They better hope that they have a hell of a
Max ხუთჯერ ჩაუქრა ლეკლეს და ორჯერ სამჯერ სტრატეგიის გამოდაგდა. Max რამდენჯერ ჩაუქრა შენი ეზეთ აბა მინდი გადათვალე ძმა. თუ გაგახსენო რამდენჯერ ჩაუქრა Max.
Thinks he can maybe just walk down ramp.
Tell me who wins this.
Boomich.
You're going to say dies. You're going to say dies.
ხუთჯერ არ ჩაუქრა, მარტო იმაში ჩაუქრა, რა ქვია, აზერბაიჯანში ჩაუქრა და იმაში კედელზე აილეწა, რა ქვია, საფრანგეთში და. ეგ მე მგონი ბოლის ბრალია. ბოლის ბრალი არ არის ეგ. უფრო ბოლის ბრალი.
Honestly, one of the things that Navi have been able to impress me with throughout their Copenhagen run thus far is just these really cheeky T-side comebacks. Their offense has been hard to get hands on if you are their opponents.
ორბოლაში გახსნით იმაში რა ქვია, ყატარში და იქ ავსტრალიაში არ გამოეთიშა რბოლას.
Yeah, for an easy game, that's for sure.
სამი რბოლიდან ორში არ იყო გამოთიშილი მაქსი?
That's also true. So they had that huge comeback versus G2 on
Ravi.
That was one where you start off perplexed, how they win that round, Wait, they got 5 rounds. Wait, tack pause into another round. Wait, okay. Now we're tied. Oh, shoot, we're losing. And you still have no idea why. They've got the most mystical T side right now, by far. It's dark and full of secrets.
They continue to try and find fights down on this lane, but Cloud9 have been so elusive.
Ain't no one even here. But they are.
The fight for middle has been so keen.
Yeah.
Wonderful flashed off the temple angle, and that 3-player pack does walk out middle. No red room smoke until they're ready to swing. Flashes come with it. Email Willie spray. Or does he think that smoke goes a little too deep? He could definitely challenge, I think.
They
don't have nades to set him up for the peak, so I think the most he can do is face it.
He'll really be desperate.
Yeah, like They're giving up a ton here to Cloud9. And now they just have, like, they have a perfect way to convince a split. Like, look how the map is set up. They could easily be splitting A right now. So that means 3 cities are watching this. They've set up a perfect situation to go for the trades over on B. Alexi
with
the lineup at 30 seconds. Maybe there's a little left on this CT side from Navi. It's another double pack trying to push in. His support comes through, and Alexi B lays down the law.
That is individual brilliance out of Alexi B.
Let's watch Exile clutch with 15 on the clock. Swapping over, not going to catch the player climbing up, so that's a fourth at the very least, sprinkled in. I think the uncertainty as to Cloud9's direction was real, but Alexi B gets that clean lineup.
That's Counter-Strike.
That's 5v3. From that point on, it's easy.
They don't want to
molly in a position that they want to take over quickly, because they're going to go right into the exact. His basically individual brilliance, the only way they get out of that, and it's a great angle for Alexi B to hold.
That's how to
looking to crank the dial.
Uh-oh, here we go again.
Cloud9 gonna end the half.
Oh shit, here you go again.
Smoke comes up. Op won't find anything. Wonderful has been muted throughout this second map of the series. Flashbang Adam, peek behind it. Nope, they're just gonna volley him off as they do lose Axile in the middle of all this. The bomb site comes for free. The challenge, nicely done. Again, that position gets problematic, but it's numbers advantage. They're gonna try again. Of Navi players flying out from this lane. Ime trying his damnedest now out from the donut with one. But there's not much more he can do. He's down to 29 bullets in that M4. And Perfecto has a safe plant behind boxes.
What does Blade think about this? How does Blade feel about it? Overarching strategy.
I feel like he's pulling his hair out.
He's like, retake.
I feel like he's taking a lot of notes. Ime 13 bullets for 2 kills now. All that spam has put him in an awkward spot.
He goes deep, sees
the shoulder. There's the second peek, and that's the
Mazepini, Latifi, Michumacheri, Ravi, win with Abron,
damnedest to bring back this series.
Make up for that first map and put it on a great show. So some crazy rounds that made Navi look completely out of their depth with the way they retook the A site, but it actually worked once or twice, so fair enough. They struggled, clawed back, and got those. Well, we have another complexity situation where Cloud9 could have won, you know, both maps. And now that we switch over, I mean, there's like this transitive property. Between, you know, them not looking great there on their. I don't know.
It's
definitely got me doubtful, but.
We need to
molly the back of default permanently when they're going through this, because that's the exact place that Navi kept trying to run into. ვინ იქნება ის ბედნიერი 5 სანტიმეტრი პლუს ბონუსი. ანუ 15 დიფაულტა და 5 იმენა შენ გერიცხება პირადად. I actually love it. Yeah. I love the pacing. It's really nice, yeah. You know, and it's a maximum 6 რაუნდი ნავისგან. აი ჩემ პირობა. Very valid time to take it. It's even momentum for casting. It's like so nice to just keep going. Keep going. აუ ხვალ თრომელზია ფორმულა 1. Atse იქნება ხო, იმიტომ რომ 9-ზე თუ ისაა ხოლმე. აუ 8-ზე.
Thank you to our sponsors Display for being able to provide us with the chance to not have mid-time ad breaks.
Definitely. I got to get me one of them.
Second pistol, here we go.
I want the hamster one.
We get another T-side comeback from Navi. Again, first half didn't inspire me with hope, but their previous results have given me hesitation here. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt.
როგორ კარიერა, ჩემი კარიერა ხო ისევ ჩემი ქვეყნისთვის არის, რა გჭირს თო? ის შესაბამისად თუ უკვე შემიძლია რომ ქვეყანას დაუჭირო მხარი. იყოს ბანან პირდაპირ ქვეყანა რატო ვიწვალო? დავამ ჩიჟე მე ვარ.
Hobbit doesn't want any of that.
Oh.
Maksimum 6 რაუნდი. მოემზადეთ overpass-ისთვის.
A shimmer, a shadow, all he needed to tap it away. So poor Ime hits the ground, back to the struggles as he sits 6 and 11. Bitten Alexi though, gonna pick up that slack. It's a good round like that. You lose one towards Red Room, but the second player caused problems for Axile to hang on.
Oh, Azrael, Sagoldzma, შენ ხარ იმენა?
They do have something really figured out when it comes to their coordination. Making an argument for themselves. Might get a great balance of T sides that are lurky and get you into sites versus attempts on retakes here from Cloud9. Now that we have a pistol, we're definitely going to see a real half here. Nice trade from Bit and a great round overall from Bit with 3 frags in total.
Damn right.
Putting him at the top of the board for his team. And officially the only player positive.
Yeah, that second Red Room player pushed onto the back lane and it just joined up so nicely with the ramp/cave split.
ერთადერთი მეიჯორი აქვს ნავის მოგებული და აი ამ ტიპების დამსახურებით აი ამ სამის. ამის ნახე ანუ ნავი ორი ეს და ერთი ცხოველი კიდე.
Cloud9 pistols into cave with of course the elbow play here for the bomb carrier shouldn't be problematic.
მეორე რუსული ორგანიზაცია გახდა ნავი, რომელმაც მეიჯორი მოიგო.
That's going to do a ton of damage. Leave it to Alexi to find 150 damage on a nade in a round like this.
Best nade since Bluesha.
Boomich with a wallbang USP frag. They are giving them this fight.
Wow.
No way.
That's a lot of hits. Oh man.
That's just nasty. Hobbit, you have no business getting USP wallbangs from cave. I hope it wasn't Ema that died. Give the guy a break.
Couldn't remember. He's been doing good.
Yeah, the second map's been slower.
Oh, true.
It is him.
But the second map, yeah.
He just can't catch a break.
Mirage was good.
He's like, why me? And there is no real answer. Damn you, Hobbit. Nice run boost. Style points for Perfecto and early control for him too. Honestly, the picture should be clear that A is the intended target. Fast move from that double mid setup into now a triple donut hold +1 in CT. But the hesitation of Na'Vi causes second guessing from Cloud9.
You know they don't usually rush.
And so what was that forward mid setup then suddenly has to go back, and they've been smoked out of donut.
The thing is they know it's not B. So Hobbit has actually
გითხარით მაქსიმუმ ანუ ესაა სომა ნავის მაქსიმუმი მორჩა. So, просто ესენი ეზე თუ არ წავლენ შეიძლება დაეძებნ.
Just see every other option.
That should lead them back to the A side, which has always been the intended target.
He's
smoked out of main. That's going to be problematic.
Donut-ი ჩავარდა შიგნიცა.
They're going to try to just charge headstrong.
რა იმას smoke-ის მუღამს ვერ ხვდები და. ან დასადების
And T's not with all guns out.
ანუ დადების თემაში მარტივია, ხო? უფრო მოლოტოვსაც შეიაგდე ხან ერთ თემა. მაგრამ მაგარი ცუდი smoke-ია მე იმენ არ მომწონს ეს smoke.
One CT swing out, get the kill, then molly, because they did the deep smoke on donut. The reason you do the deep smoke is because people will jump up and line up the kill on the bomb planter, and they wanted to get the frags first, but there were so many CTs there, I don't think they were ready for that at all. I mean, Cloud9 played that round perfectly regarding information and where they were picking off their flanks, so you need to do a perfect job really pushing back both sites if you want to delay a hit. That's why a lot of people are doing the hits out of spawn, because it's hard to get the map control on T side.
Now you're stuck outside of B with nothing to show for it. Gotta look in the mirror and realize how dire of a situation this is on map 2. And just if things weren't rough enough, here's a smoke.
Worst feeling.
No, I think the worst feeling is losing 12 rounds straight to pain.
Too soon.
Don't play VR.
You've got an entire Cloud9 defense set up for you to come through door.
More Danes out of the major.
Ouch.
Okay.
Oh, and all of ecstatic.
Let's go Hooksy!
Let's go Hooksy.
The one Great Dane.
The Great Dane.
The Great Dane that remains in Copenhagen. It's all Hooksy. But that's neither here nor there. No Danes in the server right now.
Is that really? He's the only one now, eh?
ბიჭო იმენა ჩვეულებრივი ბიჭო წინასწარ მეტყველი ვარ და აი არ ჯერათ ჩემი ბიჭო ქვი და აი ხდება ნახე შეხედა გევიტქვი აი 6 რაუნდზე მეც ვერ აიღებენ ვერ შანსი არა აი მამათ მე 6 რაუნდზე მეტი
There are
აი
Danes everywhere. I'm sure we're even missing somehow one more. I don't think so though, actually.
Where's Cyclone from? Zipix, assistant coach of Mouse.
Oh, Zipix slipped in.
Ooh,
they're getting all the cracks.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Right before the major, assistant coach makes up a role that doesn't even exist.
Hey guys,
just in the playoffs.
3-0 by the way.
No.
I'm a genius. Yeah. He is though.
მაგაზე ბაზრობენ ხაზიფნიქსაზე ბაზრობენ ძალიან მაგარია
Zippo. After they were playing their first opening games, we're like, how is it, man? You enjoying the new role?
Stressful.
It's worse than being a player.
Yeah.
And of course, that's a common theme with coaches, right?
Not having control of the outcomes.
Your future is in the hands of 5 other players.
Good ones, though.
Yep. Well, depending on the coach.
Mouse.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Undeniable.
და comeback-ები ბიჭო.
The inkling of a T-side in the making, but Perfecto just chucked back up onto that lane. It's the pace, it's the tempo, it's the confidence from Cloud9 on this defense that really just screams, Ancient is our map. And they're going to make sure to continue to tear them apart. Hobbit's wall-banging through all the possible angles, and it's bitten Emed just desperate for anything, any opening, any more rounds, but none to come by.
Damn, this is hot from Cloud9. Ime from below. Done.
Hobbit is not missing a shot, not skipping a beat. And again, it's just sheer confidence from Cloud9.
Boomich powering up as well from map 1 to map 2. And they haven't really had to look at
let that be a testament. Boomich himself saying,
yeah,
not opping this map and look what happens.
Yeah.
Circumstances did what we didn't, and normally I'm not focusing on individual performance because we can all have a shit game. But I also think a lot of it started before the game. I have to point my finger at you. Changing mouse when you had a tournament where you played really well, it's a risky move in my opinion. I don't know if it's the same mouse or if it's a new mouse. Forgetting your Ineos, for me, you're totally gone mode, and you're sitting on fucking Nvidia and changing in the middle of the game. It's fine to have a bad game, but there's just so many circumstances that fucks it up before the game. And the reason I'm getting angry because I know you're fucking better than that.
That's a job. შეჩემ მოტივაციას აძლევენ პირიქით. ყლებავშია და აძლევენ მოტივაციას. ეს დაჯმა?
If we're losing, we're losing to a better opponent. I don't know.
ქართულად შეჩემო დაჯმა არა.
რა დაჯმა შეჩემა. ესე მაჯოვდეს ნეტა ყოველდღე ვინმე ჩემი მინა. რა დაჯმა იმენ ყველაფერი სწორად უთხატებ მე. მაგათვის არ არის დაჯმა ეს.
მე ვეთანხმები მაგას კი. ქართული მენტალიტეტისთვის ეს დაჯმა არის შეჩემ.
And you know that's the all in. That's what you had to play with. Final attack pause called, so Blade into the
თამაში რო ინდიას change ის დამიწყო შეჩემა შეიძლება კლავიატურა გადაგარტყა ეგრევე გორძე. რა ის NVIDIA setting-ები შეცნო.
Cloud9 feel untouchable.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen anything in the playbook from Navi to make me believe in their ancient. Like the first half looks.
მე რო იქ რო ოფლიანო რო იქ ქოლავ რაღაცებს და შენ NVIDIA setting-ებში რო ხარ შეცული.
You would never see Cloud9.
ეს რო დავაყენო ეს წაიღებს ახლა.
And Navi did that like 4 times, so I think they're actually out of their depth somehow on this map. I wouldn't be surprised if they
არა სხვა თამაში არ მიდის ბოლო თამაშია დღესდღეობით.
Like they showed like a great lurky round on T side, but overall
ჩემო ქვეყანა როზეთ მოგიწყენია all around the other one, some of the types of stuff. So, mess up my business mind.
The opening stage looking a little shaky in their first couple games.
That's what out
opponents too, right? Fed into the criticism of Cloud9, but given runway, they have warmed up. and they are not going to skip a beat on this second map of the series. It felt like overpass was inevitable in the first 10 rounds of this map, and it has never felt different from that point on. Just sheer tenacity and aggression. And Electronics gonna cross paths inside of the smoke. JL caught out, and this one just falls flat. Elsewhere versus good opponents. But Cloud9 on Ancient are a whole other beast. And Biddle serve up at least the headshot to try and get back some respect. All eyes fall on overpass. Another chance for, of course, Alexi to piece together something on a T side. The most difficult T side in the map pool at the moment is what we will have up next for Navi. And that at least gives me hope. I think you can put faith in him and Blade when it comes to overpass. I think we should get a higher level of competition for sure. And props to Cloud9 because they are fighting tooth and nail with impact to try and push this all the way to top.
Designer რისიტო? ოთახის? Australis, 2000, era best. ეს რაუნდი არის ჩემთვის ისტორიაში საუკეთესო რაუნდი, რაც კი არსებობს. How to fuck Fnatic.
It's going to be a lot of Molotovs over the wall. Actually, one of them might land dead on Crims. This could be the ticket for Astralis. These grenades could do all the work for them. 3 of them going over the wall. 1 on Exist, 1 on Crims. Everybody's catching fire. Twist goes down, and there it is. They close it right out. 2 on 4. JW and Broland left.
That is pristine.
Information seeking.
Nice, now it's fully combo.
There's 2.
Major Copenhagen.
And there's number 3. Hello, Zeus. Does he see the play to his left? I'm not sure if he did. Navi don't expect this. The problem is, even without a kill, this is a lot of information. Ding dong, and that's Zeus taken out. Still don't think he saw Electronic, however, but he is being checked for. Or is he? No, he's not. In the meantime, Edward's almost on the A side. He can make a play here.
Now we probably will give me
Hasn't seen the bomb yet, Astralis. Now they know Edward is on A. Matt is still on the B bomb site. Which way do they go? He's got an AK as well. This could be brutal.
Here, so the bomb will be planted there, Simple in the smoke. What can he do? Get the AKs being spotted now. Magis falls back as his teammates push forwards. Simple, call off guard, that's the up down. And this is very problematic now. There is not a kit here for Astralis. They have to go for the fast pushes. And the 1-for-1 is fantastic for Astralis. At the AWP to hold on to this. Oh, and there's the pink. It's strong from the Vice.
1-0 phase, bomb planted. More mind games coming in. Astralis got 4 nade the window. Are they going to use a smoke, nade the window, and there could be 2 kills coming up here. This could actually be a nightmare. Here they come, the airstrike, tactical nukes coming in, both kills landing. Oh my goodness, this is going to be a lot of fun. Both needed prepared for what the opposition are presenting. You're just like, well, USPs only, boys. It's actually kind of sucks sometimes. So maybe that'll make it more fun. Yeah, right. That would be another thing. Like, they're trying to remedy those sort of things and make it a little less hardcore in terms of that experience. They try to avoid the nades and then they take 150 damage, ladies and gentlemen. Have you ever seen anything like it? Let's come in with a triple kill as well. Get them out of here. They are done. They're battered and bruised. It's all gone wrong.
This is what can truly afford Astralis a bomb plant. And with those Molotovs, that's actually going to disrupt both of the CTs. They put the smoke down for what could cover plant, but Stewie's going to get aggressive. He throws himself into this fray, frantically trying to shut it down, but he's caught fumbling his hands, and Device just destroys Tarek. Sure, Cold is left back towards on Graffiti, but with 20 HP, what's he going to do? He needs his teammates to come bail him out, and they've already started with Fur. It's put us into this equal 3 versus 3, but in order to get closer to the bomb site, someone has to take an initiative. And who's going to do that? I mean, we've got Fallen swapping to an M4, not wanting to play 2 ops in this retake. He will be the front runner, and he's spotted by ZipX already. Cleaned and cleared with absolute ease, but Coldzera is then to next to fall. Fur with a headshot makes it look so doable, but now he's pulled into the crossfire. He still doesn't know where the last is, but he should have a good idea. Glaive is over towards short, but Glaive has done enough.
Now we've got convict out, so nothing.
He's got nothing to do it. Need to start winning some rounds here. 8-0 down. Astralis have already won the half. There's the shot, and XCP is going to be dropped here. He gets away just about. An opening pick once more for
Major. This is Major's penal.
Glaive, oh man, he absolutely nails it. They both got weakened up. He tosses in an aid.
Device in the past has outlawed people like Fallen even, who perhaps had a more permanent role as AWPing. So it's like he can do it in just in certain circumstances. And maybe that's some of what James is feeling right now. It's like
it's so brutal. It's just a constant stream of grenades. Zip is going to get into position. Magus rotating over as well. Another nade coming in. More nade damage dished out. And now Zipnix spraying him through the smoke. It's just unfair.
Карта Джейма Бастера Санджи.
Коннектор был под контролем Гардиана и, по-моему, даже успел Керриган. Смотрим за форсом, много гранат. Сейчас купили Астралис.
Ну вот Рейн, по-моему, даже ожидал этот маневр. Чуть-чуть ушел под правую стенку и начал топить в смоук. Ну и слишком... Мэджиск!
Много гранат купили Астралис. -2 с хаешек. Вот это королевский мув.
Zipnix's clutch, бичо.
The window at this point. You can see Astralis are kind of varying things up. They're not just doing the standard smoke. They're moving much deeper towards short. Actually gave more access towards middle. Double that up with the window smoke, and you actually have the full area to yourself, which is connector you can focus on at this point. Nico, you're in trouble, my friend. Goodbye. And he will be executed with the grenades. That's the second airstrike that's successful so far.
3 players, essentially 1.5 full belts of utility, so they can make a bit of an execute work. But in a 5 versus 3, or 3 versus 5 for them, 3 players on this B bomb site.
They're looking for the boost. Glaive, what's he going to be able to get done here? The grenade, it's not going to be enough to get a kill.
Do some damage into Monster, try and soften them up, but that's where the bomb is going. Double nade, actually.
Oh, that's huge. Oh, I thought it was the grenade. ZipX does get Ethan, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough here for Astralis. 30 seconds left. The bomb's been spotted by Breezy. He'll go aggressively through Monster.
Stairs. He can flank A, he can flank B. Liquid's in for a rude awakening no matter where they go on this map.
Liquid და ნავი მე გაყლებებული ყავდა Astralis.
But they're going to be swapping off in front, and they read that so well. Long range, he's trying to get it. That is such a bold prediction.
ეგორი ებლატავებოდნენ რა.
And Twist has no
idea. კბენდნენ, ჭიხვახვები იყვნენ, ხო იცი? კარგი, იმასთან რა ქვია, მეცხვარე ძაღლთან იყვნენ ჭიხვახვები. რა ყებს, ხო იცი, რა ყებს.
They go for. Does Carrigan read it? Does he know? You can't see it. The damage is coming out. They've read the play. The nade is good though. Magis lands the touchdown on Exist, but do they go on it? Is that the springboard? Do they hold? Do they wait? They adjust. Nico and Carrigan unsure of that next pressure point.
It has to be. It has to be the move because Rain has got them trapped in. Another flank coming in. This has been a disaster for Astralis throughout the match.
Back to the wall. CS now coming in. Dupree's the first man forward. Zipnix! He delivers on Carrigan, but Guardian is there. Adjusted well, but the read's perfect from Astralis. Oh, over the head we go. Astralis.
And once again, the worst happens. Once again, EG win a pistol round and then lose the following round, which, as you highlighted previously in the last map where it happens, it is the worst outcome for your economy at the beginning of a match.
At least they're on the T side. I think it's worse if they're CTs, which Astralis are, so that is something.
ეს იცი რა გაუკეთე ეს შეხედე იცოდნენ რომ აუთსაიდის მოუკებს დაყრიდნენ და ნახე რა გაუკეთეს პირველად გამოიყენეს ამათმა ეს ამას შეხედე ანუ სმოუკი აქ ეცემოდა მე აქ და აქ ამასაც მოუკებდა რა შესაბამისად ეს მესამე სმოუკი რაც მოფრინავდა მე აქ ეცემოდა აქ და ამას ბლოკავდა აი ამორს რა შეხედე ეს დაუგდეს
At least they're on the T side. I think it's worse if they're CTs, which Astralis are, so that is something.
It's much more of a nightmare scenario, in my opinion, when the sides are flipped. Device won't spray through, but Madness has got so many targets. Plenty of damage done, and again, the bomb's been dropped. And look at Device's angle. Nothing going the way of VG. Device can just savage them if they go for it.
Oh, that nade is literally perfect.
Wow. You can't time that better.
Yeah, did they double that up?
Yeah, they did. 2 players in the yard. Glaive was close up to red when they threw that. Magisk was throwing his from main side. Glaive almost doubling up there with another kill towards the A site. It's Hadji down low, but he side still going out, still pushing it, flashback to support it, and they're getting what you would expect, a bit of a pounding. Astralis, and he can't even leave the hut.
Was it really felt like? You could see it in the score of Device. As I mentioned, that 9-0 run, he was 16-2. And once he kind of faded off, it's not that he like kind of cooled down or faded off, it's that Tyloo just stopped presenting the opportunity to get picked off by him. And that's when they started getting some rounds on the board, is when they actually had the manpower to attack bomb sites. Oh, dude, this is dangerous. He's used all of his bullets. Now he's reloading as they're running in, and they're going to get close. Double grenade. Take down the double D. Works out perfectly. Execute goes down as well to Sip. That's a very powerful, and they've even left the pre at top mid. So is there any retake right now?
Ora ინდივიდუალურად აი ინდივიდუალურად აიღე მითხარ. სტიპნიქსაზე უკეთესი არ იქნება დანიაში ვინმე უპრეჰაზე, კლეივაზე, დივაისაზე კაი ავეპი არ არის, მაჯისკაზე, ანუ სოფლიოში რა რო აიღო რა. ვერ შეკრავდნენ ეხა ეგენი კუც, მაგრამ ესენი იმენა ერთი იმენა წილი იყვნენ რა. ეს და ზონიკა.
If he drops down, he goes into flames, and they know it. He does. So even if he did get 1 kill there, he's probably going to go down. That's a really nice approach from Astralis. I love that.
Well thought through.
Yeah.
Naf, lovely angle. He's only going to be able to get 1 from there, but he can reposition and a chance for a second. He does have support.
Taco isolated, needs backup as soon as possible. He holds behind the silo. For Mass in hand, it's really not ideal. His teammates starting to come through, but he's taking damage. A nice wombo combo there to take him down. The wall bang from Deco, and it will be Elige staying alive, but not for long. 4 versus 3 now.
Round number 26 of map 4, while your opponents are 1 map up and 1 away from claiming the title here.
Absolutely. Here's the partial buy again, but it might work out for them here. Opening pick comes in. It's going to be very uncomfortable, or is it? The double HE kill once again as Majors arrives in emphatic style, takes down 1, and that's going to be round secured. The damage inflicted by these HE grenades is just off the scales now. 14.
Baje იმდენ ისე იგებდნენ. ანუ ისე დომინაციით იგებდნენ. გახსოვს ერთი პერიოდი რომ ჩაეხსნეს სადრო ტურნირებს რომ სწავლას მივხედოთო.
Yes.
ანუ ტიპები ტურნირზე იგებდნენ და ჩაეხსნენ ბიჭო. ჩაეხსნენ, ანუ ტურნირებზე აღარ გამოდიოდნენ.
Planted at smoke. Strike. Tactical new.
The Molotovs over the wall.
Things up. They're not just doing
classic shot as well, the double nade, the shallow smoke.
I think they saw electronic, however. Score is a threat though. Hyperx starting to flank the short B player actually, and they're running out of CTs here. Stika with massive frags. There is the flank from Zip.
They still have a good chance here, but the HP so low against one of the smartest minds in all of Counter-Strike. He actually is heading towards Ivy as well. He's coming for you. He knows what you're up to.
რამდენი კლაჩი ქონდათ? 15 თუ 16 ხო? 1-1-ზე, 1-3-ზე, 1-2-ზე.
He's actually nailed it. I can't believe it. How
did he do it?
არ მახსოვს რიცხვი, მაგრამ ყველა.
He's either cheating or he's the world's smartest man. It's
tight angle to play on the site. 8K in hand and looking toward top middle as JW positions. That'll lock him down. If he plays this correctly with the boxes as the smoke dissipates, he may find more. Gets 1 through it. Olaf down, and he'll transfer into pit, so he's got a bit of a chance still.
Redline-ებით რომ მოძრაობდნენ, მაგაზე ვღადაობდნენ ესო.
If he goes for Crims,
სხვა კალაშა რო.
you should jump over, finds Crims. JW's not close enough. It's only 30 HP. He goes immediately to the site instead, and Xypix doesn't have the lineup. He's tapped at JW. He's not staying on it. AWP in hand though, and how does the smoke play? Because JW's watching the right side this time, surely. Stays on it, not quite, goes for the pistol, and Xypix pulls back against 3-4 in the round. He'll lose his gun, but he'll keep his team alive.
The clutching machine is about to come head to head with Nico, who gets caught completely off guard.
He was meant to, I think he meant to jump towards short there. Xypix does have an advantage, gives away his position though with the smoke. Bomb planted. Rain's got smoke, 2 flashbangs.
Just one-way smoke.
Smoke allows him to play the orthogonal, lands the headshot. Rain has been Panda, so you can use
to get Zeus down. The kit, this time on his back. And he's gonna wait. He's just gonna toy with Electronic, who resides up in the apps. There is no smoke to blanket this bomb, and Zipex, he's gonna stick this. Not again.
Oh my
he
God.
pulled off the stick versus Cloud9, and he does it against Navi as well. This is unbelievable. Device looking to spam through Mini, but it's too late. Bomb's already crossed over to the site, and Nitro's got it in. With the safety of the backside plant, Nafly is gonna hold on to Squeaky. Zipex working up the ladder, and Device already wanting to come in through Mini. An excellent flash. Zipex takes him down. It's all on Naf. Ice in his veins. Can he handle this heat? Bomb is tapped, not planted for him. He's got it down to the 1v1. Zipex could very well clutch this if he sticks it. No way! If he sticks it, no way!
I really don't think that was the play that was required at all. Luckily, there is another player there.
Gundhi.
Should be enough at this point. Not if
აღარ განმეორდება ესეთი გუნდი არასდროს დაიმახსოვრეთ მე.
Where did that happen?
What happened?
დიდი არაფერი შეჭი.
Nubები
I
ხო?
think Wonderful has his chance to kind of really dominate Cloud9 in a game where they're going to be feeling it a little bit. Boomish, whether he's consistent or not, is going to have to use it. You know what I mean? Like, this is a map about your star hopper and your star rifler controlling bathrooms. That's it. Axel used to have Shiro.
Giori მე გაფი. Giori გაიფიცა вообще არა არ მოვიგებთო вообще ყველაზე კიდე რა უნდა.
Any stretch of the imagination. At the end of the day, I think it's the perfect map to end on when Cloud9 are on the brink of top 8, the first CS2 Major with so much online chatter and criticism for the lack of
I would also like to say that this is a map that initially Imma was criticized on. For a map he was good on, Gamer Legion,
Hell yeah,
when he came over to Navi, used incredibly awkwardly, okay?
All right.
So that's something you want to watch for. The T side lurks on this map is where, in my opinion, it looks the most awkward. And if things are getting better,
იცი რომ მე აი მესის რო კაკრაზის ქონდა ის სეზონი ქონდა 91 გოლი გაიტანა.
91 გოლი სეზონი არ იყო შეჭი.
წელი ხო.
Early red flag raised.
Is that the first op duel? We call it that.
I don't think that counts.
I feel like many more will come.
It was one shot.
იტანის რეალი დამახიე ყლეზე რა და შენც გადმოხდი ბარემ სეზონი. თაწმინდიდან ხო თბილისში ხარ? რო გამოიქანონ თაწმინდიდან.
Completely clear for the taking. Navi comfortable in their approach thus far. One shot, one kill, and a pistol on the line. We get 2 smoke grenades still between Alexi and Wonderful. Flashbang to boot from the T side op. And they're waiting here inside of the A site. 20 seconds to that clock by the time Navi decides to pull the trigger and start to sprint. Oh, and Hobbit again. Headshots come rebounding back. They're not going to move a muscle inside of the site. The T's come to them.
Oh my God.
And to lose each and every head.
Oh, we got some cheers.
რა ჩემი ყლე ჟოსტკიტო.
Careful.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know what I'm saying, guys.
That doesn't make it any better.
Ooh, I don't know what I just said.
Ooh. Let's play that game on broadcast.
Heard someone else say it. I said it too.
Oh!
I wanted to say it again. I just don't know what it was. That was disgusting.
I mean, is that a reaction? Is that a pre-fight? What do you call that?
He was probably on his screen in his mind for 10 seconds right there.
Beautiful visualization from Hobbit.
Glock's
peppering the back of Axile. And as he falls away, he's got an SMG alongside him to work. Put Boomich on the MP9 and he'll have a field day. And if we're going to talk about, you know, this eventuality that is Wonderful CT side opping on overpass, what do we do upper A? We put the star rifler with the star opper and we watch as they shine. And if Boomich on this CT side is going to leave flat, something to be desired, then it's a hell of a time to have Axile coming back into form.
100%.
Because he will be a piece of this upper A play. And if he himself can take over this CT side,
in fact,
then the opping problem maybe doesn't matter.
I'll go one further. This map for Axel on both sides are my favorite positions for him. And he will be lurking over on B.
Then let's see it.
On the T side, that's something where he can have impact on that side of the map and would really put a mark on how much he has actually gotten better in this stage of the major.
Axile, look at this.
რა რაუნდი რამდენი გითხარით?
that tag,
13-5 მაქსიმუმ, ხო?
He's saying, listen, put a pin in it. I know they're here, guys. I'm going past the bomb.
გამოყლევდება JL ბიჭო. გამოყლევდება ტიპი ბიჭო.
Yeah, do it. He pulls out the oh nope. Okay. Starts to get a little scared.
რეაქცია მაჩვენეთ მაგ ტიპის ბოლოს.
Super scared about taking the bomb back now. It's kind of like he could have stuck around there on A, got more kills, but he's pretty much as scared as you need to make your opponents there. They're just thinking there's a gap inside of Con or something. They don't know what happened. And it kills so much time. Detective work. Nothing really. No kills.
This fight's doable.
XL's still got, he's got the upgrade into the AK into the next kill.
A shot from Alexi, but good trade from Hobbit. He's being a mainstay of that A site right now. But this is exactly what you want.
Maximum ძმებო 13-5.
Off to the 4-0 start here on the decider map.
XL is the only reason I picked this team to go through because he has been getting that good. And we know when he's that good.
Awkward. Oh, completely shut down. And I mean, we brought it, the desk brought it up prior to this match going live.
Oh, JL-ს, JL-ს სახე, JL-ს სახე გთხოვთ რა.
Axile to push all of this forward and Maniac's
counterpoint was just, you know,
the consistency of Axile. And that's a fair question mark because we have been seeing it taper off, not for one event or two, for months. For almost all of CS2.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Criticism was fair.
Oh, yes.
He was a shell of himself.
It really came down to what he himself was going to do.
We had to be able to call it both ways, right? When he's getting better, when he's getting worse.
And right now, there is most certainly an uptick in momentum, and that momentum from Axile is fueling Cloud9's start on the CT side. They dispatch the first gun round with no questions. What a freebie. You go MP9 deep through T-spawn, drop bomb, get an AK upgrade, and don't lose players. Come on. P-side rounds far and few between for most.
That's like winning the lottery when you're already rich.
Rich people don't play the lottery.
That's true. That's how it keeps us poor.
Boomich dealing with the swarm that moves forward. Axile picking up all he needs to.
Drill him.
AK just slays 4, and they get no footing, no bomb plant, barely any damage. And look at the high hopes of Cloud9 now.
That's the kind of spray down that'll put hard eyes on Shiro. You know what I mean? I missed you, buddy.
Haven't seen that smile in months.
Seriously.
Ladies and gentlemen,
he's back.
He's having fun. And that is a scary prospect for Navi. 9-0 start for Axile. 2 kills for all of Navi, 4 rounds in.
Don't let the CTs get rich. That's the #1 rule of overpass. Even if you lose on T side, make it excruciating at least. That's true too. That's very true.
Rifles for days.
Man, if I was Groove, I would just be taking every opportunity, just AUG.
That's the thing, right? And we saw Halzerk earlier today, AUG and Krieg, and AUG and Krieg, and it works.
Yeah.
Don't look at me like that.
Just because Complexity lost, but he was so
Don't look at
good.
me like that.
It works.
Madam, what did you expect?
Not they work.
Na 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 na.
Phase, G2 versus VP, and the loser of this match goes up against the last Brazilian hope. Nice time boost from Hobbit. It's not Axile thriving down on B, but it is still a proactive move from Cloud9. Man advantage again, and a gun round that
they don't even have the bomb
to get an opening. Bomb is back in T-spawn.
What are they doing, boys? What exactly were they going to do with that play?
I mean, especially Alexi just jumping in.
Yeah, I mean, they had no one else even ready to split.
Hobbit ახლა ბეჭედს გაიკეთებს და ისე შევა.
It's a save. And it paints a bleak picture very bleak.
Oh, ვერავის ვერ შევადარებ, მესი ჩემთვის განსაკუთრებულია.
Maybe time for a pause.
Yeah, that was very, very awkward. It is definitely time for a pause because they're going to come into relatively awkward money because no one can drop for Alexi or Bit. So they'll just probably go Lil up. Certainly that round moves slowly. Maybe they had time to.
Navi
take a pause.
So.
And Cloud9 keeping they're letting Axel push up on peak everything. Do it how he wants to do it. As long as they have that momentum, like keep riding with it. Yeah, still no kills on 2 players, maybe 3. Because of this guy right here.
High hopes and good spirits for Cloud9. Even after that.
Განაზე რო გაქვს გადართული, უფრო სწრაფად დარბის კაცი კი. ეგ როგორ არის, ოდამდენი ხანი counter-ს.
It was, yeah.
You know that just vacuumed all of Navi's momentum out of the round. Not that they had much to work with, but this time they bring the bomb with them early on towards B.
Რას ფიქრობ ეხლა 500 კილოვანი პოლიმეტრო დაგაჭერინო ხელში, მაგით უფრო ხარაიული თუ უცარიელი ხედით.
He does not like this. Yeah, he does not like aggressive opening picks. The CT side is where he'll do beautifully, I'm sure, but if they even get there.
Halfway through this T side, finally they get some kind of recovery. Axile is dead. His first death of this map. He falls alone inside connector, but he does have a teammate coming at it. Boomich.
თამაში და მე მიყურე просто გენაცვალებ ეგ არის გოლს კაცი.
He does.
Didn't
have to go down to con. Took a risk to go back up, and that actually helps the CT side rotation a little bit more simple. Bomb, however, is outside of B, and they're ready to go here. No one protecting Monster. Alexi in first with the bomb.
კი, ბრუნდება სიმპლა, კი. უოჭველი დაბრუნდება ნავში.
Don't like the look of that.
ამ Majors მე უოჭველი დაბრუნდება. კაკაზე გუნდოდა რა, ეხლა აი იმა ისეთ პერფორმანსია.
These are the lurks that we see sometimes.
It's what you were talking about, right?
But
if they're too late, it can be awkward because it doesn't actually have an impact. Oh my god, the timing on that is ridiculous.
But he gets into cover. Boomich is he in the corner? Yeah. This is Ima's kill. Made easy.
But the CTs can move now. I think the Ts have to wait here. The CTs might make noise.
Both of them inside of water. They're going to go charging up. If Perfecto wins this, then they can go back down to B.
They don't see anything. This gives them a chance at least. 2v3 now, but Albert is close by.
Made sound. Oh, gave JL a chance to op. And with a peek to Graffiti, he falls. Bomb plant from Alexi, trying to get off site. Perfecto gives him that gap. Electronic pressing into short, and Perfecto comes running right back at it, even in the best position.
ალეკოს უნდა რომ იყვიროს ახლა იმენა ტრაქში გაიკეთებდა და მაგ მაუს და კლავიატურას იმენა ერთად.
Other thing about Cloud9, it's another map with very retakeable sites. That's going to favor their playstyle at the very least. I think we're sort of very fortunate to see Cloud9 start on CT. It's one of the few situations where I think psychologically that matters a lot.
Вообще ჩააგდოს მაგ ჩემის ამ სტარტით
People will
უნდა
say
და
there's no point. It doesn't actually matter what side you start on.
დაიწყოს
You get to
მეხუთედან.
switch over and like who cares if you're down like 9-0,
და
you know?
მოგამე მივცეთ.
But the reality is we're human.
ვასაძე
and it
იმისთვის
actually
ხო
makes
რა
a
ვდგები
difference.
როგორ
They can
მოიგებს
start
მაგ
off on CT, see how
30-ს.
good they're playing. Get all their advantages in now.
Oh man. Boomich on his feet. Every one of these rounds, even as they get closer, starting to dogpile the pressure on Navi and add gas to the fire that is
პერიოდი
Cloud9.
რუსეთმა რომ ომი დაიწყო უკრაინის წინააღმდეგ. შესაბამისად რუსული ორგანიზაციებს ვერ გავიდოდნენ საკუთარი სახელით, იმიტომ რომ ვალვემ რაღაცები
Because that's something he finally
რა
has
ქვია,
back
მაგ
here in
სანქციები
Copenhagen.
შემოიღო.
And a little confidence goes a long way in Counter-Strike. Not one member of Navi with more than 1 kill.
And
Halfway through
Boomich
the
is
half.
waiting for this. There's almost no default grenades coming out here from Navi. They are walking, and walking is what can get you out. Okay, front side.
რატო არიან ეგეთ ჩაჯმულები და გითხარით უკვე. იმ მაპის მერე ეგრე არის ხომ ზოგადად. პირველ მაპს იგებს ნავი და მერე იჯობს. იმიტომ რომ მთელ ენერგიას ხარჯავენ იმ პირველ მაპში.
There's one on wood wall, but there's not much they can do about it.
Hobbit
not able to get the multi-frag.
Yeah, but he sees 3 players at 45 seconds.
Axile's in the perfect spot. He should be able to cut off the tail end, but he'll shoot the Bathrooms player first. Ton of damage, and it reopens the possibility of a rotation down to B. JL stomps a bit. And Cloud9 can still bank on their anchor in Perfecto. He will push forward, not holding back on Graffiti.
My God, they're going to go to long.
Oh, phasing now.
Oh, this is going to come down to the wire. They don't have a lot of time to spare.
Perfecto will bite on this.
And
I think
look at Electronic.
Electronic leaving.
Yep, he doesn't believe that smoke for a second.
No, he must have changed it.
They have no smoke to block the cross. Perfecto not even needing. As Boomich strikes one down, there's no time to plant. They tried to make this happen, and instead they play themselves again. Cloud9 flawless on the defense.
No, ბარემ 500 ლაიქსი გავიწიოთ მაგის დედა წვატირე სანამ სანავი მოიტყნება თამაშის ბოლომდე აბა.
I can give away what your opponents are trying to do. When that smoke landed, it was not going to be the A side. Seeing the go this far and how good Ancient was makes you wonder if Navi even really have a chance at this point. I don't know. There's nothing really to write home about with this T side. And now they're on another eco. 2 rounds left in this half.
They didn't stick around for a second. It's almost like that smoke served as a reason to leave.
That's what I'm saying. Like you actually shoot yourself in the foot if you throw a piece of utility. Tells the other team what you're going to do. If they know about it, you might as well go in silent sometimes. But if you knew what your tells were, obviously, you wouldn't use them.
Oh, but feeling frisky here in round number 8.
Go next ხვალ ალბათ ხო?
Oh, does he come around the corner though? It's a scout, but the timing. Alexi looked away. Wonderful deagle. Counts as an op.
Fake foul კი არის, მას fake AWP ქონდა შეჭმა ლონგზე.
Grab the scout as an upgrade. That's also an M4 that can be retrieved if the CTs don't hold it from the site. All the while, Hobbit locking in towards Con. He takes the scout shot to the chest. So Boomich offers a little more opening over to Navi. Electronic got to be careful that his gun barrel doesn't show. JL, busy hands. Hobbit. Doesn't have to continue on, but chooses to.
Smokes რო სალამის უზო დააგდებინებ ხომ.
All now banking.
გაქვს დამუყამებული ეგ. Smoke it on ice rolls და დაბრიდა.
Perfecto surrounded inside of the bathrooms, doesn't have possession of the bomb, doesn't have anything to work with. This is all Cloud9.
I bet they wish they
I
don't know when they slow down.
შენ სანდრო?
They can potentially get 9 rounds here and send Navi to the last day of the elimination stage. Book their spots in playoff right here and now. Tomorrow. Phase G2 all getting pushed to the last day. Tomorrow's going to be a bloodbath.
Damn right it is. I hope so. Had so many wonderul stories coming out of Counter-Strike in the last week. So long players have waited for a taste of a CS2 Major. We all look fondly back on CSGO. Remember the most glorious moments.
Next map is
very first Major.
When Devil Walk
Damn
right. As the dark horse of the first CSGO Major. Everyone's going to remember the first.
Whether you like CS2 in its current state or not, doesn't matter. This game's not going anywhere for years to come. And so history will be made here in Copenhagen, the first chapter. And Navi's story, no guarantee. Certainly not in the face of Cloud9 this evening. That first map, so back and forth. And what felt like such consistent T-size coming out of Navi. A loss to spirit? Oh, so what? Just like everybody else. But the nature of these last 2 maps between Ancient and Overpass puts a huge question mark over top of a team that some didn't quite believe in. They are limping through round 9, cautious on the connector approach. Smoke soon to fade and bits inside it. Oh man, he just walks out right in the Boomich's scope.
There's no pressure on the map. They're happy to sit in their positions. They're just not scared enough to walk around.
Wonderful to do the same thing though, posting the op-up and exile his victim. Trying to get the ball rolling, trying to get that first and maybe only T round for Navi. Alexi B's made good timing on the long play. Wonderful's not alone on the bathrooms approach, so we'll see Perfecto tested in a second. If Hobbit backs up, he is fine. Alexi hits the dirt, And now that
ის
Dice player
ის
can
გამოსვინავს
just keep this
ამას
one
ესმის
off
და
it. Great flash. And it allows for Perfecto to come out with Hobbit, keeping these T's at bay as that constant pressure is being applied through connector. JL with a double kill and a high hope to cross over to the site. Goddamn, Navi needs something. And JL gets played with from the dumpster. Bombs down, the chase goes forward, and Boomich needs not the ops. CZ's enough.
Давай, нахуй, блядь, сука, блядь, нахуй.
Not even close, man. Another great round.
ჩემი ბურკები იმენა. ვინც კი ვიხმარე ძმაო, ყველა მეიჯორზე გავიდა, ამის დედა შევეცი, რავი. ხო არ გინდა თუნმე სვება მეიჯორზე გასვლა.
Approaching it, and Cloud9 have full vision, full awareness, and they have all the reads as well about what Navi are trying to do. It just seems like they're transparent, basically. It's been a perfect CT side from.
He
started out with Axel tearing through them. He actually hasn't gotten a kill since he was like 11-0 or something, and they still haven't lost a round.
Absolutely contributing to this domination on overpass.
Okay, double bathrooms set up, and they're gonna be hurt. They're not running around the long side, the wide side of long. They're just going by this.
Making a ton of sound for Boomich, and then Axile. There you have it. Star Rifler shining.
So sloppy. Why would they do that?
Because they're desperate. They have nothing to be proud of here on this D side.
Კაი, თუ არ გინდათ, რო გინდათ, ძმაო, რავი, თქვენი გადაწყვეტილება მაღლაზე მიდია.
Trying to
მე მაინც
squeeze
გთხოვი
anything
მას
out of
შენ
what's left.
შემეთავაზებე.
3 rounds, the best case. The CZ's back out. JL on the smoke. He'll at least bring it back into the 2 versus 3, but it's low health for Bit to deal with.
აუ, იმ სტიკერზე იმენა ისეთ რაღაცებს დავაწერს, მებო შეიძლება რავი, მარტო საქართველოს კი არა, ყველა იყიდეს იმენ.
He's got support inside of the bomb site. Hell, he's got support right here with him.
Yeah, again, that's my favorite thing about the rifling on Cloud9 is how they double up.
Bombs here on upper bathrooms just gets picked up by Bit.
აუ, ხო, ცოდუა შეჩემფულია. ეხა სტიკერებით არ შეუვიდოდა თან.
End up taking this back, and this is a timing for Navi as well to get into the site, at least with one player. Bomb is not here, though, actually.
Wow, it is.
Wait a second, man.
I just assumed Bit had followed through connector. Now he's gonna.
He should have a chance for a kill, but they have not seen the bomb at all.
Oh my God!
They're actually walking back. There's no one
Oh,
for
no,
the
that
T's to kill.
doesn't
JL needs to make noise, surely.
The bomb plant starts to go down. Bit's on little health. They're still concerned. They're gonna clear it, and they'll trade JL out. This has layers, and I don't know if it works out. Bit the headshot machine takes Hobbit off. Can they get there first? Where's the second? He asks himself. It's right there ahead of him, and he crawls quietly over towards Bank.
What he'll try to do here.
He's walking right into it. BenQ's it up, and sure enough, it gets complicated. But it's one at the very least.
Okay, it's one at least.
Let's go, guys, let's go. 13-1, საკაიფო, შეგვიძლია, მიდით.
It's okay. I mean,
all
they
that
tried
work,
something.
All that effort. That's how hard you have to try to get one round. To get
აგად
a
მე ვასებ,
1v2
მადლობა
queued up.
საფეხს მახარ. აი ხარ.
Lurk through the entire map, all the way
Let's
through
me
the
WhatsApp
CT squad.
ყველა.
Cloud9 just weren't watching
Hey,
their
Gerald,
flank,
that's
and,
Navi may not be succeeding, but after a round like that, you can't say that
დაბრუნდა
they're not trying.
prime.
yeah, that's true. That's true.
It's as sweaty as it gets. Bit's 3rd and 4th kill on this half. Nets them one of potentially.
Pita MVP ეგრევე ხო ყოლა. ზოგადად დაიმახსოვრეთ. ერთმანეთის გარეშე ჩვენ არაფერს არ წარმოვადგენთ.
Not loosen that grip.
დაიმახსოვრეთ. მე თქვენს გარეშე არაფერს არ წარმოვადგენ.
What happened to good old-fashioned monster pops? Navi asked themselves as they approach.
Let's try it. Flashbangs on Wonderful.
They're still so spread out.
Bomb in tow, Boomich on the pillar. This is an Opera's paradise.
Oh, no flash.
He nails the first one. Wonderful's late flashbang doesn't bother him whatsoever. And with the smoke grenade, there's a bit more of a question. Boomich can focus in on short sides.
Now we called him second one. Tons
of bodies here for Cloud9. But slowly being toppled, one after another. Electronic makes sure that the monster push doesn't come through.
They're
completely falling apart. Like they're just, that's an individual duel coming out, and I don't really think there's any.
12 ლაიქიც მიაწეცებოდა. აი ხა ეს 12 კაცი ვინც იქნება რა? აი ხა ბონუსი დაირიცხა და მირეკეს ემოდან. ბონუსები არის 33 სანტიმეტრი მხოლოდ მაგ 12 ადამიანისთვის.
Thinking about where's the lurk, right? Yep. Based on what they've seen. But again, until you hear that bomb plant, there's no confirmation.
Rapid-იც მაინც ტანგელი და რაღაც აღარ დაგჭირდება პირდაპირ.
Ton of sound comes flying downwards, 8 seconds to the clock, no chance. 10-1 Cloud9. They'll give them a single round.
Yeah.
Pity and nothing more.
That's a disaster class.
Wow, 14-5, Hobbit 13 kills to his name.
For 3 or 4 rounds. No one would call this game, you know? Go to CT, of course. That wonderful work.
და ბევრი მომივიდა ხო? კაი დავაკლოთ ბომ. Bro, ჯერ ფლეში უნდა ითროლ და მე უნდა შეხვიდეთ რა რამე რა. თუ რამე
First 2 kills were easy, yet once more challenge up from
Monster. გენაცვალეთ, სათითაოს ნებო. მიდივანდე.
This is what you bring to the table versus Cloud9 on the brink of top 8 at a major? I don't think so, Navi. And we were willing to give them the benefit of the doubt because T-side's back on Nuke looks good, T-side's in Mirage.
მე მიმალა ხო?
Some real that we thought was genius disguised in complexity. And now at this point, it is just Cloud9 revealing their shortcomings. This second and third map have never been close.
No.
რამდენი ქონდა შენ?
საშუალო 180 მაქვს რა.
როგორ უნდა გავიგო average? რამდენი უნდა გავაკეთო?
Average 250 არის რა. აჩერო მას. ვიდი სანდრო შედი აქ გატესტე.
რეაქციის დრო, ეს გავარავა რეაქციები ძმა. ძინავს.
ვაუ, 74 კაი. წინასწარ დაჭერებს არ ვარ.
არა, ეგ გამივარდა, ეგ დამეჭიდა.
აკა 160 ჭელონზე.
Average როგორ ნახო რამდენი მაქვს?
კარგი მოწინასწარ მექნა.
რომ
ეს რა არის, ეგ გავარდნა.
170 შეიძლება, აი რეაქცია 170.
Even being a near
აუ, გუგომა დამიქრაშა ძმაო. მე-7.
171.
აუ. F-out, wow, I'm sure it's
really
good.
Magret have
the short peek from Perfecto.
Perfect. ძალიან კაი არის. ძალიან მაგარი.
3v5
არა, ეს ძალიან კაი არის. 170 180 ყველა კისა.
That is nightmare fuel and a gush on wonderful.
ორასი მაგ average.
სანდროს მაინც ავეპეროა.
აუ, ბიტამ როგორ მოუგო ისეთი რაუნდი.
That's a breath.
Boy. რა ვეპე ბიჭო, რა ვეპეს რეაქცია ეხა არ ჩამაგდებინოთ ის მომენტი, რა ვეპეს რეაქცია. აქ საიდზე რომ მაგარი კაცი ხარ ძმა იქ ვერტიგოში რომ გაგიშხუილა იმან ყლე ამოგდებულმა, რატო არ ესროლე?
FPS-ი არ მოჭირდა.
და FPS უნდა დაგეჭირა პროსტო, FPS-ი არ უნდა დაჭერას. არ უნდა, ჩემი კარგი მოტყან თუ უნდადეს დაჭერას FPS.
უნდაც.
ერთ frames დააფიქსირებს. მაგას უნდა ერთი frame. მან მაგაზე უნდა ქონდეს ერთი FPS შეჩემ.
აქ 240-ში იწდება კადრი რა.
დაჭერა შეჩემ, რა აზრი აქვს. როცა ხედავ, მაშინ უნდა დააჭირო.
ვიცი, ხა შეჩემ, ანუ ფაქტი ხო არის რომ აქ რეაქცია.
რა რეაქცია გაქვს, ეს გაპრეფო არის. აითლო.
ანუ შემოდი ლაივზე და გადახევ თუ გინდა რა. გაგისტრიმავ დისკორდში.
დათვლილი გაქვს რამდენ წამში იმუშავა და მე რეაჭერ.
შეჩემ რანდომია.
რა არის რანდომი. ეგ და ხოდა და ის აქვს ინსტა სპაუნები. ასათი გავწ 200 გავწურეო.
The reality now is Cloud9 will have so many chances to close this out.
The
naysayers prove that their formula can work and not just
doing it by the
with utter conviction in this last best of 3.
Stabilურად ყლები არიან ნავები რა. ებძივარ ნავში და მივდივარ სახლში. Olები ჩამოწვაცა.
Here goes the Mac 10 of Electronic.
აი ეხლა გიმენა პრეფი არის შეჩერილი. აი ახლა მანახე, აი ახლა განახებ შენ მაცადე უყური.
76 მეტრი.
Dead at the hands of this entire pack of Cloud9 players. And you can guarantee Cloud9 will keep this as clean as they have. Cloud9 that at the last CSGO Major didn't even make it to the main event. Had their star offer in
this entire flank. Oh my god. Okay, Fit will show himself now.
Getting the one. A little more to work with. MP9's doing work. Watch Perfecto and Axile. Galil has 2 pistols firing off. Axile's been real good. But he's also tagged down to 15 HP. 2 more pistols to get rid of. And put up their fight.
Ai! Გამოვიწრე. So. ძალიან ძლიერი ვარ.
They do it their
ძალიან ძლიერი ვარ.
And I love the fact that they are on the brink of top 8 and doing it in convincing fashion. This is not a team that lives through time for visual stimulus is around 240 militsam ძმაო. 240 average. Most people seem to be hard kept at around 150 200 ms.
159.
Average reaction time of a talented gamer is 150 ms. Guys, I am a talented gamer. Guys.
440 მაქვს თავარი რეაქცია არა ციეში. კენაცარი გუჩი. თმა ეგრეა. ნამდვილად თავარი არის ჰერცები და FPS. თორე მაინც ეხ შე რეაქცია, მაგ რეაქციათ რო შემოხვიდი ამათ მაინც აჯობებ. კოჩა, კაია, რამდენი წლის ხარ? 75-ს უკაკუნებ, ხო ალბათ?
Seeing this game,
those Brazilians right now, you tell me BenQ Zowie can't hype up the boys and say that this Navi isn't beatable?
Yeah, you want to talk about heart, pain, or full of that. That's what's been missing.
Grit, resilience, and
ჩემი აზრით კლავიატურაზე უფრო სწრაფი რეაქცია მაქვს.
The makings of a real challenge for Navi tomorrow.
Oh my god, they ate their own flash.
მე 140-დან მაქვს 170-მდე რა.
Completely. Walking right by Emma here is wonderful. Goes to resmoke monster. And there are a lot of keys coming up. Not only the resmoke, dropping back down into spawn. Completely as the teams execute.
Wrong timing.
They know that Emma and Wonderful are still unaccounted for here on the site. So we'll see Emma. How can he save this situation?
I don't think you can. Alexi gets completely shredded. Wonderful out from Bank at the very least. And to lose to this round of all things, Tech9's in the mix of Cloud9 as if insult to injury. Doesn't make it all the worse. Salt in the gaping wound that is this Navi overpass. This best of 3 that started so strong. Double peek from the Tech9's topples the long.
he's glocking the
clock to set up Boomich to try and close it. Picks up the smoke. Time is of the essence. Trying to run for bomb. He's got nothing left to do. Just finagled by Boomich. The knife is out.
Not like this.
And Big doesn't want to get in that smoke. He knows what waits on the other side. Cloud9 to the top 8 of the very first CS2 Major.
Oh, this is actually such an amazing this lineup that they have built brick by brick to get to this point. And if not got the compensation as far as they need to, they have made up for it. With Axel stepping up to the challenge and a roster that believes in themselves.
არა, კლაუდების ოვერი უნდა დავალაგოთ მე მოკიდე. რაღაც სტრატეგი უნდა ჩავაბატოთ კლაუდების, ხო მე მგონი? იმიტომ რომ ყველაფერი კარგი
გვინდა
Eternal Fire-ის გვინდა იმაში Vertigo-ში და Inferno-ში. ჩემი კარგი ნიკ. აუ. ვაიმე რა დაენძრა კამანდა. დაენძრა კამანდა CSA-ზე. ედენში გადავდივარ წლის ბოლოს. აუ გადაობ ჩემი მენა ეს მთელი წელი ახლა მთელი ზაფხულის იმენა რავი. ზაფხულში მე არსად არ მიდივარ ხომ ეყლეზე მკიდე სხვა.
შემა ის ვარ რა ქვია 5 კაცი ვარ რომელიც სახში ვარ სულ და დასვენებები რაღაცა ყლეზე მკიდია და
მე არ ვიღლები ძმაო ყლეზე მკიდია ეხლა შემიძლია კიდე 7 საათი გავსტრიმო თუ გინდათ კიდე გამოყლებდი ახლა და გავსტრიმო?
უღლებაზე რეაშენს და
რა შეჩება? მე ხვალ ფორმულა 1 არ მქონდეს საყურებელი. საყურებელი არ ვიცი რა სიტყვა, მაგრამ სანახავი. შემიძლია დავრეკო თუ გინდა. ანუ არა პრობლემა. გვეტყვი რომ ტერორისტია თქო. ალ-ქაიდას ის არის რა ქვია, მემბერი თქო. თუ გინდა. აუაი, რა დავაი, ძმა ხვალ ფორმულა 1-ს უნდა უყურო დილის 8-ზე. ხვალ რაღა დღეს უკვე
შეჩემო თუ გადაათიან და 7 უნდა გასტრიმო ძმო, იმოგიწევს.
ეხა წავდი, საყური. თოჩი საყური და სანახი. მინახავ ხარ. კაი ძმებო, აბა, 3 ლაიქიც მიაკეთე, სანამ ეხა ყლე მოვიჭერი ძმებო.
თუ მოიგუნდე.
კაი, აჰა გაკოცე თქვენ და წავედი რა. დავიძინებ ეხლა მე. კბილი ძილი თქვენ ღმერთი თქვენსკენ. ვიდობიან ღამეს გისურვებთ, აბა თქვენი სიტყვამდე ხვალ შეგხვდებით მე და ხვალ ვილაპარაკოთ G2-ს ვაგინოთ თუ გინდა თუ წააგო რავი. რამე მოვიფიქროთ კაროჩი რა. ხვალ G2 მან ნავი უნდა მოიგოს, დალშეჯდება ყველაფერი უკვე როგორც გვინდოდა. დავაი და გაკოცეთ. არა მიყვანეს ტიპებმა ნახე 500 ლაიქს. თქვენ ხალხი ხართ ძმაო. 500 სო, იმინე კაცები ხარ კაცურები, გინდათ სვალეც ძმაო. სო.
540 გახშეჩი.
სო.
ჩემთან 400